Charlotte nodded satisfactorily, looking at the starships of the Hammer Star Legion slowly retreating on the interstellar sandbox. I didn't allow them to leave so easily. Charlotte had prepared so much that this wouldn't end so simply. How long will it take for the T to Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship to complete the replenishment of interstellar missiles? Charlotte asked. It is estimated to take another 15 minutes, Midir replied. So, we need to at least hold them off for 15 minutes. Let's go, Charlotte commanded. On the interstellar sandbox, a fleet of starships was approaching from the direction of the retreating Hammer Star Legion. This was Charlotte's final move. Perhaps someone had already realized that something was amiss. In the meteorite cluster battlefield, there were over 3,000 starships, with 10,000 on each side responsible for flanking. And the Dragon and Tiger Legion brought by Charlotte this time consisted of almost 30,000 combat-type interstellar warships. Among them, there was still a gap of 7,000 starships, and the 3T Forjut-class medium-sized interstellar cruisers had yet to make an appearance. That's right. Charlotte had already anticipated that the enemy would retreat. In fact, regardless of whether the enemy retreated or not, Charlotte's move could proceed smoothly. If the enemy retreated, this move would be an intercept operation. If the enemy chose to fight face-to-face, this move would be a flanking operation. In any case, everything was within Charlotte's control. As the Golden Eagle commander was surreptitiously retreating, sitting dejectedly in his captain's chair, holding a bottle of alcohol in his hand, drinking some unknown brand of liquor. Damn it, a dead fat pig. If it weren't for the Dragon Clan backing us up, I wouldn't give a damn about you guys. Now, retreating makes us a laughingstock to other tribes. The petty revolutionary army has frightened us. That fat pig over there has no shame, but at least I have some dignity. The Golden Eagle commander cursed. Warning, warning, warning. Detecting 3 high-speed approaching T4 class interstellar warships energy signals in front. A crew member suddenly reported a message. T4 class. Could it be our reinforcements? The Golden Eagle commander said in surprise. He subconsciously assumed it was his reinforcements, because how could the trash of the rebel army have T4 class interstellar warships? Even their current operation only had 5 T4 class interstellar warships. There were 2 T for Butcher class medium interstellar destroyers, 2 T for Dragon Knight class heavy interstellar cruisers, and 1 T for Ankylosaurus class medium interstellar escort ship. The first two were Quay's IT-4 class interstellar warships. Among these, the 2 T for Dragon Knight class heavy interstellar cruisers were the flagships of him and another Gen Ape commander, and the real T4 class interstellar warship, the T4 Ankylosaurus class medium-sized interstellar escort ship, was the flagship of that Pig King commander. Even with just 5 T4 class interstellar warships, not to mention the trash of the rebel army. Just as the Golden Eagle commander was self-righteous, another piece of news hit him like thunder, smacking him in the face with a loud sound. It seems to be the unidentified interstellar fleet starships supporting the rebel army in combat, a crew member said cautiously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could they have T4 class interstellar warships? The Golden Eagle commander vehemently refuted. The crew released some images they had captured, showing the 3 approaching T4 class interstellar warships. The bright red hulls were very eye-catching, giving a feeling of astonishment at first sight. Most importantly, the dragon and tiger emblem on the hull. It was identical to the fleet emblem of the unidentified interstellar warships they had just fought. The crew pointed to this evidence and looked helplessly at their commander. The Golden Eagle commander's long beak and bulging eyes stared like bronze bells. At this moment, he still couldn't believe what was happening. This even caused him to forget to issue orders to his fleet. It wasn't until the Pig King commander ordered him to prepare for battle with the enemy ships that he came to his senses. Nevertheless, he was still there muttering in disbelief. How could they have T for interstellar warships ... 3 T for Vermilion class medium-sized interstellar cruisers charged ahead, leading the way, but on a collision course with the retreating Warhammer Interstellar Legion fleet. The 3 T for Vermilion scattered in an instant, each heading in a different direction, maneuvering around the Warhammer fleet. At the same time, The 12 4,000mm caliber medium electromagnetic railguns and 88 pulse laser, rapid-fire secondary cannons equipped on the T-4 Vermilions targeted and fired upon the enemy starships within range. Fire. Although these two weapon modules were only the main cannons and secondary cannons, you have to understand, these are T-4 class main cannons and secondary cannons. Any T-2 class interstellar battleship wouldn't be able to withstand a hit. For a T-3 class interstellar battleship, it would depend on whether it was lucky enough to hit a damaged part of the hull or a weak spot in the armor. If lucky, with the use of shield systems, it might hold up for a few shots. However, if all main cannons and secondary cannons are targeting a T-3 class interstellar battleship, shield or not, the outcome is clear. This situation seldom occurs, because the T-4 Vermilion class medium interstellar cruisers have high speeds, and in this kind of high-speed maneuvering combat, they often randomly target enemies within their firing range. To outsiders, it may look like three troublemakers indiscriminately firing, but one should not take these three troublemakers lightly, as they might make you understand the term unwelcome surprise. Facing these fast-moving T-4 interstellar battleships, most T-3 and T-2 class interstellar battleships barely get a lock-on before the enemy is out of range. If they want to attack, they can only hope the enemy doesn't evade and charges straight into their fleet formation. Report: the three T-4 class interstellar cruisers of the enemy are too fast. Most of our starships can't even target them. Those few starships of ours that can lock on will have a hard time breaking through the shields of the enemy T-4 class interstellar battleships in a short time, an anxious crew member reported to Commander Golden Eagle. Frustrated, Commander Golden Eagle scratched his head, causing feathers to fall at his feet. In less than an hour, the amount of shed feathers was more than what he had lost in the past year. Have the interstellar escort ships maintained the formation on the perimeter. The fleet continues to break through. Ignore them. Commander Golden Eagle suppressed his anger and issued orders, following the instructions of Commander Pig King. As a result, Commander Golden Eagle could only watch helplessly as his starships were destroyed one by one. He wondered if the three T-4 interstellar cruisers were deliberately targeting him despite the three available exit directions for the Warhammer fleet. Notably, the attacks on the fleets of Commander Pig King and Commander Giant Ape were minimal. Report: a batch of over 5,000 starships is emerging ahead. The crew member reported in panic. Commander Golden Eagle widened his eyes, exclaiming, Another 5,000. Are you kidding me? Where did these starships even come from? Despite his disbelief, Commander Golden Eagle had to face the fact that he had underestimated the beggars who possessed such a vast and powerful fleet of advanced interstellar battleships. This revelation made him feel as if he had eaten something unsavory. Continue to break through. Commander Golden Eagle gritted his teeth. Unlike the previous encounter with 3 T-4 interstellar cruisers, this time there were over 5,000 starships, and the numbers were increasing, likely to surpass 7,000. It was like a daunting flood barrier blocking the retreat path of the Warhammer Legion fleet. However, with over 30,000 Warhammer interstellar battleships attempting to break through, this flood barrier was clearly inadequate. But it didn't matter much to Charlotte, as she had no intention of completely destroying this massive fleet of the Warhammer Legion. After all, the Dragon and Tiger Legion she led was equipped with a downgraded version of the Star Dragon Legion's high-quality interstellar battleships, and eradicating 50,000 Warhammer starships would be no easy task. Coming back to the present, over 7,000 Dragon and Tiger Legion interstellar battleships formed ranks, with the T-2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ships at the forefront, followed by various T-2 interstellar battleships in formation. Additionally, some T-3 Blizzard class light interstellar battle cruisers were prepared to engage at any moment. Intercept the enemy starships, Charlotte declared on the interstellar sandbox, marking a red circle around the Warhammer interstellar battleships retreating. The seemingly simple circle marked the doom for those Warhammer starships within its range. The battle unfolded as expected, with the 7,000 Dragon and Tiger Legion interstellar battleships acting like invisible giant hands, directly suppressing the charging beast. Meanwhile, The 3 T-4 Vermilion-class medium interstellar cruisers on the flanks suddenly turned and dove straight into the midst of the Warhammer interstellar battleship cluster, resembling 3 flying knives cutting through fabric. Rush forward. The starships in the front launch an attack and break through the enemy's defense line. Commander Golden Eagle shouted hysterically. He never expected to be in such a spot of misfortune. The enemy had set up a blockade, and he had accidentally run into it. Currently, on his 2 sides, 2 other Warhammer fleets continued to advance, forming a concave fleet formation. At first glance, the 7,000 Dragon and Tiger Legion interstellar battleships responsible for interception seemed to be at risk of being surrounded. Contact the 2 commanders. Request their support. Commander Golden Eagle observed the situation and immediately contacted the other 2 commanders. With just his starships, it would be difficult to break through. However, with support from both sides, not only could they break through, but they might also make the over 7,000 enemy interstellar battleships pay a heavy price. But the unexpected occurred. The crew members looked at Commander Golden Eagle in disbelief, saying, We can't reach the other 2 commanders, sir." Upon hearing this news, Commander Golden Eagle trembled. He tried to use his private channel to contact the 2 commanders, but communication was impossible. Report. In our rear, about 300 T-2 interstellar missile ships of the enemy are about to enter firing range, seemingly preparing to launch a missile barrage on our interstellar battleship group. A radar crew member reported in panic. Commander Golden Eagle surveyed the situation on the interstellar sandbox and realized the truth. He and his starships had been abandoned. Commander Pig King and Commander Giant Ape of the 2 interstellar fleets passed by the enemy interstellar fleet responsible for interception, comprising of 7,000 ships, from the side. It seemed like both sides ignored each other. Without looking back, Commander Pig King and Commander Giant Ape did not hesitate for a second. The Golden Eagle. Commander Giant Ape looked at the video window across from Commander Pig King, feeling conflicted. The terminal in his hand kept reminding him of communication requests. Without thinking, he knew who would be urgently trying to contact them at this moment. The situation we're in is all because of that idiot who targeted the meteorites and led to improper command in the battle results. If he had sent some reconnaissance ships or interstellar reconnaissance aircraft over to gather intelligence, could we have avoided the loss of tens of thousands of interstellar warships for nothing? This battle, regardless of the outcome, requires someone to take responsibility for it, Commander Pig King said coldly. Commander Giant Ape was speechless and did not say more, just looking at the rapidly moving red small markers on the starship radar. The scout detected interstellar missiles approaching the fleet where Commander Golden Eagle was. The reason why Commander Giant Ape agreed to the suggestion of abandoning their allies was mainly due to seeing these interstellar missile ships. After the previous round of interstellar missile bombings, which had happened less than an hour ago, another round of bombings was approaching. Who knows how many interstellar missiles the opposing group still had? Instead of letting them suffer unnecessary losses of interstellar warships here, it's better to let that unlucky fellow, the Golden Eagle, bear it all alone. These were the reasons that led to the current situation. Report. We have received a video communication broadcast being broadcasted in the rebel sector. The video message contains the identity of the commander of that suspicious fleet. She claims to be Charlotte, the commander of the Dragon Tiger Legion fleet. A crew member suddenly reported a message. Charlotte. Upon hearing this name, both commanders' faces changed. This name once shook the entire Warhammer Interstellar Republic 6 months ago. This rebel general, who had been dead for several years, not only came back to life, but also destroyed the Black Wolf tribe's homeworld and the Starport fortress. This event directly resulted in the siege operation targeting the rebels half a year later. But who would have thought that Charlotte would reappear here, bringing a fleet of 30,000 interstellar warships with such a large-scale interstellar army fleet and such strong combat power? The 2 commanders had already realized that the top officials of the Warhammer Interstellar Republic would be shaken by this. And there is a big mystery in all of this. Who helped Charlotte regroup? And who gave Charlotte so many interstellar warships? What force aided the rebels behind the scenes? After a moment of silence, Commander Pig King continued, "Leave some interstellar unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to continue monitoring and recording the battlefield here, and preserve all information regarding this battle, especially about the Dragon Tiger Legion interstellar warships. After summarizing this information, send it all to Hammer Imperial Star?" "Yes." Commander Pig King looked at the holographic image. The interstellar fleet group where Commander Golden Eagle was located had already begun to endure the bombardment of interstellar missiles. Explosions illuminated the starry sky, creating a more dazzling display because this was a saturation-style firepower attack, unlike the previous staircase-style firepower attack against the meteorites. This was a grand display of fireworks. Commander Golden Eagle, amidst it all, realized he was the discarded chess piece. "Damn these bastards!" Commander Golden Eagle roared hysterically, eyes wide with anger. If that damn pig was in front of him, he would definitely peck that fat pig to death. "I can't die here. I can't die here. Relay my order. Immediately assemble the T3 interstellar warships. Cover me for a breakout." Commander Golden Eagle hastily gave the command. He knew he couldn't take these interstellar warships with him. If he wasted any more time here, by the time the interstellar missile bombardment ended, not only would there be 7,000 roadblocks in front of him, but also over 20,000 more interstellar warships trailing behind. Then he would truly be a sandwiched biscuit. The T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser, where Commander Golden Eagle was located, under the protection of over 30 T3 interstellar warships, began the attempt to break through. Unfortunately, 3 red lightning bolts were advancing through the gaps in the interstellar missile bombardment at an extremely fast speed, approaching the T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser. There were actually some movable areas within the interstellar missile bombardment zone, and all 3 T4 Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruisers had this information. According to this route map, the 3 T4 Suzuku-class cruisers were able to move through like crimson war gods, and at this moment, they all had locked onto a target. The 3 T4 Suzuku ships each launched a full-on attack on Commander Golden Eagle's T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser from 3 directions. Despite being surrounded by over 30 T3 interstellar warships for protection, the firepower of the T4 Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruisers was simply terrifying. These T3 interstellar warships were no match at all. One after another, they were destroyed by the T4 Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruisers. "Stop them! Hurry up and stop them! Fire! Attack them! Don't stop! Keep shooting at them!" Commander Golden Eagle's words were now somewhat chaotic. He watched as the 3 T4 interstellar cruisers gradually closed in on his flagship. It seemed as though he saw 3 red-haired demons, causing his heart to race. The cannons on the T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser also attacked, using everything at their disposal such as secondary cannons, main cannons, a few interstellar missiles, and the forward cannons. They made every effort to launch an attack. Unfortunately, this was only a quasi-T4 interstellar warship, and the 3 opposing T4 interstellar cruisers were genuine T4 warships. The remaining T3 Warhammer interstellar warships attempted to use their ships to block the attack routes of the 3 T4 interstellar cruisers, buying time for their flagship. Interstellar missiles. Fire. Charlotte, on her flagship, gave the order. The interstellar missiles on the 3 T4 Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruisers began firing. Though the quantity wasn't great, each had only 200 Suzuku-type interstellar missiles, but it was enough to attack these T3 interstellar warships. Beneath the assault of the Suzuku-type interstellar missiles, one Warhammer T3 interstellar warship after another was destroyed, becoming explosions of vivid flowers. Report: 3 Suzuku-class energy beam laser cannons are now targeting. Mia excitedly reported. Order the other 2 Suzuku ships to fire. Charlotte, staring at the T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser opposite her, coldly gave the command. The 3 Suzuku-class interstellar cruisers each fired 3 beams of red energy beams from the energy beam laser cannons at the bow. In space, 9 red beams hit and pierced the hull of the T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser from 3 directions, resembling a soldier on the battlefield pierced by 9 arrows. In the end, the interstellar battle lasted for 5 hours. The Dragon and Tiger Legion launched 2 interstellar missile bombardments, ultimately destroying nearly 30,000 interstellar warships from 3 tribes of the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth. Among them was a T-4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser destroyed, and a T-4 Butcher-class medium interstellar destroyer sustained damage while breaking through. Although eventually leaving the battlefield, it was estimated that it would require a major repair upon return. The enemy interstellar fleet has retreated far, and our pursuing interstellar fleet has begun to withdraw. In this battle, our Dragon and Tiger Legion lost more than 1,300 interstellar warships, including 3 T-3 Storms. Additionally, more than 600 interstellar warships were heavily damaged, including 13 T-3 Storms. The casualties were close to 500,000 people. Miter reported the data of the battle to Charlotte. So many losses. Charlotte furrowed her brows slightly. Miter exclaimed, "Isn't this a lot? Our losses compared to the enemy are more than 20-1. What does 20-1 mean? The enemy needs 20 interstellar warships to destroy one of ours. This means, based solely on this data, the enemy would need to dispatch 600,000 interstellar warships to eliminate the Dragon and Tiger Legion. Of course, the interstellar battlefield is not a simple arithmetic problem, nor as easy as 1 + 1 = 2. Many more factors and issues need to be considered, but at least this illustrates the ability of the Dragon and Tiger Legion to overcome the strong with the weak. Charlotte suddenly realized that she had become accustomed to the battle mode of the Owl Dragon Legion, where losses were usually kept to double digits when wiping out the enemy fleet. So, the sudden high number of interstellar warship losses left her momentarily speechless. Miter, still excited, continued, "Less than 5 hours to destroy nearly 30,000 enemy interstellar warships, including a T-4-class interstellar warship. This is a record that has never happened before in the history of our Revolutionary Army." Hearing Miter's words, Charlotte recalled her service in the Revolutionary Army. Commanding 3,000 interstellar warships at that time was already considered quite impressive. The consumption in a battle required careful calculation. How could it be possible to just throw out interstellar missiles worth millions of stars, as they did now? At this moment, a video window popped up. "Charlotte, your performance was brilliant. This victory greatly benefits the current situation of the Revolutionary Army. Many leaders of the Revolutionary Army are contacting me, wanting to meet you. Now, you are the new banner of the Revolutionary Army." Chief Ted's excitement was evident on his face. His gestures and expression suggested that he himself had just achieved victory in commanding the operation. "Indeed, it is time to have a good talk with them. Father, please convey my message. Firstly, all interstellar warships of the Revolutionary Army must be prepared for long-distance travel. Take resources that can be brought from the local base planet. Dispose of those that cannot be. Then gather all the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. I want to convene a meeting. The meeting will be held in the conference room of our T-4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser," Charlotte stated emphatically. "All right, I will arrange that immediately." Chief Ted, completely focused on his daughter, ensured that her instructions were carried out. Charlotte gazed at the distant base of the Revolutionary Army. Her next task was to consolidate the power of the Revolutionary Army. While her prestige was at its peak, she must fulfill the commander's orders perfectly. Half an hour later, shuttles of various designs shuttled back and forth into the hangar of the T-4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser. Although there were dozens of shuttles in the hangar of this T-4-class interstellar warship, it still seemed quite empty. Most of these shuttles were quite old. Combined with insufficient maintenance, they looked like they were pulled out of a garbage dump. After all, these shuttles belonged to the Revolutionary Army and were difficult to maintain properly. In comparison, these shuttles and the interior decoration of the T-4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser were like two completely different worlds. "Is this the interior of a T-4-class interstellar warship?" Foxlinger looked up, observing the spacious hangar. This space wasn't just meant for shuttle parking. Even docking T1 class and some light T2 class interstellar warships would not be an issue. It seems like there are quite a few people coming this time. Black Fox Madam stepped down from the shuttle, glancing around. She recognized many familiar faces, including leaders within the Revolutionary Army and even figures from various tribes. Is this a mech suit? Could it be a T3 class combat mech? The Pig Commander's shuttle was parked at the edge of the hangar. As he stepped down, he saw several white combat mechs in the corner of the hangar. Curiously, he reached out to touch the body of one of the white combat mechs with his hand, but in the next moment, the gun barrel of the white combat mech shifted towards his pig head, giving him a sense of fear. All invited Revolutionary Army personnel, please follow me. General Charlotte is waiting for you in the conference room. Please do not touch any weapons or related equipment on the ship, nor venture into unauthorized compartments. Miter led the group of Revolutionary Army personnel out of the hangar. The Pig Commander swallowed nervously, smiling awkwardly at the massive white mech before slowly raising his hands and stepping back. Only then did the gun barrel lower slowly, as if nothing had happened. Don't touch or look around. This is a T4 class interstellar warship. If my old bull had one, this pig wouldn't dare to move around inside, or I'll turn you into roasted pig. The Bull Commander walked over, patting the Pig Commander's head. Although the Pig Commander was dissatisfied with the arrogance of the ship's crew, he didn't want to cause trouble now. He obediently followed the others towards the conference room. After leaving the hangar and passing through the corridor, they boarded a suspended elevator to move within the starship. 1 minute later, the suspended elevator stopped at a section. Even though they couldn't go to other compartments, the 1-minute journey still left them in awe of the interior of this giant ship. While the Warhammer also had T4 class interstellar warships, they were of completely different craftsmanship from the T4 interstellar warships of the Warhammer. Compared to that, the T4 interstellar warships of the Warhammer seemed very crude. Miter led them into the conference room. It was a semicircular room that could accommodate over 1,000 people as needed. The seating arrangement could be adjusted accordingly. However, this time, only a small-scale meeting area was set up, more than enough for the dozens of Revolutionary Army personnel present. After everyone had taken their seats, Charlotte finally arrived. The sound of military boots hitting the ground, the sharp military uniform, and the aura of command. Although her face had no scars now, and her eyes were no longer as icy, there was an indescribable air about Charlotte that made the Revolutionary Army leaders present feel hesitant to meet her gaze. Long time no see. Everyone. Charlotte scanned the meeting room and began to speak slowly. General Charlotte, I'm here. On behalf of all the revolutionary soldiers and officers saved by you this time, I express our gratitude. If it weren't for your starship fleet arriving in time to rescue us, repelling the enemy, most of us here wouldn't have survived until now. Commander Deerking, as the most senior revolutionary leader present, spoke first. Others also expressed their gratitude. Fox Shiner looked at the female general in front of her with shining eyes, feeling even more excited, her heart pounding. It's nothing special. After all, I was once a member of the Revolutionary Army. Charlotte continued calmly. Let's get down to business. That is, discussing everyone's future arrangements. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, everyone quieted down, earnestly looking at Charlotte. They could tell that this meeting Charlotte called was closely related to a significant matter. First, let me explain the current situation. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation will absolutely not let us go, especially after this battle. We will become a thorn in their side. Each tribe will want to get rid of us. After all, no one wants a bomb that could explode at any time right under their noses. No one wants to see what happened to the Black Wolf tribe Mother Star happen to them. So, if I'm not mistaken, in the next half month, or even within a week, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation will gather at least 100,000 interstellar warships to besiege us, and this number could double. In this situation, our next steps will determine the fate of all of us, Charlotte said, pausing to scrutinize everyone present once more. Each of you may have your own thoughts. In the past, We might have sat down to discuss, vote, and so on. But we don't have much time now. Allow me to outline my thoughts here. Those willing to stand by my side, I consider you comrades. If you're not willing to execute my plan, we part ways here, wishing each other well. My idea is simple. In our current situation, we cannot stay in one place. We must move. We need to travel around the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, showcasing the advantages of our small but elite revolutionary army. By doing so, we can also rejuvenate the prestige of our revolutionary army, Charlotte said sternly. Upon hearing Charlotte's plan, some were puzzled. Some had already understood what Charlotte meant. General Charlotte, are you suggesting we start running away? Asked Black Fox Lady. Charlotte shook her head, saying, I prefer to call it fighting to sustain our fight. Our fleet will constantly roam between the territories of the various tribes of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Due to their constitution, the territories of the various tribes within the Warhammer Interstellar Federation are very closely connected, and there are even private conflicts. We can take advantage of this opportunity, engage in guerrilla warfare, gradually weaken the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, or even create conflicts between the 20 major tribes. Fighting to sustain our fight. Many were surprised by Charlotte's line of thought. Wait, if we are fighting to sustain our fight, there is a significant issue here. What will we sustain ourselves with? With so many interstellar warships and people, the daily resources needed are immense. When we had a base, life was already very difficult. If this traveling combat strategy you're proposing is adopted, it could lead to us facing depletion of all resources. Someone pointed out. Charlotte responded, First, regarding food, no need to worry about it. I can assure you, those willing to join me, I guarantee 100% food supply. As for ammunition, resources needed for the interstellar warships, raw materials, and other supplies, we can quickly resupply by stealthily occupying vital resource hubs across the territories of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, which is at the core of fighting to sustain our fight. Of course, if there is indeed a shortage of strategic resources, you can rest assured, I have ways to handle it. What methods? Someone directly asked. Everyone's gaze was on Charlotte. In fact, everyone was curious about the mystery surrounding Charlotte. It was clear to them that Charlotte, in possession of such a vast and advanced interstellar fleet, did not develop it on her own. It was obvious she had a major backer. Hence, they were eager to know what Charlotte's trump card was. With a composed expression, Charlotte continued, I know some of you are wondering. There are some matters I cannot clarify right now. But I swear in the name of Charlotte and the honor of the White Tiger clan, I will never do anything harmful to the Revolutionary Army. If you don't trust me, I won't stop you. You can take your interstellar warships and leave. Seeing Charlotte's decisive attitude surprised everyone. General Charlotte, this is such an important matter that everyone can't process it all at once. Give us a few days to consider. What do you think? The Pigment Commander stepped forward. Charlotte shook her head, firmly stating, we don't have that much time. I'll give you 3 hours to consider. 3 hours later, my Dragon Corps will be ready to depart, and those willing to join us can do so. 3 hours. The time limit caught everyone off guard. If Charlotte hadn't just achieved a significant victory, her current behavior would have surely caused unrest among many leaders of the Revolutionary Army. I have prepared some food here for everyone to enjoy while making decisions, Charlotte said. Soon, food carts were brought into the meeting room. On them were plentiful bread and some fruit jam. Seeing these natural foods, the Revolutionary Army leaders present were surprised. Even though, as leaders, they occasionally enjoyed such food, recent circumstances had led to a decline in their quality of life. Since that's the case, I won't be polite then. The Pigment Commander was the first to start, grabbing bread with both hands. Others also began to help themselves, as no one wanted to refuse good food. This jam is delicious. Shiner tasted the jam in her mouth, her eyes sparkling. At this point, Dear King Commander had walked up to Charlotte. Charlotte, can you truly not tell us for whom you are fighting now? Regardless of whom I'm fighting for, Charlotte is Charlotte, and her heart has always stayed the same. Charlotte looked at Dear King with respect. He was one of the few revolutionary figures she admired. After staring at Charlotte for a while, Dear King finally smiled gently. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. When you learned of the news of your sacrifice, little dear was heartbroken for a long time. Dear Grandpa, come with me. Charlotte looked at Dear King, one of the few revolutionary figures she wanted to take with her. Right, I have another small gift to give to everyone. Charlotte clapped her hands in the middle of the meal. A meal cart was pushed in, covered with a black cloth. Inside this meal cart, there were sounds of whimpering and struggling. Everyone was intrigued by this meal cart and curious about what was inside. Charlotte walked up and lifted the black cloth, revealing a half-beast man with pointed horns on his head and a face full of brown hair. Everyone quickly recognized his identity. The Wolf King. It's that guy who betrayed us. This bastard, if it weren't for his betrayal, our outlying sentries wouldn't have been destroyed without us noticing, and we wouldn't have suffered the attack from the Hammer Interstellar Legion unprepared. At this moment, everyone looked angrily at the Wolf King, as he was the traitor in this incident. I specifically captured him alive during the recent interstellar battle. Consider it my gift to everyone. As for how to deal with him, it's up to all of you. Charlotte pressed a button, and the gate of the meal cart opened. The Wolf King appeared in front of everyone, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the revolutionary leaders around him, as if they were going to tear him apart. His hands and feet were shackled, and even a ball was stuffed in his mouth, so he could only make whimpering sounds. At this moment, a male wolf with clean white fur approached, staring at the Wolf King on the ground. Why did you betray us? He was the highest leader of the revolutionary Wolf clan, originally seated as the second in command to the Wolf King. The Wolf King's eyes carried a look of pleading, as if he was begging for mercy. The white wolf reached to grab the ball from his mouth, but hesitated. Never mind, I don't want to hear your damn voice now. With that, the white wolf directly crushed the Wolf King's lower jaw. Blood splattered on the ground. Charlotte frowned slightly at the mess on her floor. Subsequently, the other revolutionary leaders also vented their anger on the traitor's twisted corpse, as the earlier battle had caused significant losses to the already struggling revolutionary army. All this was because of this traitor. Finally, the twisted corpse of the traitor was thrown out of the interstellar warship, and everyone continued to enjoy their food. 3 hours quickly passed. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually became tense. Well, please make your own choice. Those willing to join us, please come to me. Charlotte looked expressionless at the revolutionary leaders in front of her. The leaders of the revolutionary army looked at each other. Someone took the first step. Our Black Fox clan is willing to join General Charlotte. The Black Fox lady bowed with a few people behind her to Charlotte. Charlotte returned the gesture. The Black Fox clan was one of the major forces in the revolutionary army, and also a very important advisory council. The people behind the Black Fox lady were followers of the Black Fox clan with little influence, so all their intentions and wills followed the Black Fox clan. Fox Shiner stood behind her mother next to General Charlotte, the closest she had been to General Charlotte, allowing her to see her fair neck and white hair. But the atmosphere was still tense as several other Revolutionary Army leaders had not made their decisions. All eyes were on the Dear King leader. The Dear King leader had the highest prestige there. They all wanted to know how the Dear King commander would choose. Don't look at me. This is the time that concerns the fate of your respective tribes. I cannot make this decision for you. It must be your own. The Dear King's words caught everyone off guard. Many faces showed conflicting expressions. White Wolf King. I almost forgot. Here, I have a video message for you from someone. Charlotte suddenly remembered something and turned to the Wolf clan leader. The White Wolf King was puzzled as he received the information. In it was a pre-recorded video message. After watching it, the White Wolf King's eyes widened in disbelief, because he saw someone he never expected in the video. The video was short, only a few seconds long, but the importance of this video message to the White Wolf King exceeded even the victory of the recent battle. The White Wolf King looked at Charlotte in astonishment. Charlotte smiled and said, I'm back alive. So, what's impossible? The White Wolf King laughed, much to the surprise of the other revolutionary leaders who rarely saw such an expression on the typically cold-blooded White Wolf King's face. The Wolf clan will join. The White Wolf King raised his hand and walked briskly towards Charlotte. As he passed by Charlotte, he stopped and asked in a voice audible only to them, "Is she doing well?" "She is in a very safe place now and doing well. As long as things progress smoothly here, you will be able to see her soon," Charlotte replied. "Thank you." The White Wolf King looked gratefully at Charlotte and then stood behind her, next to the Black Fox Lady. The Black Fox Lady looked at the White Wolf King in surprise and then at Charlotte's back. According to his knowledge, the White Wolf King was quite stubborn and extremely arrogant on the inside, so he would be very reluctant to cooperate with someone like Charlotte, who hid so much and yet demanded their cooperation. The fact that the White Wolf King agreed to join Charlotte so quickly was unexpected. With the Wolf clan's statement, gradually, the other Revolutionary Army leaders began to make their decisions. "I'm in." The Minotaur leader raised his hand and walked over with a grin. "I join as well," said the leader of the Sheephead clan. Gradually, more than half of the Revolutionary Army present at the meeting gathered behind Charlotte. At this moment, the still silent Deer King leader stood out markedly. "Grandpa Deer King." Charlotte looked at the Deer King elder. The Deer King smiled kindly and then looked at the other revolutionary leaders who hadn't moved yet. "Those of you who are unwilling to follow Charlotte, what are your reasons? I do appreciate her for saving us, but I can't fully trust her, as she's unwilling to reveal the forces behind her. And General Charlotte's strategy of fighting to support the fight is too risky and radical." The Deer King leader didn't listen carefully to the reasons of these people. He turned to Charlotte, looking at her with affection, like a child he had watched grow up. He reached out and stroked Charlotte's head, saying, "Little white cat has grown up, becoming a big white cat. Lead everyone well, and I won't be able to keep up, too old for that." In the end, 2/3 of the main tribes within the Revolutionary Army chose to follow Charlotte. The remaining 1/3 chose to follow the leader of the Deer King. "Go back and prepare. Follow my previous orders. Take what you can carry, and deal with what you cannot on sight. This includes the severely damaged spacecraft that cannot be rested, especially those that affect the speed of interstellar battleships. If your spacecraft does not have enough space for personnel, I have some empty interstellar transport ships here that can accommodate your people. Get ready. We will leave here within a day." Charlotte looked at the group of Revolutionary Army leaders willing to leave with her and said, "One day. There are many things we can't bring with us." Some people said unwillingly, "After all, this is their family's wealth." Charlotte said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation has already begun to gather fleets. The next time they appear here, it won't be just tens of thousands of battleships, but hundreds of thousands. If we don't leave here quickly, you should know the consequences yourselves." Upon hearing Charlotte's words, everyone understood. Although they were still reluctant, compared to the lives of their families, they could differentiate what was more important. After finishing their tasks, everyone boarded shuttles and prepared to leave. The leader of the Deer King was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he leaned against the hull of his shuttle, took out something resembling a pipe from his pocket. He looked at Charlotte, who came before him, and smiled. "Do you mind if I smoke this here?" Charlotte did not say anything, skillfully took the lighter from the Deer King and lit the substance in his hand. The Deer King leader took a deep breath, exhaling white smoke from his mouth. "You followed me for over half a year back then. At that time, you were still rebellious. Even your father couldn't control you, so he had to send you to me in the end." The Deer King leader reminisced. Charlotte nodded. The Deer King was somewhat her mentor. Many tactical knowledge on the battlefield was taught by the Deer King to her. "It's true that I want to go with you." The Deer King leader spoke. "Then why?" Charlotte was about to ask, but she already knew the answer. She looked at the 1/3 of the Revolutionary Army that did not choose to join her. "Is it for them?" The Deer King leader nodded, smiling as he said, "With your current strength, it would be completely fine to force us to leave. I know that the reason you let them choose was to prevent those who seemingly serve you from secretly being unwilling to follow you in future military operations. Rather than that, it's better to let them go. You may not care about them, but I cannot. The Revolutionary Army is my life's work, and the majority of the people from various tribes within the Revolutionary Army related to me. So, instead of letting them scatter in the future, I'd rather stand with them. At least, they are willing to follow this old man. Charlotte looked at the old man in front of her with a heavy heart. This old man had dedicated most of his life to this cause. Even now, he had not considered his own well-being. Charlotte, I believe in you. I believe in your tactics. I believe in the people you want to follow, even though you are not yet willing to tell me who he is. The remaining one-third of the Revolutionary Army colleagues are still not willing to believe in you. But I believe that, when you achieve something, they will understand clearly how to choose. When that time comes, I will personally bring them back, and they will willingly follow you. I just hope that you will still be willing to accept us by then. The Deer King leader looked at Charlotte, with a hint of pleading in his tone. Charlotte nodded quietly. Yes, there will always be a place for you with me. Also, I have one more thing. I hope you can agree even though it's a bit presumptuous, the Deer King leader said. Go ahead. The Deer King leader took out a pocket watch from his front pocket. Upon opening it, there was a photo inside, showing a sweet and lovely half-human, half-deer girl. You know her too. My granddaughter. Little deer. Her parents sacrificed themselves in battles of the Revolutionary Army in the past few years. Compared to staying with me, she would be safer with you. So I hope you can take her with you. The Deer King leader looked affectionately at his granddaughter in the watch. I will take good care of her, Charlotte promised. Thank you. Then this old man, will count on you, this big white cat, to pierce a big hole in this decaying Warhammer Interstellar Federation. No matter where we are, I will be proud of you. The Deer King leader smiled and walked into his shuttle. The shuttle started slowly and left the hangar. Charlotte stood there for a long time, and finally saluted the departing shuttle. A day later, Charlotte started her wandering life with a group of the Revolutionary Army. All Dragon System, T4 Vermilion Class Medium Interstellar Cruiser No. 1. Bridge report. All starships of the Owl Dragon Legion have been prepared and can depart at any time. Lily, the secretary officer, reported to Captain Zhao Chen sitting on the captain's chair. Charlotte, you arrange the next. Zhao Chen had just spoken unconsciously when he looked at his empty right side. That big white cat was already miles away. Lily, you take care of planning the route. We will head directly to the area adjacent to the Holy Radiance Empire's control, where we will take over those galaxies starting from the outer regions. Zhao Chen said. Yes. Lily began the deployment. Although this was a task usually undertaken by Charlotte, as the full-time nanny of the Owl Dragon Legion, there was nothing she couldn't do. And this time, the Owl Dragon Legion was going to war. They were going to hand over all the galaxies outside the territories of the Starlight Empire, previously controlled by Starlight nobility, to Zhao Chen. This was to prepare for subsequent interstellar mining ships and industrial ships. Soon, all preparations were made. A T4 Brilliance-class stellar teleportation ship also executed the orders, initiating the Stargate. Over 3,000 starships of the Owl Dragon Legion entered in single file, disappearing in that vast expanse of space, and eventually, even the glowing Stargate vanished. Everything returned to tranquility around, but in a very distant galaxy, 3,000 Owl Dragon Legion starships suddenly appeared, startling the developers of that galaxy. Warning. Warning. The Galaxy Outpost has detected over 3,000 starships with sudden energy signals approaching us and sailing towards us. A soldier ran up hurriedly to inform a noble. The noble wiped the sweat off his forehead, his eyes tense. What had to come will eventually come. 3,000 interstellar battleships, or 3,000 interstellar battleships of T3 level or higher, are displayed in front of you. What kind of feeling is that? The second son of the Marquis family truly understood this time. It was as if being stared at by over 3,000 Jambees, ready to swarm and devour oneself at any moment. The Marquis's son swallowed nervously and said to his subordinates, I'll say it again, without my command, no interstellar battleship should act recklessly. Whoever dares to move, I'll crush his skull. Yes, yes, yes. Resist. Who would dare to have such thoughts? Among the star system, they had brought fewer than 300 interstellar battleships, with 2/3 being various auxiliary types, and the actual combat-type battleships numbering only around 100. The number of T3 level interstellar battleships was also only 3 or 4. With such small fry, they wouldn't even be able to pick their teeth. The Marquis's son stared nervously at the huge red interstellar battleship in front of the enemy's fleet, a T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser, the third T4 class interstellar battleship of the Starlight Empire. It must be the flagship of the big shot on the other side. Initially, when the mechanical clan withdrew, these vacant peripheral star systems seemed like good wealth. These nobles flocked in, occupied these star systems, and began development operations. But who could have expected that before they could make much progress, the empire plunged into civil war? When the news of this came, the nobles who were expanding the territory on the outskirts of the empire cursed inwardly. Geographically, the Chuf star domain was located between them and the Starlight Empire. Currently, the Chuf star domain was in a civil war with the Prince faction, essentially cutting off their connection with the mainland. If the Chuf star domain ignored them, their resources could last for decades. But the fear was that the Chuf star domain would turn against them. So, these noble offspring were all very unhappy with the actions of the Prince faction this time. Even if they were going to war, they should at least inform them so they could withdraw beforehand. How did things end up like this, becoming like abandoned pawns? We have received a communication request from the enemy interstellar fleet, the subordinate said, trembling, looking towards the nobleman. The Marquis's son took a deep breath. Let it through. The video window opened, revealing a man sitting in the captain's chair on the other side. He was young, not as fierce as he imagined, but his eyes were commanding. My name is Zhao Chen, acting on the orders of the Chuf governor to take control of these star systems on the outskirts of the empire, Zhao Chen said. He was quite clever, though he was acting for his own benefit. If he could use the Chua's endorsement, there was no need for self-aggrandizement. I am from the Zhou clan of the Imperial Pegasus star domain K766 star system. My father is an Imperial Marquis, and I am his son. My father has a good relationship with the Chuf governor. The Marquis's son cautiously explained. Zhao Chen squinted. So, what are you getting at? Well, according to the development agreement we signed with the Empire, we were responsible for developing this star system. We paid 5 million star coins up front. The Marquis's son said softly. With the withdrawal of the Machine Clan, many unclaimed star systems were left open. Relying solely on the Empire's capabilities, it was challenging to quickly assimilate and operate these star systems. The best approach was to engage in cooperative ventures, allowing the nobles to venture and operate these systems. The Empire received funding. They would also share profits after development completion. However, the current situation was a bit delicate. So, you want us to compensate you for this sum? Zhao Chen smirked. No, the Marquis's son was almost in tears, frustrated with the second Prince Chenming countless times. You have 3 days. Everything you have invested or wish to take away from here, do it within 3 days. After that, this place officially belongs to us. We will not compensate you for anything. Agreements we did not agree upon are worthless, Zhao Chen said coldly. Yes. Yes. The Marquis's son said timidly. A man has to lower his head under someone else's roof. Seeing the other side's submissive attitude, Zhao Chen suddenly changed his tone. However, we sympathize with your situation. If you are willing to cooperate with us, you can also benefit. In our territory, you can also gain significant rewards. Zhao Chen urgently needed people, especially non-combatant administrators. Relying on the small territory of the Xiaolong star system, how many of these personnel could be cultivated? Zhao Chen was managing multiple stellar domains. Even Li Yaqi from the Beiyang group and Red Rose from the Jingji group were currently worried about this matter. Therefore, Zhao Chen had already ordered Lilith to conduct a series of background checks on these nobles exploring the frontier territories, categorizing them, excluding those closely tied to the Prince faction. Those with cooperation potential were given priority. What do you mean? The Marquis's son asked tentatively, sensing an unusual opportunity. Zhao Chen explained, we will also be conducting development in these star systems. With our abilities, we can handle the tasks competently. However, we also hope to have partners involved to share in the work. The Marquis's son seemed to smell an opportunity and asked, you mean working together to exploit the resources of the star system? Zhao Chen squinted his eyes and said slowly, if you decide to cooperate with us, you won't have to worry about resource extraction. I have people to handle that. Your main responsibilities will include maintaining the security, logistics, public welfare, and other infrastructure of this star system. Though this doesn't compare to resource extraction, the rewards are considerable. The resource extraction was managed by Zhao Chen's to mining conglomerates. It was an important industry he wouldn't allow others to meddle in, at least not now. However, he didn't mind external involvement in other related auxiliary industries to ease his burden. The Marquis's second son had a thoughtful expression. To be honest, cooperating with the other party now is very risky. After all, the other party currently has the ground in the Prince's faction, and the visible strength is still in favor of the Prince's faction. If the Prince's faction wins in the end, they will be purged. I know what you're worried about. You're worried that after our defeat, you won't be able to explain to the Prince's faction. Right. Zhao Chen said lightly, victory or defeat. Whatever I tell you now, you won't believe. Actually, if you simply take over these things, the Prince's faction won't punish you in the future. Instead, when we are defeated, you can hand over all the data about this galaxy to the Prince's faction, and you can still continue to develop this galaxy. In fact, this kind of cooperation has no harm for you. The Marquis's second son's eyes lit up with interest. He was really moved now. But I am worried about my family, and I don't have funds right now. The Marquis's second son said with some concern. I can't help you with the first issue. But honestly, do you want to always rely on your family? Zhao Chen's words struck a chord in the second son of the Marquis's heart. As the second son of a Marquis family, he actually didn't have much opportunity. He couldn't inherit the title, and in the future, he would probably be in charge of a certain aspect of the family business and die without much achievement. Even some dangerous things, they had to be in charge of, like this time exploring the outer stellar regions. Then, when it was time to reap the fruits, it would be done by the eldest son. This was something that all these collateral second sons could foresee, but couldn't do anything about. This was the rule of the noble families in this world. To seek a way out, one had to break free from the family and develop themselves, achieve something in their own career. Zhao Chen noticed the change in the other's expression and continued, as for funding, at the beginning, I can give you some funding as a loan. In fact, I have equipment and technology in other aspects. What I lack is talented individuals to manage things for me here. Not just for now, but possibly for generations to come. The information contained in Zhao Chen's statement was quite significant. In fact, from Zhao Chen's words just now, it was already obvious that he wanted to recruit a proxy to help manage the remaining matters in this galaxy. In simple terms, it was equivalent to the appointment of a lord by the Empire. I need to think about it. The Marquis's second son's expression was complex, hesitant, and conflicted. It's okay. You can take your time to think. Within 3 days, either you give me an answer, or you leave, Zhao Chen said with a smile. After speaking, the video communication was closed. This one will choose to stay, Lila said beside him. Why? Zhao Chen looked at Lila. Lila smiled gently. Commander, you forgot our succubi's greatest skill, which is reading people. We are very accurate in reading people. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. He raised his hand and opened the star map of this galaxy, covering a lot of information. Next, follow this plan. Disperse our Legion fleet of 3,000 interstellar warships. Divide them into 2 groups, One group is the Border Defense Station Fleet, totaling 1,000 interstellar warships, stationed at several important locations along the border with the Sacred Radiance Empire Control Zone, as we have preset. The remaining 2,000 interstellar warships are divided into 200 fleets, each containing 10 interstellar warships, sent to connect these star systems. Zhao Chen instructed. Some might think that each fleet having only 10 interstellar warships was too few in number. But don't forget, these were all T3 class interstellar warships, while most of the interstellar warships stationed in those star systems were of lower quality, mainly T2 class combat type interstellar warships. Zhao Chen's Shulong series interstellar warships, just 10 of them, would be enough to handle them. Alright, I have arranged responsible persons for each small fleet, and they can all depart within a day. At the latest, they can reach all star systems within half a month and have all these star systems under our control within a month. Within 2 months, establish the most basic 10 Stargate hubs. By the end of the year, complete the construction of the remaining Stargates. Lila said. Good, you are in charge of supervising this matter. If there are any issues, inform me immediately, especially regarding the Sacred Radiance Empire. Send some of our T3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to spy on their every move. The focus should be on their starship transport fleets along the border and large-scale movements of combat-type interstellar warships. Zhao Chen reminded. With Charlotte causing trouble for the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth, their expedition plan would inevitably fail. So Zhao Chen and his team only needed to deal with the Sacred Radiance Empire's side. Both Zhao Chen and Lily glanced at each other, showing a helpless expression. This was interstellar warfare, true interstellar warfare that couldn't be resolved in just a local battlefield. There were millions of possibilities involved. Galaxy Calendar Year 3033, October. It was the first day of October. Zhao Chen sat in his office chair, drinking milk, having breakfast, and reading the electronic newspaper in front of him. It was the electronic newspaper of the Star Empire, mostly containing updates about the ongoing civil war within the Empire. For the people of the Star Empire, it was the 3rd month since the outbreak of the civil war between the North and the South. For the interstellar warriors at the border of the Central Star Domain, Chu River Star Domain, and North Wine Star Domain, it was just another ordinary day. As usual, it was all about the constant back and forth between the two sides. Today it was seizing the opportunity to attack, and tomorrow it was countering the opponent's attack. As for territorial gains, so far, neither side had actual control over any specific star regions, just destroying military fortresses, wiping out starships, or successfully bombarding a military planet in a sneak attack. So far, the biggest losses have been in the North Wine Star Domain. I heard that Old Jew's side has a casualty rate exceeding 30%, and just recently lost 3T for North Wine God-class heavy interstellar battleships in a single day. Jew has been in a bad mood for days, Zhao Chen muttered. Lily, the secretary, noticed that the commander had finished his milk and thoughtfully refilled his cup. She was well aware of the commander's habits. The quality of the interstellar fleet in the North Wine Star Domain can only match the Imperial Army inside the Star Empire, nowhere near the Border Legion and the Chu Family Legion under Governor Chu. It's inevitable that they are seen as a breakthrough for the Prince faction. However, the Imperial forces attacking the North Wine Star Domain haven't gained much advantage either. The casualty ratios are almost at a standstill. Of course, this is thanks to the interstellar warships sent by Governor Chu to support. Lily said calmly. Lily, show me the total consumption data of both sides in combat. Zhao Chen belched. Sure. Lily retrieved the daily updated data that clearly showed the numbers of damaged interstellar warships on both sides. The Prince faction has lost nearly 40,000 interstellar warships over the past 2 months, but the major starship factories of the Empire are currently producing interstellar warships at full capacity to meet the Prince faction's military orders. At least 10,000 T2 class interstellar warships are being put into service every month to compensate for part of the losses on the Prince faction side. Additionally, The Prince faction's wartime material consumption over the past 2 months has reached a value of 300 billion stellars. This was the terrifying power of an imperial war machine in operation. In battles where the technological capabilities of both sides were comparable, it usually boiled down to attrition, seeing who could endure the longest. And in this case, the Prince faction represented the starry royal family, embodying the terrifying might of the Star Empire. Simply looking at the battlefield consumption numbers showed the vast difference between the two sides. The Prince faction had consumed 300 billion stellars in 2 months, while Governor Chu had spent 70 billion stellars, a difference of 4 times. Perhaps some may wonder, given the huge consumption by the Prince faction, why they hadn't gained a clear advantage in the battles. Well, attacking requires far more resources and consumables compared to defending. Supply lines, logistics, damaged interstellar warships that needed repair. These were reasons why the Prince faction consumed 4 times more than Governor Chu. But being able to hold their ground under such disparities was also due to the strength of the Chu River Legion and the Border Group Army, as well as the terrifying battlefield dominance of Marshal Chu Long River. Kudos to the Empire's strongest marshal. Nonetheless, even the strongest suffered losses. So far, over 2 months, the Northwind Star Domain has lost 5T for Northwind God-class battleships, with 2 critically damaged and needing repairs in port. No wonder Old Ju was so angry before. Losing 3T for Northwind God-class battleships at once must have had repercussions for the commanding officers responsible for that battle. Zhao Chen chuckled and shrugged, then continued, on the Chu family's side, 8T for Northwind God-class battleships were lost, with 3 damaged and undergoing repairs. On the Prince faction side, 15T for Northwind God-class battleships were lost, with 6 critically damaged requiring repair in port. And 1T for Starry Emperor-class medium-sized carrier starship was lost. Looking at it this way, both sides are evenly matched. We might have to wait until the 5th month for any significant changes. Lily nodded, knowing that the Chu family had strategic reserves to last only about 6 months, a fact no longer a secret. Under the current intense battles, this timeline could potentially shorten significantly. Everyone on the Prince faction side was waiting for this crucial turning point, which was also the key to their victory. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's start our own work. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a huge holographic image of the interstellar map appeared. You could see 5 areas outlined by dashed lines, with numbers 1 to 5 assigned to each. Lily changed her previous maid-like demeanor and pointed sharply at the interstellar map, saying, according to our latest information, the 2 stargates in Star Domain 1 have been completed and have undergone trial runs. In Star Domain 2, after the Stargate was completed, a team of T to heavy interstellar industrial ships has been deployed to construct local planetary residential areas and other related facilities. The first phase can be completed within a month to ensure the basic living needs of local workers. The subsequent phases will be completed before the end of the year. Additionally, we have assigned the first batch of 4,000 T3 minor-class heavy interstellar mining ships to the resource-rich Star Domain 2 and 3 for resource collection. These 4,000 T3 miner ships are evenly distributed to the Northern Dragon Mining Group and the Rose-Red Dragon Mining Group responsible for Star Domain 2 and 3 respectively. The heads of these mining groups, Li Yaqi and Red Rose, are on-site handling the relevant matters. They have pledged to achieve a resource production capacity of 40 billion units each by the end of October. Zhao Chen chuckled. It seems that Li Yaqi and Red Rose are really feuding. They are both striving to outdo each other in this matter. After the establishment of the Northern Dragon Mining Group and the Rose-Red Dragon Mining Group, Li Yaqi and Red Rose quickly realized that Zhao Chen had arranged a rival for them. As the saying goes, a competitor in business is an adversary. Moreover, Zhao Chen clearly intended to foster competition between them. Therefore, both Li Yaqi and Red Rose were going all out in this matter. Li Yaqi even entrusted some of the affairs of her Northian group to her trusted aides, each 40 billion, so a total of 80 billion per month. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. This output is not bad. It will barely keep the old man satisfied. Yes, at this rate of progress, reaching a monthly output of 300 billion star coins before the year's end should not be a problem, Lily added. When thinking about the monthly output of 300 billion star coins, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. With that kind of money, he could easily deal with the Prince Party. Has the latest news from Charlotte come in? Which tribe's industry did she ruin now? Zhao Chen asked with interest. For over a month, Charlotte led the Dragon Tiger Legion through multiple star domains. It wasn't just about traveling. With every battle report Charlotte sent back, Zhao Chen felt a headache for the hammered tribes. Lily brought up another piece of information. The latest news we received is that General Charlotte's Dragon Tiger Legion unexpectedly changed direction again, launching a surprise attack on the Black Tiger tribe's Black Tiger 3rd Star Port and an adjacent resource harvesting area. Again, the Black Tiger tribe. Zhao Chen covered his face. Yes, Lily nodded. Zhao Chen pulled up the star map to trace Charlotte's movements. In just over a month, Charlotte's Dragon Tiger Legion had targeted the Black Tiger tribe's interstellar territories for the 4th time. It felt like Charlotte was intentionally plundering the Black Tiger tribe. So far, General Charlotte's accomplishments include destroying a large starport belonging to the Black Tiger tribe, demolishing a resource mining area with a monthly output value of 10 billion star coins, and looting all the existing resources also belonging to the Black Tiger tribe. She also destroyed 4 medium-sized starports, 2 of which belong to the Black Tiger tribe. Additionally, she has attacked 39 main planets, destroying their military and research facilities, looting resources, with 12 of these planets belonging to the Black Tiger tribe, one being their 3rd primary planet. Up until now, the Dragon Tiger Legion has annihilated over 200,000 interstellar warships, with 1/3 being inconspicuous T1 class warships. Of the remaining 100,000 interstellar warships, 30,000 belong to the Black Tiger tribe, nearly a quarter of their entire fleet, Lily recounted. Zhao Chen struggled to contain his amusement. He could imagine the turmoil within the Black Tiger tribe during this period. Currently, how are things with us? Zhao Chen asked. Lily answered, the development in the All-Dragon Galaxy and the Dark Reef Star region is going well. Everything is proceeding according to plan. In addition, the T-to-Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships of the Northern Goose Starship Technology Group have completed their expansion mission, with a quantity of up to 10,000 ships. Production capacity is growing rapidly and can fully meet the production missions of the T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships, as well as other production mission requirements in the production plans. Furthermore, both the North Wind and Chu River Star regions have placed many military procurement orders with the Northern Goose Group, with a large quantity, including from the Chu family. Following your previous approval, we are currently supplying a small amount to meet the orders from the Chu River and North Wind Star regions, supplying 1,000 T2 class interstellar battleships per month. Zhao Chen nodded, as this was something he had instructed. Supplying 1,000 T2 class interstellar battleships per month may seem a bit unfair, as it is less than 10% of the current production capacity of the Northern Goose Group. Zhao Chen also wanted to fully produce interstellar battleships to send to the front lines. However, one thing cannot be viewed from just one perspective. Producing interstellar battleships requires raw materials, which in turn requires stabilizing the resource extraction work in the surrounding 5-star regions. Resource extraction also requires interstellar mining ships, which require the production of interstellar mining ships. Additionally, to stop the expedition plans of the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth, continuous support is needed for Charlotte's Dragon Course fleet. With all of these considerations, the current production capacity allocated to the 2-star regions is all that is available. However, Old Chu's head is also unaware of the immense production capacity of the Northern Goose Group. Given the current situation, being able to supply 1,000 T2 class interstellar battleships per month is already quite impressive. For now, we can only ask Old Chu to hold on a bit longer. Once we finish producing the T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships, we can free up this production capacity and begin mass production of combat-type interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen said helplessly. Zhao Chen instructed Lily to continue. Another matter concerns the current situation of our active Dragon Legion interstellar battleships. So far, the number of our active combat-type interstellar battleships has expanded to nearly 5,000 ships, and soon we will be able to have the composition for 2 standard Legion fleets, Lily continued. The T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers are currently undergoing further expansion, and it is expected to expand to 30 ships by the end of the year. In addition, the first batch of the latest T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships have already been delivered, and they are currently in the training phase and will soon be combat-ready. Due to the T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship being the latest model of the T4-class interstellar battleship, many related training data need to be experimented with, so the training period for the first batch will be longer. How is the expansion of the T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships going? Zhao Chen inquired, as this is crucial to the Dragon Legion's transformation. Lily said, the expansion plan for the T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships is proceeding normally, and the construction progress for the second ship is already over halfway. By the end of the year, the completion of the third ship is not a problem. At that time, we will have 3 active T4 Geminis, greatly increasing our capacity to produce T4-class interstellar battleships. 3 T4 Geminis. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. Using T4 industrial ships to produce T4 interstellar battleships is indeed not difficult. However, producing Zhao Chen's dream ship, the T5 Dark Lord-class interstellar dreadnought, would still pose some challenges. It would likely require 10 T4 Geminis, and if no other production plans are affected, an estimated 30 or so T4 Geminis would be needed. Zhao Chen sighed deeply, not knowing when he would finally be able to have a T5-class interstellar battleship. Do we have financial difficulties at present? Zhao Chen asked. Lily replied, so far, we have a remaining capital of 100 billion star coins on the books, along with material reserves. However, considering that mining production in the second and third star regions will proceed normally, this will greatly offset our production plan expenses. From what we see now, there is no problem meeting our expenses. Zhao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Recently, the Dragon Legion has been moving forward significantly, expanding interstellar industrial ships at full load, while also supporting the combat consumption in Charlotte from the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth. All aspects require money. Monthly expenses have already exceeded 500 billion star coins. Even with Zhao Chen's abundant financial resources, if no new revenue streams are created, it would be hard to sustain. Fortunately, there are 5 resource star regions under Zhao Chen's control. When all developments are completed, thinking about the 5 trillion star coins of monthly income, Zhao Chen could wake up with a smile. At that time, there will be the funds to produce his dream ship. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Zhao Chen stretched lazily and stood up to look at the huge porthole behind him. In fact, this was a holographic image of a porthole, showing the cosmic view outside the first ship of the T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser. It was possible to see the shining stars. At this moment, Zhao Chen remembered something he had been thinking about. Quarterly missions. It was strange, because it was already early October, yet the last quarterly mission had not been refreshed, puzzling Zhao Chen. With a thought, the system window appeared in front of him. Quarterly mission. This quarter's mission has been delayed. Please wait. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. For some reason, Zhao Chen felt like the system was playing a trick on him. There must be a reason for it. Zhao Chen's gaze then shifted to the annual mission. Annual mission. Requirement 1. The monthly income from the directly affiliated industries of the Dragon Legion must reach 200 billion, 300 billion, 400 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion star coins. Progress, 630 billion. 5 stars completed. Requirement 2. Have a quantity of 3,000 ships, 6,000 ships, 9,000 ships, 12,000 ships, 15,000 ships of T2 class and above interstellar battleships. Progress, over 10,000 ships 3 stars. Note, the interstellar battleships included in the mission completion not allowed to be sold within 6 months after the mission is completed. Otherwise, the system will impose penalties, consequences to be borne by the host. Requirement 3. Have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different T4 combat type interstellar battleships. Progress, 1 model. Progress, 2 models to stars. Requirement 4. The number of active T4 interstellar battleships reached 10 ships, 20 ships, 30 ships, 40 ships, 50 ships. Progress, 50 ships 5 stars. Requirement 5. Directly or indirectly control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-star regions. Progress, 5 regions, 5 stars. Current total, 20 stars. Note, the criteria for star region division and mission completion judgments will be determined by the system. Mission reward. The completion levels range from 1 star to 5 stars for the 5 mission requirements, with a maximum of 25 stars. A completion level of 20 stars indicates passing in the annual mission progress. You will receive the basic rewards. Completion of 23 stars indicates good, and in addition to the basic rewards, you will receive an extra reward. Completion of 25 stars indicates excellent, and in addition to the above, you will receive a mysterious reward. Glancing at the annual mission, Zhao Chen was quite satisfied. Requirement 1 for monthly income had been met, as the revenue from mining development was already satisfactory. Requirement 4 for the number of active T4 interstellar battleships was also met, as a large quantity of T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships had been put into service, directly fulfilling Requirement 5 as well. The control of 5-star domains was also achieved, as all 5 peripheral star domains were currently under Zhao Chen's actual control, and had been designated as Zhao Chen star domains by the system, earning a 5-star rating. The division into 5-star domains was actually based on the system's regulations, making it simple and convenient. Adding the progress for requirements to N3, Zhao Chen had accumulated 20 stars, meeting the minimum requirements for the annual mission. To go further, Zhao Chen would need to focus on the completion of requirements to N3. Initially, Zhao Chen was concerned about the issue of the number of interstellar battleships in Requirement 2, but unexpectedly, Zhao Chen had produced and deployed T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships for the Northern Dragon Mining Group and the Rose-Red Dragon Mining Group, counting towards it. Therefore, Zhao Chen's current number of interstellar battleships had directly exceeded 10,000. With this in mind, achieving the 15,000 ships required for the 5-star demand before the end of the year should not be difficult. The only challenge lay in Requirement 3 for the 5T4 combat type interstellar battleships. While Zhao Chen already possessed 3 assistant type T for interstellar battleships, the mission specifically required combat types. Currently, Zhao Chen only had the T for Zhuk and T for Paladin, meaning Zhao Chen needed to acquire 3 more before the end of the year. Zhao Chen glanced at his current account balance. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, Top Starship Engineer. Special Attribute, Fleet Luck Value Bonus. Insight I. System Points, 1.69 million monthly fleet revenue, 940,000 points. Mission Points, 380. Starship Quantity, 10,987 ships. Missions, Annual Mission Incomplete, Quarterly Mission Unannounced. Warehouse, T5 Pluto-class Interstellar Dreadnought, Pluto Matrix Module, T4 Paladin-class ship. Due to the significant number of T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships in service, the monthly fleet revenue had significantly increased. Zhao Chen roughly calculated that according to the system's standards, owning a T3-class interstellar battleship would earn around 60 points per month, and a T4-class interstellar battleship would yield around 6,000 points. The points earned varied based on the type of interstellar battleship, with battleships scoring higher than escort ships. The higher grade the battleship, the more points it yielded, which explained the significant increase in Zhao Chen's fleet points income. After all, most of Zhao Chen's fleet was composed of T3 class interstellar battleships. I need to acquire several more technical drawings of T4 combat type interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen murmured to himself. With the current system points, acquiring one should be enough. Zhao Chen opened the system's store and began browsing. After a quick scan, Zhao Chen quickly locked onto his prey. A starship. Confirm. Exchange the T for Blue-Eyed White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship for 1.6 million system points and 80 mission points. Confirm. Congratulations on obtaining the technical drawing for the T for Blue-Eyed White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Current system points, 90,000. Current mission points, 300. Zhao Chen felt a bit excited. The starship was a crucial main combat type, particularly crucial in large-scale battles. The reason Zhejiang could withstand the prince's forces for over 2 months, despite the vast numerical difference, was due to the significant number of T4 God of the North Wind class heavy interstellar battleships in Xu Jiang's possession. Securing the battlefield. Zhao Chen had always wanted a T4 interstellar battleship specifically for the Night Owl faction. After witnessing the grandeur of the T4 God of the North Wind, it was no wonder Zhao Chen desired one. The T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship Zhao Chen exchanged for far surpassed the T4 God of the North Wind class in terms of capabilities. Just from the name itself, one could tell it was an armored battleship with exceptional defense capabilities. Zhao Chen checked the related basic information. Blue-Eyed White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Starship type. Battleship. Armor strength. 100,000 to 130,000 units. Shield energy value. 2 million units. Cruise speed. 360 knots. Star velocity warp engine. Level 8 warp engine. Length. 12.88 kilometers. Mass. 8.66 million tons. Crew count. 4,800 personnel. Starship weapons. 1 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-type pulse laser cannon, solar particle pulse laser cannon, 12 15,000 mm caliber heavy electromagnetic railguns capable of firing electromagnetic pulse rounds, armor-piercing rounds, proton rounds, plasma rounds, fusion rounds, and 19 types of physical projectiles. 288 6-barreled heavy particle energy rapid-fire guns. 888 fully automated high-density 8-barrel energy point defense guns. Zhao Chen felt an intense excitement, as if he were about to meet a bride anxiously waiting on the wedding day. When comparing the performance data with the T4 God of the North Wind, the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon was twice the length of the God of the North Wind and 3 times heavier. Despite this, the starship engines and energy systems ensured that the Blue-Eyed White Dragon's speed was not inferior to the God of the North Wind. In terms of whole armor defense, the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon surpassed the God of the North Wind by a significant margin, even exceeding the armor of the T4 Paladin class ship newly deployed under Zhao Chen's command. However, in shield defense, it was ahead of the God of the North Wind, but only average compared to Zhao Chen's other T4 interstellar battleships. After all, the battleship was primarily focused on defense through its armor. Finally, regarding weaponry, one could say that a single T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship could challenge 5 T4 God of the North Wind class heavy interstellar warships. The superiority of the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon was evident. After reviewing the related performance, Zhao Chen moved on to the construction requirements. The construction cost was a whopping 20 billion star coins. The expense was truly terrifying, estimated to be able to construct several T4 God of the North Wind ships. If built by the T4 Gemini class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would require 5 months of construction, while the T3 Crucible class heavy interstellar industrial ship could also manage the construction. It would need a full 300 months if operating alone. Contact Annie for me. Zhao Chen suddenly turned to Lily, who was behind him. Lily was surprised, wondering why the commander suddenly wanted to contact Annie. At that moment, Annie, who was still working diligently at her post, sneezed suddenly, feeling a chill down her spine. Could it be that I caught a cold? Annie speculated. She thought to herself that she must have been too exhausted and overworked these past few days, especially for the sake of the commander. Annie sighed and casually picked up a snow cone the size of a basin to munch on. Commander, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission you entrusted to me. I never expected that the great commander would even develop the T for interstellar battleship. Annie's admiration for you is endless. Annie's mouth is stuffed like a hamster, and she keeps complimenting nonstop. At this moment, Annie, Zhao Chen, and Lily are sitting in a small compartment with delicious dishes on the table. These are not ordinary dishes. All the ingredients used are the highest quality materials from the T3 Silver Eden-class starship, with extremely low production, currently only available for the commander or special guests. The chefs responsible for cooking are the best chefs, skilled in the cuisines of various interstellar races. For this reason, Zhao Chen has also assembled a team of nearly 300 chefs. It can be said that even the royal family of the Starlight Empire may not enjoy dining as Zhao Chen does. Lily watches Annie devouring the food hungrily while glancing at the smiling commander. Zhao Chen sees Lily looking at him and smiles, gesturing with his thumb and index finger to signal delicacy. Lily can't help but hold back a laugh. Annie seems completely captivated by the commander. She still remembers the resentful look on Annie's face when she was first summoned. But now, Annie is practically kneeling in front of Zhao Chen, singing praises. It's likely that among various interstellar civilizations, there are very few commanders like Zhao Chen who invest heavily in dining. Commander, how is this beef so delicious? It's even better than what Cow's sister cooks. This beef thigh feels more elastic than Cow's sister's thigh. It feels really good. Annie grabs a beef thigh the size of her head and brags about it, continuing to praise the food. Having tasted many delicacies in the Dragon Legion, she thought the food in the Starship restaurant was top-notch. However, compared to the cuisine enjoyed in the commander's presence, it's on a whole different level. Who would have thought the commander could enjoy dining like this? Maybe she should become a commander one day too. Why does Zhao Chen feel that Annie's metaphors are so off, and her gaze towards him is peculiar? These are carefully selected ingredients that have been prepared by top chefs. The taste is naturally different. Only officers who contribute to the Dragon Legion can enjoy such delicacies. Zhao Chen begins to instill thoughts in Annie. Since the increase in the number of T3 Silver Eden-class starships and the establishment of the Eden Food Trade Group, Zhao Chen has started to categorize the materials into 4 levels: 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and special supply. The quantitatively low special supply materials are extremely rare. So, for someone like Annie, who is used to starship restaurant cuisine, tasting these delicacies made with such high-quality ingredients feels like entering a new, even more beautiful paradise. Maybe due to habits from a past life, Zhao Chen pays great attention to food and enjoys discussing matters at the dinner table. Gradually, in the eyes of others, Zhao Chen, this commander, gains the attribute of a gourmet. Now that we've talked about the construction plan of the T for Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armor battleship, do you have a rough idea? Zhao Chen inquired. Annie, demonstrating confidence, replied directly, our T3 melting furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ship still has some available capacity. So, we can slowly build a T for Blue Eyes White Dragon. It is expected to be completed and delivered by early next year. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Early next year, it should be around the end of the Civil War, and it should be ready by then. That's settled then, you handle this matter. Zhao Chen said. Heh, Commander, can I come over for a meal next time? Annie smiled at Zhao Chen, her hands on her stomach as if carrying a twin. Zhao Chen, with a generous smile, said, Of course, as long as you can accomplish the missions I give you. Every time you come to report work to me in the future, I can arrange such feasts for you, and you won't be hungry. Annie nodded repeatedly, realizing that the commander is indeed reliable, and she's got a special treat just for herself. Watching Annie support herself against the wall as she walks out step by step, Zhao Chen wipes his mouth, showing a satisfied smile. Commander, Princess Jin Xiaoman has been asking recently when she can dispatch her princess fleet to the battlefield. Lily asked at this point. Zhao Chen shook his head, saying, "We can't rush it. Although the Princess Legion fleet uses our interstellar warships, their combat experience is lacking. They must be used as a surprise weapon to have a decisive impact." Lily nodded. "I'll let Princess Jin Xiaoman know and ask them to wait a bit longer." "Good, tell them. They won't have to wait too long," Zhao Chen said calmly. The following October seemed ordinary with battles, mining, and ship explosions occurring as usual. Everything seemed to have reached a balanced state of affairs. However, there will always be some people who disrupt this peace. In early November of the Galactic calendar year 3033, the Holy Radiant Empire dispatched 100,000 interstellar warships towards the 5 resource star domains controlled by the Starlight Empire's outer periphery. This unexpected military action by the Holy Radiant Empire had been anticipated by many. It immediately filled the entire Galactic Union, which was virtually non-existent, with the scent of gunpowder. Earlier, the Hammer Interstellar Federation declared an expedition against the Starlight Empire, but it was postponed to internal rebel forces. Now, with the Holy Radiant Empire entering the scene, the situation becomes even more complex. This development directly involves Zhao Chen, as at this moment, a message is placed in front of him. This was originally intended for Governor Chihi and had just been forwarded to him. The sender is the Holy Radiant Empire, and the content is straightforward. They wish to negotiate with Governor Chihi. If it weren't for you telling me before, if the Sacred Radiant Empire and Warhammer Interstellar United contacted me, I would have informed you immediately. I deleted that information as soon as I saw it. Chu Changhe yawned. Although he was currently fighting a civil war with the Starshine royal family, he would never betray his country by siding with the enemy or allowing foreign forces to enter. Then I will handle this matter. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Changhe, excitement flashing in his eyes. You're up to something again, aren't you? Since you have a plan, I'll leave it to you. I will reply to the Sacred Radiant Empire and say that you are my representative, fully authorized to act on my behalf. Chu Changhe said. Zhao Chen nodded, looking at the somewhat tired Chu Changhe. How are things on your end? It's been for months now, and the battles have consumed much more resources than we anticipated. If Schwanner hadn't urgently procured a batch of strategic supplies before, we would have run out by now. However, I estimate that we won't be able to hold out until June. I've tried several times to launch proactive attacks, penetrating the central star domain of Starshine. However, there are many defense fortresses within the central star domain of Starshine, easy to capture with my troops, but challenging to defend, not to mention directly attacking the Imperial capital. Fortunately, our defense is still holding up well, Chu Changhe said. So, you can hold out for at least another 2 months, right? Zhao Chen asked seriously. Chu Changhe nodded. 2 months will be no problem. Well, starting next month, I will supply the governor with 500 billion stars of strategic resources each month, which should temporarily relieve the pressure on your resources, Zhao Chen said. 5 billion per month. Chu Changhe looked surprised at Zhao Chen. Have you made progress with the resources from those external star systems? It's only been over 3 months since you took over. How could it happen so quickly? Old man, you don't need to worry about that. You just need to focus on the battle and ensure that we are not at a disadvantage, Zhao Chen said with a light smile. You mysterious little guy, Chu Changhe scoffed. Oh, and one more thing I want to ask you. Do you have sufficient military personnel prepared? Zhao Chen suddenly interjected. Military personnel. Quite sufficient. My Chu Star region lacks everything else, but not military personnel. If needed, I can even mobilize a group of veteran soldiers, Chu Changhe declared confidently. Then I can rest assured. Zhao Chen smiled. What's there to rest assured about? I've noticed you've been secretive lately, as if you're hiding something from me. Are we still allies? My granddaughter is at least your betrothed, isn't she? Chu Chang's tone contained a hint of a threat as he glanced at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen shrugged and said, "Some things need to be kept secret until they're finalized. Honestly, I'm not confident about the people on your side. After all, I've heard that even the brothers who have been following you for years have royal spies. I don't feel comfortable sharing some of my secrets with you right now, but I won't keep you waiting too long, you little guy, not trusting me. Chu Changhe was somewhat annoyed but realized he had no strong defense against Zhao Chen's words. Alright. I still have a few military meetings to attend over here. I won't chat with you anymore. If you have the time, chat more with Chak Suan. She's under much more pressure than me right now. I heard she hasn't rested for nearly a day and night while planning battle tasks. Your own wife. Aren't you concerned?" After saying this, Chu Changhe abruptly ended the video call. "Chu Zhuan, it seems like it has indeed been a while since I last contacted that girl." Zhao Chen thought for a moment and pressed the communication address. Almost instantly, the call was connected. "Hey, what made you contact me?" Chu Zhuan smiled as she looked at Zhao Chen, with a projection of an interstellar map behind her, indicating she was in a command room or similar location. "Some old man said if I don't start worrying about my wife will be in trouble," Zhao Chen teased. Chu Zhuan blushed immediately. Stammering, she muttered, Who is your wife? Have you not rested for a long time?" Zhao Chen asked with a serious face. "No, I just slept for 5 or 6 hours. I'm wide awake now," Chu Zhuan said cheerfully. Even though they were separated by a screen, Zhao Chen could see the bloodshot eyes in Chu Zhuan's eyes. "Go to sleep immediately," Zhao Chen said sternly. "But now go immediately. Hand over your current work to your subordinates. Leave your office, and go back to your bedroom to rest," Zhao Chen said firmly. "I still have a lot of work." Chu Zhuan showed a troubled expression. "Don't make me invade your starship's communication system and broadcast over the entire ship urging my own wife to sleep. If you want to try, I can fulfill your wish." Hearing this, Chu Zhuan shuddered, realizing that if Zhao Chen did that, it would be like a public humiliation. How could she instruct her work on her ship after that? "No, I'm going to rest now." Chu Zhuan pouted and obediently complied. She knew that if Zhao Chen said it, he would do it. "Good. Listen to me," Zhao Chen said. Chu Zhuan blushed, unsure of her thoughts. After a few minutes, she handed over her work to her subordinates and instructed them to contact her immediately if there were any emergencies. Then, she obediently went back to her captain's quarters to rest. "Now you can relax," Chu Zhuan pouted. "I will watch you sleep. If you dare to turn off the video call, I'll come find you now," Zhao Chen said. Chu Zhuan was taken aback, her cheek reddening as she said, Watch me sleep. This is unacceptable. How can you be so domineering? Watching a girl sleep. What's wrong with me watching my own wife sleep? Are you going to sleep without any clothes on?" Zhao Chen smirked, finding it amusing to tease his fiancée. Chu Zhuan's ashamed and indignant expression was something she had never experienced before. It was too embarrassing. Regardless of how Chu Zhuan interacted with Zhao Chen, he didn't back down on this matter. Chu Zhuan could only look pitifully, obediently changing into her sleepwear and lying down in bed. "Are you satisfied now?" Chu Zhuan pouted, showing her frustration. "Rest well. No sneaking out to work." Zhao Chen gestured towards his eyes, indicating he would keep an eye on her work. Chu Zhuan grumbled at Zhao Chen. However, in no time, Zhao Chen heard the rhythmic sound of Chu Zhuan's breathing. Zhao Chen looked at the peacefully sleeping face, a slight smile appearing on his face. He muted the sound on his end, minimized the window to the smallest size, but kept it within his field of view. "Lilith, contact the Sacred Radiant Empire. Tell them I'm willing to negotiate with them. Arrange a time." Zhao Chen contacted his secretary, Lilith, to handle this matter. The Sacred Radiant Empire, the most powerful interstellar empire within the Galactica Alliance, was something he had never encountered before. This rumored empire could be a significant turning point. The Holy Radiant Empire is the longest recorded interstellar empire in the Galactic Alliance. It is also the most powerful nation in terms of comprehensive strength, with a vast interstellar territory and advanced technological system. The Holy Radiant Empire is mainly ruled by a group called the Spirit Clan, who refer to themselves as the Holy Spirit People. At this moment, in front of Zhao Chen sit several members of the Spirit Clan, although they are not physically present, as they are currently in a holographic video conference. The most notable difference in appearance is their skin, pure white with white patches that are said to reflect their emotional fluctuations. Especially the Spirit Clan woman sitting opposite Zhao Chen. Even by his standards, she is quite a beauty. Hello. I am the representative from the Holy Radiant Empire. My name is Saint Kana. I am a member of the Elder Council of the Holy Radiant Empire. Saint Kana said calmly. The Holy Radiant Empire, akin to a religious empire, valuing emotions as unnecessary. They seek a state of desirelessness and aim for all interstellar races to embrace their civilization. As for the Elder Council, Zhao Chen is familiar with its significance in the Holy Radiant Empire. The Elder Council is the core of power in the empire, without an emperor, and only the highest echelon of power, which is the council. However, periodically, the council elects an imperial regent who represents the will of the council and serves it. The council also has the power to remove an imperial regent. Currently, there are 5 imperial regents governing the 5 territories of the Holy Radiant Empire. Those who can enter the Elder Council have substantial family influences. Though a religious civilization, the Empire's class system is heavily ingrained, surpassing even the tribal systems of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. I am Zhao Chen, a Marquis of the Starlight Empire, and the acting plenipotentiary of Governor Chu. Zhao Chen replied. One official from the Holy Sea Empire looked at Zhao Chen and said lightly, a Marquis like you can represent the Starlight Empire in our negotiations. Any issues with that? Zhao Chen shrugged. Before the official could say more, Saint Kana interjected. It was evident that Miss Saint Kana held a high position among them. Entering the Elder Council at such a young age signifies her power and status within the Holy Radiant Empire. Chu River Governor has informed us that you can represent him fully. Since the governor said so, we will respect his arrangement. I believe that Lord Zhao Chen will convey our message to the governor. Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chen with no extra expression. Speak. What is your purpose in contacting Governor Chu? Zhao Chen crossed his arms, waiting for their next move. Saint Kana spoke. We have learned about the current situation of the Starlight Empire. Governor Chu is currently embroiled in an internal conflict with the Prince Party. Previously, we fought side by side with Chu River Governor against the Mechanical Clan, and we have had several successful collaborations. Many in our empire also hold the governor in high regard. Therefore, we express anger and sympathy towards the mistreatment he is facing. If the Starlight Empire does not accept Governor Chu's existence, we, the Holy Radiant Empire, have always had a tolerant heart towards those in need. Wait a minute. Zhao Chen interrupted the beautiful woman in front of him. Let's cut to the chase. You want to bring Governor Chu into your fold, correct? Yes, Saint Kana answered directly. If Governor Chu is willing to join our Holy Radiant Empire, we will preserve his current interstellar territory in the Chu River region and grant him additional territories. Governor Chu can also join our Elder Council, enjoying a prestigious position within our empire. At the same time, we will declare protection for Governor Chu. If the Starlight Empire continues to launch attacks on the Chu River region, it is a declaration of war against the Holy Radiant Empire. We will protect Governor Chu. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, seeing through the intentions of the Holy Radiant Empire wanting to gain control effortlessly over the Chu River region, the Northern Wine region, and the 5 resource-rich regions he currently operates. It would put pressure on the Starlight Empire, giving the Holy Radiant Empire the upper hand. If we refuse, what then? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Saint Kana hesitated for a moment and inquired, I don't understand. What reasons do you have to refuse? As far as I know, the situation in the Chu River region allows Governor Chu at most 2 more months before the Prince Party launches a full-scale attack and seizes the initiative. Governor Chu has no chance of winning. Joining us carries no risk, but benefits. I don't understand. Why would you refuse us? Never mind the grandeur. In short, if we disagree, what will you do? Zhao Chen raised his hand, tapping on the table. Saint Cana's expression turned solemn. She said, "If it comes to that, we will intervene in the Starlight Empire to ensure the interests of the Holy Radiant Empire. After all, we have many industries within the Starlight Empire. We must ensure our Stop. 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 Don't say those grandiloquent words. In the end, it's just one sentence. If we disagree, you will declare war on us, correct?" Zhao Chen looked at them speechlessly. These spirit people were so hypocritical. Just say if they want to start a war. No need for all this beating around the bush. It's not declaring war. It's simply the guidance of the holy light. Saint Kana lifted her head, saying calmly, "Mr. Zhao Chen, I advise you to convey these words to Governor Chu first. I believe Governor Chu he will make a wise choice," Saint Kana advised. Zhao Chen shook his head and lightly laughed, saying, "Forget about that old man. If it were up to him, he wouldn't even bother negotiating with you. Consider yourselves lucky to have met me, as I am more approachable." Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chen and asked, "What does Mr. Zhao Chen mean?" Zhao Chen crossed his arms and appeared contemplative, saying, "I find this matter to be of great importance, and I need time to consider. Give me a month to think it over." Faced with Zhao Chen's words, Saint Kana responded coolly, "I can give Mr. Zhao Chen some things to consider, but our Sacred Shining Empire's interstellar fleet cannot be stopped. In 3 days, our fleet will enter the star systems under your control. Any obstruction or resistance we face will be a result of your ignorant actions." This young woman seems uninterested in playing along with the delaying tactics. Saint Kana stared at Zhao Chen, her cheeks showing traces of light, portraying her like a goddess. "Furthermore, I must remind Mr. Zhao Chen, I know about your affairs and the heroic achievements of Mr. Zhao Chen in the Starlight Empire. Your All-Dragon Legion is indeed formidable. However, compared to the mighty Sacred Shining Empire's interstellar fleet, it pales in comparison. I do not wish to see any unfortunate events occur." Zhao Chen smirked slightly, as he had planned to provoke the other party, but unexpectedly, she had walked right into his trap. "Miss Saint Kana means that my All-Dragon Legion is insignificant in your eyes." "Humph, sir. You may not be aware of Miss Saint Kana's status. She is the Commander-in-Chief of the Sacred Angels Legion Fleet, one of the 10 Sacred Legions of our Sacred Shining Empire." A proud official from the Sacred Shining Empire interjected. Saint Kana remained silent, but her demeanor spoke volumes. She clearly looked down on Zhao Chen and his so-called All-Dragon Legion. "Oh, I see," Zhao Chen drawled. He even cleaned his ears and nonchalantly said, "But personally, I have a bit of an ego. In my view, in front of my All-Dragon Legion, those Sacred Angels Legion and the Sacred Light Legion are nothing to boast about." Zhao Chen intentionally taunted. Saint Kana stood up and declared, "Since Mr. Zhao Chen is adamant, let's see if your All-Dragon Legion can withstand our sacred light. The light will prevail forever." "Wait," Zhao Chen, seeing the conversation coming to a close, raised his hand to signal for pause. Saint Kana looked towards Zhao Chen. "I can tell that Miss Saint Kana is also a pacifist, not fond of violence. I remember that the doctrine of your Sacred Shining Empire to make all interstellar civilizations followers of the sacred light." Zhao Chen felt hypocritical as he spoke. Pacifist, a group of people with interstellar warships knocking at someone's door, ready to charge in if they don't open. Pacifists. "What do you mean?" Saint Kana inquired. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, "I actually quite like the Sacred Shining Empire. I've studied your culture. I heard about your holy war duels." "Right. If you don't mind, Miss Saint Kana, would you be willing to have a holy war duel with me, using your famed Sacred Angels Legion against my All-Dragon Legion?" Upon hearing Zhao Chen mention the holy war duel, all the sacred spirit people present displayed surprise. Saint Kana sat back down and scrutinized Zhao Chen. It might have been the first time in this meeting that she truly looked at the man before her. "You actually know about the holy war duel?" Zhao Chen nodded, his eyes shining. I have always admired the sacred shining empire, especially its culture. The light will endure forever. Zhao Chen appeared almost infatuated. Saint Kana coolly replied, since Mr. Zhao Chen is also a devout believer, why not agree to our request? Because I have a flaw. I, as a person, only follow those who defeat me. Zhao Chen smiled. Saint Kana stared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen then dangled another bait. He raised his hand, and a holographic image of an interstellar battleship appeared before the sacred spirit people. You all must have heard of this battleship. The T4 Vermilion Phoenix-class medium interstellar cruiser, the third T4 class battleship of our Starlight Empire. I possess the complete technology of this battleship here. If in the Holy War duel, the Sacred Angels, Legion wins, I am willing to unconditionally hand over this technology data to Miss Saint Kana. Upon hearing this, the emotions of the sacred spirit people present, who had been calm, began to fluctuate. After all, this was a T4 class interstellar battleship. They certainly had very detailed records about this T4 Vermilion Phoenix class medium interstellar cruiser. Why were they trying to win over Governor Chi? One of the biggest reasons was that Governor Chu possessed the technology for two T4 interstellar battleships. One is, of course, the T4 North Wind God class heavy interstellar battleship, and the other one is the T4 Vermilion Phoenix class medium interstellar cruiser. They were particularly interested in the T4 Vermilion Phoenix class medium interstellar cruiser, as they already had the technology for a T4 class battleship and lacked the technology for a T4 class interstellar cruiser. If they could obtain it, they would further solidify the Starlight Empire's T4 class interstellar battleship species system. Since you have proposed a Holy War duel, I assume you should know the specifics of the Holy War duel. Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chen. I have a pretty good idea. Zhao Chen nodded. The Holy War duel is the most sacred form of duel in the Empire of Divine Radiance, because on the surface, the Empire of Divine Radiance prides itself on being pacifists. They consider themselves selfless saints. However, inevitably there are contradictions and clashes that arise, which when escalate, will impact their civilization and beliefs. Thus, the institution of the Holy War duel came into existence. Using this form, they decide events or certain wagers, and so forth. The Holy War duel is the supreme etiquette of the Empire of Divine Radiance, and even the Imperial Senate cannot alter the results of a Holy War duel. Otherwise, it will be seen as a betrayal of the Holy Light. Let's confirm the time and place of the Holy War duel. Saint Kana said lightly. 1 month from now, between early December and mid-December, you can choose the location. Zhao Chen replied. Saint Kana frowned. 1 month later. That's dragging on too long. According to the tacit rules of the Holy War duel, a 1-month delay is completely acceptable. After all, it is necessary to give both sides some preparation time. Right. I need to dispatch the interstellar battleships from my interstellar territory, as well as prepare relevant logistics supplies and strategic resources. Unlike Miss Saint Kana, who has the support of the Imperial Senate behind her, leading one of the 10 great legions of Holy Light, I am just a mere marquis. Zhao Chen appeared helpless. The request Zhao Chen made was not unreasonable. All right. If you violate our agreement, then the Holy Light will destroy everything you have. Saint Kana said sternly. I am also a person of integrity. Zhao Chen shrugged, saying earnestly, then the location will be at coordinates ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Saint Kana stated a coordinate location. Zhao Chen stated a coordinate location. Zhao Chen checked this coordinate, which happened to be at the border between the territory controlled by the Empire of Divine Radiance and the territory controlled by the Starshine Empire. Alright, it's settled here. Zhao Chen agreed enthusiastically. I look forward to seeing what surprises the Raven Dragon Legion under Zhao Chen's command will bring me. Saint Kana said with a rare smile while looking at Zhao Chen. Nearby, her companion saw Saint Kana's smile and knew that this expression was only shown when Lady Saint Kana found an interesting toy. I will definitely satisfy Lady Saint Kana. Zhao Chen smiled. The video conference ended here, and both parties exited the virtual room. Saint Khan opened her eyes to find herself on a brightly lit grand bridge. The surrounding area was predominantly white. Even the clothing worn by the crew was predominantly white, with other bright accents. The interior deck, or of the entire bridge, truly gave a sense of sanctity. Looking beyond the interstellar battleship, it was also entirely white in color and incredibly aesthetically pleasing. In this aspect, apart from the interstellar battleships of the Raven Dragon series held by Zhao Chen, it was considered way ahead of the Starshine Empire and the United Stellar Hammers. It could be said to be a piece of art. This interstellar battleship was several kilometers long. In the Galactic Alliance, it can be said that no one is unaware of the name of this interstellar battleship. The Galactic Alliance's flagship interstellar battleship, the T-4 Punisher Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, with a length of 8.68 kilometers, equipped with the most advanced T-4 armor and weapon systems developed by the Empire of Divine Radiance. It could be said that this interstellar battleship symbolizes the strength of the Empire of Divine Radiance. Rumor had it that the cost of its construction was exorbitant, and the specific figure was unknown because it was the highest level secret of the Empire of Divine Radiance. So far, the number of T-4 Punisher Angel-class heavy interstellar battleships and service in the Empire of Divine Radiance had not exceeded 100. They were solely held by the 10 Grand Legions of Holy Light, the Imperial Prefects, and a few top families of the Imperial Senate. Many had no understanding of this number. As a comparison, take the T-4 Northwind God-class heavy interstellar battleship. According to some intelligence from certain channels, including the Chu family and the royal family, a total of over 300 of the T-4 Northwind God-class had been built, a difference of nearly 3 times. Most importantly, the T-4 Punisher Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship had never been destroyed in any battle since its deployment. Unlike the T-4 Starlight Emperor-class medium carrier developed by the Starshine Empire, it rarely appeared in significant battles and was more like a mascot of the royal family. The T-4 Punisher Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship had made significant contributions in interstellar battles against the Mechanical Tribe. It had built a formidable reputation. Even Governor Chu had admitted that their T-4 Northwind God class fell short compared to the T-4 Punisher Angel class. Lady Saint Kana, why did you agree to the Holy War duel proposed by Zhao Chen? He deliberately set the duel a month later to delay. A deputy officer nearby remarked. Saint Kana said lightly, I don't care if he's trying to delay. He can't change our strategic goal of acquiring these 5 resource star systems under the control of the Starshine Empire. Furthermore, assuming we do intend to take over the Starshine Empire one day, we need to build our reputation. Currently, the Raven Dragon Legion has a good reputation in the Starshine Empire, coupled with Zhao Chen being the son-in-law of Governor Chu. If we defeat the Raven Dragon Legion in the duel, it will establish our authority in the Starshine Empire. It will let all factions and interstellar races in the Starshine Empire clearly see our mighty strength and realize the power of the Empire of Divine Radiance. This will help us in possible future military actions, avoiding unnecessary trouble. The officer suddenly understood, saying, You want to use the Raven Dragon Legion to build our reputation. Also, if the other party indeed abides by the terms of the Holy War duel, then it's a win-win situation. We will effortlessly gain control of these 5 resource star systems, and the Chu and Northwind regions will also become part of our Empire of Divine Radiance's territory. We will benefit from this deal without any losses. Saint Kana said confidently. The deputy officer nodded in agreement. It was indeed a profitable deal. Some might ask, what if they lose? Lose? What kind of holy light joke is that? The Saint Angje Legion, under Lady Saint Kana's command, was one of the leading legions among the 10 Grand Legions of Holy Light. There was no way they could lose. They didn't even know how to spell the word lose. OmegaOmegaW.net. End of translation. T4 Suzaku-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser. Bridge it's set. We will engage in the Holy War duel with the other party from early December to mid-December. Zhao Chen looked at Lily, the secretary officer beside him. Lily furrowed her brows slightly and said, Commander, I just checked the rules of this Holy War duel. I found that it's not just one battle, but 3 different forms of decisive battles. The one with the most victories at the end wins the Holy War duel. I know, Zhao Chen nodded. This was something he had known for a long time. Zhao Chen didn't suddenly propose this Holy War duel. It was all because of a late guy. Quarterly mission content. Initiate a Holy War duel against the Divine Light Empire and ultimately win the Holy War duel. Mission rewards. Issued based on mission completion status. This was a recently updated quarterly mission. Zhao Chen understood why this quarterly mission was late. It seemed he was being waited for here. Since the system had arranged it, Zhao Chen initiated this Holy War duel against Holy Kana. But, in this Holy War duel's first stage, it's a one-on-one duel between interstellar battleships. No restrictions on levels. Just the requirement of interstellar battleships. If I'm not mistaken, the Divine Light Empire will definitely send their strongest T4 disciplinary Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, while our side only has the active T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship. Although the T3 Emperor itself is decent, challenging the T4 disciplinary Angel is still quite difficult. Lily expressed her concerns. Who said our strongest is only the T3 Emperor? Don't forget, our Annie is currently building the most powerful interstellar battleship, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Zhao Chen said with a smile. Lily suddenly realized that the commander was referring to the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship that was still under construction and scheduled to be completed before the beginning of the next year. If it was that T4 battleship, indeed, it would have the capability to compete with the T4 disciplinary Angel. The problem was, their T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon was still in the construction phase. Contact Annie for me and ask her to expedite the construction speed of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. It must be completed and delivered by the end of November no matter what. Allow her to postpone other construction projects. Prioritize completing this construction mission. Also, inform Crimson Eye to assemble a team of officers who can quickly control a T4 interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen ordered. Before Charlotte went to the Hammer Interstellar Federation, Zhao Chen had asked her who could replace her in the L Dragon Legion. In Zhao Chen's mind, there were many candidates, such as Shen Bing, Bai Zhu, Zhao Wanner, Crimson Eye, among others. Ultimately, based on Charlotte's suggestion, it was believed that Crimson Eye was the most suitable, as Crimson Eye had the richest combat experience and the most comprehensive combat knowledge among them. Therefore, during this period, Zhao Chen handed all the Legion affairs that Charlotte was responsible for to Crimson Eye, and unexpectedly, Crimson Eye managed everything smoothly. Zhao Chen couldn't even find a single problem. Alright, I'll make the arrangements right away, Lily responded, also silently mourning for Annie, as it seemed that Annie would have to work overtime again. For the sake of giving that little girl more motivation, tell her that, if she can guarantee the quality and completion of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship by the end of November, I will reward her with a batch of special food supplies at the end of the year. Enough for one person to eat for a month, Zhao Chen added. Lily squinted her eyes, clearly a foodie understanding another foodie. Lily could already picture a vibrant and determined Annie, then arrange for all the L Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships to rush to this coordinate position, carrying sufficient strategic resources. Be prepared for everything. Zhao Chen pointed to the number 5-star domain closest to the agreed battle location. Yes, Lily nodded. Zhao Chen sat back in the captain's chair, closing his eyes to rest while mentally reviewing the information related to the Holy War duel. The Holy War duel was divided into 3 stages. The first stage involved each side sending out their strongest interstellar battleship for a duel. The second stage involved a draw where 2 types of ships were randomly selected, with the quantity of each type not exceeding 100 ships, and one of them occupying no less than 30%, conducting an attack and defense battle. The third stage was simple. Both sides' interstellar legions would enter, with a limit of up to 3,000 interstellar battleships. The second stage involved a certain amount of luck, as people from the Divine Light Empire believed that luck was also part of one's strength, with the Divine Light shining on those with good luck. In this holy war duel, Zhao Chen was not only protecting the Chuv Star domain from being caught in a crossfire, but also aiming to intimidate the Divine Light Empire and the Hammer Interstellar Federation, letting them know that within the Starshine Empire, there was a powerful force they shouldn't mess with, especially at this time. In this way, Zhao Chen could confidently develop the 5 resource star domains. The Holy War Duel. It's quite an exciting star warfare mode. I wonder how that woman, Holy Kana, will react to this script, Zhao Chen mused with a light chuckle. The victory of this Holy War Duel would only have one possible outcome, nothing more. T4 Gemini class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Number 1 ship. Production Central Command Room. With the rapid footsteps accompanying the sound, the electric door of the Central Command Room opened. All eyes gathered on the figure outside the door, not a child, but the head engineer. Head engineer, why are you here suddenly? The person in charge here looked astonished at the head engineer. Shouldn't it be Annie's resting period now? Based on his understanding of the head engineer, she wouldn't spend a second more than necessary working. Once it was time to rest after work hours, you wouldn't see her on any work site. Immediately gather all department heads. I need to convene an emergency production meeting. Annie, the head engineer, said with an unusually serious expression. Yes. The person in charge quickly went to make arrangements. Soon, a network conference platform was set up, and all department heads gathered for the meeting. I'm announcing a very important matter now. Project O for QYBL, the first ship construction plan, has been moved up from early next year to the end of this month. This Project O for QYBL was actually the codename for the T for Blue Eyes White Dragon. Everyone was familiar with this construction plan. However, the project originally scheduled for completion at the beginning of the next year was suddenly moved up to the end of this month, leaving many people speechless. I know you all think the time is tight, but this is a crucial construction mission for our All-Dragon Legion. We must complete it if there's an opportunity, and even if there isn't, we'll create one. Next, I need all of you to formulate a brand new production plan as much as possible. I will have all T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships coordinate with you, and other production tasks can be delayed. In short, at all costs, I need to see this starship completed by the end of this month. Annie's tone was resolute, igniting a sense of passion in many people. Annie's eyes glowed. However, her mind was preoccupied with the special food supplies in January. Here I come. On the last day of November in the year 3033 on the Galactic calendar, in Sector 5 of the galaxy at the temporary space station of Zhao Chenzi Long Legion, more than 3,000 interstellar battleships are currently suspended here. Nearby, a sneaky interstellar reconnaissance ship is using advanced scopes to observe the situation of the Z-Long Legion fleet on the opposite side. All this visual data is being transmitted back to their own fleet's flagship. Commander, we have detected over 3,000 enemy warships suspended around a temporary interstellar space station. The Legion fleet consists of a wide variety of ships, including a T4 class interstellar cruiser. The rest are all T3 class interstellar battleships. Specific combat capabilities are unclear. The captain of the interstellar reconnaissance ship reported to the flagship of the Legion fleet, Lady Shankana, 3,000 all T3 class interstellar battleships in the Legion fleet. Truly a Legion fleet that lives up to the reputation of the Stellar Empire. This kind of structured interstellar Legion fleet has only just begun construction in the past decade. Even the Sacred Light Legions have only completed half of this step, Shankana praised. The deputy beside her arrogantly said, although all are T3 class interstellar battleships, they are still far behind our Sacred Radiance Empire's interstellar battleships. Our interstellar battleships produced by the Sacred Radiance Empire have always been among the best in the Galactic Alliance. Shankana ignored this self-promotion and continued to inquire, you mentioned only finding one T4 class interstellar cruiser. Did you not see any of their T4 class interstellar battleships, like the T for North Wind God class heavy interstellar battleship? The reconnaissance ship captain shook his head. No, we did indeed focus on examining their interstellar battleships, but we only found one T3 class interstellar battleship. Kong Kong raised his eyebrows slightly. They wouldn't be thinking of competing with our T4 punishing angels with T3 class interstellar battleships, would they? The deputy chuckled. Shun Kana gave the deputy a glare. The deputy immediately realized his emotional outburst and quickly composed his expression. Shun Kana muttered, I thought Zhao Chen would bring out the T for North Wind God class heavy interstellar battleship for a showdown with us. After all, they have a close relationship with Governor Chu He, and borrowing some T4 North Wind God class heavy interstellar battleships shouldn't be a problem. Lady, I believe we don't need to worry about this at all. This holy battle duel will have only one outcome. We will achieve absolute victory, the deputy confidently proclaimed. Shun Kana glanced at his subordinate. While the Holy Spirit clans seek to be free from desire, very few can truly achieve it. Even more concerning, her observation that arrogance is spreading among the high-ranking members of the Holy Spirit clan, especially after the retreat of the Mechanical clan. Discussions about the Stellar Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation are filled with arrogant emotions among the high ranks. Although she herself believes that there is little possibility of losing in this holy battle duel, at least she will not show it outwardly. The time for the decisive battle is approaching. No matter what kind of opponents we will face, we cannot afford to be careless. Transmit my orders. The entire fleet will conduct a combat readiness drill in the coming days. Shun Kana ordered. Combat readiness drill? Commander, is this really necessary? We are just dealing with. Before the deputy could finish, he saw Shun Kana's icy gaze. Understood. I will make the arrangements. The deputy lowered his head and obediently went to carry out the task, even though he still felt that Lady Shun Kana had blown this matter out of proportion. How could a Legion fleet just risen in the Stellar Empire defeat one of the top 10 Sacred Light Legions, the Legion of the Holy Angels? What a joke about the Sacred Light. The interstellar reconnaissance ship relayed this information back and then quietly slipped away. They thought their reconnaissance operation was covert. In reality, not far from this interstellar reconnaissance ship, a T3 Silver Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship of the Zilong Legion was constantly monitoring them and even intruding into their communication channels. Commander, the interstellar reconnaissance ship of the Holy Angels Legion has left. They only reported the size of our Zilong Legion fleet and the composition of our ships. The captain immediately reported to the commander. Zhao Chen said, I understand. Let's not pay them any mind. This information they seek to see is not a secret. Upon the completion of the O for QYBL construction project supervised by Chief Engineer Ani, Lily, the secretary, suddenly reported, Commander, the latest news from the base has arrived. The project supervised by Chief Engineer Ani herself has been completed and launched. Zhao Chen, looking at the deadline of just over 10 hours left until the end of November, showed a satisfied expression. I said, without pushing our chief engineer, you wouldn't know how much potential she has. Lily covered her mouth and chuckled. She had heard that Ani had been responsible for the entire project during this period and had even brought her sister Nana to assist. Eventually, under intense pressure to meet the deadline, they managed to complete the construction task within the time frame. After teasing for a moment, Zhao Chen added, Don't forget to give Ani a month's special supply of ingredients, and give her an additional half-month's worth. Also, all the staff involved in this construction project should be noted down, and given the appropriate rewards according to the reward system. Although Zhao Chen was a boss who squeezed his crew, he understood very well that in order to make the horse run fast, you must feed it well. So Zhao Chen wouldn't hold back on what was due. Now that it's completed, when can our interstellar battleship rush over? Zhao Chen inquired. Lily replied, Qitong is already in charge over there. She had prearranged the crew who have begun boarding for trial navigation training. Qitong promised that it would take at most 1 week. our interstellar battleship will come over to join us. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. The time for the Holy Angels Legion to keep pressing us for the battle has been ongoing. Let's set the battle on December 10th. Chu He crossing Yu Chu Chang. His expression was somewhat serious. Grandfather, Chu Zhuan had just walked into Chu Chang, his office, and saw his serious expression. Although Chu Zhuan didn't see this expression often on her grandfather's face, she was very familiar with it. In her entire life, she had only seen this expression on her grandfather's face a few times, and each time she saw it, it meant something very important was happening, something that even the seasoned Imperial Marshal Chu Chang, he had to take seriously. Grandfather, what happened? Chu Zhuan asked tentatively. In the past, her grandfather would usually have a smile on his face and tell her that nothing was wrong. It was always after the event that she would realize the gravity of the situation. It's your future husband. He has brought quite a spectacle for me. A holy battle duel. Only this kid could come up with such an idea. Chu Chang, he said with a wry smile. Holy battle duel. I think I've heard that term in a book before. It's related to the Sacred Radiance Empire. Right. What did Zhao Chen do this time? Chu Zhuan murmured in confusion, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and glared at her grandfather with flushed cheeks. Grandfather, what are you saying? Who said Zhao Chen is my future husband? I didn't mention any names just now. Chu Changyi shrugged, teasingly looking at Chu Zhuan. It was you who brought up Zhao Chen. Chu Zhuan rolled her eyes at her grandfather. Explain clearly what this holy battle duel is all about. Chu Changyi then proceeded to tell Chu Zhuan the whole story. In fact, Chu Changyi himself had only recently found out about it because of the massive mobilization of the Dragon Legion that caught his attention. This time, the Dragon Legion's mobilization was not a covert military operation, so Chu Changyi naturally learned about it quickly. After inquiring with Zhao Chen, he found out that Zhao Chen had pulled off such a grand spectacle without anyone noticing. What? Zhao Chen has wagered our Chu River Galaxy. Chu Zhuan was taken aback. If it were someone else, she wouldn't believe it, but when it came to Zhao Chen, she believed that he was capable of anything. That was his personality. I previously let Zhao Chen represent me fully in contact with the Sacred Radiance Empire, but I didn't expect him to pull off something like this. Chu Chang, he sighed, realizing that Zhao Chen was not someone to be taken lightly. Who knows, he might dig a huge hole for himself. So ... what are the chances of winning this holy battle duel? Chu Zhuan asked. Chu Chang, his expression turned serious as he brought out some information, which was about the Sacred Angel Legion. The one Zhao Chen is engaging in the holy battle duel with this time is one of the Sacred Radiance Empire's 10 Holy Light Legions, the Sacred Angel Legion, one of their strongest 10 Legion fleets. In terms of specific strength, compared to our Chu family Legion, first of all, we are not as good as their Tea for North Wine God in the first battle. However, I am very confident about the third battle, and the second battle is a crucial point, but luck plays a huge factor, and in terms of ship types, the Sacred Radiance Empire undoubtedly has deeper reserves than us. Chu Changyi analyzed. So, the probability of winning is not high. Chu Zhuan furrowed her brows. Theoretically? Yes, but I contacted Zhao Chen before. That kid reassured me and promised that we'll only win in this holy battle duel. He even gave me a military order. Chu Chang, he said helplessly. Hearing this, Chu Zhuan thought for a moment, then said firmly, I believe in Zhao Chen. Since he has promised it himself, he must be confident. And as you said earlier, the Sacred Radiance Empire takes the holy battle duel very seriously. It means that as long as Zhao Chen's Dragon Legion wins, the Sacred Radiance Empire won't invade our Starlight Empire for 3 years, which gives us a great amount of time. Chu Changyi nodded. I also know this, but it's really risky. I thought I was crazy enough when it comes to warfare, but compared to this kid, I suddenly realize how stable I am. Anyway, I believe in him. Chu Zhuan said seriously. You believe in your future husband before the marriage? Chu Changyi teased with a smile, blushed and retorted, Grandfather, stop talking nonsense. I won't talk to you anymore. Ha ha. This battle involving the Chu River Galaxy, the North Wind Galaxy, and even the fate of the Dragon Star system, was a century-old battle that was now entering the countdown phase. There were still 2 days until the agreed time, but the Sacred Angel Legion starships had already arrived around the designated coordinates. The Dragon Legion starships had also arrived, with over 3,000 starships on each side, shining like 3,000 stars in the sky. Report, the flagship commander of the other side. Saint Kana, requests a communication with you. Lily suddenly reported a message. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Let her in. The communication window opened. Facing Zhao Chen was Saint Kana, sitting on the captain's chair with a pure white painted bridge behind her, resembling a saint. Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chen and said, Mr. Zhao Chen, since our starships are already in position, why don't we start the holy battle duel ahead of time? Miss Saint Kana, we still have 2 days until the agreed time. There's no need to rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Zhao Chen smiled. Saint Kana said calmly, Mr. Zhao Chen, you should know that some things do not change with time. What needs to be faced will be faced sooner or later. I do not want to see pointless casualties. So I hope Mr. Zhao Chen can surrender when necessary to reduce the casualties of both sides. I can arrange a decent position for you in the Sacred Radiance Empire, and your current interstellar territory can continue to be under your jurisdiction. Join us. It will not affect your interests. I also don't want to see unnecessary casualties. So I hope that during the holy battle duel, Miss Saint Kana can consider her crew as well. Zhao Chen smiled, with hidden meanings in his words. Since Mr. Zhao Chen is so stubborn, I can only let you understand what is pointless effort in the holy battle duel 2 days later. The Holy Light dislikes foolish people. Saint Kana sighed. I also dislike foolish people. Zhao Chen said. The communication ended. Zhao Chen leaned back in the captain's chair. The reason he didn't agree to start the holy battle duel early was that he was waiting. He was waiting for a starship. It was supposed to arrive on the 7th. But now the starship was late. Commander, General Chitu is expected to arrive and join us in 3 hours. Lily reported a message that brought joy. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they're here. 3 hours later, under the eager eyes of the high-level officials of the Dragon Legion and the surprised gaze of the Sacred Angel Legion, a star battleship approached the designated battle coordinates from afar. A huge ship, silver-white paint, and a majestic ship design, as if a dragon soaring in the starry sea. What is that? T4 Interstellar Battleship. Saint Kana saw the star battleship in the screen and couldn't help but stand up from her captain's chair. She looked at the dragon emblem on the star battleship's hull. She now understood why Zhao Chen had waited. He wasn't delaying. He was waiting for this starship. Commander, the No. 1 ship of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship has arrived for duty. There were delays due to some reasons on the way. Please punish me, Commander. Chidong reported to Zhao Chen on the video call. What caused the delay? Zhao Chen asked. Chidong looked somewhat guilty as she glanced towards someone outside the video frame. A hand reached into the video frame timidly as she said, It's because on my way here, I requested to conduct several main cannon test firing exercises, and the final test overloaded the energy system. Hearing the voice, Zhao Chen immediately recognized who it was. Zhu Zhaoxiao. Zhao Chen exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Zhaoxiao peeked out, smiling apologetically at Zhao Chen, with her hands behind her back like a guilty child. She was dressed in the military uniform of the Owl Dragon Legion. How did she end up on this T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship? Could it be? Zhao Chen thought of a possibility and looked at Chidong in astonishment. Chidong's following words confirmed his thoughts. After my screening of all levels of officers in our All Dragon Legion, I felt that Captain Zhu Zhaoxiao is very suitable to be the captain of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Previously, she served on the T3 Emperor class heavy interstellar battleship and quickly mastered it in a short period, showing outstanding performance in combat. Additionally, She later revised our Legion's interstellar battleship combat training procedures, which proved to be very effective. Captain Zhu Xiao possesses exceptional talent and combat experience in the field of interstellar battleships, so I selected Zhu Xiao as the captain. Zhu Xiao blushed at Chudong's praise, feeling a bit embarrassed as she shyly said, "General Chudong, you praise me so much, I'm too embarrassed." Zhao Chen covered his face. He knew that everything Chudong said was true, and he was aware of Zhu Xiao's mature experience in interstellar battleship operations. When Zhu Xiao was studying at the North Star Warship Military Academy, she excelled mainly in interstellar battleship-related subjects. Although not at the top of the class, she always stood out when it came to interstellar battleships. She was like a fanatic in her obsession with interstellar battleships. So theoretically, selecting Zhu Xiao as the captain of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship was indeed very appropriate. However, as Zhao Chen looked at Zhu Xiao's nonchalant appearance, he really couldn't help but worrying about handing over his T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship to this girl. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his emotions, Zhao Chen looked at Zhu Xiao and said, "Zhu Xiao, do you have the confidence to serve as the captain of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship and engage in the upcoming duel with the Archangels, Legion's T4 Punishment Angel class heavy interstellar battleship?" Zhu Xiao straightened up, her gaze firm and resolute, as she said, "Please rest assured, Commander. While I may not dare to claim victory on other interstellar warships, when it comes to interstellar battleships, I have never been inferior to anyone. And as for this T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, I can guarantee that, within our All-Dragon Legion, no one is more familiar with operating it than I am." After Zhu Xiao finished speaking, she raised her head confidently. "Who was conducting the overloaded training just now, causing the delay?" Zhao Chen squinted and asked. Zhu Xiao rubbed her nose, feeling embarrassed, and muttered, "It was me. I just wanted to test the limits of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon at that time. Only by doing so can I become more familiar with commanding this interstellar battleship in battle." In fact, Zhu Xiao's explanation made sense. This interstellar battleship, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship, was rushed into production, and no one could guarantee that there were no quality issues. Moreover, the training time was very short, and only less than a third of the test sail items were completed. Therefore, Zhu Xiao had to directly conduct extreme test sailing training, which caused the delay. "Alright, I won't investigate this matter further. Will operating the interstellar battleship in an overloaded state affect the upcoming battle? Do you need the interstellar industrial ship for maintenance?" Zhao Chen asked. Zhu Xiao shook her head and said, "No need for maintenance. The situation at that time was just an energy overload. You know, the giant cannon of this T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. It's incredibly powerful. The feeling truly makes one yearn for it unto death." Zhu Xiao had a face of infatuation. What a ferocious metaphor. How could she use such terms to describe an interstellar battleship? "Since you like this interstellar battleship so much, if you can win in the upcoming interstellar battleship duel, I will allow you to continue serving as the captain of this interstellar battleship. Otherwise, you will go back to operating your T3 Emperor-class battleship," Zhao Chen said. Zhu Xiao widened her eyes. "Go back to operating the T3 Emperor-class battleship. What a joke." After experiencing the fierce giant cannon of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, the T3 Emperor's small toothpick could no longer satisfy her. "Commander, rest assured, I will definitely defeat the opposing T4 Punishment Angel class heavy interstellar battleship in the upcoming battle. Let it savor my giant cannon thoroughly. I will make sure it's not left wanting," Zhu Xiao declared with conviction. Although this declaration sounded strange to Zhao Chen, there's still a day left. You can take this time to become more familiar with this interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen said. "Understood." Zhu Xiao nodded. Now she dared not to be the slightest bit careless. This was about her future happiness, Whether she would continue with the T3 Emperor, or the T for Blue Eyes White Dragon would depend on her upcoming battles. Zhu Zhaoxia looked at the majestic bridge of the T for Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship and the captain's chair with dragon patterns. This was the interstellar battleship she had always dreamed of. Even if she were to die, she would die on this interstellar battleship. No one could separate the two of them. Zhu Zhaoxiao's eyes were filled with a desire for battle at this moment. At this time, Zhao Chen did not know that Zhu Zhaoxiao already regarded this duel as crucial as life itself. He was gazing at the Archangel's Legion fleet opposite him, anticipating the pinnacle showdown that awaited them the following day. Only through such a showdown between kings could a Legion fleet truly establish its position. The Turmoil Dragon would surely resound throughout the galaxy. On December 10, 3033 in the Galactic calendar, it was a day that would be recorded in history by the Starshine Empire and the Divine Radiance Empire. In an obscure region of coordinates, an unprecedented battle was about to erupt. It was a true interstellar legion showdown, in the fairest form, to determine the victor between two interstellar legions. On the flagship bridge of the Holy Angel Legion, report, all interstellar warships are fully prepared, awaiting instructions from Lady Sancta Kana. The Vice Admiral stood behind Commander Sancta Kana and reported. Sancta Kana stared at the opposing interstellar fleet, especially the gigantic interstellar battleship. Lady. The Vice Admiral hadn't received a response from the commander for a long time, knowing that their commander must be gawking at that interstellar battleship. In just over a day, their commander had been captivated by that interstellar battleship several times. Sancta Kana finally snapped out of it, glancing at the silver-white T4 interstellar battleship on the opposite side, feeling a strange sensation every time she saw that interstellar battleship. I understand. Contact Zhao Chen immediately. Arrange the specifics of the duel. Sancta Kana spoke up. Yes. The Vice Admiral immediately started on the task. Sancta Kana took a deep breath, placing her hand on her chest. You could see her skin under the white gauze on her chest flickering with light. It had been a long time since she had felt such strong emotional fluctuations. What was going on? The Holy War duel hadn't even begun. So why was she feeling so restless? Relax. Don't think too much. Their Holy Angel Legion would surely win this Holy War duel. Sancta Kana composed herself to calm her emotions. She had already reported to the Imperial Senate about this Holy War duel. The Imperial Senate was surprised that the rumored Dragon Legion would act so arrogantly, but for them, it was a great opportunity they couldn't refuse. So they agreed to Sancta Kana's proposal for the Holy War duel, and the Imperial Senate was probably already preparing to celebrate the expansion of the Divine Radiance Empire, having gained 5 new resource star realms into star domains from the Starshine Empire. Now they only awaited news from Sancta Kana for the Imperial Senate. It was just a matter of time. Soon, contact was made between the two sides. 2 shuttles departed from their respective flagships and connected at a designated area. When the gate at the connecting point opened, Zhao Chen first saw the so-called Holy Spirit clan. They had skin as white as jade, occasional flickers of light, white hair, and golden irises. Almost all their clothing was in white shades. Zhao Chen estimated that these people must have a cleanliness obsession. The benefit, however, was that there was no need for lighting at night as these people were human light bulbs. Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. It's an honor to meet you here. Sancta Kana stood at the end of her shuttle, greeting Zhao Chen from across the way on behalf of the Divine Radiance Empire. If you looked closely at the position where the 2 shuttles connected, you would see a transparent energy shield. Zhao Chen reciprocated and said, I am also honored to witness a stunning Holy War duel with Miss Sancta Kana. Actually, I don't want to see unnecessary casualties. Sancta Kana looked at Zhao Chen, her meaning clear in her beautiful eyes. I also do not wish to see any unnecessary casualties, Zhao Chen said with a helpless and sorrowful expression. It seems that Mr. Zhao Chen is really unyielding. Seeing that Zhao Chen was unmoved, Sancta Kana sighed. Zhao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said in a compassionate tone, If Miss Sancta Kana feels anything is amiss during this holy war duel, she can stop the battle at any time. Sancta Kana twitched at the corner of her mouth, wondering who this guy thought he was to say such things. She replied nonchalantly, "I extend the same offer to Mr. Zhao Chen. Then let's finalize the details of the battle." Sancta Kana's vice admiral stepped forward and said, raising his head proudly, "The first battle will be between one interstellar battleship from each side. Our side will send out the T for punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship." Lily's Secretary General was also clear about the flow of the entire Holy War duel and continued, "We will send out the T for Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored assault battleship." Blue Eyes White Dragon. Hearing this name, Sancta Kana drifted off for a moment. The name did seem quite fitting. The silver-white interstellar battleship truly resembled a silver-white dragon galloping through the stars. "Now we shall select the ship type for the second battle," the Vice Admiral said. "Understood." He raised his hand and sent out an electronic program. "This is the lottery system we have prepared for the Holy War duel. If you have any doubts, you can verify it." Lily looked back at her commander. Zhao Chen waved his hand. "No need. I trust Miss Sancta Kana." He was already feeling belittled, and as the proud Holy Spirit clan, they would not resort to any tricks in a place where everything could be easily verified. After that, Lily and the Vice Admiral began drawing lots. Two light rings appeared in front of each of them, and soon became transparent, revealing ship model inside. Lily drew the Interstellar Escort and Interstellar Destroyer. Lily's face blackened, looking at her commander with a pitiful expression. Her luck was lousy, drawing these two ship types. She then looked at the Vice Admiral. In front of him were the Interstellar Cruiser and Interstellar Battle Cruiser. With a clear advantage in ship type, she was completely outclassed by him. Sancta Kana also showed surprise. She had not expected such good luck. It seemed that they had the upper hand in this second battle. "It's all right. It won't affect anything." Zhao Chen saw Lily's guilty face, placing his hand on her head to comfort her. Since the third battle was a Legion fleet showdown where the ship type was not specified, only limiting the number of interstellar battleships to 3,000, the next step was to designate the battle zones, because these three battles of the Holy War duel would start simultaneously. Soon, the three battle zones were designated, and both Zhao Chen and Sancta Kana confirmed their agreement. Then let the interstellar battleships from both sides take their places. The Holy War duel will begin in 1 hour. Zhao Chen smiled at Sancta Kana, who nodded. The orders were conveyed by both parties. The interstellar battleships of both sides began to move towards the designated battle zones. The most eye-catching were the two interstellar battleships, the Owl Dragon Legion's T for Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored assault battleship. No, one ship. And the Holy Angel Legion's T for Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, TO3 ship. Zhao Chen sat in the seat of the shuttle, separated by meters. On the shuttle next to him sat Saint Kana, who had already taken her seat. As the supreme commanders of the fleets for both sides, they had to be in this position. This was the rule for the Holy Battle Duel. Zhao Chen gazed at the three main screens in front of him, each recording a different battlefield. The first battlefield was naturally the site of the interstellar battleship duel. The T4 interstellar battleships were facing each other in an open expanse of space without any obstacles or cover, a direct collision between the Iron Gents. The second battlefield was several times larger than the first, needing to accommodate 100 interstellar battleships from each side in combat. There was an asteroid belt in the middle of the battlefield, and in the positions where the interstellar battleships from both sides were stationed, there was a glowing blue crystal. This was a battle of offense and defense, with victory conditions being either wiping out all enemy interstellar battleships or destroying the opponent's crystal to win the battle. The third battlefield, which covered a total of 6,000 interstellar battleships for both sides, had a vast range. Even a T3 conventional type interstellar battleship would take at least 15 minutes to travel from one end to the other. This was just for straight-line navigation time. The environment of this battlefield was more complex, including a small asteroid belt and 3 small planets. A countdown timer appeared in front of Zhao Chen. 3 o'clock, 3 minutes left. The holy battle duel was about to begin. Zhao Chen glanced at Saint Kana across the screen, and Saint Kana seemed to feel Zhao Chen's gaze and turned to make eye contact with him. Zhao Chen's lips moved slightly. Saint Kana furrowed her brows slightly as she read what Zhao Chen wanted to say. The show is starting. The show. Did he really think this holy battle duel, which was unfavorable to him, was just a show? Did he really believe he could win this holy battle duel? Saint Kana thought Zhao Chen was a bit too arrogant. Her impression of him dropped a bit. However, seeing the man's calm expression, she inexplicably felt a sense of unease. Saint Kana's gaze shifted to the central screen, the second battlefield, the focus of attention. The deputy noticed Commander Saint Kana's gaze and said, "For the second battle, we've selected our Legion fleet's T3 Prism class and T3 Bright Ranger class medium-sized interstellar cruisers, 30 T3 Prism class medium-sized interstellar cruisers, and 70 T3 Bright Ranger class medium-sized interstellar cruisers. Will surely win the second battle." Although the Angel Legion had T4 class interstellar cruisers, there was a restriction rule for the second battle, which required only T3 class interstellar battleships to compete against each other. What are the opposing interstellar battleships? Saint Kana looked at the images of more than 100 All Legion interstellar battleships, obviously 70 interstellar frigates paired with 30 interstellar destroyers in terms of quantity. The deputy officer retrieved the data. Before the holy battle duel, both sides needed to report the names of their interstellar battleships. The Triangle Dragon class heavy interstellar frigate and the Wolf Badger class heavy interstellar destroyer. The deputy answered, "I've never heard of these names before. It seems like they are interstellar battleships developed and manufactured by the Owl Legion themselves. But looking at the shapes of these ships, they somehow look strange. A little different from conventional interstellar frigates and destroyers." Saint Kana furrowed her brows slightly. "Different. Maybe their technology is too outdated," the deputy said. In fact, Saint Kana's intuition was correct, and it was also a little trick played by Lila. If Saint Kana saw the full names of these two interstellar battleships, she would understand why she felt something was off. Lila had exploited a loophole in the rules. Although reporting the names of interstellar battleships was required, there was no requirement for detailed information, and the names were just for better record keeping in the holy battle duel. And what were the full names of these two interstellar battleships? The Triangle Dragon class heavy interstellar assault frigate and the Wolf Badger class heavy interstellar armor destroyer. Missing a few key words: heavy assault and armor. Just a few simple words concealed the terrifying potential of these two interstellar battleships. Saint Kana looked at the countdown. 10 seconds left. Regardless, let's see the results of the actual battle. 10, 9. Across the third battlefield, overseeing the Legion duel, was Red Eyes, standing on the bridge of the T4 Vermilion Phoenix class medium-sized interstellar cruiser flagship. This was her first time truly commanding a battle, even if it was just a Legion duel. But this was her rare chance to shine, considering that before this, a big white cat had always overshadowed her. Angel Legion. Red Eyes repeated this name, and the long dormant fires of war in her heart blazed once again. She felt a hot-blooded sensation all over her body, as if something deep within her was being awakened. 7, 6, 5. Over at the second battlefield, commanding the Owl Legion's 100 interstellar battleships, was Shenbing. Her flagship was the T3 Wolf Badger class heavy interstellar armor destroyer flagship. Although there were only 100 interstellar battleships, Shenbing was already prepared. She put her hand on her chest, took a deep breath, and muttered to herself, "Shenbing, you can do this. You will definitely succeed. Isn't this the stage you've been dreaming of? You spent so long at the Northern Starfleet Military Academy for what? To become a fleet commander who can stand on your own. He brought you here, gave you a brilliant future. Now, he's watching you. Don't disappoint him." After some self-motivation, Shenbing raised her hand, waiting for the order to start the holy battle duel. She was ready for everything to come. She would present a victory for herself and that man. Even if to outsiders, it seemed like a stellar battle with a huge gap in ship types. 4, 3, 2, 1. On the flagship of the T4, Azure Dragon-class heavy interstellar armor battleship, the number 1 ship bridge. Holy battle duel begins. A mechanical voice resounded over the public channel, also reaching the ears of the commanders on the other two battlefields. Zhu Zhaoxiao stood with one foot on the captain's chair, pointing at the image of the T4 Archangel-class heavy interstellar battleship. Full speed ahead. All weapon systems prepare for action. Bow cannon beginning to charge, ready to fire at any moment. Screw it. Zhu Zhaoxiao was in a state as if she had been drinking fake alcohol. The starships of both sides on the 3 battlefields began to take action simultaneously. However, the first battle to break out was, of course, on the smallest scale, with only 2 star battleships on the first battlefield. The 2 T4 star battleships were advancing at full speed towards each other. Both sides had activated their star shields, and all gun positions were aimed towards the enemy's direction. Whether it was energy cannons or projectile cannons, all were ready, and as soon as they entered firing range, they could open fire. Small chances lead to big victories, right? Lila whispered softly next to Zhao Chen. She was somewhat worried that such an important showdown was entrusted to a cadet who had just graduated less than a year ago to command. It was estimated that if the people of the Holy Angel Legion on the other side knew about it, they would feel incredulous. Zhao Chen raised his hand and pulled up the data on the T4 Punisher Angel-class Heavy Star battleship. The T4 Punisher Angel-class Heavy Star battleship had been in service for many years, with records of many battles, and had even fought against the Mechanical Clan with the Border Group Army commanded by Chu Changhe before, although they were allies at the time. However, Chu Changhe had secretly collected all the data on the T4 Punisher Angel-class Heavy Star battleship, and, upon learning that Zhao Chen was going to engage in a holy war duel with the other side, although he was helpless about Zhao Chen's impulsive behavior, he still shared this important intelligence with Zhao Chen for the first time. Class: Punisher Angel-class Heavy Star battleship armor strength, about 60,000 to 75,000 units star shield energy value, about 3 million units cruising speed, about 370 knot star speed warp engine, level 8 warp engine length, 8.68 kilometers mass, about 5.5 million tons crew, about 4,000 starship weapons, 1 Punisher Angel type pulse laser gun first cannon 11,800 caliber heavy electromagnetic railguns, 184 barreled heavy laser energy rapid fire guns, 666 full automatic high-density 4-barrel energy close defense guns, 300 Punisher Angel-type long-range interstellar missiles. Lily glanced at the data panel. These were just surface data, and the core data was naturally not easily accessible to outsiders. However, based on this surface data, one could roughly infer the power comparison between the T4 Punisher Angel-class Heavy Star battleship and the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class Heavy Interstellar Armored Battleship. Firstly, in terms of ship size, it was undeniable that the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon was much larger, which was visible to the naked eye. Generally speaking, in the same class and the same type of interstellar battleship, the larger the size, the slower the speed. Not to mention the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, which was a massive entity. However, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon had an energy system and engine system that could be described as overpowered. The speed of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon was only slightly inferior to the T4 Punisher Angel. This slight difference could be completely negligible in a one-on-one duel. After all, interstellar battleships were not about speed. The main factors were defense capabilities and attack methods. In terms of armor, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon outshone the T4 Punisher Angel by many measures. After all, the former was a heavy interstellar armored battleship. Just from the name, one could feel the terror it exuded. Next was the weapon systems equipped on the starships. Since both were interstellar battleships, the types of weapon systems they had were very similar. However, due to the larger size of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, it had an advantage in terms of quantity. But the T4 Punisher Angel was equipped with 300 interstellar missiles, something the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon did not possess. Although these were 300 T4 level interstellar missiles, it was impossible to completely offset the T4 Punisher Angel's disadvantage with these missiles alone. Additionally, in terms of star shield energy, the T4 Punisher Angel had the upper hand. In more complex combat situations, it's hard to say who will win. But in this clearly restricted duel scenario, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon is definitely capable of killing the opposing T4 Punisher Angel, Zhao Chen confidently assessed. As an interstellar ship engineer, this was his intuition. At this moment, both Zhao Chen and Saint Kana were watching the live feed of the first battlefield. Soon enough, both T4 star battleships entered each other's firing range. Activate the main cannons, aim at the enemy ship, and fire. Zhu Zhaoxiao maintained her posture of standing on one foot on the captain's chair, waving her fist, causing her ponytail to sway. A silver-white energy beam shot out, and due to the released energy, even the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's previous full-speed status slowed down considerably. At the massive bow gun position, several halos appeared, which were the light effects produced by high-intensity energy release. On the other side, the pride of the Holy Radiant Empire, the T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy star battleship, did not hesitate either. Zhao Chen had heard that the captain of this star battleship was a deputy commander of the Legion of Holy Angels, and according to the military rank of the Star Empire, he should be at least a 3-star admiral. The bowgun of the T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy star battleship was also formidable, but in terms of size, it was slightly inferior to the colossal T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon on the other side. However, the platinum light beam fired from it, when seen from afar, showed no difference from the two approaching beams of light. The two light beams, separated by a distance, passed each other. In the end, both hit the star shields of the enemy ships. The collision of shield and spear produced light so bright that it almost engulfed both star battleships, making it hard for the naked eye to see their forms clearly. At the same time, the bridge of both star battleships echoed with system alerts. Without exception, they all reported that the star shields were under attack, and the energy value of the star shields was decreasing. It was now a matter of which side's heavy cannons would hold up better and longer. After all, the laser beams released by the main guns couldn't be sustained for a long time. The specific duration was determined by the different models and specifications of the bow guns they were equipped with. Pass on my command. All main guns and secondary guns, get ready. Once in range, fire at will and aim at that bastard's turtle shell. Zhu Zhaoxiao issued the next combat order? Yes. At this moment, everyone was more concerned about how long the bow guns of both sides could continue to fire. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The first to go silent was the bow gun of the T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy star battleship, with the platinum light beam gradually dimming and ultimately disappearing. In contrast, the silver-white light beam of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship continued to output steadily. This made the people on the side of the Holy Angel Legion watching the battle screen look grim. Saint Kana, too, watched in astonishment at the continuously outputting T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon's interstellar battleship. Ha. Zhu Zhaoxiao was excited, her feet jumping directly on the captain's chair, her ponytail swaying back and forth. See that? Your mother's heavy cannon is more enduring. Continue the assault. Pierce through that damn turtle shell. At the same time, the starships of both sides drew closer. They had entered the firing range of their main guns and secondary guns, and at this moment, both sides of the star battleships started firing all weapons with full force. After the bow cannon of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship continued outputting for 4 minutes, it also entered the recharging phase. Next was the continuous exchange of fire between the main and secondary cannons of the two interstellar battleships. The star shields of both interstellar battleships constantly showed beams hit by the enemy. In addition, the close defense guns of both interstellar battleships continued to pour out firepower, forming a defensive barrage to intercept the attacks of the enemy's main and secondary cannons. After the bombardment for more than 10 minutes, warning, 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 star shield energy remaining 10%, star shield energy remaining. The bridge of the T for Blue Eyes White Dragon class, in front of Zhu Xiao, sounded an alarm. It was the sound of the star shield energy about to be depleted. Zhu Xiao calmly looked at the T4 Judgment Angel on the opposite ship, whose star shield was still up. This was as she had expected. According to the data received, the star shield energy of the T4 Judgment Angel was higher, surpassing that of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. Although the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon had more terrifying offensive firepower, it seemed unable to offset the difference in star shield energy levels. As for how much star shield energy the T4 Judgment Angel had left, only the captain on the opposite ship knew. Transmit my command. Disable the Blue Eyes White Dragon star shield system, and wait for my signal to reactivate. Zhu Xiao suddenly issued an order. The deputy captain beside her was startled. But we still have 10% energy. By deactivating the star shield now, we will be directly exposed to the enemy's attacks. I am the captain now. Carry out the order, Zhu Xiao firmly stated. After a moment of hesitation, the deputy captain relayed Zhu Xiao's command. The department responsible for the star shield system began to disable the star shield system. 5 seconds later, the star shield position around the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship disappeared. It was immediately met with continuous attacks from the main and secondary cannons of the T4 Judgment Angel. In the external view, it seemed like the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon star shield gave in first. Well done. Breaking through the enemy's star shields first, then directly attacking the enemy's hull. No matter how advanced their weapon systems are, how big their size is, interstellar battleships' outcome depends on the overall strength. It's clear that our Judgment Angel has the upper hand, the assistant standing behind Saint Kana exclaimed excitedly, even casting a smirk at the adjacent All-Dragon Legion member. Saint Kana remained silent, feeling something amiss in the first battle, but unable to pinpoint what exactly. The focus was on the first battlefield for now. Externally, it was undoubtedly the T4 Judgment Angel class heavy interstellar armored battleship that held the advantage, defending against enemy attacks with its star shield position intact, while the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon on the other side lost its star shield and could only rely on its whole armor to endure attacks. The alerts for various areas of the ship taking hits continuously popped up in front of Zhu Xiao, but she only gave them a glance, because these attacks were insignificant, causing no substantial damage to the hull. Remember to defend the area with the close defense guns, mainly focusing on the positions of our main and secondary cannons. We must not let our gun positions get compromised, Zhu Xiao reminded repeatedly. Yes. Zhu Xiao looked towards the Star Shield System Management Department. Be prepared. I need you to activate the Star Shield position within 10 seconds of my order. 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, the department's officer broke into a sweat. In previous test sailings, the Star Shield system took an average of 13 seconds to activate, with the fastest being 9.7 seconds. The requirement to complete the activation within 10 seconds was challenging. What? Can't do it? Zhu Xiao's gaze sharpened on the department head. We will complete the mission, I assure you. The officer straightened his posture and declared. Zhu Xiao withdrew her gaze and continued to monitor the combat data of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. Another critical data she focused on was the time for the bow cannon to recharge and commence firing again. 3 minutes after the star shield position of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship was blasted open, the star shield position of the T4 Judgment Angel class heavy interstellar battleship was also shattered. This led to the T4 Judgment Angel class battleship's hull facing enemy attacks. Damn it. What's going on? Why is the enemy battleship enduring so much of our attacks? And their firepower is still so fierce. The captain of the Judgment Angel was furious. Under the relentless bombardment of their Judgment Angel, the enemy battleship seemed to get more resilient. Normally, When the star shield position was broken, exposing the hull to attacks, it would affect various combat capabilities of the interstellar battleship and could lead to internal malfunctions. However, the enemy battleship seemed unaffected by any of it. The duel continued with neither side showing signs of giving up or being completely destroyed unless one side surrendered or one battleship was utterly obliterated. How much longer until our bow cannon is ready? The captain, sweating profusely, demanded. In 3 minutes, our bow cannon will be ready to fire again. An officer responded. 3 minutes. 3 minutes from now. Initiate the bow cannon targeting the enemy's bow position. We must deliver a decisive blow no matter what. Given the current situation, the captain of the Punishing Angel in the midst of it all is even more clear. The enemy ship's firepower output has not diminished at all, indicating that their attacks on the enemy ship have not had a substantial effect. On the other hand, their own interstellar warship, the captain of the Punishing Angel lifted his head to look at the data panel of the weapon modules in front of him, which detailed the conditions of the bow gun section, main gun section, secondary gun section, close defense gun section, and missile launch device section. Already, 9 secondary guns and 63 close defense guns are unable to operate normally due to enemy ship attacks. If the next round of bow gun attacks cannot inflict effective damage on the enemy ship, the situation of the T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship will be far from optimistic. Captain, we still have 300 interstellar missiles unused, the deputy captain reminded beside him. Let's not be hasty. That is our trump card. If the second round of bow gun attacks fails to achieve our strategic goals, we can only rely on our interstellar missiles, the captain said solemnly. Soon, the bow gun of the T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship is ready again. Report. The bow gun of the Punishing Angel is fully charged and ready to fire again, shouted the officer in charge of the bow gun. The captain immediately ordered, aim at the enemy's bow position. Fire. From a distance, it can be seen that the bow position of the T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship is flashing with a platinum-colored light, with numerous light particles gathering. It is evident that the T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship is about to launch the second round of bow gun attack. On the other side, the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship has not yet reset its bow gun module. What difference does a prolonged bow gun attack make? It all comes down to the comprehensive performance of the interstellar warship. That's the difference. The confident deputy behind Captain St. Connor said, as if she could already see the outcome of this battle. At the same time, on the bridge of the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Now it's the time. Activate the star shield again. Zhu Zhaoxiao sternly commands. Yes, activate the star shield. The head of the officers gave orders to his crew, and various operations quickly progressed as the star shield system was activated again. Zhu Zhaoxiao focused with bated breath, clenching her fists without saying a word. The deputy captain behind her swallowed hard, finally understanding why the captain insisted on shutting down the star shield position when there was only 10% of the star shield energy left. This was to prevent the enemy ship's bow gun attack. Swish! The bow position of the T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship shot out a platinum-colored light beam, aiming straight at the bow position of the opposite T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. The intention was clear. Strike first, destroy the bow gun of the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Once the main weapon of the opponent is destroyed, the T-4 Punishing Angel would have taken a significant step towards victory. It appeared that the platinum-colored beam was about to hit the bow of the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship when suddenly, a barrier unfolded, emanating precisely from the bow position of the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon, gradually enveloping the entire hull. The impact of the collision produced a spectacular light effect, once again engulfing most of the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon's hull. But everyone witnessing this scene was stunned. How is this possible? How could they still have a star shield? The flabbergasted deputy behind Captain St. Connor exclaimed. St. Connor sat in her seat, her expression becoming grave. And then, under the light effect of the collision, the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship's bow gun began to emit a silver-white particle glow. Report. Our bow gun weapon is reset, ready to fire again, shouted the officer in charge of the bow gun module. Warning, warning, warning. The star shield is under attack, remaining energy at 9%, 8%, 7%. As the star shield continued to endure attacks from the enemy's bow gun, the remaining energy was rapidly decreasing. Activate the bow gun. Target the small gun turret on the opposite tortoise's forehead. If he likes to mess with me, I'll show him who has the harder, fiercer gun. Hit him in the face. If you can't aim properly, I'll mess you up ***. Xiao Xiao directly scolded the officer in charge of the bow gun module. The officer in charge shivered involuntarily, then straightened up and assured, Don't worry, Captain, we will complete the mission. Aim. Zhao Chen remained calm and composed as if he were just an audience sitting there, watching the changes on 3 battlefields. Lily glanced at the members of the adjacent army of Saint Angel Legion and could see that the Angel Tribe members on the shuttle across were all wearing grim expressions, none of them speaking. She had noticed earlier that the adjutant opposite seemed to be chattering away. Although the sound was blocked by the screen, she could roughly guess what he was saying based on his expression and movements. And now, got proven wrong? Lily sneered and focused on the real-time display of the first battlefield, waiting for the drama to unfold. Launch the Punisher Angel Type T4. Interstellar missiles, all of them. Aim at the enemy ship's bow. Find a way to destroy that darn bow cannon. The Punisher Angel captain issued his orders somewhat manically. His expression was obviously not good. Patches of light appeared on his face, making it seem like a flickering light bulb. This indicated that his emotions were quite agitated at the moment. To be honest, in the current situation, it would be strange if this captain wasn't agitated. Once his bow cannon entered the reset charging stage, what would happen was predictable. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Understood. 300 interstellar missiles locked on target. Fire. The adjutant quickly issued the command. Interstellar missiles were expensive, and the power of a single missile might not match that of a physical projectile of the same cost, but their biggest advantage was their self-contained propulsion system, allowing them to change direction during flight. So, after the launch of 300 interstellar missiles, they each formed a semicircular arc, heading towards the target. T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Bridge report. The warning system detected 300 interstellar missiles en route launched by the enemy ship. They should be the 300 T4 class interstellar missiles equipped with the Punisher Angel. It is estimated that they will hit the bow of our ship in 30 seconds. The vice captain reminded. Zhu Xiao remained calm, giving the command in a faint tone. Send my orders. All the close-range guns on the ship's front, as well as secondary and main guns. Aim in the front direction. Form an interception barrage. Find a way to intercept the enemy's interstellar missiles. Yes, the densely packed close-range guns on the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship fired at the direction of the incoming interstellar missiles, emitting laser beams one after another, firing at a high frequency without interruption, forming a barrage in a particular area. Since the weapon systems adjusted the attack direction, the defense of other parts of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon decreased. But fortunately, the armor of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship was thick enough, resulting in minimal damage from the enemy's secondary guns. The more powerful main gun could only cause surface damage to the ship's armor, unable to inflict substantial damage in the short term. Returning to the present, the defense area in front of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Soon, the 300 interstellar missiles entered the firing defense range of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon, and at that moment, some interstellar missiles were intercepted and exploded, forming exploding vortexes along the way. At this moment, The captains of both sides' interstellar battleships held their breath. The Punisher Angel's captain stared at a data panel in front of him, showing the status of the 300 interstellar missiles. Some of the interstellar missiles that were intercepted and exploded turned gray due to signal loss. As each interstellar missile signal turned black, the tension in the captain's heart increased. 20 missiles. As long as 20 interstellar missiles can hit this area, we can destroy that darn cannon. The captain clenched his fist, muttering and praying. Normally, when interstellar missiles are used for blanket firepower attacks on the enemy ship, the interception efficiency would greatly decrease as the defense area increases. After all, the defense area has expanded, and now, the captain ordered 300 interstellar missiles to be fired at a single target, significantly increasing the likelihood of interception. Moreover, the enemy was not foolish and had already deployed all available close-range guns to form a layered defense firepower network along the trajectory of the interstellar missiles. Regardless, all they could do now was pray. Time seemed to pass exceptionally slowly at this moment. Those officers with few tasks at hand and able to see the huge data panel in front of the captain all had their eyes focused on it. At this moment, there were still 200 interstellar missiles remaining, but as they approached the enemy ship, this number was decreasing rapidly. 105. 103. 100. Report. The foremost interstellar missile is about to hit the target area, the adjutant said excitedly. The captain didn't speak, only staring at those interstellar missiles about to hit the enemy ship. Among them, interstellar missile number 266 was the fastest, indicating on its display that the progress was at 99%, meaning it was about to complete the attack procedure. But in the next second, this interstellar missile turned gray. This meant it had been intercepted, at a very close distance to the target. The captain's heart sank. Hit. Interstellar missile number 198 completed the attack and hit the designated area. The adjutant suddenly shouted excitedly. The captain immediately locked onto that number 198 interstellar missile. Punisher Angel type interstellar missile T4. Number 198. Mission accomplished. Hope rose in the captain's heart again, but the silver-white pillar of light on the other side showed no change, indicating that the damage caused was not significant. This was also within the captain's expectations. That was the bow cannon. It was the most ferocious weapon of the interstellar battleship, and also where the strongest defense of this interstellar battleship was located. Therefore, the captain had expected to need 20 T4 level interstellar missiles to hit in order to achieve his goal. With the completion of the first successful attack, more and more interstellar missiles hit. 5.10.13.15. 17. 19. The captain's chest kept rising and falling, his emotions becoming increasingly excited. 20. 23. The number of hit interstellar missiles even exceeded the planned 20. But when the captain looked at the front battlefield, he was dumbfounded, because he saw that glaring silver-white pillar of light still there. What did this mean? This meant that their interstellar missiles did not have the desired effect. How is this possible? The captain staggered, as if he was about to fall at any moment. He looked at the remaining interstellar missiles. All of them turned gray. In those 30 seconds, 25 interstellar missiles eventually hit the designated area, but they still hadn't achieved what they wanted. At the same time, their bow cannon's attack duration was less than 30 seconds. These 30 seconds felt like an eternity. The crew's only thought was, this cannon is too strong. Hurry. Turn to the right. The captain of the Punishment Angel had a rescue plan in mind at the first moment, but with the current sailing speed, completing the turn within 30 seconds to evade the enemy ship's bow cannon attack was very difficult. 30 seconds of time was undoubtedly a torment for the Heavenly Legion. Soon, as the energy of the platinum-colored light pillar weakened, it was directly engulfed by a silvery light pillar. The massive silvery light pillar rose directly, hitting accurately and fiercely at the bow position of the T4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. The bow cannon of the T4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship that position would soon be engulfed by the silvery light pillar, leading to the collapse of the battleship's armor and the appearance of cracks. Warning, warning, the bow area armor is under attack. The bow area armor is under attack. Warning, bow cannon weapon module failure. Warning, bow cannon weapon module failure. The captain finally sat down on the chair, feeling the violent shaking of the bridge, hearing the ringing in his ears, his heart trembling. He could already see the outcome of this duel. It's over. Everything has ended. Saint Kana looked at the silvery light beam bombarding the bow armor of the T4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship as it attempted to change course. Therefore, the position hit by the silvery light beam began to shift gradually. It was like a laser blade piercing into a beast's head, slowly cutting to the side. We've lost, Saint Kana muttered to herself, her golden eyes showing a hint of complex emotions. Sir, we haven't lost yet. We still have hope. As long as the Punishment Angel continues to fight, we might. The watching vice captain was somewhat hysterical. As part of their Holy Spirit tribe's faith, the T4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship had always been a symbol of their pride and confidence. Yet now, in a battle against a similar class of battleship, they were on the verge of losing. This was an unacceptable fact for them. Under this kind of attack, even if the bow cannon of the T4 Punishment Angel is not destroyed, it cannot be repaired in a short time. And even if this round doesn't destroy the T4 Punishment Angel, what about the next round? Moreover, our other weapon modules cannot match the enemy battleship. And so far, our weapons have not caused effective damage to the enemy ship's armor. Continuing to fight will only lead us to witness the fall of a T4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. Is this what you want to see? Do you want to see more than 4,000 Holy Spirit warriors here die in vain? Saint Kana stared at her vice-captain. She had thought that this vice-captain was just a bit arrogant like some of their people, but she did not expect him to hold onto such a ridiculous and stubborn belief at this moment. Disregarding the safety of the ship's crew on the enemy battleship, she decided that after this holy battle duel, she would dismiss this vice-captain. The vice-captain was still unaware that his job was in jeopardy, finding it difficult to believe as he looked at the scene of the first battle. Unacceptable. His inner self truly couldn't accept it. If this were to be known in the Sacred Radiance Empire, it would surely cause turmoil and be unacceptable. At this moment, Saint Kana pressed a communication button in front of her, which was the button to communicate with the opposing side. She recalled the words that Zhao Chen had warned her before, and unexpectedly, they came true. Lord Zhao Chen, in this first battle, we of the Holy Angel Legion concede. Zhao Chen's voice was nonchalant as he replied, Understood. As the two commanders confirmed the victory of the Owl Dragon Legion in the sacred battle duel, the two T4 interstellar battleships ceased their attacks. The bow cannon of the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship went silent, and the silver light pillars dissipated. The main guns, secondary guns, and close defense guns of both sides stopped attacking. Maintaining a constant speed, the two interstellar battleships slowly sailed out of the combat area, emerging from the dense fog of battle. The first to come out naturally was the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, and all eyes were on the winner. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but focus on that giant cannon. They knew that before this, the T4 Punishment Angel had made a final attempt, using 300 interstellar missiles to attack the giant cannon, hoping for a slim chance. But who would have thought that under the barrage of interstellar missiles, the giant cannon remained unscathed. At this moment, the giant cannon stood before everyone. The barrel of the cannon showed clear signs of damage, with some areas even having craters with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of half a meter. Some armor positions were covered with a spiderweb-like pattern of cracks. These were the marks left by the interstellar missiles' attacks. Many of the Holy Spirit tribe members were amazed by this. How thick could this giant cannon's armor be to withstand such a fierce attack? Just a little more. Almost there. The vice-captain clenched his fists, full of frustration. To him, they were just a step away. As long as they could render the enemy ship's bow cannon useless, victory would be on their side. Saint Cana's gaze moved away from the cannon and towards the ship's structure. The armor of the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship was covered in marks of attacks everywhere, from minor scratches to explosion marks nearing a meter in depth. It looked severe, but Saint Cana noticed that none of the attacked areas exposed the interior compartments of the ship's hull. That meant something. The recent attack from the T-4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship had not caused substantial damage to the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon. This evaluation of the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship strength in Saint Cana's mind rose another level. At the same time, next door, Lila tapped her chest, saying, "That was close, really close." Looking at this situation, it was truly just a hair's breadth away. Just a hair's breadth. Zhao Chen chuckled, pointing at the T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. "We're far from being that close. Don't be fooled by the appearance. This is nothing at all. You know, the armor in the bow cannon area is the thickest on the entire interstellar battleship, with 12 layers of separately structured armor. Based on the damage shown, the recent attack by the interstellar missiles destroyed only up to the 6th layer, leaving half of it intact. Look at the armor on the ship. The most damaged area. I estimate the strength of the armor to be at least 50%. Compared to the firepower of the opposing T-4 Punishment Angel, we are far from lacking. I assume that our T-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon will have no problem even against 2 of them." Lila looked in surprise at Commander Zhao Chen. "Don't be surprised. After all, our ship is a heavy interstellar armored battleship," Zhao Chen said with a confident expression. At that moment, the defeated T-4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship slowly emerged from the battlefield dust under the command of the Blue-Eyed White Dragon. The dire situation made the faces of the Holy Spirit tribe members look even uglier. This was the difference. At this moment, the T-4 Disciplinary Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship is in a state of disarray. It no longer exudes the imposing aura it once did. The uneven and heavily damaged armor plating of the ship is visible, with many compartments exposed. Upon closer inspection, one can see some compartments with visible damage and even traces of fresh blood splattered. The extent of damage to the armor plating alone is enough to warrant this T-4 Disciplinary Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship to return to the shipyard for a major overhaul. But the most severe damage is not here. The most severely damaged area is undoubtedly the bow of the ship. The gun turret that used to be in the bow area where the bow cannon weapon module was located has collapsed entirely, and the huge bow cannon is now missing. At the same time, a horrific crack extends from the bow cannon area to the side. The scene is like a knife cutting into a person's mouth, splitting open a terrifying wound to the side. Those of the Seraphim clan who witnessed this scene cannot speak for a long time. They had thought that their loss was due to carelessness and that the gap between the 2 interstellar battleships was not significant. But now, the evidence is directly in front of them. This T-4 Disciplinary Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship sustained damage to its bow cannon, with the bow armor pierced and the whole armor severely damaged. It will be extremely difficult for TO3, this T-4 Disciplinary Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, to recover its combat capability within 2 to 3 months upon returning to the starport shipyard. "Commander, I'm sorry." The captain of the Disciplinary Angel TO3 looked guiltily at Saint Cana across from him. Saint Cana gazed at the video window in front of her and calmly said, "Report the damage status of the Disciplinary Angel TO3. After a moment of hesitation, the TO3 captain honestly reported, "Our Disciplinary Angel TO3 has suffered comprehensive hull armor damage exceeding 50%, with 5% of the area's hull armor pierced. The bow armor is severely damaged, and 78 compartments have been affected and forced to close. This has resulted in 37 deaths and 135 injuries of varying degrees. Even the overall structural strength of the starship's mainframe has decreased by 10%. Upon hearing this string of data, the officers behind Saint Cana all had grim expressions. "Commander, this defeat is my responsibility. I request." Saint Cana interrupted the other party from continuing, saying, "Regarding your responsibility, it will be thoroughly investigated during the battle review once we return. Now, take your interstellar battleship and crew to rest." With that, St. Cana directly closed the communication channel. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the shuttle cabin. "Look, our fleet has started the assault." Humph. How could a mere defense formation of 100 interstellar escort and destroyer ships stand a chance against our interstellar battleships and cruisers? I estimate that soon, their defense formation will be shattered. The deputy officer scoffed while St. Cana remained silent. In theory, that was correct. But for some reason, as she looked at the 100 Dragon interstellar battleships in a defensive stance, she felt a sense of unease. Could it be, in such a drastic difference in ship types, could that man's fleet still create miracles? Soon, this answer would be revealed. The St. Angel's fleet in a charging formation quickly met the outer perimeter of 20 T3 Triangular Dragon-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. These 20 T3 Triangular Dragons did not retreat, using their close-range cannons to constantly intercept enemy attacks. Nevertheless, many attacks landed on these ships' hulls. Surprisingly, these attacks did not cause significant damage to the T3 Triangular Dragons in a short time. So far, St. Cana and the others were only marveling at the decent defense capabilities of the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar escort ships, not yet realizing their true terror. The flagship T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armor destroyer of the Owl Dragon fleet, Captain Chen Bing, was currently standing on the bridge, having detailed the battle plan. Even though the matchup seemed uneven, she still believed in her chances of victory, and this opportunity was present on the battlefield she had set up. "Transmit my orders. First team of Triangular Dragons, full speed ahead. Second defense team, prepare for battle," Shen Bing commanded. At this moment, the 20 T3 Triangular Dragons, which had been under attack, suddenly engaged full throttle, reaching a remarkably high speed in a very short time. Their speed was on par with the opposing T3 Prism-class medium interstellar battleships. This sight left everyone astonished. What do they want to do? The deputy officer of the Holy Spirit people stepped forward, his pale golden pupils filled with incredulous shock. St. Cana remained silent, staring fixedly at the 20 interstellar escort ships charging like warriors towards the St. Angel's fleet. Perhaps countless people would now think that they were attempting to crack the eggs with an egg beater. If Shen Bing was there at this moment, she would probably say, "Who is the egg? Who is the stone? Try and find out." Subsequently, an astounding scene unfolded. Despite sustained bombardment by the 90 interstellar battleships of the St. Angel's fleet, some T3 Triangular Dragons even had flames erupting from their bows, yet they continued their collision course. Fireworks erupted at this moment. The Holy Spirit clan members were dumbfounded. What did they see? They couldn't believe their eyes. They witnessed that the three horns on the heads of the so-called T3 Triangular Dragon-class heavy interstellar escort ships directly crushed the bow of an oncoming T3 Prism-class medium interstellar battleship. The front fifth of the T3 Prism-class medium interstellar battleship's hull crumpled inwards. This scene repeated on other interstellar battleships of the St. Angel's fleet, like comets crashing into comets. Regarding the battle damage data, so far, both sides had suffered losses. At this point, it was just a matter of time until the 20 T3 Triangular Dragons sustained severe damage and were destroyed. This directly disrupted the original attack rhythm of the St. Angel's fleet. Their forward battleships were forced to slow down, while the trailing ships couldn't reduce their speed. Subsequently, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. 30 T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers and 30 T3 Triangular Dragons initiated an attack against the St. Angel's fleet, while their attack rhythm was disrupted. These 60 interstellar battleships displayed incredible speed as they charged towards the St. Angel's fleet. At this moment, the commander of the St. Angel's fleet also realized that something was amiss and immediately ordered their battleships to prepare for combat. The truly intense battle now formally erupted. The T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers of the Owl Dragon fleet faced the T3 Prism-class medium interstellar battleships of the enemy without fear. engaging in a direct confrontation. Acts of lunacy prevailed as these ships fought fiercely despite sustaining damage and having their armor fragmented. The other 30 T3 triangular dragons continued to demonstrate their excellent tradition by relentlessly ramming into enemy ships. Even though they believed it would be a frontal assault against defense domination, it turned into a hectic brawl. Chaos ensued. Saint Canna's expression was particularly grim at this moment, even more than during the first battle. She now realized that the course of this decisive holy battle duel had exceeded her expectations. The deputy officer, who had been excitedly shouting behind her, now fell silent. Even the sound of breathing diminished significantly, as if even breathing was wrong at this moment. The deputy officer looked at the broadcast window of the second battlefield with disbelief, where the remaining numbers of interstellar battleships for each side were displayed. St. Angel's fleet 79 ships, and our Dragon fleet 81 ships. St. Angel's fleet 71 ships, and our Dragon fleet 70 ships. St. Angel's fleet 64 ships, and our Dragon fleet 64 ships. It could be said that both sides were currently deadlocked. Nobody had anticipated that such a small-scale battle of 100 ships would turn so brutal. Moreover, it seemed highly likely that the St. Angel's Legion would end up losing. Why? Because behind them, there were still 20 T3 triangular Dragon-class heavy interstellar escort ships stationed there, evincing no movement. St. Canna's gaze grew unfocused, her inner turmoil palpable as she had never imagined such an outcome. What was happening? Was their St. Angel's Legion too weak? The successive blows had even begun to foster doubts within her. At that moment, a magnetic male voice sounded. In the second battle, our All-Dragon Legion concedes. Let's end this battle. The officers on the side of the St. Angels were dumbfounded. They did not understand what was happening. How could the other side, on the verge of losing the battle, suddenly concede? We won. Ha, we won. It seems like the man on the other side was scared by the terrifying combat power of our St. Angel's fleet. The deputy officer jumped out joyfully. However, the next moment, St. Canna, usually composed, directly slapped the deputy officer across the face. He flew out and hit the wall, holding his face in disbelief, wondering why the commander had struck him. They had clearly won the second battle. He could have won. And the reason he conceded was that he did not want to see his crew sacrifice in vain. St. Canna's expression was complex, far less radiant than before. The real loser ... is us. The winner of the second round of the Holy War Duel, the Angel Legion. After Zhao Chen announced his surrender, both sides' interstellar warships ended the battle immediately. Unexpectedly, the remaining dozens of interstellar warships of the Angel Legion evacuated the battlefield at an extremely fast speed, as if fleeing from a flood or a fierce beast. On the other hand, the remaining warships of the Dragon fleet seemed very reluctant, hovering in place. At this moment, a video window opened in front of Zhao Chen, and the sense of unwillingness in Shen Bing's eyes was palpable even through the electronic screen. Shen Bing, arrange for the treatment of the wounded immediately, rescue the destroyed and damaged warships, and rescue as many surviving crew members as possible. Zhao Chen spoke first. Commander, why can't we continue fighting? Shen Bing clenched her fists, a hint of reluctance shining in her eyes as she lightly bit her lips. Zhao Chen looked at Shen Bing and smiled slightly. Shen Bing, you have fought excellently in this battle. Although we announced our surrender on the surface, everyone knows that the real winner is you. Then why ... Shen Bing's emotion started to unravel. Zhao Chen's expression changed, and he said seriously, I have no doubt that you can win for us, but let me ask you, continuing like this, how many warships can you ensure survive out of 100? How many warships and crew members are you willing to sacrifice? Shen Bing was speechless. She had confidence in achieving victory, but she estimated that less than 20 warships would survive if they continued. This holy war duel is important to us, but this is not the real battlefield. If we have a choice, I cannot stand by and watch you sacrifice here. I have seen the efforts you have put in. You are the pride of my Dragon fleet. That's enough. You have done well, Zhao Chen said earnestly. Shen Bing choked up, her eyes slightly red. Alright, do as I say. I have dispatched interstellar medical and industrial ships to assist you. Try to minimize our personnel losses. Zhao Chen reminded her again. Yes. Shen Bing nodded heavily. The communication ended. Next to them, Lilith reported, in this second battle, we have lost nearly half of our interstellar warship combat capabilities. 13 warships were directly destroyed, with low chances of survival for those not evacuated in time. 25 warships suffered severe damage, but have mostly intact structures, offering possibilities for survivors. The remaining warships lost combat capabilities due to primary damage, with a high probability of survivors after our rescue efforts. It is estimated that we will lose 37 interstellar warships in this battle, including some without repair value. Those with repair value will be brought back to the nearest starport after the Holy War duel ends for repairs. In terms of casualties, the estimated number is around 2,300, with a significant number of wounded. However, with the T3 EOS-class interstellar medical ship we brought, there shouldn't be major issues. After hearing Lilith's report, Zhao Chen nodded. The losses were within his acceptable range. Had he not ended the battle in time, even if they had won, the personnel sacrifices could have been 10 times greater. Currently, both the Dragon Legion and the Angel Legion had each won one round in the Holy War duel. The ultimate victor depended on the outcome of the third round. With 3,000 interstellar warships on each side, after gradually approaching for over half an hour, the fleets arrived at a wide engagement area. It was evident that both sides did not have elaborate strategies, preparing for a direct fleet confrontation. Zhao Chen then pressed the communication button next to him to speak to Miss Sankana. Miss Sankana, this is your last chance to surrender. Don't increase unnecessary casualties. After Zhao Chen's words were heard by Sankana and her officers, they were outraged, seeing it as a provocation. Sankana, however, felt differently at this moment. She sensed something amiss, an inner voice urging her to end the battle. Yet, as the commander of the Angel Legion and a member of the Imperial Senate, she could not abruptly halt at this moment, especially before the actual clash of the interstellar fleets. Lord Zhao Chen, your Dragon Legion is powerful, but my Angel Legion is not cowardly. We will not retreat without a fight. Sankana expressed her thoughts. Well, we are not real enemies right now. I truly do not wish to see unnecessary casualties between us. Zhao Chen sounded helpless, knowing his words might not be heeded. After he finished speaking, there was silence from the other side. They won't listen, Zhao Chen said to Lilith, shrugging helplessly. Lilith then brought up a detailed data panel of both sides' combat strength for the third battle. On the side of the Angel Legion, there were 3,000 interstellar warships, 2,900 combat-type warships, and 100 various types of support warships including supply ships, reconnaissance ships, and even anti-stealth ships. While they had around 30 T4-class interstellar warships, 25 of them were mid-sized celestial destroyers. As for the Dragon Fleet, having just one type, the T4 Punishment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship was the powerhouse of their fleet. The T4 Divine Wisdom-class light interstellar cruiser was their weak point, explaining Sankana's interest in the Dragon Legion's technology. The remaining 3 are T4 Holy Light-class light interstellar cruisers and one-seat ship of Sankana, a T4 Archangel-class heavy interstellar battleship. Originally, there were 2 T4 Archangels. However, one of them was defeated in the first battle of the Holy War duel just now. The remaining T3 interstellar warships, rows and columns of data are placed in front of Zhao Chen, as well as the quantities of these data. T3 Archangel-class medium carrier starship, 10 ships. T3 Sun God-class heavy interstellar battleship, 30 ships. T3 Divine Spear-class medium interstellar comprehensive fire output ship, 10 ships. T3 Light Cone-class medium interstellar battle cruiser, 100 ships. T3 Bright Ranger-class medium interstellar cruiser, 300 ships. T3 Apostle-class medium interstellar destroyer, 900 ships. T3 Light Shield-class heavy interstellar escort ship, 1,500 ships. Zhao Chen looked at these T3 interstellar warships of the Holy Light Empire, each of which can be regarded as one of the top 3 in the same class of ships in the Galactic Alliance. In fact, if it weren't for the invasion of the mechanical race, the Holy Light Empire would have the ability to invade the Star Empire and the Hammer Interstellar Federation. Among them, this T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar comprehensive fire output ship of the Holy Light Empire is quite special. It is somewhat similar to our interstellar missile ship, but perhaps considering the terrifying consumption capacity of interstellar missile ships, the Holy Light Empire did not adopt a single interstellar missile. Instead, they combined it with heavy artillery. 1/3 of the weapons it is equipped with are missile launchers, and the remaining 2/3 are energy-based heavy artillery. Energy-based heavy artillery has low launch costs, uses energy consumption, and is more convenient to replenish than interstellar missiles. Lily pointed out one of the starships on the side. Against ordinary enemies, this kind of comprehensive fire output ship is indeed a good type of ship. But when facing a truly evenly matched opponent, it falls short by far. Zhao Chen shook his head. Looking at Zhao Chen's Zhonglong Legion on this side, the lineup there can be described as quite terrifying. However, it is still unclear what kind of opponent the St. Angel's Legion will be facing. The fleets of both sides deployed in a conventional battle formation, progressing step by step. Naturally, the carrier starships first deployed interstellar fighters in preparation for immediate combat. As the front lines of both fleets gradually entered the firepower range of the enemy fleet, even in the shuttle in which Zhao Chen was located, separated by a light curtain, Zhao Chen could almost smell the drifting gunpowder from the opposing side. Soon, the first wave of attacks appeared. This time, it was the St. Angel's Legion that first launched an attack, with 10 T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar comprehensive fire output ships taking the lead. The missile launchers on board were activated, and one by one, T3 class interstellar missiles were fired. These interstellar missiles naturally also appeared on the radar of the Zhonglong Legion and were simultaneously transmitted to Zhao Chen's side. 5,000 interstellar missiles per ship. So a single round is 50,000 interstellar missiles. This amount of interstellar missiles is just a drizzle, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. With this few interstellar missiles, our T3 Judicators class heavy interstellar missile ship can carry up to 25,000 missiles per ship. At this moment, Zhao Chen had basically figured out the battle strategy of the St. Angel's Legion. Very traditional. The first step is usually a round of concentrated fire with interstellar missiles, ideally causing some damage to the front-line interstellar warships of the Zhonglong Legion to create chaos. Following that, the St. Angel's Legion would take advantage of 3 simultaneous attacks. Interstellar fighters and drones would engage in interstellar dogfights to gain control of the interstellar airspace. Cruiser warships and interstellar frigates would form a flanking fleet to launch intercross attacks on the Zhonglong Legion fleet from both sides. The main battle would naturally be left to the main interstellar battleships for a frontal assault. Generally, under such a 3-pronged attack with sufficient strength, not many interstellar fleets of forces would be able to withstand. Unfortunately, this time the 3-pronged attack by the St. Angel's Legion hit a steel wall and one with thorns. The T for Suzaku class medium interstellar cruiser flagship No. 1. Red Eyes stood in front of the command stand, and she did not sit in the chair behind her at all times. Even though Zhao Chen had handed over full command of the flagship, judging by the range of the T3 Judicator class heavy interstellar missile ship and the T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar comprehensive firepower output ship, which one has a longer range? That would undoubtedly be the T3 Judicator. So why didn't the T3 Judicator take the initiative just now, instead letting the opponent's interstellar missiles launch the attack first? The reason is simple. It is to cover the enemy fleet in the widest possible range. So it is necessary to let the enemy's interstellar warships navigate a certain distance. After all, the number of interstellar missiles that the Owl Dragon Legion needs to launch is a quite terrifying figure. It's not as simple as the opposing T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar comprehensive firepower output ship with merely 50,000 missiles. The area of firepower engagement has multiplied several times. In comparison, the firepower impact of the Holy Angel Legion is barely at the DRIZZLE level, so it is necessary to bring the enemy fleet closer. At this time, the subordinates of Saint Kana also noticed the movements of the Owl Dragon Legion. Before the duel, both sides will need to report the names of the interstellar warships. They had long known that the Owl Dragon Legion was equipped with a T3 class interstellar missile ship named Judicator. However, as for the specific quantity, they were not aware of it before. It wasn't until this battle began that both sides started to survey each other's interstellar warships and finally got some data. The Owl Dragon Legion actually equipped a total of 50 interstellar missile ships, exclaimed an officer of the Holy Angel Legion. The interstellar missile ship is a huge consumer of resources, and it is a T3 class interstellar missile ship. Even though the Holy Angel Legion has only 10 T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar comprehensive firepower output ships, with the interstellar missiles occupying only a third of them. Perhaps their quantity of interstellar missiles is not that large. Besides, we are also prepared. With interstellar escort ships and star shields, we can intercept the enemy's interstellar missiles as well, confidently stated an officer of the Holy Angel Legion. Their interstellar missiles were just intercepted by the enemy earlier. Can't they intercept them as well? At this moment, they still did not know that even though they were all interstellar missiles, some interstellar missiles were just interstellar missiles, while others were called the interstellar missiles of the Owl Dragon Legion. The missile launch devices of the 50 T3 Judicator class heavy interstellar missile ships of the Owl Dragon Legion began to operate, with interstellar missiles whistling out one after another. The density of the quantity immediately alerted the officers of the Holy Angel Legion that something was amiss. This quantity, it's a bit too much. Moreover, upon closer observation, it was noticed that these interstellar missiles were not of a single type, but of various kinds. In a mere 10 seconds, the interstellar missiles launched by the Owl Dragon Legion had already exceeded the 50,000 interstellar missiles launched by the Holy Angel Legion earlier, and those T3 interstellar missile ships of the Owl Dragon still showed no sign of stopping, continuing to launch. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million. At this moment, the atmosphere around Saint Kana dropped to freezing point. Up to now, the Owl Dragon Legion had launched over 1 million interstellar missiles. What a terrifying number this was. The interstellar missiles, densely packed with exhaust flames, seemed like a huge cluster of meteors. It was a world of difference compared to the Holy Angel Legion's meager interstellar missiles. Saint Kana clenched her fists, her expression grave. The unexpectedly large quantity of interstellar missiles launched by the Owl Dragon Legion in this round caught them off guard. If the interception rate was low, their interstellar warships would suffer a tremendous loss. At this moment, the interstellar escort ships of the Holy Angel Legion also started to activate and began intercepting the incoming interstellar missiles. Initially, in the scene where the Owl Dragon Legion intercepted the interstellar missiles, the officers of the Holy Angel Legion thought it should not be difficult. However, in less than 10 seconds, they saw one of their T3 Light Shield class heavy interstellar escort ships being hit by several interstellar missiles, exploding into a fireball. Subsequently, there were constant hits on interstellar warships, leading to destruction. From interstellar escort ships to interstellar destroyers, even interstellar cruisers and interstellar battle cruisers suffered losses. At this moment, the flagship bridge of the Holy Angel Legion was in chaos. Report: our firepower interception system is on the verge of collapse. The enemy's quantity of interstellar missiles is simply too much, and those interstellar missiles of the enemy have different performances. Some even split into hundreds of bullets upon nearing our fleet, causing great harm to our defense system. Up to now, our interception rate is less than 30%. In just a few minutes, we have lost nearly 300 interstellar warships, and the losses are still increasing, reported the Vice Admiral with terror in his eyes, looking towards the commanding officer. The commanding officer was sweating profusely. He was the assistant of Saint Kana, one of the deputy commanders of the Holy Angel Legion. Saint Kana assigned him to be the commander of the third battle of the Holy War Duel. Unexpectedly, at the beginning of the battle, the enemy had dealt such a heavy blow. Regardless, we must persevere. Fleet, full speed ahead. While also changing our original battle plan, immediately order the interstellar fighter squadrons and unmanned drone squads to launch an assault, create chaos in the enemy fleet, and find a way to attack their interstellar missile ships. Arrange for the T4 Divine Light Class Light Interstellar Cruiser to lead the T3 Cone of Light Class Medium Interstellar Battle Cruisers and the T3 Bright Ranger Class Medium Interstellar Cruisers to charge forward, breaking through the enemy's formation. The T4 Archangel Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer will lead the center to advance at full speed. We must quickly deliver the most severe blow to the enemy, preventing them from launching those damned interstellar missiles again. The deputy commander came up with a solution at the first moment. Originally, they had planned to proceed gradually, relying on the solid strength of the Holy Angel Legion to guarantee victory in this battle. But the terrifying interstellar missile bombardment from the enemy had shredded all these beautiful ideas. This showdown could not be prolonged. Otherwise, if the enemy were to launch another 2 rounds, even just 1 round of interstellar missile bombardment, it would push the Holy Angel Legion to the brink of collapse. Order our T3 Divine Spear Class Medium Interstellar Comprehensive Firepower Output ships. Prepare the heavy guns. Once within firing range, aim at the enemy, and fire all at once. The deputy commander gritted his teeth. This was a trump card of the Holy Angel Legion. If used well, it could reverse the tide of battle for the Holy Angel Legion. On the flagship bridge of the Owl Dragon Legion, report, all our interstellar missiles have been launched. It is estimated that the direct destruction of enemy ships exceeds 500 ships. Over 100 enemy ships heavily damaged, and the remaining interstellar warships have also been affected to varying degrees. At least a third of the enemy fleet has been affected. In addition, we have destroyed a T4 Archangel Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. Heavily damaged a T4 Archangel Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. We have weakened the star shield energy of nearly 10 T4 Archangel Class Medium Interstellar Destroyers, reported a subordinate to Crimson Eyes, an officer of the Owl Dragon Legion. Crimson Eyes stared at the movements of the Holy Angel Legion on the interstellar sandbox in front of her. She said coldly, "Let them taste well the fear of being dominated." Space Fighter Squad and Space Drone Squad lock onto the enemy space air combat formation and destroy them all. The space missile carriers are on standby, receiving missile supplies from the space escort ships, preparing for the next round of launching missions. Omega W.net. 15 T4 Suzuki-class medium-sized interstellar cruisers are leading T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruisers and T3 Windhawk-class medium-sized interstellar cruisers. They are conducting harassment attacks on the enemy fleet formation. The space escort ships continue to prepare for interception missions, ready to intercept the enemy's upcoming attacks and reduce the damage to our fleet. The remaining space battleships continue to carry out their original combat missions. Once the enemy fleet enters the firing range, they will conduct search and attack on their own. A series of orders were issued by Chishin. At this moment, the entire Owl Dragon Legion started to operate vigorously. Rows of space fighters and drones rushed out. The space-air battle between the Angel Corps and the Owl Dragon Legion began directly. The Angel Corps' T3 Archangel-class medium-sized carrier starship was strong, but unfortunately, the Owl Dragon Legion's T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship was even stronger, and because it was a heavy carrier starship, the number of space fighters and drones was nearly 3 times that of the Angel Corps. Moreover, the performance of the space fighters and drones themselves was superior. From the beginning of this space-air battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, 15 Crimson Interstellar Behemoths led their assault fleet to launch the attack first, relying on their extremely fast speed like several red dragons, initiating the assault. Because the Angel Corps also dispatched an assault fleet composed of T for Sacred Radiance class light interstellar cruisers and other interstellar battle cruisers and cruisers. This directly led to the two sides confronting each other. In this situation, the T for Suzaku class medium-sized interstellar cruiser, as the leading ship, took the lead and launched a preemptive strike. It directly demonstrated what the speed of an interstellar cruiser was. Meanwhile, the weapon modules operated at full speed, locking onto enemy ships, and engaging in continuous flanking, interlacing, and harassment. The 3T for Sacred Radiance class light interstellar cruisers were the primary targets. Unfortunately, the resources were limited. The T for Suzaku class medium-sized interstellar cruiser was completely overwhelmed. It often ended up with 3T for Suzaku class cruisers surrounding 1T for Sacred Radiance class light interstellar cruiser, bombarding it wildly. As for the subordinates, it was every man for himself. Although the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battle cruiser was no longer a first-class interstellar battleship in the All-Dragon Legion, it was still a mainstay battleship. After all, it had been a meritorious interstellar battleship that had commanded the All-Dragon Legion for some time. Its terrifying combat power directly told the Angel Corps' T3 Prism class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser who the real interstellar battle cruiser was. Have you ever seen a light interstellar battle cruiser chasing after a medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser to beat it up? It hadn't happened before, but now it was happening right in front of Saint Kana and his men. It seemed as though the interstellar destroyers and escorts in their own fleet were seeking revenge for being bullied in the previous battle. The interstellar battle cruisers and cruisers from the All-Dragon Legion fought fiercely, as if to say, "So, you bullied our little brothers just now. It's not like anyone here doesn't have interstellar battle cruisers and cruisers. If you have the guts, come and fight." The situation was gradually getting out of control. Originally, there should have been space fighters and drones from the Angel Corps providing firepower support in this battlefield. But damn it, where are our space fighters? Where is our space drone squad? We need support. The captain of a T4 Sacred Radiance class light interstellar cruiser continuously roared over the command channel. His interstellar battleship was now under heavy attack by 3T for Suzaku class medium-sized interstellar cruisers, and the star shield was barely holding up. It was as if three big men were teasing and tearing his clothes off, leaving him vulnerable. If things continued this way, he estimated he would fall into the enemy's hands soon. His calls for help went unanswered. Soon, he understood what had happened. Through the deep space telescope, he saw small exploding fireballs in the distant starry sky. Those were the battlefields of the space-air combat, and most of these exploding fireballs were from the space fighters and drone squads of their Angel Corps. It was a massacre. Under such circumstances, these space fighter squads and space drone squads were not even able to support themselves, let alone others. In the rear, the main fleet of the Angel Corps saw the plight of their assault fleet. They wanted to rush to assist, but their speed was not fast enough. They had to wait until they got closer to provide firepower support. A few minutes later, the assault fleet, originally planned to attack the All-Dragon Legion, was now a scene of devastation. 3T for Sacred Radiance class light interstellar cruisers, one destroyed, one heavily damaged, and one with almost no shield energy left. The interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers suffered losses of over 50%. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Angel Corps, all these interstellar battleships would have fallen here. The interstellar battle cruisers and cruisers of the All-Dragon Legion did not cling to the fight either. They had long since withdrawn to the wings of the battlefield, engaging in constant harassment without facing the enemy head-on. The losses from the previous battle were almost negligible. Report: the enemy fleet's position has entered the firing range of our T3 Spear of God class medium-sized interstellar comprehensive firepower output ship's heavy cannons. Report: our main fleet group is about to enter firing range and can attack the enemy ships. 2 messages came through. The acting commander clenched his fists. He had suffered losses twice already. Now was his opportunity to turn the situation around. He used the heavy cannons to break through the enemy's formation defense, allowing the following fleet to charge in and battle. In this way, relying on the numerous T4-class interstellar battleships, they still had the power to fight. After all, they still had 25 T4 Archangel-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers on their side. Fire the heavy cannons. With the acting commander's order, the heavy cannons on the T3 Spear of God-class medium-sized interstellar comprehensive firepower output ship took aim at the target and fired terrifying energy beams. At this moment, everyone in the Angel Corps put all their hopes into this attack. The heavy cannons of the T3 Spear of God-class medium-sized interstellar comprehensive firepower output ship were a crucial firepower output, with power that could rival 70% of a battleship's main cannons. The key was their ability to fire in unison, which was outstanding. It was the Angel Corps' killer weapon on the interstellar battlefield. Unfortunately, this killer weapon was about to fail this time. As the heavy cannon beams were about to hit the front-line enemy starships, beams of light were rapidly fired from the Owl Dragon Legion fleet, accurately intercepting the majority of the heavy cannon beams. Explosive halos spread out between the two fleets. At the same time, a huge light curtain enveloped the Owl Dragon Legion fleet. Saint Kana suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Under the heavy cannon simultaneous fire from the Angel Corps, the Owl Dragon Legion actually withstood this round of attack without any of their starships being damaged. At that moment, it seemed as though the Owl Dragon Legion was being protected by divine light. Is this a star shield matrix? Saint Kana looked at the scene in disbelief. The technology of the Star Shield Matrix was also being researched by the Sacred Radiant Empire. However, until now, miniaturization had not been achieved. It couldn't be carried on interstellar battleships, not even on the huge T4-class interstellar battleships. It could only be equipped in some large military starports and fortresses, combined with surrounding military defense facilities, to activate a large-scale Star Shield Matrix for defense. But so far, the Sacred Radiant Empire was still in the experimental stage and had not fully mastered it. Yet now, the Owl Dragon Legion on the opposite side had actually deployed such technology directly on the battlefield. It seems to be that interstellar escort ship. It's also that interstellar escort ship that intercepted our artillery, a subordinate exclaimed as they enlarged a few pictures. In those images, it could be seen that a module on the body of a large interstellar escort ship was emitting light, which was clearly the Star Shield device, and all the artillery beams that had been intercepted were all done by these interstellar escort ships. Retrieve the information on this interstellar escort ship, Saint Kana said with a gloomy look on her face. The subordinate immediately began searching for information, but after a long time, hesitantly said, Your Grace, we couldn't find any information on this interstellar escort ship. Only a name reported by the Owl Dragon Legion before the Holy War duel started. Saint Knight-class interstellar escort ship. Just a name. Saint Kana's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking of this, she remembered that during the second battle of 100 ships, the Owl Dragon Legion had only reported two names: Triangular Dragon-class interstellar escort ship and Wolf Badger-class interstellar destroyer. But based on the subsequent battlefield reviews, they could conclude that these two interstellar battleships were definitely not simple. With their terrifying armor strength, without a doubt, these two interstellar battleships were equipped with armor of the same high-strength class. It would not be an exaggeration to call them heavy armor interstellar escort ship and heavy armor interstellar destroyer. The Owl Dragon Legion had exploited this loophole, making them underestimate the situation, assuming they were just ordinary interstellar battleships. Of course, the main reason was the lack of intelligence data from the Owl Dragon Legion, a rising power over the past 2 to 3 years, with few major battles experienced, let alone data on related interstellar battleships. And now, with another interstellar escort ship with no data in front of them, they suffered a huge loss. Is that all the intelligence we have? Saint Kana stared at her subordinates, her expression very grim. It had been many years since she had become so angry. The subordinate hurriedly said, But based on the information our data personnel have collected, we can determine that this interstellar escort ship is actually an interstellar missile escort ship, because the intercepting of our attacks was actually a short-range, but very fast-firing interstellar missile. combined with a considerable number of close-range guns. That's why all our artillery beams were intercepted, and they are equipped with the Star Shield Matrix defense system. We speculate that this may be a T4 class interstellar missile escort ship. T4, hey, and now you tell me this. What were you all doing with the intelligence gathering work before? I have eyes, I know all this now too. You, forget it, step aside. St. Kana was now feeling chaotic, her gaze returning to the battlefield. T4 interstellar missile escort ship. St. Kana glanced around the battlefield sequences of the Owl Dragon Legion, her expression even darker. Just from what she saw, there were 30 of these T4 class interstellar escort ships named Saint Knight, along with 20 T4 Vermilion Phoenix class medium interstellar cruisers. The Owl Dragon Legion actually had a total of 50 T4 class interstellar battleships on their side. That was more than what their Holy Angel Legion had, which only had 30 T4 class interstellar battleships, and in all aspects their ship types performed superior to theirs. Even their heavy artillery beams were ineffective against enemy ships. Miss St. Kana, a male voice spoke up at this moment. It was the voice of the commander of the Owl Dragon Legion on the other side. Miss St. Kana has also seen the current situation on the battlefield. I might as well let Miss St. Kana know that my T4 interstellar escort ship has deployed this Star Shield Matrix, allowing your remaining interstellar battleships from the Holy Angel Legion to bombard for over 10 minutes without any problem. Moreover, you have seen the interception defense system of my interstellar escort ships, combined with the harassment from my other interstellar battleships. Your Holy Angel Legion will need more than half an hour to break through my Star Shield Matrix, and in that half an hour, my T3 Adjudicator interstellar missile ship can complete interstellar missile resupply and launch a bombardment on your Holy Angel Legion. After that, my interstellar battleships will swarm out, with dozens of ways to annihilate your Holy Angel Legion interstellar battleships right here. Zhao Chen's voice remained calm, but spoke as if foretelling the fate of the Holy Angel Legion. St. Kana did not retort, because she had also anticipated this outcome. This Owl Dragon Legion was too powerful, unbelievably powerful. To exterminate such a Legion fleet on the battlefield, it would take at least 3 or more Holy Light Legions, or possibly require paying a high price. St. Kana took a deep breath, almost using all her effort, and uttered those words. I represent the Holy Angel Legion. In this third battle, we surrender. Those subordinates behind St. Kana opened their mouths, but remained silent. Even though surrendering was humiliating, they also saw the disparity between the fleets of both sides. Continuing the fight would deplete the Holy Angel Legion. On the other hand, the Owl Dragon Legion would suffer at most less than 30% of battle losses. This was not the outcome they wanted to see, especially since the Holy Angel Legion was tied to many internal conflicts and interests within the Sacred Radiant Empire. This faction led by St. Kana had its foundations in the Imperial Senate. Even though they would face condemnation and punishment in the Imperial Senate for losing this holy war, as long as the Holy Angel Legion existed, St. Kana's position would remain. Otherwise, that would be a true disaster. Miss St. Kana made a wise choice, saving the lives of millions of interstellar warriors of the Holy Angel Legion. If there are wounded soldiers from the Holy Angel Legion who need treatment, our accompanying interstellar medical ship can provide assistance. Zhao Chen said cautiously at this moment. St. Kana also saw that immediately after the end of the second battle of the Owl Dragon Legion, the first thing they did was to rescue the wounded soldiers, showing that Zhao Chen cares deeply for his fleet soldiers. Then please, Lord Zhao Chen. St. Kana's tone carried respect. Although she had been defeated, she admired Zhao Chen for constructing such a powerful fleet of the Owl Dragon Legion, and she had seen after the second battle of the Owl Dragon Legion that the first thing they did was to rescue the wounded soldiers, showing Zhao Chen's strong care for his fleet soldiers. He was a commander worthy of respect. The interstellar battleships on both sides have ceased fire. Our fleet's losses have been fully accounted for, as per the battlefield date reported by Red Eye. Lily, the secretary officer, reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen scanned through the report. The most prominent aspect was the cost of the battle, a battle expenditure of 12 billion star coins. Out of this, 10 billion was spent by the 50 T3 Judgment-class heavy interstellar missile ships just now. This amount of funds, if used on Chu Chang's side, could probably sustain a tug-of-war battle with the Prince faction for 5 days to over a week. But in Zhao Chen's hands, it was over in 5 minutes. If Chu Changhe found out, he would probably scold his grandson for being a spendthrift and remind his granddaughter to manage her money well in the future, so Zhao Chen wouldn't waste it recklessly. However, without Zhao Chen's expenditure of the 10 billion star coins on the interstellar missiles, this Legion confrontation wouldn't have ended so quickly. Excluding the time for both Legion's fleets to travel, from the actual commencement of combat to the surrender announcement by Saint Kana, it was less than an hour. For Zhao Chen, this money was well spent. Looking at both sides' war damage data, it was definitely worth it. The Owl Dragon Legion suffered the following losses. First, the destruction or irreparable damage to interstellar battleships, mainly the T3 Triangular Dragon-class heavy interstellar assault escort ships, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleships, and T3 Wind Hawk-class medium interstellar cruiser ships. A total of 23 interstellar battleships were lost, with only a few directly destroyed, while the vast majority were severely damaged and irreparable. In terms of interstellar fighters and drones, the interstellar drones were not even worth mentioning, as Zhao Chen had constructed them himself, so he wasn't concerned about their losses. The interstellar fighters had a loss rate of less than 5%, while the opposing Angel Legion had a disturbingly high loss rate of 60% in this category. If this battle hadn't ended in time, the Angel Legion would likely have completely lost control of the interstellar airspace. In terms of casualties, a total of 1,727 personnel were sacrificed. Additionally, over 3,000 individuals suffered injuries of varying degrees, but had already received care from the interstellar medical ships and weren't in critical condition. As a result, regarding the third Sacred War duel involving more interstellar battleships, the losses were actually smaller than the second battle, known as the Battle of the 100 Ships. However, this was only for the Owl Dragon Legion. On the contrary, the losses of the Angel Legion were staggering. Although the data was estimated, it was still quite terrifying. Nearly 800 interstellar battleships were directly lost, including 10 T4-class interstellar battleships. Additionally, there were over 700 interstellar battleships damaged to varying degrees. The estimated number of fatalities was over 300,000 individuals. In summary, the Angel Legion's losses in this battle exceeded 30%. Meanwhile, the Owl Dragon Legion's losses were only 1%. However, in terms of battle expenditure, the Owl Dragon Legion's expenditure was 100 times that of the Angel Legion. This was without considering the value of the lost interstellar battleships on both sides. In fact, this was Zhao Chen's original intention all along. In this Sacred War duel, Zhao Chen's hidden goal was to showcase the military power of the Owl Dragon Legion and deter those outside the Starshine Empire who harbored ill intentions. Currently, the Starshine Empire was embroiled in a civil war that might not settle down in the short term. It was inevitable that there would be factions, like the two major empires, seeking to benefit from the chaos of the Starshine Empire at this time. However, by defeating the Angel Legion in the Sacred War duel and emerging victorious, the Owl Dragon Legion's performance was enough to demonstrate that despite the internal strife, the Starshine Empire still possessed the capability to handle external threats. Even if in the end, it was a case of when the fish dies, the net breaks, they could still take a bite from their opponent. This was a form of military deterrence. Commander, it's time to enter the final stage of the Sacred War duel, Lily whispered to Zhao Chen, her gaze directed towards the area where two shuttlecrafts were connected by a layer of light screens. Zhao Chen got up and walked towards the light screens. At that moment, Saint Kana on the opposite side also stood up and approached. Unlike a few hours ago, when Saint Kana stood confidently with the higher echelons of the defeated Angel Legion behind her, they now appeared crestfallen. Lord Zhao Chen, we lost this sacred war duel. Per our prearranged agreement, we will withdraw and refrain from military intervention in the Starshine Empire's interstellar territories within the agreed time frame. Saint Kana stated solemnly. A stroke of luck. If there were to be another encounter, we wouldn't win so easily, Zhao Chen humbly replied. It was the truth. With preparations taken by the Angel Legion for Zhao Chen's tricks in any subsequent battles, a victory wouldn't be as devastating as this one. Defeat is defeat. There's no need for further words. Lord Zhao Chen's interstellar battleships are truly formidable. If given the chance, I'd really love to board one of Lord Zhao Chen's interstellar battleships and appreciate them, Saint Kana openly expressed. While the Angel Legion's defeat weighed heavily on Saint Kana, she genuinely admired the outstanding interstellar battleships of the Owl Dragon Legion. Commanding such ships in battle was indeed a privileged position. After cleaning up the battlefield, we will withdraw. Thanks so much for the assistance of Lord Zhao Chen's interstellar medical ships, which helped save many of our wounded soldiers. I express gratitude on behalf of those wounded soldiers. May the sacred light be with you. Saint Kana once again showed gratitude. However, in that moment, Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, revealing a meaningful expression. Indeed, regarding the matter of treating the wounded soldiers, here's a medical bill. Would you kindly settle it, Miss Saint Kana? After all, I'm just a minor lord, and all those medical equipment and supplies have costs. Unlike the Angel Legion of Miss Saint Kana, with their immense resources, backed by the Holy Radiant Empire. You see, how would you like to settle this payment? Perhaps, on credit, Zhao Chen, asterisk. Saint Kana, the interstellar battleship of the Owl Dragon Legion, was the first to leave this starry expanse and embark on the journey home. Because their interstellar battleships were less damaged, they were able to return after a brief rest. The Angel Legion estimates that they will need 3 to 5 days to rest here and may need to deploy some interstellar transport ships to handle the transportation of severely damaged interstellar battleships. Watching the gradually disappearing thousands of light rings in the deep space, Saint Kana couldn't help but chuckle. She had originally respected the commander of the Owl Dragon Legion. Not only did he take great care of his own crew, but he even was willing to provide medical assistance to their opponents on the opposite side. However, the fact that he eventually demanded payment for medical expenses from her caught her completely off guard. Fortunately, the amount was within her acceptable range, and she couldn't really deny it. She just felt that the man was somewhat special, very special. Sir, now, should we report back about our defeat? Asked a subordinate with some concern. Report truthfully, Saint Kana said calmly. The subordinate swallowed nervously. But this defeat, the Imperial Senate may blame you. Do you think we should hide it? Can such a big thing be kept secret? Losing is losing, and there is nothing more to say. How the Imperial Senate wants to handle me is my business. Just focus on carrying out your work tasks, Saint Kana said indifferently. Although the Holy War duel had been lost, causing the plan of the Holy Glorious Empire to invade the Star Empire to miscarry. Logically, any other military leader would probably face serious consequences. But for Saint Kana, it was different. She would accept punishment upon return, but it wouldn't be a major issue. Yes, the subordinate followed the order to begin transmitting the battle report of the Holy War duel. He checked the content of the battle report repeatedly, scrutinizing every word and letter. Throughout this time, he wiped sweat off his brow dozens of times. One can only imagine that once this information was transmitted back, the entire Imperial Senate would shake. Eventually, the subordinate reluctantly issued the sending command. A quantum wave passed through the deep universe and headed towards the Holy Glorious Empire. It was like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake. At this moment, in the grand building of the Holy Star of the Holy Glorious Empire's main star system, where the Imperial Senate was located, a dance party was underway. People of all ages from various factions of the Imperial Senate were gathered here. Most of the younger people were dancing in the center of the ballroom or playing traditional instruments of the Holy Glorious Empire. The elders of the family forces sat on chairs on the second floor of the hall, clustering in groups of 3 or 4, enjoying delicious wine and discussing various matters. The most discussed topic among them was naturally about the Star Empire. They were discussing how to distribute the profits of the Star Empire in the future. At this moment, they seemed like a group of diners discussing how to share a delicious meal. One family in particular stood out, the family where Saint Kana belonged, one of the several long-established families of the Holy Glorious Empire. Saint Kana was the current heir of this family and the future heir of the family. This family was known as the Angelic Family, as their emblem was an image of an angel. The Angelic Legion was naturally the military force controlled by this Angelic Family. In this battle mission against the Star Empire, the Angelic Family seized the opportunity with their connections and ensured they had the first rights to allocate the conquered interstellar territories of the Star Empire. In doing so, the status of the Angelic Legion within the Holy Glorious Empire would also rise. At this moment, people were continuously surrounding the important members of the Angelic Legion, raising their glasses in celebration and congratulations. Congratulations! With such an excellent successor like Miss Saint Kana, the Angelic Family shines, and it is the glory of the Holy Glorious Empire. May the divine light shine upon Miss Saint Kana. Miss Saint Kana even has the potential to become the new governor. Ha ha ha! Thank you all for your praises. I thank you on behalf of my niece, but the Holy War Duel is not over yet. It's too early to celebrate. Although the Angelic Legion is not the strongest among our 10 Holy Light Legions, its strength is second to none. This All-Dragon Legion, never heard of them. Daring to engage in a holy war duel against the Angelic Legion is simply seeking death. Scenes like this were constantly playing out at the banquet as if it were a celebration. However, soon, several of the elder figures at the top of the Imperial Senate received a message. Even though they didn't converse closely due to their status, their occasional glances were noticeable. At this point, they all simultaneously opened electronic information interfaces, and it was clear that they were receiving news about the outcome of the Holy War Duel. It seems the Holy War Duel has ended. The news of the victorious return of the Angelic Legion has come. If it weren't for the threat of the mechanical race, those interstellar races within the Silver Galactic Alliance would have long been covered by the light of the Imperial Holy Light. While everyone was whispering amongst themselves below, they soon realized that something was amiss. Normally, an announcement should have been made immediately upon receiving such good news. However, after several seconds had passed, the elders remained silent. One of the elders furrowed his brow tightly, another elder even dropped his wine glass to the ground. This sudden turn of events quieted the venue. The music ceased, and the graceful dancers stood still. All eyes were fixed on the elders. One of the elders' children cautiously approached and asked, "Lord Father, the result of this holy war duel?" "Humph, you should ask the good daughter," the Angelic Family raised. The elder glared at the elder of the Angelic Family, then stood up and left the scene directly. Following suit, the other elder figures also left with grim expressions. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with a thought they were unwilling to believe, an idea they couldn't accept. People then noticed that members of the Angelic Family were leaving the premises, and at that moment, a venerable elder slowly rose from his seat, observing the gazes of everyone. He let out a long sigh. He knew that ultimately, someone had to announce the unbelievable news that they couldn't fathom. The Holy War Duel, the Angelic Legion, has been defeated. When some are worried, others are overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Well done. That was an excellent fight. We've truly displayed our might. Zhuan, take a look at this battle report. A damage ratio of nearly 30-1. The opponent wasn't just any ordinary Legion fleet, it was the Legion of Saint Angels. To achieve such a result is truly exhilarating. Chu Chang's exuberant demeanor made it seem as if he himself had won the battle. Chu Zhuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Grandfather, you received this message half an hour ago. You've repeated these words several times already. I could almost memorize them by now, Chu Zhuan said helplessly. Chu Changhe laughed heartily, unfazed. What? Tired of hearing it. Zhuan, let me tell you, even if it weren't Zhao Chen, Anyone else who achieved this result, I, Chu Chang-hei, would sing their praises for 3 days and 3 nights. With this, we can avoid being caught in a crossfire in this internal war of the Starlight Empire. This Zhao Chen kid has skills. Impressive job, truly worthy of being my chosen grandson-in-law. Regarding his strong support for Zhao Chen, it was almost as if Chu Chang-hei treated him like his actual grandson. Chu Zhuan had grown accustomed to her grandfather's words and didn't directly contradict him. In truth, she had been worried about Zhao Chen's performance in the Holy War duel, but seeing his outstanding results made her unexpectedly proud of the man. It could be said that after this battle, the Dragon Legion could rank in the top 3 of the Galactic Alliance fleet, truly making a name for themselves. However, will the Holy Radiant Empire really abide by the 3-year non-aggression treaty? Chu Zhuan asked with some concern. They will, but also won't, Chu Chang-hei responded. Chu Zhuan was puzzled and looked at her grandfather. Chu Chang-hei explained, for the Holy War duel, it is a sacred and inviolable ritual for the Holy Radiant Empire. Even the Imperial Senate dare not overturn its outcome, as they govern based on religious beliefs. If they go against their own rules, their system will collapse instantly, so they won't shoot themselves in the foot. However, they won't just sit back and do nothing either. But, if they can't send their Legion fleet into the Starlight Empire, what else can they do? Chu Zhuan paused for a moment, and then suddenly had an idea. She exclaimed, could it be, the Holy Radiant Empire might intervene in the Starlight Empire through other means? Yes, Chu Chang-hei nodded. I can think of at least 3 ways. For example, supporting a stellar power in secret, providing assistance to help them win in the Starlight Empire's internal war, or maintaining chaos in the Starlight Empire for 3 years would serve them well. Alternatively, they could hire numerous interstellar pirates, sending fleets to wreak havoc within our Starlight Empire, delaying the progress of our internal war. These 2 options have relatively low cost effectiveness. If it were up to me, I would directly collaborate with the weaker side in the Starlight Empire's internal war, providing assistance such as interstellar battleships, and requesting certain agreements like ceding certain star territories. Chu Zhuan furrowed her brow. So, you mean, if we gain the upper hand in the Starlight Empire's internal war, the Holy Radiant Empire would contact the Prince Party and provide them with support, then have the Prince Party sign certain treaties, but ceding star territories. That could be seen as a disgraceful act of surrender. Would the Prince Party really dare to do that? Isn't Qin Ming afraid of being scorned by the Starlight Empire's upper echelon and being stigmatized in the history books? Chu Chang-hei looked at his granddaughter, smiling. Zhuan, you are still too naive. If the Prince Party were truly cornered, they might indeed resort to such actions. After all, history is written by the victors, and only by surviving can one become the ultimate victor. When push comes to shove, they may not hesitate to sacrifice some of the Starlight Empire's interests to secure assistance from the Holy Radiant Empire. Chu Zhuan fell silent. Indeed, some people have boundaries, like her grandfather, but others have no limits. Just think, if Qin Ming dared to kill his own father, what else wouldn't he do? When pushed to the brink, one could never predict what such a person might do. Then what do we do? Chu Zhuan asked, feeling worried. Chu Chang-hei shrugged. There's no way around it. What? Chu Zhuan looked at her grandfather in surprise. Chu Chang-hei smiled. It's true. If they truly signed some agreement, we'd be helpless. We'll have to grit our teeth and continue clashing with the Prince Party. Though it's not favorable for us, compared to directly facing the interstellar fleets of the Holy Radiant Empire, our situation is already relatively good. If our previous difficulties were nightmarish, then now we're facing a challenging level at least. Chu Zhuan nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. Oh, I also heard that this time during the Holy War duel, Zhao Chen even brought out a T4 class heavy interstellar battleship called the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This fellow, quietly developing a T4 class battleship on his own. No wonder he didn't want to use my T4 God of the Northern Gale in the Holy War duel, Chu Chang-hei said, stroking his stubble. Quarterly mission content. Initiate a Holy War duel against the Sacred Radiant Empire and ultimately win the Holy War duel. Mission Reward. Task completion reward based on 83% completion rate. Receive mission reward. Congratulations on earning 500 mission points and the technical blueprint for the T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship. Zhao Chen looked at the rewards from this mission with satisfaction. 500 mission points were exactly what Zhao Chen was lacking at the moment, making this reward quite fitting. With the expansion of the Griffin Legion, the passive income from the system points was already enough to support Zhao Chen's expenses, the key now being the mission points. As for the T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship, it was also an auxiliary ship type that Zhao Chen currently needed. With the development of 5 resource star territories, Zhao Chen was using the T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ship for extraction, while the transportation was handled by the interstellar transport ship. Originally, the T3 Great White Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship was responsible for this transportation task, but if in the future the T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship entered service, the efficiency would greatly increase. With the increased speed of the T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship, its cargo capacity was several times that of the T3 Great White Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship. This could greatly enhance transportation efficiency. The most important factor was that the T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship could carry an 8th-level warp engine. Do not underestimate the difference of these two levels. In the interstellar transport industry, time is money. By that time, I'll build 30 of these interstellar transport ships, forming a transport fleet. Specifically running on the route outside the 5 resource star territories, Zhao Chen began to plan in his mind. Currently, the situation was becoming clearer. Due to the 3-year restriction, the Sacred Radiant Empire could not directly use military force against the Starshine Empire within 3 years. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation had its supported revolutionary army causing trouble in their backyard, so they didn't have time to launch an expedition against the Starshine Empire in the short term. On the direct battlefield, with their strategic resources in place, the 3-year war lifespan curse on Chu Changhe had been completely broken. The upcoming battle with the Starshine Empire would be more intense. Without the concern of war expenditures, and with Zhao Chen's Starship Factory producing interstellar warships at full speed, this civil war was about to enter its most intense phase. In the chess game before Zhao Chen, he was making progress. Moreover, Zhao Chen had strengthened his power in this chess game by gaining control of 5 resource star territories. Although it was developed under his name, would he be willing to hand over what went into his own pockets? Dream on. During this time, Zhao Chen had provided sufficient time for the Griffin Legion to develop. Not only had the Legion advanced in terms of quality, but also in quantity. Accompanied by the further expansion of the interstellar industrial ships, the war machine in Zhao Chen's hands was gradually revealing its strength. However, Zhao Chen still had one more thing to take care of, the annual mission. With the Holy War duel ending, and less than 20 days left until the end of the year, Zhao Chen naturally needed to figure out a way to complete this annual mission. 3 out of the 5 tasks in the annual mission, monthly income of the Griffin Legion, active T4 level interstellar warships of the Griffin Legion, and control of star territories, had already been completed. 2 tasks were left incomplete. Task 2, have quantities of 3,000, 6,000, 9,000, 12,000, 15,000 T2 level or above interstellar warships. Progress, 15,000 ships 5 stars. Task 3, have quantities of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 T for combat type interstellar warships. Progress, 3 ships 3 stars. Therefore, Zhao Chen had already obtained 23 stars in the annual mission, with just 2 stars left to reach the maximum of 25 stars. The only missing 2 stars were naturally the 2 T for combat type interstellar warships. Zhao Chen opened his page. Host, Zhao Chen, occupation, top starship engineer, special attribute, fleet luck value bonus. Insight I system points, 2.09 million single month fleet income, 1.28 million points. Mission points, 800. Starship quantity, 15,311 ships. Mission, annual mission incomplete. Warehouse, T5 Stygian King-class interstellar dreadnought, Stygian matrix module. Both the system points and mission points were sufficient. Zhao Chen immediately began to browse through the T4 level interstellar warships, focusing on the interstellar destroyers this time. After all, there weren't many days left before the deadline agreed upon with Chu Changhe. Since he had to complete the mission anyway, he decided to exchange it now. However, the T4 interstellar destroyer he exchanged for this time was not customized for the Griffin Legion, but to meet the requirements of Chu Changhe. It had to be cost-effective, quick to build, low cost, and easy to control, among other things. These requirements did not align with the elite fleet standards of the Griffin Legion, so Zhao Chen would arrange for another interstellar destroyer for the Legion. Shortly after, Zhao Chen identified the item he wanted to exchange for, whether to consume 1 million system points and 60 mission points to exchange for the product. T4 Skull Legion class medium-sized interstellar destroyer technical blueprint confirm. Congratulations on obtaining the T4 Skull Legion class medium-sized interstellar destroyer technical blueprint. Current system points, 1.09 million. Current mission points, 740. This T4 Skull Legion class medium-sized interstellar destroyer was very suitable for Chu Chang's needs. Just a few of its features were already obvious. First, its construction technology requirements, although belonging to the T4 level of interstellar warships, could entirely be managed by many T3 level shipyards and construction factories, posing no significant technological difficulty. Secondly, its construction resources and costs were very common raw materials, leading to a single ship cost as low as just 100 million credits. What concept is 100 million credits? For example, the current active T4 Paladin class heavy interstellar missile escort ship of the Griffin Legion costs 500 million per ship to build. Even the T4 Leviathan class heavy interstellar transport ship recently obtained by Zhao Chen had a construction cost of just 100 million credits. Perhaps this wasn't direct enough. The T3 Emperor class heavy interstellar battleship belonging to the current Griffin Legion had a single ship cost of 1 billion credits. Now, it was completely understood how inexpensive this T4 Skull Legion class medium-sized interstellar destroyer was. The drawback of this interstellar warship was also evident. Each ship's combat power was relatively weak, with the only advantage being its sturdy armor that could withstand hits. Its overall strength was far less than the Sacred Radiant Empire's divine mid-sized interstellar destroyers. However, if these ships were accumulated in large numbers, with hundreds or even thousands of them, the situation would be completely different. This interstellar destroyer was equipped with a special combat system that could connect all similar ships and was equipped with a mid-range intelligent combat system. In this way, as long as the combat system was activated, it could achieve very coordinated combat operations in large-scale Legion battles, making it a powerful combat capability. End-of-year missions. One of the requirements for the T4 level combat type interstellar battleship has been upgraded to 4 stars. Zhao Chen only needs to exchange for one more to complete the 5-star requirement. However, the remaining system points may not be enough to exchange for a combat type interstellar battleship, but reaching the requirements within 20 days shouldn't be a problem. For now, it's just a matter of waiting. By the way, Zhao Chen has edited and organized the technical data for those T4 interstellar battleships. In mid-December, after the approval of Region 5 in the 12th star system, a T4 God of the North Wind class heavy interstellar battleship passed through the Stargate and arrived here. Chu Zhuan originally thought she would see a desolate scene. After all, not long ago, this star system was still under the occupation of the mechanoids, with no civilization of carbon-based life forms. Zhao Chen had only taken over for less than 3 months, so even with significant changes, it shouldn't be. But soon, Chu Zhuan's expectations were overturned. Firstly, there was the brand new Stargate. Originally, She planned to hurry over with the T4 God of the North Wind class heavy interstellar battleship. But after contacting the Dragon Star system, she found out that the Dragon Legion had already built the Stargate in 5 resource regions. This was beyond Chu Zhuan's expectations. However, she also secretly thought that it might be a hastily made Stargate for temporary use. But when she saw it for real, she realized she was mistaken. The Stargate's craftsmanship was exquisite, and it was evident that this Stargate was more advanced than several Stargate technologies of the Star Empire. In addition, she could see fleets of interstellar transport ships busy sailing, with the distant silhouette of interstellar industrial ships, very prosperous. Just as they emerged from the Stargate, Chu Zhuan and the others on the bridge were stunned by the bustling scene before them. They hadn't planned a route at the moment, causing a backlog in the docking area outside the Stargate. Within a few seconds, a communication channel came through. "Hello, this is the T for Traveler Gate Command Room 05. Please vacate the docking area immediately and do not block the passage, affecting the passage of the interstellar battleships to come." Chu Zhuan snapped back to reality and immediately ordered her subordinates to move out of the area. Alongside the slow advance of the T4 God of the North Wind class, Chu Zhuan also saw completed habitable cities on several nearby planets. As they sailed on, Chu Zhuan's eyes widened in disbelief, because she actually saw a starport, a large starport at that, rising amidst the starry sea, surrounded by hundreds of interstellar warships of various sizes navigating around it. Had she not known that she was in one of the 5 newly developed star systems outside the Star Empire, she might have thought she was in one of the well-developed trade star systems within the Star Empire. It was hard to believe that just a few months ago, this was a place of deserted existence. "Hello, welcome to Storm Fortress 05, Starport. I am your navigator, and I will guide you into the port." At this moment, a holographic image was projected in the navigator of the starport, a sweet-looking half-beast woman. Even after all the interstellar battleships had docked, Chu Zhuan still couldn't get over the shock. It was truly incredible. "Miss, Lord Zhao Chen is waiting outside the ship." Only when the adjutant next to her reminded her, did Chu Zhuan snap back to reality. She took a deep breath. What was this? That man has always brought her surprises. As Zhao Chen watched the hatch of the T4 God of the North Wind class slowly open, a boarding ladder slowly descended. At the top stood Chu Zhuan. "Hey." Zhao Chen was just about to greet her when Chu Zhuan walked up directly, looking serious, and extended her hand. "Give it to me." Zhao Chen was taken aback by this opening. He paused, instinctively asking, "Give what?" "The T4 Interstellar Destroyer technical blueprint you promised me," Chu Zhuan said. Zhao Chen cried out helplessly, "Miss, we have just met. Shouldn't we exchange some greetings first? Why are you so direct? My grandfather's mission for me this time is to get the technical blueprints of the T4 Interstellar Destroyer from you. Don't tell me you're not ready yet." Chu Zhuan teased. "After all, you've defeated the Holy Angel Legion in the Holy War duel and created billions of wealth in a single month within a few months. I dare not disturb you for too long." "Sir." Zhao Chen chuckled. "Can you speak nicely? Isn't this the Miss Chu from the Chu family who stormed into the insect swarm to save people? Why didn't you invite me to the Holy War duel event?" Chu Zhuan punched Zhao Chen in the chest, complaining. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. "Miss, even if I had called you, considering the situation your family patriarch is facing now, could you have put it aside?" These words were not to be taken seriously, but she was indeed interested in the Holy War duel event. "Tell me quickly, what's the deal with this Holy War duel? Give me a detailed account." Chu Zhuan blinked curiously. "I've arranged a dinner for you, where everyone you know will be there, getting together. As for the detailed story of the Holy War duel, they were all witnesses. You can ask them directly," Zhao Chen said. With that, Zhao Chen clapped his hands, and one of his subordinates walked over with a briefcase and placed it in front of Chu Zhuan. "What's this?" Chu Zhuan looked at the black briefcase, puzzled. Zhao Chen clicked on a screen interface on the briefcase, and a holographic image of a black-styled interstellar battleship appeared in front of Chu Zhuan. Below it was its name, T for Skeleton Legion Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. You just asked me for the technical blueprints of the T for Interstellar Destroyer. Right. Inside here are the detailed blueprints of this T4 class Interstellar Destroyer. T for Skeleton Legion Class Medium-Sized Interstellar Destroyer. Everything meets the requirements of your family patriarch, Zhao Chen stated. Chu Zhuan's eyes widened. She didn't expect Zhao Chen to be so generous. She thought Zhao Chen would ask for some conditions, or they would need to haggle. Without hesitation, Chu Zhuan opened the briefcase, revealing a full set of technical blueprint data. She took out a few pieces of essential data to inspect. As she looked at the electronic screen, her expression gradually shifted from calm to shocked. This T4 class interstellar destroyer only requires 100 million star coins. Chu Zhuan looked at Zhao Chen in shock. Zhao Chen smiled. If mass production is possible, the cost can be reduced by another 1 to 2%. And according to the industrial system in the Chu Star region now, it's entirely possible to construct multiple production lines in the shortest time possible to mass-produce this T4 Skeleton Legion Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. So, are you satisfied with my gift? Chu Zhuan was simply pleased with the T4 Skulker Legion Class Medium-Sized Interstellar Destroyer provided by Zhao Chen. Every aspect of its characteristics seemed tailor-made for the Chu family. Chu Zhuan was confident that by bringing back this set of technical blueprints, the monthly production of this T4 Skulker Legion Class Medium-Sized Interstellar Destroyer could reach up to 10 ships. Even more so in the current wartime situation. Originally, Chu Zhuan wanted to rush back immediately to bring these technical blueprints to her grandfather. However, at Zhao Chen's request, she stayed for a meal. Why the rush? This is not something that can be done in a short while. Constructing an interstellar battleship doesn't miss a day or half a day. Moreover, you can now order the integration of various industrial systems in the Chu River region to prepare for the construction of this interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen held Chu Zhuan in place. Chu Zhuan, with a helpless expression, could only focus on enjoying the meal for the time being. She looked around at the people in the room, most of whom she knew. Lily, Chidong, Annie, Zhao Wanner, Shin Bing, Su Lan, Zhu Zhaoxiao. Strange. Why don't I see Charlotte? Chu Zhuan noticed that Charlotte, one of Zhao Chen's trusted generals, was missing. It's worth noting that Charlotte and Lily have always been Zhao Chen's right-hand people, almost always by his side. Charlotte, she's playing with fire in someone else's backyard. Don't worry about her. Let's enjoy our meal, Zhao Chen chuckled. Chu Zhuan was puzzled for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Zhao Chen's words, but she didn't pursue it. Charlotte's big white cat was still causing mischief in the backyard of the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth. This time, let's consider this a small celebration for us. First of all, I would like to thank our Chief Engineer Annie for her dedication to the Owl Dragon Legion during this time. Here I need to emphasize that our Chief Engineer Annie is the true hero of our Holy War Duel. You may not know, in the first battle of the Holy War Duel, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship was originally planned to take for months, or even half a year, to complete. However, our Chief Engineer Annie, understanding the importance of the matter, managed to complete our T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship in less than 2 months, leading us to our first victory in the Holy War Duel. To our great hero, Chief Engineer Annie, Zhao Chen praised Annie at the big round table. At first, when Annie heard the commander praising her, she pinched her thigh. Annie, oh my god, I'm not dreaming. The commander is actually praising me in front of so many people. From initial doubt to enjoying the praise, even feeling a bit embarrassed, she modestly waved her hands and uttered a few humble words. However, with her wistful eyes and swaying short legs, she seemed to be saying, "Don't stop. Continue. Continue." Annie. After praising Annie, the banquet truly began. Annie was still a bit clouded by the praise, but with Zhao Chen's assurances, she pledged to work tirelessly for the Owl Dragon Legion and achieve new glories. As she ate, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. Seeing Annie like this, Zhao Chen knew his flattery had been successful. Zhao Chen now understood Annie's weak spot. Such verbal praise would make Annie work tirelessly for the next several months, making it a great deal. While enjoying the delicious food on the table, they discussed the recently concluded Holy War duel. Chu Zhuan, as a spectator, was curious about the details of the Holy War duel. However, some expressed their disappointment. Sigh, Chu Zhuan, don't look at me. I was merely a spectator in this Holy War duel. From start to finish, my interstellar stealth bomber didn't even fire a shot. Zhao Wanner pouted, somewhat unhappily. Zhao Chen laughed. You chose it yourself initially? Interstellar stealth bombers are not the main combat ships in a direct interstellar battle. Their main task is to harass enemy fleets in a large battle, attack key military facilities, or support logistics fleets. Moreover, you saw it yourself. The Angel's Legion was equipped with interstellar anti-stealth ships. Your few T-3 Phantom Thorn-class light interstellar stealth bombers rushing ahead were easily picked off. Earlier, Zhao Chen advised Zhao Wanner to choose another ship type. But after experiencing the thrill of stealth tactics, Zhao Wanner had a soft spot for interstellar stealth bombers and decisively stayed on this interstellar battleship. Zhao Wanner understood the rationale, but she still felt uncomfortable. At this moment, all she could do was turn her frustration into appetite and start devouring the delicious food on the table. While Zhao Wanner didn't have much to share, others had many stories to tell. Listening to their tales of facing off against the Angel's Legion, Chu Zhuan looked agog with envy. She picked up a glass of fruit wine from the table and drank it all, helplessly saying, compared to the battles with the prince's party, your Holy War duel was far more enjoyable. Zhao Chen, what do you think about me joining your All-Dragon Legion after this civil war is over? Could you just assign me any position? Zhao Chen chuckled. Of course, I welcome everyone here, but I wonder if your old man would let you go. Shouldn't be a problem. I heard that the total deployment of forces on both sides in the current civil war has exceeded 400,000 interstellar battleships. That's a real large-scale battle. In comparison, our few thousand interstellar battleships duel is a small event, Zhu Zhaoxiao asked in puzzlement. Chu Zhuan shook her head. Don't be fooled by the number of interstellar battleships on the battlefield. The actual number of battleships engaged in combat at a time does not exceed 100,000. And often, there's a lot of back and forth without either side fully unleashing their might. Not very satisfying. Your kind of comfort is better. But if it's the kind that won't stop at the end, then that's truly enjoyable. Chu Zhuan admired, adding, I wonder when this damn civil war will end. Soon, Zhao Chen suddenly interjected. Soon. Chu Zhuan sensed a hidden meaning in Zhao Chen's words and squinted at him. Do you have some information on this? It's not information. It's just that this civil war is truly about to end. It won't go beyond March next year, Zhao Chen said casually. Although the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth and the Divine Radiance Empire were blocked at the gates, internal turmoil was not a long-term solution. Furthermore, there's the presence of the Mechanical Clan, a ticking time bomb. Therefore, the civil war must be resolved quickly and not prolonged. And now, Zhao Chen's waited for the opportune moment was nearly there. It's time to end this civil war. Chu Zhuan enjoyed the meal and then returned to the Chu Star field. In less than half a day, Zhao Chen received a call. Without looking, Zhao Chen knew who it was contacting him at this time. Governor Chu, you kid. You did really well to come up with such a great interstellar destroyer. Tell me the truth. Have you developed it a long time ago and waited until now to hand it over to me? Chu Changhe teased. Zhao Chen complained. I didn't intentionally delay it. You also know that I have too many things on my plate right now. I not only have to manage my territory, but I also have to deal with the matters of these 5 resource star fields. You also saw the first batch of 300 billion raw materials sent to you. To surpass 300 billion in mining volume in such a short period requires a lot of effort. You should understand that. Besides, I have to prepare for a sacred battle duel with the Holy Radiance Empire and prevent the invasion of the Hammer Interstellar Commonwealth. I feel like I'm losing hair recently. What Zhao Chen said was partly true and partly false. After all, Zhao Chen was mostly just overseeing these matters, with most of the work being handled by subordinates. However, there was truth in his words, as well, as he couldn't exchange his system points and mission points for a T4 level interstellar destroyer until now. Otherwise, where did those T4 interstellar escort ships and T4 interstellar battleships come from? And the raw materials worth over 300 billion in a single month. Zhao Chen mentioned surpassing 300 billion, not specifically mining exactly 300 billion, 500 billion, 800 billion, 1 trillion. These are all surpassing 300 billion. Right. Zhao Chen is an honest person and never lies. Alright. This time, my Chu family owes you a big favor. Chu Changhe waved his hand, indicating that he had another important matter to discuss with Zhao Chen. Chu Changhe looked at Zhao Chen with fake concern. I heard from Chujuan that you believe this civil war can end by March next year. Are you so sure? You should know that the Prince Party on the other side already has over 400,000 interstellar warships, and this number is increasing even with losses on the front lines. Zhao Chen knew that Chu Changhe would come to him for this, even if Chujuan didn't convey the message. Zhao Chen was also preparing to discuss this matter with Chu Changhe. Old Chu, you also know, although the Holy Radiance Empire promised not to directly send their military forces to our Starshine Empire within 3 years, they will definitely not just sit back. However, those methods will definitely take some time to implement. So, in order to prevent the Holy Radiance Empire's influence from seeping into the civil war, we must end this civil war as soon as possible, Zhao Chen said. Stop beating around the bush. I also want to end this civil war. But even with the strategic resources you support us with, we are only sufficient in defense, insufficient in offense. Out with it. What bad idea are you concealing this time? Chu Changhe looked straight at Zhao Chen. He believed Zhao Chen would not casually say those words. Since he said he could end this civil war by March next year, he most likely had a high certainty. Old man, is there no one else by your side now? Zhao Chen suddenly asked. Chu Changhe understood Zhao Chen's meaning and assured him, rest assured, this communication channel is highly confidential, and no one can eavesdrop. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled as he spoke about his plan. After hearing Zhao Chen's plan, Chu Chang's expression changed dramatically, showing a sign of excitement. After the communication ended, Chu Changhe issued dozens of military orders one after another. He also announced that on January 1st next year, he would launch the so-called January offensive against the Prince Party. Subsequently, massive troop fleets began to assemble. As for the main direction of the attack, it was the base of the Prince Party's largest interstellar fleet outside the Chu star field, the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet. This was the Prince Party's strongest elite fleet, consisting of the Imperial fleet from the Central Star Domain and some Imperial fleets under the Royal's command. The total force comprised 60,000 interstellar warships. Among the Starshine Empire, it was second only to Chua's main border fleet group in overall combat power. Therefore, the January offensive launched by Chu Changhe could be considered a grand interstellar battle between kings. If neither side withdrew, this battle would directly affect the course of the Civil War. Royal Fleet Flagship, T4, Starshine Emperor-class medium carrier starship, bridged the January offensive. Is this intel confirmed? Ming stared at the interstellar sandbox in front of him, asking the staff officer beside him. It's very accurate, and we have already detected a series of military movements from Chu Changhe. Chu Changhe is preparing to gather the Border Main Fleet Group and the Chu Family Legion, totaling 60,000 interstellar warships, to launch a general offensive against us. For this reason, Chu Changhe has given orders to the reinforcements dispatched to the North Wine Star Domain to rest for a while and then rush back to the Chu Star Field, preparing for the January offensive, the staff officer said. Another officer speculated, I suspect that Chu Chang's strategic resources are running out, which aligns with our previous estimate of about 6 months. They are preparing for a make-or-break move. The Civil War started in August. They estimated that Chu Changhe could only hold out for a maximum of 6 months with the resources he had. When they linked it with the newly established January offensive, it all seemed to fall into place. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he stared at the interstellar sandbox, much like a fierce tiger eyeing its prey. If that's the case, this is the opportunity we have been waiting for. The Northwind Star Domain's forces are not strong in themselves. They have relied entirely on support from the Chu star field to hold out until now. With Chu Chang's risky move of diverting the reinforcements for the January offensive, the defense strength in the Northwind Star Domain will be insufficient. This is our chance to seize the Northwind Star Domain. The staff officer beside him agreed. Yes, that was our thinking as well. We can arrange for the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet to engage in battle with Chu Chang's fleet. Meanwhile, we can send another fleet to attack the Northwind Star Domain and seize it. In the main battlefront, although Chu Changhe is indeed powerful, don't forget that our total force is now close to 400,000 warships. We can easily dispatch reinforcements during the battle to thoroughly eliminate Chu Chang's fleet. Chu Chang's so-called January offensive is just a desperate move by a trapped beast. Qin Ming's mouth curled up. He looked at the interstellar sandbox as if he could already see himself ruling the entire interstellar empire and officially becoming emperor. On the last day of the year 3033 in the galaxy calendar, Zhao Chen listened. Lily reported on the annual summary of the Owl Dragon Legion and its various territories. So far, we possess over 13,000 auxiliary interstellar warships, not including the over 10,000 teeth to Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ships under the Northern Goose Group. Lila began by detailing the auxiliary interstellar warships. She emphasized that these ships were crucial as the foundation for building higher structures. Lila continued, explaining that there were four main types of auxiliary interstellar warships, those under the control of the four major trade groups, including the Owl Dragon Legion's operational warships. The three mining groups distributed over 11,000 T3 Prospector-class heavy interstellar mining ships, with some to be delivered by the end of the month, projecting a monthly production value of 320 billion star coins. The Eden Food Trading Group allocated 300 T3 Eden-class starships, with most of their food production exported to other regions. Additional sales channels were established for the Starshine Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Zhao Chen, reflecting on his economic pillars, realized that starting from the next year, the Owl Dragon Legion's monthly income would reach 350 billion star coins. Astonished by the number, he couldn't believe the profitability his empire had achieved in such a short time. Apart from internal revenue, there were also profits from external arms sales. Over the past few months, the Northern Goose Group had been selling nearly 5,000 T2-class interstellar warships each month, generating around 50 billion star coins. With discounted sales to the Chu Legion, the profits could potentially double. The conversation moved to industrial production. The current fleet could produce 15 Phoenix-class medium interstellar cruisers and 7,000 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers monthly. The Northern Goose Group's fleet could make 50,000 T2-class interstellar destroyers monthly. This momentum impressed Zhao Chen, signifying the growth of his military-industrial empire. The discussion also touched on the transportation fleet and other auxiliary interstellar warships. Zhao Chen was encouraged by the income from his expanding territories, emphasizing investments in local infrastructure and community development. Overall, the Owl Dragon Legion's formidable military-industrial complex showcased rapid growth, positioning Zhao Chen as a dominant force within the Starshine Empire. T for Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. 1 ship. T for Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruiser. 30 ships. T for Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship. 50 ships. Zhao Chen glanced over, and this was the Zhuang Legion he had expanded over the past year. Don't underestimate these more than 7,000 interstellar warships. They are all T3-class interstellar warships. Regarding our Zhuang Legion, Chidong recently proposed a suggestion. Believing that the current single legion system of the Zhuang Legion is too bloated, he suggested converting it into a multi-legion system. Lily repeated Chidong's words. I had already thought about this before, and I was planning to restructure next year. At that time, we will first establish 3. They will be known as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Zheolong Legions. Each Legion fleet will consist of around 3,000 interstellar warships. Currently, with our 7,000 warships, we cannot meet the organization needs of 3 Legion fleets. So, we will start with fully staffing the 1st Legion, spreading the rest between the 2nd and 3rd Legions, and assign any new interstellar warships to these 2 fleets. For the details, have Chidong and the others in charge of Legion affairs handle it, and let me take a look later. Zhao Chen shared his thoughts. Lily immediately recorded this information down. So, who will be in charge of these 3 Legion fleets? Lily now raised a question. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Since there are 3 legions, naturally, 3 Legion commanders are needed. Otherwise, the restructuring would lose its meaning. Charlotte will command the 1st Legion. In Charlotte's absence, Chidong and I will temporarily manage, with Ailey serving as Fleet Secretary. Chidong will command the 2nd Legion, with Jaewaner as Deputy Commander and Bessie as Fleet Secretary. The 3rd Legion. On the selection of the 3rd candidate, Zhao Chen hesitated for a while. It wasn't that there were no candidates, but rather too many suitable candidates to choose from. Shen Bing will temporarily lead the 3rd Legion, and Bian Zhu, Su Lan, Zhu Zi, and Medusa will serve as deputy commanders, with Macy as fleet secretary. They are just temporary appointments. If it turns out they are not suitable, adjustments will be made later. Zhao Chen said. Shen Bing was chosen because among the remaining candidates, she was the best fit. She had been a top student at the Northern Star Space Fleet Academy and had participated in several battles alongside Zhao Chen. Plus, her excellent performance in the 2nd round of the Holy War duels. Whether in theoretical knowledge or practical experience, she was very competent. She was the most suitable candidate at present. There were many deputy commanders in the 3rd Legion to train them. While Bian Zhu, Su Lan, and Zhu Zi had some deficiencies, they had a strong sense of judgment on the battlefield, and Zhao Chen hoped to groom them for future leadership roles. As for Medusa, Zhao Chen had a report about her time at the Goddess Academy. Medusa had broken through most of the Academy's records with her exceptional performance, and was even the captain of a T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser in the previous Holy War duel, showing outstanding performance. In terms of ability, Medusa may even surpass Shen Bing. The only deficiency might be her lack of service time in the Zheolong Legion. Therefore, Zhao Chen arranged for her in this manner to allow Shen Bing and others to learn from Medusa, while further testing her to see if she could truly integrate into the Zheolong Legion. This does seem like the most appropriate arrangement. Lily nodded. She looked at Zhao Chen with a mischievous smile and said, "Then in the future, we can't just call you Commander. We should call you Supreme Commander." Leading 3 Legion fleets, the title of Commander was indeed not suitable. It would be confused with the commanders of the 3 fleets. Then it's Supreme Commander. Call me whatever is convenient. It's just a title after all, Zhao Chen casually responded. After discussing the current situation of the Zheolong Legion, they naturally moved on to envisioning the development plan for the next year. Lily handed several reports to Zhao Chen, saying, "These are the future development proposals I have collected from various departments' senior staff in the Zheolong Legion over the past half-month." Zhao Chen opened these electronic reports. They covered various aspects, including a suggestion from Charlotte in the military sector and recommendations from Chidong, Jaewaner, Shen Bing, etc., in the military industry sector. Other suggestions came from Liachi of the North Goose Group and Hong Meigui of the Rose Red Dragon Mining Group. There were more than 10 reports in total. Zhao Chen skimmed through them and found them all good suggestions based on each department's perspective and provided practical recommendations. Among these reports, Zhao Chen only took a quick look at Annie's report before setting it aside. This was because Annie's content was the least, mostly focusing on how many interstellar warships could be produced in the coming year. As for that production capacity, just a glance and it was clear that Annie was intentionally slacking off. Why could Zhao Chen tell? Because Nana, who wrote next to her, promised a 60% higher production capacity and construction plan. She even added at the end that if the commander had any urgent needs, the construction plan still had room for improvement. Look, that's the difference. This is the difference. Annie may have talent surpassing Nana's, but Nana's work ethic was superior. This is what an excellent employee looks like. At that moment, Annie shivered inexplicably, feeling a chill creeping up on her. She thought, seems like I caught a cold recently. Then, tonight, hot pot it is for some nourishment. Let me take a look at these reports first. I will make some modifications later, and you can then see if there's anything else to add, Zhao Chen said. Yes. Lily obediently stood by waiting. Zhao Chen appeared to be browsing through reports, but he was actually looking at the system interface. It was the last day of the month, and it was time to complete the annual mission. They were just one T4 class interstellar warship away from meeting the requirements of the 5-star mission. Over the past 10 days, Zhao Chen's system points had increased significantly. It was enough to exchange for the interstellar warship he had long decided upon. Since they were finalizing the development plan for next year, how could they miss out on a new type of interstellar warship? Would you like to spend 1.88 million system points and 100 task points to exchange for the blueprint of T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battleship cruiser? Confirm. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint of T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battleship cruiser. Current system points, 110,000. Current task points, 640. As Zhao Chen joyfully acquired the new heavy cruiser, a golden frame appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on completing the annual mission. Annual mission completion rate, 25 stars. Calculating annual mission rewards. Congratulations on completing the annual tasks, achieving a completion level of 25 stars, and starting to distribute task rewards. If reaching 20 stars, you will receive a basic reward package. At 23 stars, an additional reward package. And at 25 stars, a mysterious reward package. At this moment, Zhao Chen's heart was already eager, anticipating what lay ahead. Gazing at the 3 rewards, it felt like watching over 3 beloved wives. Sigh, little darlings, your master has arrived. Hehe. Opening the basic reward package, you will receive 5 million system points, 500 mission points, and the blueprint for the T4 Moon God class heavy interstellar supply ship. Although this basic reward package does not contain a high-level combat-style interstellar battleship, the points and mission points given are substantial. Additionally, the blueprint for the T4 Moon God class heavy interstellar supply ship signifies more efficient logistical support during combat, especially for T4 level interstellar battleships. Opening the additional reward package, you will receive the blueprint for the T4 Medusa class heavy interstellar artillery ship. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the interstellar artillery ship. This had always been the signature technology of the Sacred and Glorious Empire within the Galactic Alliance. Previously, the Angel Legion had used the T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar comprehensive firepower output ship as a trump card, which was more like an interstellar artillery ship, also known as the T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar artillery ship. However, due to the installation of interstellar missiles, it was referred to as a comprehensive firepower output ship. The interstellar artillery ship, as one of the core technologies of the Sacred and Glorious Empire, was not just as simple as placing a heavy cannon on an interstellar battleship. Firstly, these energy cannons required a significant energy supply for each simultaneous firing, meaning the interstellar battleship needed a powerful heart. Secondly, due to the large energy supply required, the transmission system also needed to be advanced to transfer the energy to each cannon quickly and efficiently. This was why, although other interstellar empires in the Galactic Alliance coveted this interstellar battleship, they had not yet developed one. Zhao Chen directly brought out the T4 class heavy interstellar artillery ship this time, and if people from the Holy and Glorious Empire saw it, they would surely question their life choices. Zhao Chen immediately checked the data information about this interstellar battleship. He was curious about how powerful this battleship was, especially since the All-Dragon Legion hadn't encountered this type of ship before. The Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship specifications are as follows. Interstellar artillery ship. Hull armor strength, 3,3600 units. Star shield energy value, 100,000 units. Cruising speed, 300 knots. Star speed warp engine, level 8 warp engine. Ship length, 3.6 kilometers. Mass, 2.11 million tons. Crew, 1,000 personnel. Ship weapons, 400 Medusa-type particle energy heavy cannon, 200 fully automated high-density quadruple energy close-range defense guns. While its basic attributes were weaker, the defense was not strong, making it almost defenseless in close combat scenarios. After all, it was a long-range output type of interstellar battleship similar to an interstellar missile ship. However, in terms of firepower, equipped with 400 Medusa-type particle energy heavy cannons, this firepower far exceeded the 10 T3 Divine Spear class medium interstellar comprehensive firepower output ships that the Angel Legion had previously. The attack principle of these energy cannons was to charge within the cannon during the attack and then launch a high-speed moving spherical particle energy projectile, which, upon hitting the target or being intercepted, would explode. Due to its energy-based explosion type, it had an excellent effect on star shield destruction. The strategic positioning of this interstellar artillery was between the battleship's main gun and the interstellar missile ship's missiles. It was more cost-effective than interstellar missiles, had shorter launch intervals, requiring only core energy refueling before a battle, making it low cost. However, its power was not as strong as interstellar missiles, nor did it have the same range. Its fixed attack trajectory made it easy to predict and intercept. Its only advantage was the short attack interval and low cost. The firing type was somewhat similar to the main gun, but less powerful, although with a much shorter firing interval. It could provide short-term area coverage firepower. This could compensate for the significant decrease in firepower after the interstellar missile attacks. Imagine on the battlefield, launching a round of interstellar missiles first, followed by a round of interstellar artillery suppressing firepower. This was sheer firepower suppression. It's worth noting that this battleship was not cheap to build, and its energy engines refueling was also expensive. Single ship cost, 6 billion star coins. Single engine fuel replenishment, 1 billion star coins. However, compared to the expense of interstellar missiles, this was relatively insignificant. While things calmed down for a moment, Zhao Chen took a glance back at the previously coveted interstellar battleship he had exchanged for to complete this year's tasks. The Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battleship specifications are as follows. Interstellar missile battleship. Hull armor strength, 50,000 to 56,000 units. Star shield energy value, 1 million units. Cruising speed, 560 knots. Star speed warp engine, level 8 warp engine. Ship length, 7.8 kilometers. Mass, 4.66 million tons. Crew, 2,000 personnel. Ship weapons, 1 Tyrant heavy battleship cannon, 6 10,000 mm heavy electromagnetic cannons firing various types of electromagnetic pulse shells, armor-piercing shells, proton charges, plasma shells, fusion shells, and 19 physical shells, 50 interstellar missile launchers equipped with 5,000 mid-range Tyrant-type interstellar missiles, 166 quadruple heavy particle energy rapid-fire cannons, 488 fully automated high-density, 6-barrel energy close-range defense guns. This was a heavy interstellar cruiser with added interstellar missiles, adding missiles to enhance firepower further. Equipped with mid-range interstellar missiles, this ship's mission was frontline combat and infiltration. The interstellar missiles were to boost its short-term firepower output capacity. In the future, seeing Zhao Chen's creation of this series of interstellar battleships, a new nickname was given to Zhao Chen, the Firepower Tyrant. Seeking the ultimate in firepower output, relentless firepower strikes. Putting aside his restless emotions for now, there was still one more mission reward left. Since the additional rewards are so generous, the mysterious reward must be even stronger. Zhao Chen eagerly looked at the final unopened mysterious reward package, full of anticipation, as he clicked to open it. Congratulations on receiving the T5 Creator Master Starship. Zhao Chen was stunned for a good half day. From this simple name, Zhao Chen couldn't see any information. Zhao Chen clicked on it, and it was a long string of data explanations. One thing that can be confirmed is that this is not a combat-type interstellar battleship. It is an auxiliary-type interstellar battleship. This is high-tech. Zhao Chen exclaimed as he saw the function of this starship. Why did Zhao Chen call it high-tech? Because it really lives up to its name. It can create and shape the world. This T5 Creator Master Starship can transform the ecological environment of a planet. Of course, not all planets can be transformed. For example, gaseous planets cannot be transformed. What it can do is transform planets with unsuitable habitats or low-quality ecological environments into more suitable habitats. The working principle is simple. Inside the T5 Creator Master Class Starship, it can produce and carry a large number of ecological transformation nanobots. After selecting a suitable planet for transformation, the T5 Creator Master Starship will fly to the near orbit of this planet and then disperse the ecological transformation nanobots on the planet. These ecological transformation nanobots have the ability to multiply and can withstand most harsh environments. Even if they are thrown into a star, they can survive for a period of time. However, their lifespan is very short, the shortest being just 1 month, and the longest not exceeding 1 year. They use their bodies to transform the planet, the first step being to modify some extremely harsh ecological environments on the planet, and then to quickly form continents, oceans, atmospheres, and other ecological factors. For a standard-sized planet, this transformation can be completed within a year. Of course, the transformation time varies for different planets, with such a T5 Creator Master Class Starship ensuring sufficient supply. It can transform at least 300 planets in a year. This black technology is truly amazing, but Zhao Chen also sighed at its high cost. Indeed, true to being black technology, the keyword here is expensive. The single cost of a T5 Creator Master Starship is 500 billion star coins, and that's just the beginning. The major cost is the supply of raw materials needed to produce ecological nanobots. For example, to transform a standard-sized planet, it requires 1 billion star coins of raw materials. And to continuously transform more than 300 planets in a year, it means supplying 300 billion star coins. While the technology is outstanding, it does burn a hole in the pocket. It is a bit challenging to promote on a large scale, but it's still feasible for a small area, such as the All-Dragon Galaxy. In Zhao Chen's long-standing plan, he wanted to build the All-Dragon Galaxy, but the limitations of the galaxy were too significant. Without resources, Zhao Chen could develop in other galaxies. Without stargates, Zhao Chen could provide stargate technology for single-star systems. Without money, Zhao Chen could earn it. Without people, Zhao Chen could recruit from outside. But without suitable habitable planets, Zhao Chen couldn't just create habitable planets out of thin air. This greatly affected the development of the All-Dragon Galaxy. The T5 Creator Master Starship solved this dilemma for Zhao Chen, elevating the development of the All-Dragon Galaxy to a whole new level. With the completion of the annual mission, Zhao Chen also reaped a bountiful harvest. 5 million system points, 500 mission points, T for Moon God Class Heavy Interstellar Supply Ship, T for Medusa Class Heavy Interstellar Cannon Ship, T5 Creator Master Starship, and the T5 Tyrant Class Heavy Interstellar Missile Cruiser that Zhao Chen himself exchanged. Zhao Chen's technical reserves increased significantly, but this was still far from enough. Host, Zhao Chen Profession, Top Starship Engineer Special Attribute, Fleet Luck Bonus, Insight System Points, 5.11 million monthly fleet earnings, 1.28 million points, mission points, 1140 starship quantity, 20,678 ships missions, empty warehouse, T5 Pluto King Class Intergalactic Dreadnought Technical Blueprint. Pluto Matrix Module. T5 Creator Master Starship Technical Blueprint. T4 Tyrant Class Heavy Intergalactic Missile Cruiser Technical Blueprint. T4 Medusa Class Heavy Interstellar Cannon Ship Technical Blueprint. T4 Moon God Class Heavy Interstellar Supply Ship Technical Blueprint. T4 Hoyle Class. With abundant system points and mission points, it naturally required the acquisition of more technology. As for how to spend this fund, Zhao Chen quickly figured it out. Whether to spend 1 million system points and 50 mission points to exchange for the technical blueprint of the T4 Tycoon Class Heavy Interstellar Mining Ship confirmed. Whether to spend 1 million system points and 100 mission points to exchange for the product T4 Fallen Angel Class Super Heavy Carrier Starship confirmed. Whether to spend 1.3 million system points and 70 mission points to exchange for the product T4 Skull King Class Heavy Armored Interstellar Destroyer confirmed. Current system points: 710,000. Current mission points: 920. With this, apart from the T4 level interstellar missile ship, the majority of the T4 class ship types are basically complete. Zhao Chen let out a long breath, his eyes filled with excitement. Finalizing most of the T6 class series ships. This is something no one in the Galactic Alliance has achieved so far. Consider that initially in the Galactic Alliance, there were only 8 models of T4 class combat interstellar battleships. Among them, 2 of the Hammer Interstellar Federation's models are just Quays IT4. But now, Zhao Chen holds 7 models in his hands, as well as 3 major auxiliary interstellar transport ships, interstellar mining ships, and interstellar industrial ships. That is a total of 10 T4 interstellar battleships. With such a powerful lineup, it laid the foundation for the rise of the Owl Dragon Legion. Undoubtedly, if the Divine Radiance Empire and the Hammer Interstellar Federation were to know about the technologies Zhao Chen is currently in possession of, they might launch an attack on the Owl Dragon Legion at any cost. Give me 3 more years. No. 1 year is enough. Within the Galactic Alliance, the Owl Dragon Legion will fear no interstellar force. Zhao Chen is confident. He raised his hand, summoning several electronic screens, his fingers tapping swiftly like a pianist. This piqued the curious gaze of Lilith at the side, feeling the commander emitting a certain glow, unclear and mysterious. Lilith, this is the development outline of the Owl Dragon Legion that I've devised for the next year. Take a look first. Also, immediately notify Chief Oni and Chief Nana to come over for a meeting. Later, I will edit more data, outlining detailed development plans. Zhao Chen sent a brief electronic document to Lilith. Opening it, Lilith's eyes widened instantly, her mouth gaping wide, shocked and looking at the commander, who was editing more data. If the various forces within the Galactic Alliance were to know this document, it would shake everyone to the core. Commander, this document of yours. Annie licked the lollipop in her mouth, looking at the large door of the bridge in front of her. She stopped in her tracks. It's not good to hold the lollipop out. Better hide it first. Annie took out a piece of paper, wrapped the lollipop in it, and stuffed it into her pocket. She had just lifted a foot, but in the next moment, she stopped. She looked around and found no one paying attention to her. Subconsciously, she reached into her pocket, but then she thought of something and looked up at a hidden mini camera on the ceiling. She immediately pretended to be in a hurry, turned and ran into a restroom around the corner. Inside the restroom, Annie took out a small box containing black ink, about to apply some on her eye sockets. She remembered being exposed by the commander before. This won't do. Annie shook her head and put away the small box. She took out a small spray bottle and sprayed her hair wildly with it, making it look like a bird's nest. Looking at herself in the electronic mirror, Annie nodded satisfactorily. Then she looked at her clean clothes and suddenly had an idea. She quickly pulled out that box of ink from her pocket again and wiped it on the corners of her clothes. With this appearance, Annie looked more like a chief engineer who had just come off the front line. She then patted her face. As she walked out of the restroom, her steps noticeably faltered, as if her body had been emptied. Annie walked to the large door of the bridge, and the robotic scan of Annie quickly opened the light gate. She walked into the bridge, and the first thing she saw was Zhao Chen sitting in the captain's chair in the center of the bridge, along with Lily beside him. And how come her sister Nana is here too? For some reason, Annie always had an uneasy feeling. She swallowed nervously, reassuring herself that nothing was wrong, and proceeded with her act, slowly walking towards the commander. "Commander, Annie reports for duty." Annie stood up straight, but her voice was very weak. "Annie, what's wrong with you? You look very tired," Lily asked with concern. Annie forced a smile. "Lily, I'm fine. It's just that the construction plan for the Falcon Legion starship is busy. But Annie knows the importance of this job. So, even on the last day of this year, Annie will ensure that the project is completed on time and in the right quantity." At this moment, Annie was indeed a model worker dedicated to the Falcon Legion. "Annie, isn't the construction plan very busy? Isn't everything going well? And Annie, weren't you having a party last night? I saw you saying you were going to have a good meal today at noon," Nana asked with a puzzled expression. "What good meal? I've been on the job all day today, and even had a working lunch." Annie felt a little guilty, but kept calm. But the next moment, Annie burped. Zhao Chen raised his head, and he smelled a strong scent in the air. Looking at Annie, "Did you have hot pot for lunch?" Annie froze, her brain spinning rapidly, hands behind her back, fingers intertwined, her right foot circling behind the left foot. "This is, as I passed by the Starship restaurant, I happened to see Niu eating hot pot there. Commander, you know Niu, she's too enthusiastic. When she saw me passing by, she insisted that I take a few bites. So I had the bites of beef. I didn't expect the smell to be so strong. Here it is." Annie even took a breath and laughed, smelling it herself. "What about last night's party?" Zhao Chen squinted at Annie. "No party. There was absolutely no party." Annie kept shaking her hands. Just then, a voice rang out. "Let's sing and dance together. Let me see your waving little hands. I say Annie. You say big baby. Annie. Big baby. Annie. Big baby." Where's the applause? Applaud enthusiastically. Annie Big Baby will perform a section of Bassett-style pole dancing for you. Clap, 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 clap. Annie's expression stiffened, tilting her head to look at the electronic window in front of Nana, where a video was playing. Zhao Chen also looked over and saw a dwarf winter melon circling the pole, doing who knows what. The background seemed to be a VIP room in a Starship restaurant, with colorful lights and music. However, the camera angle was tricky, capturing only Annie. "I didn't see it wrong. Annie, you posted on social media last night." Nana blinked innocently and looked at Zhao Chen. "Social media." Zhao Chen squinted at Annie, who felt as if she could find a hole to hide in. Annie cleared her throat and said, "I almost forgot. I did have a little fun with everyone while resting yesterday. How can the commander not see my social media post? Let me see. Oh, when did I accidentally block the commander? Oh right. It must have been when Niu was browsing my communication network. You know Niu is very familiar with these things. She probably accidentally blocked you," Annie said as she opened her Falcon Legion internal communication network, muttering to herself, "I almost forgot. I did enjoy myself a bit with everyone yesterday. How could the commander not see my social media post? Let me see. Oh, when did I accidentally block the commander? Oh right. It must have been when Niu was browsing my communication network. You know Niu is very familiar with these things. She probably accidentally blocked you," Annie muttered to herself as she tried to cover up her mistake, stealing a glance at her sister next to her. Blocking the commander, but forgetting to block this thing. The commander's gaze couldn't be hidden. After dragging Annie out from where she was hiding, Zhao Chen's unread messages about Annie's social media had suddenly turned into 99+. You see, this social network system only notifies unread messages within a month. Zhao Chen flicked through them, and it turned out Annie had made 4 to 5 posts in a day, with half of them related to food. Annie stood with her hands behind her back, foot hesitantly twirling on the floor, saying pitifully, "Annie just wants to mix work and rest." Look, I work hard for the job. Seeing Annie's desolate appearance, she might have actually fooled someone else. Annie, did you climb mountains and cross ridges from the garage to my bridge? Your clothes and hair are all messed up. Then Zhao Chen suddenly said. Annie didn't understand what the commander meant. She looked up. Zhao Chen opened a social media post for her to see. The sender was Nana, and the background was a slow Nana coming down the ship. Annie at that time was clean as could be, her hair not resembling a bird's nest like it is now. Below was a caption, "So happy to see Annie." Annie's mouth twitched, her face ashen as she looked at Nana innocently. "I don't want this sister anymore. Anyone take her." "Alright, let's get down to business." Zhao Chen redirected the conversation. "I've outlined the starship construction requirements for the next year here. Take a look, both of you. This is just a general plan, subject to potential modifications or additions each quarter." Two electronic files were sent to Annie and Nana. The outline comprised several series, including plans for expanding the interstellar industrial ships, as well as technical enhancements for auxiliary interstellar warship expansions. The majority of the plan focused on the expansion goals of the Phoenix Legion for the upcoming year. However, at the end, there was a section with minimal text, but the most impactful plan. Full T for Series Interstellar Fleet Construction Plan. As the name suggests, it aimed to create an interstellar fleet entirely composed of T for class interstellar warships. Lily was amazed by this particular proposal. Within this construction plan, there were many ship types she had never seen before. T for Tyrant class, T for Medusa class, T for Fallen Angel class T for Skeleton King class. Additionally, among the auxiliary ship types, there were a series of ships she had never encountered before. T for Tycoon class, T for Moon Goddess class, and an unlabeled ship named Creator class starship. Zhao Chen looked at the two chief engineers in front of him, their expressions contrasting. Annie appeared pale, her legs trembling, swallowing saliva as if she might faint at any moment. On the other hand, Nana's cheeks were slightly flushed, her breath slightly rapid, her eyes emitting a gleam. "Commander, this construction plan is extremely challenging." "Commander, this construction plan is incredible." Annie and Nana both spoke simultaneously, and Zhao Chen didn't even need to look to know who said what. Zhao Chen looked at Annie, narrowing his eyes. "Do you think we won't be able to complete these construction plans I've outlined?" Annie nodded repeatedly, looking worried as she said, "You have also seen my proposed plans before, and this exceeds the standards by too much. Are you daring to mention the proposal you gave me? I'm not interested in exposing you." Zhao Chen threw Annie a knowing look. Annie realized she couldn't pretend any longer. She had to change tactics, pointing to the data and saying, "But the demands you've put forward are really too high. There are also those interstellar warship technologies mentioned inside that I've never even heard of, and you want to mass-produce them right away. The difficulty. You're talking as if the data and information I provided you with before were immediately put into production. Have there been any issues with that?" Zhao Chen retorted. Annie hesitated, scratching her head. It did seem like every time the commander brought out data, there were never any problems. Even when Annie tried to find faults, it was in vain. "Funding. Yes, funding is a huge issue. Your construction plan requires an enormous amount of funding." Annie suddenly interjected, pinpointing the critical problem. Without adequate funding and raw materials supply, the construction plan for the Phoenix Legion for the next year would not be feasible. This time, Zhao Chen didn't immediately refute. He turned to Lily instead. Lily had just been working on the statistics, displaying the expansion plans for 4 types of interstellar warships on 4 large screens. First is the annual expansion plan for interstellar industrial ships. As per the commander's request, our interstellar industrial ships need further expansion. The T Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship does not require additional construction. The T3 Furnace class heavy interstellar industrial ship needs to be expanded from the current 500 ships to 3,000. The T4 Gemini class heavy interstellar industrial ship needs to be expanded from the current 3 ships to 100. Just these require an investment of 700 billion stars. Zhao Chen remained calm, waiting for Lily to continue with the calculations. The cost of constructing interstellar industrial ships was significant, a factor Zhao Chen had considered when outlining the plan. Interstellar industrial ships were the foundation of civilization. Constructing so many T-4 Gemini ships was also too quickly built to D5 class interstellar warships. Such an investment, no matter how high, had to be made. In the auxiliary interstellar warship category, the T3 Prospector class heavy interstellar mining ship will continue to expand as per the original plan, from the current 10,000 ships to 20,000. At the same time, 300 T4 Tycoon class heavy interstellar mining ships will be built. The T3 Great Whale class heavy interstellar transport ship will be expanded from the current 300 ships to 3,000. 300 T4 Giant Whale class heavy interstellar transport ships will be constructed. The T3 Silver Eden class starship will be expanded from the current 300 ships to 1,000. The projected cost for this construction plan is 500 billion stars. Nana's brows furrowed as she listened. She hoped these construction plans would be implemented, but knew that if the raw material supply didn't meet the demands, it would all be just talk. The two electronic screens below them displayed the expansion plans for the Phoenix Legion. One of them detailed the full T4 series interstellar fleet construction plan with an estimated construction cost marked at 500 billion stars. Zhao Chen's construction plan was just for a fleet of 300 ships, but if they were to build a full Legion fleet of 3,000 ships, it would require a significant amount of resources. The other plan outlined the overall expansion plan for the Phoenix Legion, aiming to expand from the current 7,000 ships to 30,000. In other words, they aim to build 10 fully equipped Legion fleets. Following Zhao Chen's standards, the construction cost for a fully equipped Legion fleet would require 2 trillion stars. The current gap roughly required about 8 or so Legion fleets, equivalent to 16 trillion stars. Just the 4 construction plans calculated by Lily here will require 33 trillion stars in investment next year in this area alone. And this doesn't even include our personnel expenses, warship maintenance, or the costs of starports, stargates, and other construction. If we suddenly engage in another battle, the expenses. Annie looked at Zhao Chen, her expression making it clear. Boss, we don't have enough money for this. You need to think it over. So, you did these calculations pretty quickly, huh? Zhao Chen glanced at Annie playfully. Annie looked guiltily to the side. 33 trillion, including additional expenses and war reserves. Next year, we'll need at least 50 trillion in revenue to barely maintain the normal operations of our Phoenix Legion. Isn't that right, Lily? Zhao Chen gazed at Lily. 50 trillion. What was this concept? According to Zhao Chen's information, the annual revenue of the Starlight Empire in the preceding years was only 200 trillion stars. 50 trillion is the red line. Below that, our financial system may collapse, Lily stated. Lily, can our finances stabilize? Zhao Chen turned to his steward. Lily raised her hand, displaying the current situation of Phoenix system, as well as several other star systems. Assuming our homeland isn't attacked, the development of the 5 resource star sectors proceeds smoothly, and the Eden Food Trade Group and Northern Geese Group's external arms trade go as planned. Next year's revenue should exceed 70 trillion. Lily emphasized the word at least in her statement. Zhao Chen understood the underlying implication. Everything going smoothly would mean starting from 70 trillion. With this, not only could the aforementioned construction plans proceed smoothly, but additional production plans could also be added. Oh no. Annie stood there, visibly distraught. She seemed to have already envisioned a year from now, working in the office, a mere shadow of herself. Annie. Asterisk sobs asterisk. Annie wants to resign. Oh Annie. Would you like to help your dwarf clan create some habitable planets? Please rest assured, Commander. Your Excellency. Annie will definitely complete these construction plans. She will not disappoint Your Excellency. Annie spoke with confidence. The determined expression on her face made it seem as if she were a devoted employee. Zhao Chen thought to himself, if Annie were to learn face-changing techniques, her talent would be exceptional. Annie quickly cast a sly look at Zhao Chen and pointed at the holographic Creator-class starship. Zhao Chen had just introduced them in detail to the super black technology of this starship. He also promised Annie that if she successfully completed the New Year's construction plan, he would allocate several planets as territory for the dwarf tribe to live on. Although the dwarf tribe currently had no worries about food and drink, their living environment was still not optimistic, as it was only a constructed habitable zone on a planet rather than a truly habitable one. Despite Annie usually appearing carefree, she was aware that her father, the chief of the dwarf tribe, had always dreamed of providing a world where the dwarves could live peacefully for generations. Now, Zhao Chen was offering this world to Annie. Furthermore, if the Owl Dragon Legion became stronger, the living environment of the dwarf tribe would be safeguarded. The dwarf tribe was now completely dependent on the Owl Dragon Legion. So, even though Annie's temperament was somewhat childish, she understood her responsibilities. Remember, the construction of this Creator-class starship must align with the completion of the original construction plans, and it must be completed with quality and quantity. Zhao Chen naturally understood what Annie's gaze meant. Annie nodded firmly. Your Excellency, please rest assured, we will strictly demand and ensure the smooth completion of these construction plans. In their recent conversation, Lilith also mentioned that Zhao Chen's title would change from Commander to Your Excellency. So, in the current context, Annie naturally referred to Zhao Chen as Your Excellency. I trust you all with this, and I am confident in your ability. Quickly develop detailed and compliant construction process plans that align with our All Dragon Legion's objectives. We must ensure comprehensive development in our industrial system, our combat starships, and in financial trade. Zhao Chen reminded. Zhao Chen only provided the outline. The detailed plans were to be handled by Annie, Lilith, and others. For example, specifying what interstellar warships to build in the first month, what raw materials were needed, what warships to build in the second month, as well as balancing the distribution of production capacity between interstellar industrial ships and combat starships. These were crucial issues, and if managed well, the completion time for these construction plans could be significantly reduced. Lilith interjected, I will work together with Chief Engineer Annie and Chief Engineer Nana. With the upcoming New Year's celebration, activities would proceed similarly to previous years, but with some differences. Although everyone would have about 10 days of vacation time, work could not come to a halt. A proper rotating rest system had to be arranged. In 10 days, be prepared for battle. Let Crimson Eye and Shenbing, while on vacation, prepare detailed battle plans during this time. Zhao Chen spoke seriously. January next year would not be ordinary. That was when Chu Changhe planned to launch an attack. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Zhao Chen needed to make all necessary preparations for the rapid development of the Owl Dragon Legion next year. This civil war needed to end quickly. Zhao Chen was also preparing for his new annual and quarterly missions. Galactic Calendar Year 3034, January 1st. Although the All Dragon Legion arranged for a break during the New Year's celebration, the atmosphere in the majority of the Starlight Empire was tense. The first major event was the governor of the North Wind Sector ordering a full-scale mobilization of interstellar warships within the North Wind Star Zone. All lordly fleets in the interstellar territories were instructed to keep only 10% of their warships to ensure security in their star systems. The rest were dispatched to the borders of the North Wind and Azure Blue zones. Following this, Chu Changhe formally issued a deployment order. All Chu River fleets in the North Wind Stars Zone were urgently relocated to the borders of the Chu River Star Zone and the Central Starlight Zone. Simultaneously, Chu Changhe ordered all lords in the Chu River Star Zone to keep only 10% of their warships stationed in their territory, with the rest being sent to the border region to await the Chu Army's deployment. The entire Chu River and North Wind sectors were put into full mobilization. In the office of the Owl Dragon Star Systems Commander, Zhao Chen received relevant information promptly, directly sent by Chu Changhe, with timestamps detailing each action. After reviewing the orders, Zhao Chen replied with a few words, Proceed according to plan. He rubbed his temples and then raised his hands, displaying the current data on the interstellar warships of the three Dragon legions. All warships were now in a level to combat ready state, fully equipped and ready to enter the battlefield at any moment. This was a resting beast, ready for action. However, it was not yet time to act. Zhao Chen closed the screen, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the system interface. It was a new year, and the new quarterly and annual missions had already been refreshed. Zhao Chen checked the tasks. First was the quarterly mission. Quarterly mission. Directly eliminate at least 100,000 interstellar warships of the Prince faction and its supporters by the Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Wiping out 100,000 warships was not difficult, but the challenge lay in the fact that it must be done by the Dragon Legion, posing a considerable difficulty. Zhao Chen mainly worried about whether the Prince faction could hold on until that moment. It seemed necessary to develop a supplementary battle plan specifically for this quarterly mission. Annual mission, please assassinate Qinming note. Subsequent missions will be triggered after the completion of Mission 1, a phased objective. This was the first time Zhao Chen had encountered an annual mission like this, as previous ones were either very challenging or extensive, requiring several subsidiary tasks to be completed in time. Just like last year's annual mission with 5 subsidiary tasks, Zhao Chen only managed to complete them all on the final day. This time, he needed to finish the first task before moving on to the next. The biggest issue was that Zhao Chen had no idea how many subsidiary tasks this annual mission entailed, creating a significant element of uncertainty. The task itself posed no major problems for Zhao Chen. The third prince, Qinming, was already on Zhao Chen's list of targets. It was just a matter of time. Seems like I'll have to take it step by step. On January 3rd, 3034 of the Galactic calendar, on the border of the Chu River star field, the assembled Chu family fleet and the main border fleet group. A total of nearly 60,000 interstellar warships launched a new round of large-scale attacks. In just one day, they directly tore through the Prince Party fleet's alert line set up at the periphery of the Chu River star field, destroying several patrol fleets. Following this, Chu Zhang led this massive fleet group to drive straight in, attacking the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet Group stationed in the interstellar space on the edge between two star fields. This once silent and unremarkable interstellar space was later referred to by historians as the first battleground of the Starlight Civil War. Both warring parties each had 60,000 interstellar warships. As the target of the attack, the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet Group immediately sent out requests for assistance to allied fleets on other fronts. Due to prearranged preparations, aside from the fleet group attacking the North Wine Star Field, the other 4 fleet groups began preparations to provide support. Unexpectedly, a series of assassinations, attacks, and disturbances erupted at the camps of these 3 fleet groups, with even a high-ranking commander of a fleet group, a 2-star major general, being assassinated. A war resource storage space station was attacked and exploded. Such events continued to unfold. It was obvious that Chu Zhang had employed his Chu family security forces to create chaos. In the eyes of the Prince Party, Chu Zhang was truly prepared to go all out this time. His main strategic goal remained the same: to annihilate the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet Group and to disrupt other fleet groups by all means. This was to buy time for the main battleground, to grant Chu Zhang time to annihilate the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet Group. In conclusion, the current situation was this: if Chu Zhang could annihilate the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet Group before the arrival of Prince Party reinforcements, he would still have a chance to continue this game. Otherwise, Chu Zhang's fleet group would face attacks from multiple sides by other fleet groups, and the outcome could be easily predicted. This time, unlike the previous several months of tense stalemate, it was a true battle of life and death. The casualties in the interstellar war far exceeded those of the previous months. On board the flagship bridge of the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet Group, Chief Commander Qinming was stationed there, looking at the vast interstellar map and listening to reports from subordinates. Your Highness, Chu Zhang's attack is very fierce. They have arranged a large number of T4 God of the North wine ships at the forefront, and our front lines are being suppressed. A trusted staff officer looked towards Qinming, feeling nervous. Qinming glanced at this trusted staff officer, not paying much attention to what he said. Instead, he looked towards another middle-aged man beside him, the deputy commander of the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet Group, also a general cultivated by Qinming himself. 5-star Marshal of the Empire, Qin Longcheng. He was also a distant relative of the Qin family, but being on the fringes, he had never received much attention until Qinming discovered him and, after some training and grooming, made him an imperial marshal. Qinming was well aware that professional matters should be left to professionals, and while he understood interstellar warfare, he was not an expert. That's why he trusted Qin Longcheng even more. Your Highness, there's no need to panic. Although Chu Jiang's offensive is fierce, he only has 60,000 interstellar warships at his disposal. Even if we assume his strategic resources are sufficient, our fleet group's combat power is inferior to his. However, it will be difficult for him to annihilate our royal fleet group in a short amount of time. Chu Jiang knows this, which is why he is doing everything to disrupt the other fleet groups from coming to our aid, to gain time for his attack. Qin Longcheng said calmly. So, Marshal Qin, what do you suggest? Qinming asked Qin Longcheng, pointing at the current battlefield on the interstellar map. Qin Longcheng continue to maintain a defensive posture. As long as our front lines do not collapse uncontrollably, it will be impossible for Chu Jiang to destroy us within at least half a month. At the same time, let the Azure Fleet Group under Huang Jixiang launch an attack on the North Wine Star Field, seizing control of the remaining territory. As for the other four fleet groups, issue them strict orders to support us within 5 days. At the same time, form a siege around Chu Jiang. Qin Longcheng drew several lines on the map. The 4 fleet groups would surround Chu Jiang's fleet group in the middle. Pointing at Chu Jiang's fleet group, Qin Longcheng clenched his fist. This way, Chu Jiang is doomed. The battlefield he chose for the decisive battle will be the burial ground for him and the Chu family. Qinming nodded. It was a simple strategic plan, but often the most effective. Chu Jiang's apparent battle plan was also simple and effective. However, various incidents have occurred in the other 5 fleet groups. What if someone uses this as an excuse to delay support? If necessary, we may need to retreat while fighting. We cannot afford to lose the Royal Fleet Group here. The concerned staff officer voiced his worrying. Qin Longcheng glanced at the staff officer, who belonged to a family supporting Qinming and was placed there by them. He snorted, saying, "If we retreat, it will only inflate Chu Jiang's fleet group's morale. Chu Jiang excels in these swift and decisive annihilation battles. By then, we may not even be able to hold out for half a month. As for the other fleet groups, all your highness needs to do is issue strict orders. Give them a reasonable time frame, and anyone who fails to arrive at the designated battlefield within the set time will be sent to a military court and treated as a deserter. I have calculated it. Even the fleet group under Prince Yan, which is farthest from us, will have ample time to arrive after a week. The other fleet groups can be expected within 3 to 5 days. With such a sufficient amount of time, if we cannot execute our strategic plan to encircle Chu Jiang, then the battle is not worth fighting." Qinming nodded in agreement. While Chu Jiang and his fleet group were strong, the Royal Fleet Group was not to be underestimated. Qinming did not have confidence in a one-on-one final battle. However, holding on for 20 days or a month would not be an issue. All right, let's proceed according to Marshal Qin's strategic plan. In my name, issue the highest orders to all fleet groups. If anyone dares to disobey the order, don't blame me, Qinming, for turning my back on them when the time comes. Qinming raised his head proudly, exuding confidence. He was sure these people wouldn't dare to go against him at this critical moment, because once Chu Jiang was annihilated and control of the Chu River and North Wine Star fields was secured, as per his previous plans, he needed to establish authority, and Chu Jiang was the stepping stone for that. After winning, he would return to the capital and officially ascend to the throne. He would be the future Starlight Emperor. Who would dare to disobey his orders at such a moment, going against the future Starlight Emperor? Qin Ming smirked coldly as he looked at the golden Chu character war flag on the interstellar map. Chu Zhang, I didn't kill you in the capital. Here will be the place of your burial. On January 5th, Chu Zhang launched the fiercest attack in their history. On that day alone, 3 T4 North Wind gods were lost on the side of Chu Zhang, with 5 more severely damaged. That same day marked the largest single-day loss of interstellar battleships in nearly half a year. Chu Zhang's fleet lost nearly 5,000 starships of T class and above in a single day. The Royal Interstellar Main Fleet suffered an astonishing loss of 7,000 starships of interstellar battleships. In just one day, the loss was equivalent to 2 fully equipped Interstellar Legion fleets. However, the defense line of the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet remained orderly and did not fall into chaos. On the same day, Huang Zhixiong's Azure Blue Interstellar Main Fleet launched the most ferocious attack on the North Wind region. The North Wind Interstellar Fleet resisted stubbornly, but the situation was still overwhelmed. The next 3 days, the battle between the Royal Main Fleet and Chu Zhang's main fleet remained fierce. Daily losses exceeded 5,000 interstellar battleships. By this point in the decisive battle, the casualty rates on both sides had exceeded 30%. It was indeed the most brutal battle in decades for the Starlight Empire, and it was astonishingly an internal war. On January 9th, after a fierce battle by the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet, the first reinforcements finally arrived. 60,000 starships from the North Expedition's first main fleet joined the battlefield. With this addition, the military strength on the royal side now surpassed Chu Zhang's by almost double. Meanwhile, Chu Zhang faced attacks from 2 sides. While resisting the North Expedition's first main fleet, they still had to engage with the Royal Interstellar Main Fleet. Starting from that day, it became evident that Chu Zhang's military power was struggling to sustain itself, and the intensity of their attacks began to decrease significantly. Even though there were more starships on the battlefield, the losses on both sides were surprisingly lower than previous days. This was the scenario the royal side hoped for. They fervently wanted to drag Chu Zhang into the quagmire of this decisive battle, with victory within their grasp. On January 10th, 2 pieces of good news emerged. Firstly, on the main battlefield, the second main fleet of the Prince faction and the joint main fleet of the Prince faction arrived, one after the other. They formed a pincer attack against Chu Zhang's interstellar fleet. At that moment, Qin Ming felt as if he already sat on the throne of the Starlight Empire, with Chu Zhang's fleet, no matter how strong, seemingly unable to defy fate. Simultaneously, there was a breakthrough in the North Wind region. Under the onslaught of Huang Zhixiong's Azure Blue Interstellar Main Fleet, they finally secured a foothold in the North Wind region. Several star systems core around the North Volf constellation, which used to belong to the Marquis of the North Volf and was managed directly by the North Wind governor for known reasons after the rift between Chu Zhang and the Prince faction. They quickly built a defense bastion. Before this, the intense battles between the Prince faction and the royal side had been concentrated in this area. However, now they had conquered the strategic foothold that the Prince faction had failed to capture for half a year. Consequently, Huang Zhixiong could seize the entire North Wind region. The situation for the Prince faction was overwhelmingly favorable. Even preparations were being made in the imperial capital for the succession ceremony of His Highness Jinming. It was believed that the news of defeating Chu Zhang and reclaiming the Chu and North Wind regions was already edited and ready to be broadcast. All were eagerly awaiting the news that would spread His Highness Jinming's fame throughout the entirety of the Starlight Empire. However, no one expected that, within a few hours, Prince faction and the lofty aspirations of Jinming and their win in the clouds would come crashing down, shattering all their beautiful illusions. On January 10th, at 11 p.m. of the same day, on the T4 Suzuki-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser, the number 1 ship in the Zilong star system, Captain Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair with a calm expression. Yet, it was evident that something was amiss throughout the entire bridge. Zhao Chen glanced at the time, There was still an hour until the operation. Lilith, double-check everything. Are all parties in a state of readiness? Zhao Chen looked towards Lilith on his side. Lilith nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Commander. We have established a unified command system with various Legion fleets. We can monitor their movements in real time. At this moment, all their interstellar battleships are on standby, awaiting the moment to launch the military operation. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Old Man Chu is handling the pressure well, but General Zhu has been quite anxious these days. Zhao Chen chuckled. Due to the fall of the North Wind region, including the Bridgehead stronghold and several star systems, there was widespread panic within the region, causing even the North Wind governor to be unable to remain calm. He had contacted Zhao Chen several times to ensure the plans were proceeding smoothly. Only after repeated assurances from Zhao Chen did General Zhu finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was estimated that he still could not sleep well these days. After all, Zhao Chen's plan was overly ambitious. Just the part General Zhu knew about was already unbelievable. If General Zhu were to know the full extent of the plan, his heart might not be able to bear it. By now, the main fleet of the North Wind has suffered a casualty rate of 30% in recent days. Although many Lord fleets were urgently called upon before, they could not match the Imperial Fleet's organization. Even if it was just the secondary line of the Imperial Fleet, it was not comparable to those Lord fleets. There's still a significant gap in the number of interstellar battleships on both sides. The ability to hold out until now is largely due to the past few months when the North Goose Group ramped up sales of the T-2 Mastiff-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers in the North Wind region. Lilith responded, "Let those guys dance a bit longer." Zhao Chen sneered, looking at the vast interstellar sand table in front of him. 6 interstellar fleet groups were clearly marked on it. The Royal Interstellar Main Fleet, with 30,000 starships under the command of Qin Ming and Field Marshal Qin Longchang. Azure Blue Interstellar Main Fleet, consisting of 55,000 starships led by Field Marshal Huang Jixiang. The Joint Main Fleet of the Prince Faction, with 56,000 starships under the command of Field Marshal Tang Chong. The Interstellar Main Fleet of Prince Yan, comprising 59,000 starships commanded by Prince Yan and Field Marshal Zhang Yan. The First Main Fleet of the North Expedition, with 53,000 starships under the command of Field Marshal Cao Jiani. The Second Main Fleet of the North Expedition, having 57,000 starships led by Field Marshal Lei Dachuan. The 2 new Field Marshals of the First and Second Fleets of the North Expedition had been appointed by Qin Ming 6 months ago. Originally, the Starlight Empire had only 8 Field Marshals, but with these 2 additions, the current count stood at 10 Imperial Field Marshals. A civil war in the Starlight Empire directly involved 7 Imperial Field Marshals. It was hard to predict how many of these 6 Imperial Marshals would fall this time. Zhao Chen revealed a mischievous smile. The Hidden Reef Star Domain. Lion King Galaxy. Although located within the Hidden Reef Star Domain, the Lion King Galaxy actually belongs to the military special zone within the Hidden Reef Star Domain. Entry into this area requires the highest level of permission. At this moment, within the Lion King Galaxy, one can see fleets of interstellar battleships hovering in the vastness of space. The quantity is enormous. Just by the naked eye, it's even impossible to see the end at a glance. This is the Empire Princess Interstellar Fleet Group crafted by Zhao Chen for the Little Princess Qin Shaolei. Led by the Princess Legion, there are a total of 40 Legion fleets, with over 120,000 interstellar battleships. Among them, there is also a T for Suzaku-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser. This is the flagship of the Princess Legion fleet, and also a special interstellar battleship gifted by Zhao Chen to the Little Princess. On one hand, it is due to the large order given by the princess, and on the other hand, it is to ensure the safety of his elder sister and the little princess. Qin Shaolei sits in the captain's chair, dressed in a platinum and white military uniform for women. She is very nervous and restless at this moment. In just a few minutes, she has already glanced at the nearby electronic clock dozens of times. Your Highness, there are still 10 minutes left. You don't need to be nervous. Zhao Chen has already arranged everything, and I have deployed all the upcoming battle tasks. There won't be any problems," Zhao Ruyu reassured as she placed her hand on Qin Shaolei's shoulder. Qin Shaolei looked at Zhao Ruyu with eyes full of dependence. She had a good relationship with Zhao Ruyu before, but in the past year, due to Zhao Ruyu and Zhao Chen's relationship, Qin Shaolei's reliance on Zhao Ruyu became even stronger. "Sister Yue, we can win, right?" Qin Shaolei clasped Zhao Ruyu's hand tightly. Zhao Ruyu firmly replied, "We will definitely win." Qin Shaolei nodded heavily. She believed in Sister Yue, and she also believed in that man, as this vast interstellar fleet, which was built by that man for her, was presented before her in less than half a year. Zhao Ruyu, on the other side, looked at the display panel of the 40 Legion fleets, feeling excited in her heart. A total of 120,000 interstellar battleships. Although Qin Shaolei, the nominal highest commander, the actual commander now is her. In the past, if someone told her that Zhao Ruyu, you could command a fleet of 120,000 interstellar battleships to battle, she would not believe it. But now, there are indeed 120,000 interstellar battleships in front of her. With just one command from her, these 120,000 interstellar battleships will turn into a torrent of steel rushing towards the enemy. Although the majority of these 120,000 interstellar battleships are T2 class interstellar battleships, they are all T2 interstellar battleships of the Owl Dragon series, and their combat capabilities are significant. Moreover, among them, there are nearly 5,000 T3 Inferno Dragon class medium-sized interstellar destroyers. This is also a force not to be underestimated. This made Zhao Ruyu inevitably think of her younger brother. His growth rate has indeed surpassed everyone's imagination. She heard that not long ago, her younger brother led a fleet of 3,000 interstellar battleships from the Owl Dragon Legion and launched a holy battle duel against the Holy Angel Legion of the Sacred Radiant Empire. And in the end, he won decisively, beyond the enemy and the country's borders. Despite the small scale of this impactful battle, it had immense implications. It made all three empires realize that the Owl Dragon Legion is a significant interstellar force not to be underestimated. A faint ticking sound could immediately draw Zhao Ruyu's attention back. The time in front of her had only 3 minutes left, and it even turned into a very conspicuous red color. These 3 minutes made Zhao Ruyu feel unusually long for the first time. But finally, the time of 3 minutes arrived. "Start the plan. All fleets prepare for leap." Zhao Ruyu immediately gave the command. The 8 T4 Brilliance class interstellar leap ships that had already been prepared began to shine like gemstones among the vast sea-like fleet. These 8 T4 Brilliance class interstellar leap ships began carrying Legion fleets and leaping to the coordinates of the star system. Due to the vastness of the fleet, the whole process took several minutes, but the visual effect was quite astonishing. The entire fleet of interstellar battleships turned into streaks of meteors, disappearing in the vast expanse of space in an instant. A few minutes later, the originally huge fleet was reduced to scattered auxiliary interstellar battleships left alone. If not seen with one's own eyes, no one would probably believe that just now, there were 120,000 interstellar battleships hovering here, and now, they were heading towards a distant battlefield. Chu Family Legion, flagship Chu Changhe looked solemnly at the interstellar sandbox in front of him. At this moment, the Chu Family Legion and the Border Fleet Group were surrounded by enemy interstellar fleets multiple times larger than theirs. The Royal Fleet Group, the Prince's Party Combined Fleet Group, the Northern Front 1st Main Fleet Group, and the Northern Front 2nd Main Fleet Group. Nearly 200,000 interstellar battleships surrounded Chu Chang's interstellar fleet group with less than 30,000 interstellar battleships remaining. 6 times. The entire fleet was outnumbered sixfold. This calculation did not take into account the Yan Prince interstellar main fleet group, which had not yet reached the designated position. Due to Prince Yan being the farthest away initially, Xinming gave him the most time. There were still 2 days until the final deadline. Even so, with just these 4 fleet groups at present, it was enough to annihilate Chu Changhe. Chu Changhe at this moment seemed like a lamb about to be roasted over fire. with his death approaching. Grandfather, according to your arrangements, all interstellar fleets should be prepared for any battle situations at any moment. A video window popped up, and it was Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan was now Chu Chang's right-hand man, and half of Chu Chang's orders would be conveyed or executed by Chu Zhuan. Chu Changhe was teasing. Zhuaner, is your fiancé late? It's been 3 minutes past the agreed time already. Chu Zhuan twitched her mouth and jokingly said, You're right. Someone with no concept of time like him. How can he enter our Chu family's door? This marriage is off, cancelled. Let's call off the engagement. Hearing that, Chu Changhe was shocked and quickly changed his tone. This is serious. To serious. Just a few minutes. It's nothing significant, won't affect anything. Zhao Chen is a good kid. Don't casually mention canceling the engagement. It's not auspicious. Pa. Chu Zhuan smiled slightly. She had gradually figured out her grandfather's thoughts now. Facing her grandfather's teasing, she could also counterattack sometimes. Warning. An abnormal spatial wave has been detected in the surrounding space. Please be alert. A warning sounded in Chu Chang's ears. Both Chu Changhe and Chu Zhuan's faces changed. The warning was probably also received by the Prince's party's interstellar battleships as well, because such a significant commotion in space could not be undetected. Shortly after a flash, thousands of interstellar battleships appeared as if shooting stars, streaking across the night sky, suddenly appearing in the outer area of the battlefield. It wasn't very close, so it wouldn't have attracted attention so quickly. However, there were thousands of engine light circles shining, making this scene visible even from a distance. Along with the images transmitted back by the outer space reconnaissance ships, the Owl Dragon emblem appeared in front of the high-level commanders of the Prince's party and Chu Changhe. Zhao Chen, Owl Dragon Legion, charging in. Qinming gazed at the image of the Xiao Long Army Starfleet and the dots representing the Xiao Long Army appearing on the interstellar sandbox. The appearance of the Xiao Long Army did not surprise Qinming at all. He had been preparing for this moment. The Xiao Long Army possessed strong combat capabilities, excelling in defeating larger forces with fewer troops and quickly ending battles with powerful firepower. They also had a mysterious and powerful interstellar battleship capable of carrying a certain number of starships for interstellar jumps, similar to a Stargate. Qinming had always taken the Xiao Long Army seriously. He sent spies and interstellar reconnaissance ships to the Chu Han Baifeng star regions, with a third of them stationed near the Xiaolong star system to monitor their activities. Although penetrating the Xiaolong star system was difficult, monitoring the surrounding star systems was possible. To deal with any potential surprise attacks, 30% of the Prince Party's 6 interstellar fleets remained on standby at all times, with a maximum support time of 1 day. Even though this setup allowed Qinming to minimize losses in case of a Xiaolong army ambush, it also prevented him from deploying his entire interstellar fleet to the battlefield with full force. However, weighing the pros and cons, several fleet marshals agreed to this arrangement. Before the decisive battle, Qinming had considered the possibility of the Xiaolong army suddenly appearing and made many contingency plans. He considered scenarios where the Xiaolong army either attacked the Baifeng Star region's Huangjixiang fleet or supported their present position to launch an offensive. Qinming held a deep-seated grudge against Chu due to their strength and their alignment with the rebels. He prepared his fleet accordingly, surrounding the Xiaolong army and preparing for a massive battle. As the battle unfolded, Qinming issued orders to his fleet commanders, assigning tasks and instructing them on how to proceed. He directed his forces to engage the Xiaolong army with determination, aiming to eliminate them at all costs. As the Xiaolong army prepared for the upcoming battle, with their leader Zhao Chen strategizing alongside his commander White Snow, they too were fully prepared for the impending clash. The Xiaolong army, well equipped and determined, faced overwhelming odds against Qinming's forces. At the verge of the battle, the tension was palpable as the two sides braced for the inevitable conflict, prepared to face the starship missile bombardment of the Owl Dragon Legion. Marshal Kaujini looked at the approaching fleet of the Owl Dragon Legion and reminded once again. They had thoroughly studied the combat style of the Owl Dragon Legion during this period. It was nothing more than gaining an advantage through firepower, with almost no skill involved. Beside Kaujini was Marshal Lei Dachuan, the commander of the main fleet group of the Northern Expedition, who was cooperating in the operation. Lei Dachuan smirked and said, "Marshal Cao, there's no need to be so nervous. How many starships does the Owl Dragon Legion have compared to us? We have over 100,000 starships here. Even if that guy Jiao Chen bombards us with starship missiles, how long will it take for him to strike them all? Even after one round of firepower bombardment, he can directly destroy tens of thousands of our starships. So what? If I let him bombard us for 2 or 3 rounds, we will still have the numerical advantage in starships. 120,000 starships against a measly 3,000 starships. I've never fought such a comfortable battle in my life." Marshal Lei Dachuan was confident, as if he had already annihilated the entire Owl Dragon Legion here. Kaujini glanced at his colleague and said calmly, "It's still better to be cautious. Even if we win in the end, the future Starlight Empire of His Majesty will still need a large number of starships. They are also the eyes of the Sacred Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Galactic Federation outside. If we can minimize the loss of starships, it would be a contribution to His Majesty's future." Hearing this, Lei Dachuan didn't say much more, but his expression made it clear that he didn't take the Owl Dragon Legion across from them seriously. "Report. Our fleet will enter firing range in 3 minutes. Report. Our starship escorts are ready for interception." At the forefront of the 2 fleet groups were numerous starship escorts. Normally, there wouldn't be so many starship escorts in the vanguard of the fleet, but considering that they were facing the Owl Dragon Legion known for their starship missiles, a large number of starship escorts were needed for interception. "Prepare for battle," Marshal Kaujini commanded. Even though victory seemed assured with 3,000 starships, they still needed to be cautious. After all, their opponents were the legendary Owl Dragon Legion. But as long as their fleet had the numerical advantage, warning, 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 unstable spatial reactions detected in the surrounding space. The sudden alarm sounded once again. Kaujini and Lei Dachuan's faces changed. "It's similar to the previous unstable spatial fluctuations," reported a crew member. "Another wave." Kaujini immediately thought this must be the reinforcements from the Owl Dragon Legion, as their estimate suggested that the Owl Dragon Legion should have at least 5,000 starships. However, the Owl Dragon Legion in front of them now only had a mere 3,000 starships, nearly half less. Were they holding back? "Fleet, advance steadily. Don't panic. No matter what happens next, stick to our original plan." Kaujini conveyed orders to the commanders of his various fleets. At this moment, the Owl Dragon Legion and the 2 fleet groups had entered the regular firing range, but because the vanguard of the 2 fleet groups were starship escorts with short ranges, the main battleships in the rear were unable to launch attacks. Strangely, the Owl Dragon Legion also did not launch an attack first. The atmosphere became unusually eerie. With the continuous sounding of the spatial fluctuation warning for half a minute, a golden lights flashed by, followed by a stunning scene appearing before the eyes of the 2 newly appointed marshals. Countless meteors flashed past, and where the meteors disappeared, engine light rings appeared, incredibly terrifying in number, and they were all located among the starry sky behind the Owl Dragon Legion. Due to the distance, Kaujini could only see those grain-sized light rings. Not very large individually, but the sheer number was overwhelming. They seemed to form a golden backdrop for the Owl Dragon Legion. "What is that?" Kaujini couldn't help but stand up. "Starships. No. Impossible. How could the Owl Dragon Legion have so many starships? Quick. Use all reconnaissance methods to tell me what those things are behind us." Kaujini shouted hysterically. His subordinates immediately got to work. Various reconnaissance methods, including starship reconnaissance ships, starship reconnaissance aircraft, deep space telescopes, and more, were used to determine what these light points were. Soon, images began to appear. They were outlines of starships. There was even a shot that captured a view of Finnish starships, giving off a suffocating feeling. What was most crucial was that these starships did not bear the emblem of the Owl Dragon Legion. Instead, the emblem was one they were familiar with but dared not believe. It was the emblem of the Princess Legion. The Princess Legion. Marshal Ladachwan felt incredulous. Putting aside the severe losses suffered by the Princess Legion during their escape earlier, the sheer number of starships in front of them was beyond belief. No, it couldn't be. At this moment, both marshals harbored too many things they were unwilling to believe in their hearts. Perhaps, they just couldn't bring themselves to believe it. Report. The officer in charge of the radar system turned pale, his forehead covered in sweat. He nervously stumbled over his words and couldn't articulate properly. Kaujini walked up and gave him a slap on the back, demanding, "Spit it out. You can't even speak a coherent sentence. I'll have you replaced." Before Kaujini could finish his sentence, he was shocked by the dense swarm of blips appearing on the starship radar. There was also a constantly rising column of numbers beside it. The ship's system detected the number of new appearing starships through repeated radar scans to ensure the most accurate number. 6,423,481,134 million. Eventually, the number settled on 6 digits, the first 2 digits also settling on 12. 12,000 starships. Kaujini shuddered involuntarily, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, the missile launchers of 50 T-3 Judgment-class heavy starship missile carriers were activated. A familiar pair of faces appeared on a video window in front of Zhao Chen. "Your Excellency, the Imperial Princess Fleet is in position." At the same time, another window revealed an excited voice. "Starship missiles. Fire." 50 T-3 Adjudicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships. One after another. Interstellar missiles, of various types. Some big, some small, some near, some far. Among them are also interspersed with some cluster-type interstellar missiles. Just the launch of these interstellar missiles took several minutes. The scene appeared as if an artillery position was continuously firing, a brilliant meteor shower illuminating the current starry sky. Report. All 50 adjudicators have completed their launches. The subordinate looked towards White Snow, whose breathing was somewhat rapid. She was already accustomed to the commanding officer's demeanor. When she first saw this scene, White Snow staked. She couldn't bear to look. There must be something wrong with her. The commander must advise White Snow to go see the psychologist. Proceed with missile replenishment. Immediately arrange for interstellar supply ships to resupply us. This Huff is still far from enough. White Snow's breathing was heavy. She licked her fangs, and her eyes contained a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Finally, there were so many cute little prey, and the commander even brought a large supply of interstellar missiles this time. If she didn't vent properly, she felt like she was going to burst. Yes, the subordinate immediately started arranging. In fact, shortly after the 50 adjudicators finished their attacks, the T-3 Virgin-class heavy interstellar replenishment ships appeared around each adjudicator, initiating interstellar missile replenishment operations. By this time, even the interstellar missiles that were already launched were still in flight. It's evident that the Owl Dragon Legion is well versed in this process. Qin Shaolei, at the rear of the Imperial Princess Fleet of the Owl Dragon Legion, witnessed this magnificent scene firsthand. The scene of millions of interstellar missiles exploding one after another, creating a sensation as if a shining star was born. Even at a great distance, the brightness was somewhat dazzling. So, this is Lord Zhao Chen's strength. Qin Shaolei swallowed her saliva, her admiration for Zhao Chen growing by another level. Zhao Ruyu, seeing this scene, although she had anticipated it and heard about the Owl Dragon Legion's combat style, was still quite shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. This was a kind of shock that couldn't be achieved through imagination alone. She gazed at the 3,000 Owl Dragon interstellar warships in the distance, and in her mind's eye, she saw a figure sitting in the captain's chair, watching the scene with a hint of amusement. There was a bit of playfulness on his face. She now can only look at his back. In just a few years, he had reached heights she could not reach. Princess, General Zhao Ruyu, please execute the combat missions assigned by Commander Zhao Chen. Lily's voice resounded in the ears of Qin Shaolei and Zhao Ruyu at this moment. Okay. Zhao Ruyu looked at the battle plans in front of her, furrowing her brows slightly. This new combat mission was somewhat different from the previous ones. In the previous battle plans, the Imperial Princess Fleet was responsible for the main attack missions. At that time, she knew in her heart that the original purpose of her brother's creation of the Imperial Princess Fleet was to support a puppet fleet, to put it bluntly, a cannon fodder fleet on the battlefield. Although it was brutal, it was something all interstellar forces did. In a battle, there would naturally be main interstellar warships and cannon fodder interstellar warships. Use one's cannon fodder interstellar warship to wear down the enemy's main interstellar warships, then use one's main interstellar warships to achieve victory. Often, this was the purpose of a large-scale battle. But this new combat mission required the Imperial Princess Fleet to encircle the two opposing fleets covertly. It was like casting a large net. The Owl Dragon Legion was responsible for the main offensive mission. Their task was to continuously shrink the encirclement, ensuring that the two fleets would not escape. When the enemy attempted to break through, they could be destroyed, and otherwise, they did not need to initiate attacks. This was not a reasonable combat plan. Zhao Ruyu had this thought flash through her mind, but she executed the combat mission arranged by Zhao Chen without delay. After all, she had complete trust in her brother. Issue my command to encircle the two enemy fleets. Don't let them escape. Zhao Ruyu began to command what would be the largest interstellar battle of her life. With 12,000 interstellar warships under her command, there was surprisingly no sign of hesitation. They seemed very skillful. Royal Fleet Group Flagship What? The Imperial Princess Fleet has appeared. 12,000 interstellar warships. How is this possible? That woman. How could she have so many interstellar warships? Qin Ming suddenly jumped up from his captain's chair, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. His subordinate lowered his head and said, "This is the intelligence report sent back from the battlefields under Marshal Cao Jiani and Marshal Lei Dachuan. We also spent a few minutes verifying and confirming. Indeed, there are 12,000 interstellar warships, and the ship insignias are from the Princess Legion. Some of the ships even bear the words Imperial Princess Fleet Group. Based on the identification of the ship types, almost all of them are T2 class interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon series. It should be built by Zhao Chen for Qin Shaolei. This 12,000 interstellar warships built in just half a year." Qin Ming muttered in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Such terrifying construction capability, though the vast majority were T2 class interstellar warships. This level of mobilization could only be achieved by the Stellar Empire during full military mobilization, and it required cooperation from various marshals and regional governors. The implementation difficulty was great, but Zhao Chen did it. This made Qin Ming feel the terrifying ability of Zhao Chen. "Your Highness, don't panic. With just these 12,000 interstellar warships, they still can't change the current situation. As long as we first eliminate Chu Jiang's fleet on our side and then turn to cooperate with the two northern expedition fleets to encircle the Owl Dragon Legion, we can still achieve victory. Moreover, the combat style of the Owl Dragon Legion is very notable. They can erupt with tremendous combat power in a short time, but they cannot sustain high-intensity combat for a long period. In other words, the further the battle goes, the weaker their combat power becomes. With a firepower barrage of interstellar missiles like now, it is impossible to sustain it for a long time. The number of interstellar warships is our advantage," Qin Longcheng reminded seriously. After hearing Qin Longcheng's words, Qin Ming finally calmed down. He looked at Qin Longcheng with a serious expression. "Marshal Qin, no matter what cost you pay, that boy Zhao Chen must not be allowed to survive. Building 12,000 interstellar warships in half a year. This terrifying ability was a time bomb. Oh my goodness, Zhao Chen is really something. He told me before that he had built a fleet for the princess, and I thought it was just 2,000 or 3,000 ships. Turns out, he actually created over 100,000 ships. Chu Changhe had been closely monitoring the situation with the Zhongwang Legion. After witnessing the dazzling display of interstellar missiles, he was now faced with the sight of the massive Imperial Princess fleet. 120,000 starships. Just how far has the industrial system of the Zhongwang Legion developed? Chu Zhuan couldn't help but feel amazed. Every time she thought her valuation of Zhao Chen couldn't get any higher, he always managed to surpass her expectations. Suddenly, Chu Changhe leaned in closer to the video window and said mysteriously, "Zhuan, this Zhao Chen seems to have quite a few hidden talents. He has constructed 120,000 starships for the princess. When you marry him in the future, don't let him fool you. You should also demand tens of millions of starships for yourself. Don't you think it would be great to have this kid create a few ships for me too? Our Chu family legion has not expanded in several years." Chu Zhuan rolled her eyes at the mischievous Chu Changhe. "Are you trying to marry off your granddaughter or sell her off? And who's worth tens of millions of starships anyway?" If this rumor got out, it's likely that Zhao Chen would be overwhelmed with marriage proposals. Marrying off a daughter or granddaughter for tens of millions, or even just thousands or hundreds of starships, wouldn't be a bad deal at all. Meanwhile, as Chu Changhe and Chu Zhuan were conversing, a video window popped up featuring Zhao Chen, whom they had just been discussing. "General Chu, are you feeling the pressure on your end of the battlefield?" Zhao Chen asked directly. Chu Changhe waved his hand confidently and said, "Don't underestimate our Chu family fleet, young man. Although we only have 30,000 starships remaining, dealing with the two fleets opposite us with less than 100,000 starships each will be a piece of cake. Next, I will do something, and you can," Zhao Chen said mysteriously. Chu Chang's eyes lit up as he admired Zhao Chen. "You're amazing, young man. You were prepared long ago. I like this move. It suits my taste as an old man." Listening to all this, Chu Zhuan rolled her eyes. Both of them were so cunning. But Zhao Chen's trump card this time was truly unexpected by them all. Who would have thought that the rising military-industrial group was supported by the Zhongwang Legion? After briefing Chu Changhe on the situation, Zhao Chen looked towards the battlefield on his side. "Commander, under the first round of interstellar missile bombardment, the enemy has directly lost 15,000 starships, with an additional 5,000 ships suffering varying degrees of damage. Among the destroyed enemy starships are Titan-class Northwind God and over 100 T3-class starships. The comprehensive combat power of the enemies to fleet groups is now diminished to around 80%. In the next round of interstellar missile bombardment, expected in 30 minutes, the enemy fleet groups will attempt a direct assault on our Zhongwang Legion to take us down." Lilith explained the current situation beside him. "The first gift has been received by the prince. Next is the unveiling of our second grand gift," Zhao Chen joked. Lilith knowingly replied, "Everything is ready. You can activate it at any time." She then brought out an electronic interface, showing a prominent red button that was currently locked and unable to be activated. "Lilith, you handle this. The password is SB741, Zhao Chen said casually. Lilith hesitated for a moment, surprised that such an important task was entrusted to her by the commander. "Yes." Lilith complied with Zhao Chen's command. After entering the password, the red button was unlocked. "Let's not rush it. Let the enemy fleet groups come closer," Zhao Chen calmly stated. "Yes." Lilith nodded, focusing on the 100,000 starships closing in on the interstellar battlefield table. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. "Lilith, if my memory serves me right, Li Yachi reported to us that the number of T-2 Mastiff-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers sold to the Prince's faction during that period was 40,000. Right." Lilith confirmed. Indeed, it was 40,000, but in the recent battles, over 5,000 were lost, leaving an active number of 35,000. 35,000? I wonder how the prince will react next, Zhao Chen mused. Soon, Skirmishes began at the forefront of the Zhonglong Legion's front lines. The two fleet groups launched fierce attacks. Noticing the Imperial Princess fleet attempting to flank them, their decision to ignore the encirclement and directly attack the Zhonglong Legion's position was a result of Qin Ming's orders. While the Imperial Princess fleet had numbers on their side, most of their ships were T2 class, and they lacked interstellar missile ships. The real threat lay with the 3,000 starships of the Zhonglong Legion. As long as they could obliterate these 3,000 starships, any losses would be acceptable. However, the two new marshals never expected that a massive trap had been set in motion. Apart from the carrier starships and interstellar missile ships, as well as a small number of interstellar escort ships for defense, the remaining starships will execute the attack mission. Zhao Chen first issued the order to attack. Sending 1,000 or 2,000 starships against 100,000 starships would seem like a suicide mission to outsiders. But Zhao Chen didn't see it that way, his confidence stemming from a trap he had set up earlier. Lilith, activate the loyal dog plan. Zhao Chen commanded Lilith. Yes. Lilith pressed the red button. At that moment, an invisible and inaudible signal began spreading rapidly. On the North Expedition's primary fleet, a T2 Mastiff-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer at the forefront had already opened fire on the Zhonglong Legion starships. The T2 Mastiff-class vessel wasn't the strongest T2-class destroyer, but it was undoubtedly the most practical, offering the best value for its capabilities. Since its debut, its monthly sales records continued to surpass its predecessor, the T2 Hyena-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. While frontline Imperial fleets may not be equipped with too many, secondary Imperial fleets and Lord fleets favored it. But this popular interstellar destroyer suddenly experienced an anomaly. The lights on its bridge dimmed. What's going on? What's happening? The captain looked around in panic at the suddenly dark surroundings. Soon, emergency power was activated, casting a dim light over the bridge. Report, the energy system has suddenly malfunctioned, and all power supplies have been cut off. A crew member urgently reported the news. Energy system breakdown. How is that possible? The captain was dumbfounded. Captain, many T2 Mastiff-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers around us seem to be experiencing similar issues. A vigilant crew member pointed out. The captain hurriedly checked the situation outside the ship. Indeed, several nearby T2 Mastiff-class destroyers were visibly slowing down and had ceased their attacks, with their starship engines also shutting down. What is going on? The captain's expression was filled with shock, feeling a chill down his spine. If this situation wasn't limited to a couple of ships, but spread throughout the entire fleet. That would be terrifying. He sensed a conspiracy unfolding. At this moment, it's not just the two fleets from the Northern Expedition Armada on the side of the Owl Dragon Legion. Even on the side of Qin Ming, who is currently battling Zhejiang, there is a situation where the energy systems of the T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers are paralyzed. Report, all our T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers on our side are completely paralyzed. A subordinate hastily reported. How could this happen? Weren't all the T2 Tibetan Mastiffs fine before? How did issues suddenly arise now? Qin Ming expressed his surprise. Can the normal operations be restored? Chen Longcheng inquired. The subordinate shook his head, replying, we have dispatched engineers to investigate the issue. The latest information we have is that, at the earliest, it will take at least 20 hours to repair the energy systems. During this time, all functions on the T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers cannot be activated. Not even the basic low-speed navigation. Qin Ming swayed slightly, his face dark as he asked, then, how many T2 Tibetan Mastiffs do we have? Currently, there are 35,000 in active service. All of them have encountered this issue. The subordinate replied, Your Highness, this is not a coincidence. I think this could be a conspiracy, and it's Zhao Chen from the Owl Dragon Legion who has meticulously prepared this plot against us. Think about it. Suddenly a Northern Goose group emerges, capable of producing many excellent interstellar warship technologies. Isn't this very similar to the appearance of the Owl Dragon Legion? Chen Longcheng said with a serious tone. Northern Goose Group, Owl Dragon Legion. Qin suddenly spat out blood, swaying a few times. If his subordinate had not stepped forward to support him, he would probably have fallen directly to the ground. Zhao Chen, I will kill you. Qin eyes were bloodshot, consumed by anger. After Chen Longcheng's analysis, the most likely scenario was a trap set by Zhao Chen in advance. Exactly for this moment, the Prince's faction had at most fewer than 400,000 interstellar warships. Now suddenly, 35,000 T-2 interstellar destroyers lost their combat capability. This undoubtedly was like cutting off a chunk of flesh from the Prince's faction. This was just one problem. Another issue was about to surface. Not just about to surface, in fact, it had already emerged at this moment. The majority of these T-2 Tibetan Mastiff interstellar destroyers were positioned at the forefront of the battlefield. With these T-2 Tibetan Mastiffs paralyzed, unable to attack, and hovering in place, it not only weakened the firepower of the Prince's faction, but also became an obstacle, blocking the path for the Prince's faction's allied ships to navigate and attack, greatly impeding the combat effectiveness of the Prince's faction's other interstellar warships. Your Highness, stay calm. Now is not the time for rage. What we should be thinking about is how to deal with the current situation. Chen Longcheng reminded. Marshal Chen, no matter what, I must crush that damn Zhao Chen to pieces. Qin said fiercely, feeling so bitterly deceived. Even if Qin state of mind was good, it was challenging to remain calm at this moment. Send my orders. Place other types of interstellar destroyers at the front lines of our fleet, and find a way to drag those out-of-control T-2 Tibetan Mastiffs away from the battlefield. If it really impacts the upcoming battle, they can be destroyed directly. Chen Longcheng decisively issued the command. Destroying their own interstellar warships caused Qin a pang in his heart, as these were interstellar warships he had bought with real gold and silver. Northern Goose Group. Li Yaqi. What a bitch. Turns out this whore has long been colluding with Zhao Chen. After I become emperor, I will have the Northern Goose Group expelled from the Starshine Empire. Qin muttered angrily. Currently, although Chen Longcheng had made deployments promptly, there was still no guarantee of not facing any impact and losses. Chu Zhang, as a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, combined with the prior warning from Zhao Chen, had long been prepared. Upon discovering the issues with the enemy's T-2 Tibetan Mastiff-class interstellar destroyers, he immediately deployed several fleets for strong attacks, gaining advantages in multiple local battlefields. On the other hand, the situations of the two Northern Expedition Armada fleets were even worse. They had originally been preparing for a frontal attack on the Owl Dragon Legion, but with the large number of T-2 Tibetan Mastiffs malfunctioning, their charging formations were disrupted directly, presenting an opportunity for the Owl Dragon Legion. The Owl Dragon Legion, with nearly 2,000 interstellar warships, formed small squadron formations to charge at the enemy's fleet. Although the enemy fleet outnumbered their own by tens of times, for the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar warships, this situation had long been familiar. The T-3 Triangular Dragon-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships relied on short-range rapid push functions, closely following the T-3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleships to form a strong offensive tactical team. The T-3 Triangular Dragons were responsible for attacking T-2-class interstellar warships and weaker T-3-class interstellar warships. The T-3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleships were tasked with decapitating high-quality enemy units, such as T-3 class interstellar destroyers and T-3 interstellar battle cruisers. In addition, the T-3 Blizzard class light interstellar battle cruisers and T-3 Hawk class medium interstellar cruisers formed a flanking tactics team, whose primary mission was to divide the enemy's fleet, cut off the enemy fleet's formations, and support capabilities. This allowed their subsequent fleets to eliminate the separated enemy fleets one by one. At this moment, it was the time for the T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers to appear. For those enemy fleets that had been separated, the T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers joyfully began their attacks, like a pack of frenzied dogs. There were even scenes of dozens of T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers chasing after enemy T-3 Dragon Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleships. Report: 10,000 interstellar warships in the forefront of our fleet have become entangled in a melee, requesting support. The two fleet marshals received this plea for assistance. They also saw this situation on the interstellar sandbox. Marshal Cao, the encirclement of the Empire's Princess Fleet has already reached 50% completion. Marshal Lei Dachuan hesitated as he looked at Cao Jiani. It was evident that the new marshal who had been loudly boasting earlier now seemed to have second thoughts. We can't retreat. In this situation right now, if we choose to withdraw, even if we pull back, both fleets will be subject to enemy pursuit and annihilation. By then, how many interstellar warships can we really pull back? And have you thought about what would happen if we fail to complete the mission and lose over half of our interstellar warships? Your Highness, how would he deal with us? Cao Jiani's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, showing his complex emotions at the moment. Then, what about us? Marshal Lei Dachuan's heart sank. He understood Cao Jiani's intention. They were different from other veteran marshals. They were the ones who had been raised up by His Highness. Originally, they could have made great achievements in this battle and become the future right-hand men of His Highness. But now, unexpectedly, they had gotten themselves into such a situation that their marshal's hats, for sure, were going to be removed. Gritting his teeth, Cao Jiani said, "We fight to the death. Only after the demise of the Owl Dragon can we survive. In the upcoming battles, the Northern Expedition's 1st Main Fleet Group and the Northern Expedition's 2nd Main Fleet Group did indeed meet the initial requirements of launching a fight to the death. Under the command of two new commanders, they continued to attack the positions of the Azure Dragon Legion. This gradually led them to become surrounded by the Imperial Princess Fleet. In the first hour alone, the Azure Dragon Legion demonstrated its astonishing annihilative power. In just 1 hour, they exceeded the total daily losses suffered by the Prince Party and Chuzhang in previous battles. In the span of just 1 hour, the Azure Dragon Legion directly carried out 2 rounds of a carpet-style missile bombardment in space. Just from these 2 rounds, they annihilated 30,000 space battleships. In addition to the head-on confrontation on the battlefield, they destroyed another 10,000 enemy space battleships. As a result, in just 1 hour, the Azure Dragon Legion achieved the terrifying feat of annihilating 40,000 enemy space battleships. In the tightening encirclement of the Imperial Princess Fleet, fragments of space battleships being shattered could be seen everywhere, a 30% war damage rate within 1 hour. Such a terrifying annihilative capability. If one were to ask how the Azure Dragon Legion managed to achieve this, the commander of the Azure Dragon Legion probably has only one answer: money. Because in that 1 hour, the Azure Dragon Legion's combat expenditure reached 30 billion star coins. In comparison, Chuzhang had allocated just over 30 billion star coins from monthly combat expenses for his legion before. In just 1 hour, the Azure Dragon Legion consumed the ammunition value equivalent to what Chuzhang would have used in a month-long battle. Commander, we still have enough stellar missiles to carry out 8 rounds of saturation firepower strikes. Lily reminded Zhao Chen beside him. Zhao Chen nodded and ordered, within the shortest time possible, eliminate these 2 fleet groups at all costs. Yes, Lily conveyed the command. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen watched the magnificent space battle unfolding before him, with every minute burning through his treasury. Prior to Chu Jiang's January offensive, Zhao Chen had begun to prepare combat resources. Up to this point, Zhao Chen could mobilize 200 billion star coins, which was his wealth without affecting production tasks. In other words, once Zhao Chen's 200 billion star coins were exhausted, his steel tide would come to a halt. And among these 200 billion star coins, half of them were used by Zhao Chen for producing stellar missiles. Nearly 70% of the space on those stellar supply and transport ships was used to equip stellar missiles. As the nightmare of the first hour passed, chaos erupted as the battle continued. Seeing the fireworks from the third round of stellar missiles launched by the Azure Dragon Legion, Commanders Cao Jiani and Lei Dachuan felt like they were on the brink of collapse. They couldn't fathom it. Just how many stellar missiles did the Azure Dragon Legion have at their disposal? Were they really treating stellar missiles like rocks being thrown? At this moment, the two Northern Expedition fleet groups at the front lines had made no progress. The Azure Dragon Legion employed a ruthless tactic. They didn't target the front lines of the two fleet groups, but slightly behind them. After such a round of stellar missile bombardment, a void would form between the two Northern Expedition fleet groups and the front line fleet. When this happened, the space battleships of the Azure Dragon Legion would launch attacks actively against the front line fleet for annihilation. This void would prevent the main fleet from reaching the front lines for support in a short period. By the time they arrived, the front line fleet would have been obliterated. The Azure Dragon Legion would then retreat, preparing for defense, waiting for the next round of stellar missile strikes before attacking again. With such an insidious tactic, the two Northern Expedition fleet groups felt like two naked men being repeatedly humiliated by the waves on a beach, with no way to fight back. The intervals between the subsequent stellar missile attacks gradually widened, no longer striking every 30 minutes. Although Zhao Chen didn't mind spending money, he also didn't want to waste it unnecessarily. At the end of the battle, which lasted until the 5th hour, the command systems of the two fleet groups collapsed completely, no longer able to maintain battle order. By that point, out of the original 120,000 space battleships between the two fleet groups, less than 30,000 remained. Among those 30,000, half were in poor condition. In contrast, they had only destroyed over 3,000 enemy ships, and a large portion of those were space battleships from the Imperial Princess fleet. The Azure Dragon Legion had only a little over 100 space battleships. The unimaginable war damage ratio left both new commanders of the fleet groups feeling on the verge of collapse. Lei Dachuan cried out in desperation, "We can't fight. We can't. This battle is unwinnable." The Azure Dragon Legion on the opposite side. They're monsters. Not only are their T3 space battleships fully equipped, each one of them is so powerful. Their space battleships can take down our same-class space battleships in an instant. Their space escort ships can keep pace with our space destroyers. Their space destroyers dare to confront our space cruisers head-on. And there are over 50 T4 class space battleships. 50. When you combine the T4 class space battleships of our fleet groups, they don't even add up to 20. Tell me, Cao Jianye. Tell me, how are we supposed to continue this fight? Lei Dachuan's hysterical outburst left everyone at a loss. Cao Jian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at that moment, he also didn't know what to say, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. With a heavy heart, Cao Jian slumped back in the captain's chair, looking desolate at the space holographic projection before him. Once holding a numerical advantage, they were now encircled by the Imperial Princess fleet from multiple sides. Relay my command. Abandon the attack. Try to break through. Cao Jian issued a disheartened order. But could they really break through now? Cao Jian didn't dare to voice the answer in his heart, for he knew just how realistic and cruel that answer was. Whispering to himself the name of the Azure Dragon Legion, Cao Jian closed his eyes, feeling the vibrations from the stellar missile attacks hitting his flagship. Report: the enemies to fleet groups have over 20,000 surviving space battleships. They are expected to be completely annihilated within an hour. The Imperial Princess fleet has lost over 3,000 space battleships during this period. We've lost 109 space battleships, mainly T3 Triangular Dragons and T3 Wolverines. Another 36 vessels have been severely damaged, prompting us to abandon them. Additionally, 267 space battleships have depleted their stellar shields and sustained over 30% composite damage, and are relocated to the second-line battlefield. Lily reported all of this accurately. Zhao Chen was very pleased. This was the formidable Azure Dragon Legion that he had painstakingly built. This was the terrifying combat strength of being universally equipped with T3 class space battleships. However, Behind this lay Zhao Chen's terrifying financial power. Up to this point, after 4 rounds of stellar missile bombardments and standard combat spending, he had already reached 60 billion star coins. Zhao Chen fancied himself second to none in terms of how swiftly he could burn through money. When there were only a few tens of thousands of interstellar warships left in the 2 northern fleet formations, Zhao Chen finally issued a new order. He allowed the Imperial Princess fleet to launch an attack proactively to completely clear out these remaining interstellar warships. When this order reached Zhao Ruyu, she wasted no time in issuing attack orders without any discussion on combat deployment or mobilization. In the current situation, who still needed combat deployment and mobilization? Just a few hours earlier, the Imperial Princess fleet had been on standby nearby, only attacking some enemy interstellar warships that had entered their firing range. With minimal engagement, they were mainly tightening the encirclement, tightening it further, and then continuing to tighten it. They helplessly watched as the enemy's interstellar warships were slaughtered in groups. They had thought this exciting battle was going well, but all they could do was watch from the sidelines. Now, with the order to attack, it was like throwing a torch into their pile of dry grass. The passion for battle was intense, especially given the scarcity of resources. The Imperial Princess fleet still had a full 120,000 interstellar warships, while the 2 fleet formations on the other side had less than 30,000 interstellar warships. The situation had completely reversed. As for the outcome, there was no need to discuss it further. It could only be described as horrifying. Remind my sister not to destroy those out-of-control Tita Mastiffs. We can still salvage them. Zhao Chen instructed Lila to relay his message. When those Tita Mastiff class medium-sized interstellar destroyers were originally sold externally, Zhao Chen had inserted a backdoor. You couldn't make the backdoor too obvious, as the more demanding it was, the easier it would be discovered. So Zhao Chen's backdoor was simple. It would paralyze the power system module upon activation, requiring over 10 hours to repair. This simple backdoor program could cause significant losses to the Prince Party's fleet during battle. Additionally, these paralyzed Tita Mastiffs would yield decent profits. Despite being considered second-hand ships, their low prices would still attract buyers. Those courageous enough to purchase interstellar warships from the Northern Goose Group wouldn't be concerned about backdoor programs. Perhaps some might have such concerns, but the Prince Party would no longer purchase from the Northern Goose Group. However, the forces and minor lords within Zhao Chen's territory wouldn't be as wary. Even if they were aware of the backdoor, they had no intention of rebelling, using the interstellar warships solely for territorial defense and profit. They knew as long as they didn't cross the Shadow Dragon Legion, the backdoor program would be ineffective. Moreover, where else could they find the high-performance, low-priced Tita Mastiff class medium-sized interstellar destroyers? This time, we captured over 30,000 Tita Mastiffs, previously priced at a few million stars per ship. We'll sell this batch for around 1 to 1.5 million stars each. We can recoup about 500 billion stars, indirectly strengthening the private fleet within my territory, Zhao Chen said, a slight smile appearing on his face. Engaging in business with the Prince Party was indeed profitable. Lille reports, the Prince Party fleet originally engaged in battle with the Chu Army Legion is now starting to retreat from the battlefield, Lille informed Zhao Chen. Looking at the corner of the interstellar sandbox, he saw the remnants of the Prince Party fleet quickly withdrawing. At that moment, a communication window opened from Chu Changhe. You did a great job, wiping out the fleet formations and nearly 100,000 interstellar warships in such a short time. Chu Changhe praised enthusiastically. It was a genuine marvel at the current combat strength of the Shadow Dragon Legion. Let's get back to business, Zhao Chen reminded. Over on my end, Qinming with the remaining to fleet formations, about 60,000 interstellar warships, has begun their retreat. I have less than 20,000 interstellar warships left that can still engage in combat. I wanted to ask you, should we continue pursuit? Chu Changhe inquired. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. You can rest assured, there's no need to chase. It's better to lay in wait. Lay in wait. But what does that mean? Chu Changhe was puzzled. He then asked, "Are you holding back some nasty tricks again? Tell me, you want to know?" Zhao Chen inquired. With an affirmative nod from Chu Changhe, even though he was getting older, his curiosity about battlefield matters remained strong. "In that case, prepare and have your fleet rest in place. Half an hour later, accompany me with interstellar warships fully combat ready. The remaining ships can stay for repairs and tidy up the battlefield," Zhao Chen said mysteriously. "By then, you'll understand my intentions." "You're teasing me again. Very well. I'll wait to see what you have in store." Chu Changhe pointed towards Zhao Chen. The video communication ended. Zhao Chen looked to Lila beside him. "Organize a pursuit fleet composed of T4 Suzuku-class medium-sized interstellar cruisers, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruisers, and T3 Stormhawk-class medium-sized interstellar cruisers. Pursue the remnants of the Prince Party's fleet. Remember, only harass and pursue. Avoid direct confrontations. Chase for at least half an hour, then abandon pursuit and return for standby." "Yes," Lila responded. "How's the situation with the Crown Prince's main fleet in the Northern Wines sector?" Zhao Chen inquired. Aside from the ongoing battle on this side, there was also the situation in the Northern Wines sector and the Prince of Yan's main fleet that had yet to join the battle here. According to the reconnaissance reports from our surveillance ships monitoring the Prince of Yan's main fleet, they were originally preparing to reinforce this battle, but upon learning of the situation here, they slowed down and diverted towards the Sapphire Blue sector. Our surveillance ships are still tracking them, ready to report any new information. Also, based on the reports coming from the Northern Wines sector, they have successfully intercepted the Sapphire Blue main fleet with the help of our Shadow Dragon's 2nd Legion, comprising 3,000 interstellar warships. They are currently in battle, but the situation is under control. Commander Chishan guarantees that the battle will be over within 3 days, with no more than 500 losses to the Shadow Dragon's 2nd Legion's interstellar warships. Please rest assured, Lile relayed. Zhao Chen nodded, pleased. Prior to the start of this battle, he had already made his arrangements. His 1st Legion, equipped with numerous interstellar missile ships, would engage in a head-on battle with the Prince Party's main fleet cluster and emerge victorious. On the other hand, Chishan led the 2nd Legion to intercept the approaching Sapphire Blue main fleet in the Northern Wines sector. With just 10 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships, the efficiency in enemy annihilation on the battlefield naturally paled in comparison to Zhao Chen's side. However, facing only 60,000 interstellar warships and the accompanying Northern Wines fleet, victory was expected. It was just a matter of assessing the final losses. As for the 3rd Legion, which had yet to show any activity so far, Zhao Chen's sly smile hinted that the show was far from over. Half an hour quickly passed. Part of the Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships and part of Chu Chang's interstellar battleships had finished their rest. As for the cleanup work on the battlefield, it was far from complete, considering that over 100,000 interstellar battleships had just been destroyed here. How could it be possible to finish cleaning up in such a short time? At Zhao Chen's request, Chu Changhe led 300 elite warships that he had gathered to sail to the area designated by Zhao Chen. Now, you can tell me what bad idea you're hiding. I have 300 interstellar battleships here, all elites of the Chu family legion, 20 high-integrity T4 North Wind God-class heavy interstellar battleships, and the rest are T3 interstellar battleships. Now, this old man and these battleships all follow the orders of you, the Dragon Lord. Chu Changhe sat leisurely in the captain's chair, showing none of the commanding aura he had just displayed during the 10 days of intense battles not long ago. He appeared just like an ordinary wealthy man. Meanwhile, Chu Zhuan, maintaining video communication, also looked on with curiosity. After learning of Zhao Chen's agreement with her grandfather, she naturally requested to be involved. Zhao Chen did not refuse. Princess Legion's 300 interstellar battleships are ready for action. Please indicate your orders, Lord Zhao Chen. Qin Xiaolei's video window appeared, with her elder sister Zhao Ryu behind her. You guys stay ready in place, Zhao Chen said, looking at Lily next to him. Lily said, The temporary task force has been assembled, with a fleet of 1,000 interstellar battleships, including 50 T-3 Adjudicator-class heavy interstellar missile cruisers, ready to depart at any time. Please give the command, Commander. Zhao Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze like that of a hunter tracking prey. Initiate the leap. With Zhao Chen's command, the two T-4 interstellar leap ships that had been on standby activated. With two flashes of light passing by, more than 1,600 interstellar battleships disappeared instantly. The Dragon Legion fleet remaining here, accustomed to the sight of disappearing friendly ships, continued their cleanup tasks. The Imperial Princess fleet, which had experienced this, also showed little emotional response, but the high-ranking officers of the Chu family Legion fleet were all stunned. During the previous battle, they knew that the Dragon Legion and the Imperial Princess fleet had been supported by these mysterious interstellar battleships. But at the time of the fierce battle, no one had the leisure to pay attention to this. Now, with the battle essentially over, only a few small fry were still stubbornly resisting, and with their marshal about to leave, many were naturally paying attention. Witnessing more than 1,600 interstellar battleships disappear, the captains and high-ranking officers of the Chu family Legion fleet could hardly contain their excitement. This is too amazing to set off in just a few minutes. This is simply a strategic killer. If our Chu family Legion had this, hey, think about it. Whose is this thing? It's the Dragon Lord's. What's the Dragon Lord's identity? He is the fast son-in-law of our Chu family, the fiancé of Miss Chu Zhuan. This means it's part of our Chu family Legion, doesn't it? Perhaps in the future, the Dragon Lord could equip us with it. After a brief moment of brilliance, Zhao Chen arrived with 1,600 interstellar battleships in the dark expanse of space. Where is this? Chu Changhe looked around at the dark expanse, probably still in the interstellar border space between the Starshine Central Star and Chu Star regions. We are still in the interstellar border space between the Starshine Central Star and Chu Star regions, Zhao Chen replied. Then why are we here? Princess Qin Xiaolei asked in confusion. Of course, we are here to meet Prince Xinming, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Chu Changhe and others were puzzled. Please continue to sail along this route, and the answer will soon be revealed. Zhao Chen sent a route to the two small fleets. Both Chu Changhe and Princess Qin Xiaolei arranged for their small fleets to follow this route. Every few minutes of sailing, they saw glowing little stars. What is that? Isn't this the interstellar border space? Why are there glowing celestial bodies? Princess Qin Xiaolei asked in confusion. Suddenly, Zhao Ryu behind Princess Qin Xiaolei said, That's not a celestial body. That's a hyperspace interceptor. Hyperspace interceptor. Upon hearing this term, everyone reacted. Chu Changhe, with a glance, could see a large number of hyperspace interceptors arranged in a vast area. There were at least 1,000 of them. With such a quantity of hyperspace interceptors, this was no small expense, costing tens of billions of stars. Yes, this is a hyperspace interceptor. It is our Dragon Legion's T3 Ranger-class interstellar hyperspace interceptor. Here, I have deployed a total of 3,000 of them, Zhao Chen revealed. 3,000 hyperspace interceptors. Chu Zhuan was amazed. Chu Chang's eyes lit up, and he said, If I'm not mistaken, this is located in the area between our battlefield and the Starshine Central Star's Swan Star Harbor. Are you preparing to intercept Prince Xinming's Imperial faction fleet here? Chu Chang's words made everyone understand Zhao Chen's intentions. After the defeat of Prince Xinming's Imperial faction fleet in battle, they were likely to retreat to their main base for rest and recovery. The nearest place would naturally be Swan Star Harbor in the Starshine Central Star region. Swan Star Harbor was one of the top 10 star harbors in the Starshine Empire and the gateway to the Starshine Central Star region in the north. The most likely scenario for Xinming was to retreat here. Therefore, Zhao Chen had deployed hyperspace interceptors here in advance, with a high probability of intercepting the Imperial faction fleet. But can we intercept the Imperial faction fleet with just our 1,600 interstellar battleships? Chu Zhuan was worried. After all, the fleeing Imperial faction fleet still had over 60,000 interstellar battleships. Although they were defeated, Their combat power was not to be underestimated. It might be a bit risky with just these 1,600. But who said I only have these? Zhao Chen, sitting in the captain's chair with his legs crossed, smiled slightly. At that moment, a Legion fleet that had been lurking in the distance quietly appeared. Commander Shen Bing of the Dragon 3rd Legion, leading 2,000 interstellar battleships, awaiting the commander's orders. Shen Bing's video window popped up. At that moment, Chu Changhe and the others understood Zhao Chen's chess move and marveled at Zhao Chen's abilities. He had foreseen this before the war started, strategically deploying a Dragon Legion force here. Now, they just needed to wait for Qin Ming to walk into the trap. Why don't you first deploy these Zhonglong Legion fleets to other battlefields and bring them back when we need to intercept enemy fleets? Wouldn't that maximize the fleet's combat power? Chu Zhuan suddenly asked a question during the waiting period. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and shrugged, saying, "Miss, you think I have many of those stellar leap ships? Let me tell you, these 2T for stellar leap ships we brought over are the last ones I have at the moment. The next time we can use them will be a week from now. OmegaOmegaW.net. Since this information is not a secret, and Zhao Chen has nothing to hide, he directly revealed, "How much does this stellar leap ship cost? How is the production volume? Do you have any intention to sell a few?" Chu Changhe looked at Zhao Chen, eyebrows raising slightly, the implication clear. Based on the market prices, the selling price of this T4 Wisdom Light Class stellar leap ship is at least in the billions of stars. "How many do you want?" Zhao Chen smiled at Chu Changhe. Zhao Chen wasn't deceiving anyone with this statement. Although the profit margins for T4 class interstellar battleships not publicly disclosed, considering the profits from T3 class battleships for 10 times, it's reasonable to assume that the profit margin for this T4 Wisdom Light class stellar leap ship, being a strategic starship, will increase even further. Moreover, the cost of a single ship is already 5 billion stars. If Zhao Chen wasn't financially well off, he wouldn't be able to afford so many T4 Wisdom Light class stellar leap ships. Hearing this, Chu Changhe did not think Zhao Chen was trying to trick him, but even if he had thoughts about purchasing such a starship, the current financial situation of the Chu family would not allow it. Chu Changhe looked at Zhao Chen with a knowing smile, implying a shared understanding without explicitly mentioning it. Though she didn't mention it herself, Chu Zhuan couldn't overlook the meaning behind their words and rolled her eyes. But truth be told, she was also very tempted by this T4 Wisdom Light class stellar leap ship. Zhao Chen directed a scornful look at Chu Changhe, a Grand Marshal of the Empire, selling his granddaughter for a starship. Isn't that shameful? But Chu Changhe seemed unfazed by these considerations. What use is dignity? With no shame, they can win battles on the battlefield, destroy more enemy ships, and protect more of their own soldiers. His old face had long lost its significance. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the interface in front of Zhao Chen displayed a simultaneous response from the detectors of 3,000 T3 Ranger-class interstellar warp interceptors. This indicated that they had detected interstellar battleships currently in warp travel. "They're here," Zhao Chen muttered. At that moment, Chu Changhe, who had been smiling moments ago, turned serious. He didn't speak, but waited for Zhao Chen to give his orders. "Lilith, relay my command. Zhonglong 3rd Legion and 1st Legion's Special Forces to set up an ambush formation, with the White Snow's interstellar missile carrier ready for combat at all times," Zhao Chen commanded, and Lilith began relaying the orders. The command system on the entire bridge started operating at that moment. "What should we do?" Zhao Ruyu couldn't help but ask. Qin Shaolei, by Zhao Ruyu's side, clenched her fist nervously. "The one to be ambushed here is Qin Ming, the killer of Qin Shaolei's father, the cause of the destruction of Qin Shaolei's family. Being able to take down her enemy here was something Qin Shaolei had long awaited. The Chu family fleet and the Princess fleet are to serve as reserves, stationed on the flanks behind the front line, ready to receive my next orders." Zhao Chen deployed. Zhao Ryu was taken aback by Zhao Chen appointing them as reserves. After all, they were the Princess fleet. On the other hand, Chu Chang-he, the Marshal, had his elite fleet, including 20 T-4 God of the North Wind-class heavy interstellar battle cruisers. Zhao Chen had arranged it this way. It was unclear whether Marshal Chu Chang-he would agree with this arrangement. Just as Zhao Ruyu worried, in another video window, Chu Chang-he calmly responded, "Chu family fleet, awaiting orders." As a marshal, Chu Chang-he could adapt as needed. Having witnessed the combat capability of Zhao Chen's Zhongwang Legion over the years, he was well aware of their swift growth. As such, as a subordinate now, his duty was to execute orders. Regarding the worries of Zhao Ruyu and others, in the case of other leaders like Huang Jixiang, there might have been room for discord. However, in Chu Chang's view, there was none. His willingness to obey was based on who could lead them to victory. Princess Fleet, awaiting orders. Zhao Ruyu complied honestly at that moment. Soon, the positions of various fleets were arranged. They were divided into 4 sectors, with the main sector serving as the front-line defense interception area, comprising around 4,000 interstellar warships from the Zhongwang 2nd Legion and 1st Legion Special Forces, currently forming a 3-dimensional semicircular shape. Once the interception was successful and the enemy fleet was out of warp travel, they would immediately encircle them, leaving no room for escape. The other 3 sectors were smaller. The wings on either side were the reserves, the Chu family fleet and the Princess Fleet, with 300 interstellar warships each. The last small sector was Zhao Chen's executioners team, consisting of over 300 starships, 50 T-3 Judges-class heavy interstellar missile carriers, 100 T-3 Vessel-class heavy interstellar supply ships, and 150 T-3 Triangular Dragon-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. They're here. Zhao Chen watched as the indicators on the Ranger-class interstellar warp interceptors changed from flashing to steady, signaling the appearance of their prey. Along with sudden flashes of light, one after another, interstellar battleships appeared in this sector of the galaxy, in very close proximity to one another, far below the standard interstellar ship spacing. 5,000 ships, 10,000 ships. 30,000 ships, 60,000 ships. A full 60,000 interstellar battleships appeared in this area of the galaxy, crowded within a narrow region. The officers and commanders on these interstellar ships hadn't yet grasped what was happening. The destination they had planned to reach in a few more hours had already cut short their warp travel. On the bridge of a T-4 God of the North Wind-class heavy interstellar battle cruiser of the Prince Party, the captain, a major in the Imperial Army, came out from the stasis chamber. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the first thing he heard was the dance alarm blaring. Warning, warning, warning. Detected a large number of inbound interstellar missiles. 60,000 interstellar battleships had their warp drives disabled suddenly, catching the vast majority of them off guard. They were then subjected to a barrage of millions of interstellar missiles. This directly resulted in heavy losses of the battleships, surpassing even the scale of the recent major battle that had just ended. The interstellar missile bombardment lasted only a few minutes. On the interstellar sandbox in front of Zhao Chen, the data of the enemy fleet's initial 60,000 interstellar battleships was instantly reduced by nearly half. Spent over 10 billion again, Zhao Chen leaned against the captain's chair, looking at all this indifferently, and giving the command, narrow the encirclement, eliminate the Prince Party interstellar battleships, have the little princess broadcast a message on the public frequency, instructing them to shut down the starship engines. Those who surrender will not be harmed. Yes, the order was relayed. Qin Shaolei also had her own tasks, continuously speaking on the public frequency about the current situation of the Prince Party, persuading the interstellar battleships of the Prince Party to surrender. This strategy was proving quite effective. After all, the Prince Party's battleships had first suffered a major defeat similar to the Battle of Waterloo, followed by an ambush now. Morale was plummeting. In addition, with the little princess herself being of royal blood, her plea for surrender, coupled with certain promises, proved to be persuasive. Soon, some interstellar battleships that shut down their engines and surrendered appeared on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the encirclement was tightening. The interstellar missile ships that had just completed a round of attacks were now receiving supplies from the interstellar supply ships, preparing for the next assault. The besieged die-hard members of the Prince Party naturally could not remain passive and immediately began organizing breakout operations, launching continuous attacks on the encirclement. Despite being surrounded, they still held a numerical advantage in terms of battleships. Unfortunately, the space their battleships occupied was too narrow, and with some confusion in the command systems, friendly fire incidents started occurring, with battleships mistakenly hitting their allies, leading to chaos. Report: we have multiple defense lines compromised. The enemy's assault is relentless. Lily reported, a cornered rabbit will bite. Some individuals will not just sit and wait to die. Zhao Chen had anticipated this situation. He pointed out several critical battle points on the interstellar sandbox. Have Marshal Chu's Chu family fleet and my sister's Imperial Princess fleet support these areas. They must hold fort for at least half an hour. After half an hour, I'll wipe out these diehards. Yes, a race against time between encirclement battles and breakout battles ensued at this moment. On one side, efforts were made to break out, while on the other, layers of encirclement were formed, leaving no room for a single battleship to slip away. 10 minutes. The Phoenix Dragon-class interstellar battleships lost nearly 100 battleships. 20 minutes. To T4 Boreas-class heavy interstellar battle cruisers under Chuzhong took heavy damage. 25 minutes. The number of operational battleships of the Prince Party dwindled to less than 20,000. 30 minutes. Commander. Report. 50 T3 judges have completed interstellar missile replenishment and are ready to fire. Please instruct, Commander. Bai Zhu reported to Zhao Chen promptly. Fire. Zhao Chen stared at over 20,000 enemy ships within the encirclement and coldly gave the command. At the same time, he issued another order. After the interstellar missile bombardment ends, all fleets launch a total assault. Eliminate all stubborn resistance of the enemy battleships. Yes, 50 T3 Judges class heavy interstellar missile ships launched another round of missiles, creating a dense concentration within the designated area of the encirclement. The circle of bombardment had shrunk even further from the previous round, increasing the intensity of the bombardment. Massive fireworks ignited in the dark expanse of space. Some explosion vortexes even impacted nearby friendly interstellar battleships. No matter how many times you see it, this scene is always thrilling. Chuzhong stood on the bridge with his hands folded, observing the inferno-like scene before him. Witnessing enemy battleships being engulfed by interstellar missiles explosions. All those witnessing this spectacle marveled at its grandeur, while also showing fear and awe for Zhao Chen's terrifying power. Nobody wanted to be the target of such a devastating force. After this second round of interstellar missile bombardment, the Phoenix Dragon Legion battleships, Chu family fleet, and Imperial Princess fleet did not need any further orders. Implicitly, they launched an attack. Like a pack of hunting wolves, they started to hunt down the surviving battleships that had endured the missile onslaught. Slaughter. By now, the battlefield had completely turned into a slaughter fest. On the T4 Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruiser bridge, Zhao Chen watched the scene unfold, sitting on the captain's chair. It's over. Zhao Chen stretched, picked up a glass of wine nearby, and drank it all in one go. This battle had decimated a significant number of the Prince Party's interstellar battleships, in addition to eliminating numerous high-ranking commanders and Qinming. Essentially, the Prince Party would struggle to recover from this blow. What followed was gradually gaining control over the star systems and territories across the Starlight Empire in the coming months. Once the capital star was under complete control, the civil war would conclude, burying the remnants of the Prince Party for good. Zhao Chen could then continue being a noble at ease, developing his interstellar territories. Thinking of his upcoming retirement life, Zhao Chen burst into laughter. At this moment, the system's notification sounded. Quarterly mission completion. The mission to directly destroy at least 100,000 interstellar battleships of the Prince Party by the Phoenix Dragon Legion is complete. You may claim the mission reward. Zhao Chen wasn't surprised by the completion of the quarterly mission. Estimates suggested that at least 200,000 interstellar battleships of the Prince Party had been obliterated so far, although a significant portion was taken out by the Chu Family Legion and Imperial Princess Legion. Achieving the benchmark of 100,000 battleships wasn't in doubt. With a thought, Zhao Chen claimed the mission reward. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint of the T for Succubus Glasslight Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship. Acquiring a support-type interstellar battleship blueprint was indeed good news. Now, he awaited news of the completion of the first annual mission, the death of Qinming. As time passed, the remaining Prince Party interstellar battleships within the encirclement grew fewer, and large-scale engagements were nearly non-existent. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Report, the battle has essentially concluded. Please advise, Commander. Lily sought instructions, but received no response for a long while. She looked up to the commander, only to find a frown instead of a cheerful expression. Commander, Qinming is not here. Zhao Chen clenched his fists. Qinming. Lily was stunned for a moment, then immediately began to search for some information. Indeed, there was no intelligence report about the flagship of the Royal Legion fleet being destroyed. Lily hesitated for a moment and said, perhaps. It was destroyed during the first round of interstellar missile bombardment, causing a violent explosion that made the wreckage unidentifiable. In fact, Lily herself was somewhat skeptical of this possibility. After all, Qinming's flagship was not just any T3 class interstellar battleship. It was a T for Star Emperor class medium-sized carrier starship. Its size was even larger than that of the God of the North Wind class heavy interstellar battleship. Even if it endured a large number of interstellar missile bombardments, the overall structure of the ship couldn't be so destroyed as to be unidentifiable. Let's not worry about this for now. Immediately clean up the battlefield. We are too close to the central star domain of the Star Emperor. If the enemy realizes and sends reinforcements, we will suffer unnecessary casualties. 5 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours later, we will immediately return, Zhao Chen said. There was no mission message to kill Qinming from the system, which meant that Qinming definitely wasn't there. As for the reason why, that was unknown. This was already a fact. No matter how anxious Zhao Chen was or how much he wanted to kill Qinming, it was futile. They could only retreat for now. Chu Changhe, Qin Shaolei, and others naturally agreed with Zhao Chen's order. 5 hours later, the fleets of the three parties began to determine their routes and entered the hyperspace navigation state to prepare to return. Because the T4 interstellar leap ships had entered the reset cooling state, this time they could only return home through a long hyperspace navigation, and the waves of this great battle had already swept across the entire Star Emperor Empire. No one had expected that the victors of this civil war would be the Chu Family Legion and the Owl Dragon Legion. No one had expected that the missing princess would directly command 120,000 interstellar warships. Now, in the courtyard of the Su family estate in the Purple Su domain, members of the Su family were gathered, discussing the results of this civil war. This discussion had been going on for several days because the civil war would impact the future of the entire Star Emperor Empire. I didn't expect it. The battle power of the Owl Dragon Legion is so strong. I heard that on the battlefield. Interstellar missiles were firing like there was no cost. They bombarded several rounds directly, shattering the fleet of the royal party. Who said otherwise? I also heard that after Zhao Chen's big victory, he sent people to loot the captives of the royal party and sent all the females to Zhao Chen's flagship. From 80-year-old grandmothers to savages. Hey. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Don't you believe it either? Haven't you heard? The Owl Dragon Legion is all female soldiers. All female soldiers. Zhao Chen, that beast, changes every minute every night. Never repeats. As some people chatted gossip, someone rushed in, shouting, latest news. On January 13th, the Blue Star Interstellar Main Fleet was annihilated by the Northern Wine Fleet, Owl Dragon Legion, and the Imperial Princess Fleet in the border area of the Northern Wine Star Domain. Marshal Huang Jixiang perished. At the same time, the Chu Family Legion Fleet and the Imperial Princess fleet directly attacked the Blue Star Domain, and so far have controlled 1/5 of the star systems in the Blue Star Domain. Because the Su family manor utilized top-notch shielding devices both inside and outside, it was impossible to connect to communication networks from within. Messages were often delivered by trusted individuals. This was primarily for communication security considerations. Master Su in this regard had always been very cautious. Even up to now, he still habitually used paper documents to record important information. Upon hearing this news, everyone just sighed and didn't express much surprise. The main battlefield where the royal party's fleets suffered defeat meant that the Northern Wine Star Domain had become a loser in this partial battlefield. There was a slim chance that Marshal Huang Jixing's Blue Star Interstellar main fleet would return. As for the Blue Star Domain, after such a big battle, the Chu family currently didn't have the ability to immediately seize the central star domain of the Star Emperor, but to claim some interest and take over 1.5 of the Blue Star Domain was not a problem. This was also the first significant change of ownership of star systems to occur on a large scale within the past 6 months of civil war. The Su family descendants in the Su family estate couldn't help but look towards the closed inner room door. While they all held different positions in the Su family, the real individuals capable of shaping the Su family's future were currently discussing matters inside that room. This discussion had been going on for 3 days now. During this time, the Su family had made various moves outwardly and covertly. Everyone genuinely admired the decision the elder Su had made previously, not deploying their own military power to aid the royal party. Otherwise, they would likely suffer the same fate as Marshal Huang Jixing, losing everything. On the contrary, they even gained some benefits. Earlier, the royal party had requested reinforcements from the Purple Su domain, but the Su family had not sent its own military forces. Instead, they allowed other smaller factions within the Purple Su domain to send reinforcements. Many interstellar forces naturally wanted to align with the royal party to get a piece of the action. Unexpectedly, they didn't get any piece of that action. In fact, their own bowls were smashed. This led to many smaller and major families within the Purple Su domain suffering losses and wailing endlessly. The Su family didn't let go of the opportunity to strike back. Using various methods, they managed to gain control of these factions. All of this was arranged by Master Su. Having an elder in the family was indeed like having a priceless treasure. Suddenly, another messenger hurried in. Latest news: Qinming, the second prince, has returned to the imperial capital star and has decided to ascend the throne as the emperor in 5 days. Boom. At that moment, all the Su family members present felt as if struck by thunder. Is Qinming out of his mind? He lost a significant amount of military power in this civil war, and now he wants to ascend the throne. Because they were all Su family members, someone directly called out the potential future majesty by name. Qinming ascending the throne wasn't a trivial matter. It was as impactful as losing in the civil war. At this point, everyone turned to look at the inner room. Surely, the elder must now take some action regarding this matter. In the inner room, several elders and direct descendants of the Su family were looking at the elder Su sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Qinming is trying to make a big gamble. Although the Chu family and the Owl Dragon have achieved this victory, it must have been a massive military consumption. The next attack will also require several months of rest and preparation. What Qinming is doing is trying to use the imperial title to legitimately redistribute the military forces of various star systems. After all, the power of a prince and that of a star emperor are completely different. He wants to continue this game through this means. Elder Su opened his eyes. The turmoil of the Star Emperor Empire is far from over. We must not wade into this muddle. Starting today, I will continue my seclusion for rest. No one is allowed to disturb me for any reason. If there is any news coming from the capital star, say that I am resting and avoid any interference. Elder Su's words meant that the Su family was going into a hidden world state. The Chuhak Sinju border starport is a large starport at the edge of the Chu River sector. Due to a recent large-scale battle, a significant number of interstellar warships are here waiting for repairs or resupply. There's even a traffic jam situation. However, amidst the congestion, there is a clear pathway that all the interstellar warships sailing on it bear the same fleet emblem, the Owl Dragon Fleet emblem. The performance of the Owl Dragon Legion in the previous decisive battle was stunning, especially the spectacular scene of 1,000,000 interstellar missiles raining down. It left a lasting impression, especially the existence of this firepower fanatic. Chu Changhe has specifically allocated some lanes and docks in this recent starport for the use of the interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen himself could have handled some of the maintenance tasks with the interstellar supply ships and T3 Crucible-class heavy interstellar industrial ships he brought. But since goodwill is being offered, there's no reason to refuse. Within this starport, the victors of the recent battle are having a face-to-face meeting. In a quiet room, a group of people are sitting together: Chu Changhe, Chu Zhuan, Qin Xiaolei, Zhao Ruyu, Zhao Chen, and Lilith. They are the current leaders representing the Chu Family Legion, Imperial Princess Fleet Group, and our Dragon Legion. Qin Xiaolei exclaimed indignantly, "I can't believe Qin Ning didn't die." Chu Zhuan explained, "According to the information we received, when they escaped the pursuit of the Owl Dragon Legion fleet, preparing to use warp speed to return to the White Swan starport in the central Star DRIZZLE sector, Qin Ming made a sudden decision. He took 300 elite interstellar warships and chose a different route, taking a few extra days to return to the Imperial Capital Star. This is why he didn't appear at our ambush location." This information was confirmed by the Owl Dragon Legion's intelligence network. Zhao Chen could only marvel at Qin Ming's luck for surviving in such a situation. Chu Changhe analyzed, "No matter how you look at it, from the current perspective, we hold the initiative in this civil war." After experiencing the major decisive battle, the 6 fleets mustered by the Prince's party, including the North Expedition 1st Fleet Group, North Expedition 2nd Fleet Group, and Blue Starry Primary Fleet Group, were all wiped out by us. The commanders of these 3 fleet groups, Huang Zhihong, Cao Jiani, and Lei Dachuan, all 5-star marshals, perished. In addition, the Royal Starry Primary Fleet Group and the Prince's Party United Primary Fleet Group suffered heavy losses. Except for a few less than 3,000 interstellar warships that escaped, the remaining interstellar warships were eliminated in our subsequent ambush battles. Apart from that, only the Prince of Yan's Starry Primary Fleet Group, due to its geographic position at the time, was spared and has now safely returned to the central Star DRIZZLE sector. In this battle, the Prince's party directly lost over 250,000 interstellar warships. Even if the Prince's party urgently mobilizes fleets again, it is impossible to gather such a large interstellar army within a few months. Once we finish replenishing our combat supplies, in the next phase, we can directly conquer the central Star DRIZZLE sector. By then, the other sectors will surely defect. Zhao Chen agreed with Chu Chang's analysis. That's why Qin Ming chose to declare himself emperor at this time. This is his only chance to turn the tables. By claiming the title of emperor, he can mobilize more resources and impose conscription on interstellar warships from various sectors. According to our current information, if given enough time, he may even build up an interstellar army of 300,000 warships. Of course, this is if everything goes smoothly for Qin Ming. Whether things go smoothly or not, that's something Zhao Chen needs to consider. At this moment, all eyes turn to Zhao Chen as the major financial resource provider. Both sides are relying heavily on him. Qin Xiaolei looked at Zhao Ruyu, who was responsible for the data of her Imperial Princess Fleet Group. Zhao Ruyu quickly responded, "According to our calculations, for a military operation against the central Star DRIZZLE sector, the Imperial Princess Fleet Group's 120,000 interstellar warships require at least 50 billion stars." Chu Zhuan added, "We also need 50 billion stars on our end." As for their own situation, Zhao Chen had already consulted Lilith before coming. The development in the 5 resource sectors outside has been progressing smoothly, and in about a month, they will be able to achieve maximum extraction. That is, a monthly extraction of 500 billion stars. Therefore, supplying the military expenditures of these to factions should not pose a significant challenge. Zhao Chen stated, "By the end of January, I will provide each of your factions with 50 billion stars in strategic resources. In addition, I will also prepare 50 billion stars of strategic resource mobilization permits for each of your fleet groups. This is to hedge against potential risks of escalation or prolonged warfare." This bold move by Zhao Chen surprised the four people opposite him. This was a total of 200 billion stars. They had thought that the All Dragon Legion was wealthy, especially upon learning that the Northern Goose Group was backed by Zhao Chen as the mysterious big boss. Given the money-making ability of the Northern Goose Group, Zhao Chen must have quite a few small treasuries. Therefore, providing each fleet with 30 billion stars in strategic resources shouldn't be a problem. However, Zhao Chen's offer exceeded their expectations. With a knock on the table, Zhao Chen clarified, "Don't get me wrong, these will be provided in the form of loans, and they will have to be repaid." Xin Shaolei rolled her eyes, sometimes unsure if Zhao Chen was a loyal minister or something else. But this amount of money was insignificant. As long as she could seek revenge and regain everything, she would eventually get them back from Zhao Chen. Chu Changhe didn't care much either. If anyone wanted to settle scores later, they could talk to his granddaughter. Thinking of this, Chu Changhe looked at Chu Zhuan and then at Zhao Chen, feeling even more satisfied with his decision. Who said he was just a military genius? He was also quite savvy in earning and investing. That day he arranged things. Absolute profit. Look at his son-in-law. He's a gold mine. Discovered by old Chu. Envious or not. Xiao Zhao, why don't you disclose to this old man how many resources can be mined from those 5 outer sectors in a month? Chu Changhe, curious about Zhao Chen's situation, was certain that Zhao Chen was not solely reliant on the Northern Goose Group. It was most likely tied to the development in those 5 resource sectors. Zhao Chen, appearing all humble and meticulous in his calculations, replied, "Not much, just a few 100 billion stars a month. All of this is saved up starting from the crumbs between my teeth, and will need to be repaid." Lilith nearly burst out laughing beside him. The figures of both commanders didn't differ much, just that one lacked a zero. After ending the meeting, it was decided to launch the second phase of the offensive in mid-February. After all, in a great war, it is essential to secure provisions first. One must prepare the supplies for battle in advance. Zhao Chen and Lilith returned to their respective flagship, watching as the lift platform rose slowly. Zhao Chen gazed at a large number of interstellar battleships waiting for repairs in the starport outside. According to our current statistics, the Chu family Legion currently has 20,000 intact interstellar battleships, but most of them are elite interstellar battleships of the Chu family Legion, including 50 T4 Gods of the North Wind. In the previous decisive battle, Chu Zhang lost half of the T4 Gods of the North Wind. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the subsequent attacks of the Royal Interstellar Fleet and simultaneously face the encirclement of several fleet groups. It relied on the T4 Gods of the North Wind, heavy interstellar battleships in the Vanguard formation. Although currently, Governor Chu is trying to purchase new interstellar battleships and recruit more interstellar battleships from the Chu River region. However, I estimate that in the end, the maximum number he can reach is 3 million. Lilith analyzed next to Zhao Chen. For this civil war, the Chu family fleet had indeed suffered a lot. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and said, later, "Relay to Governor Chu, if he is willing. I am willing to sell him a batch of T to Tibetan Mastiff class medium interstellar destroyers to him at near cost price. Additionally, I can also sell them a batch of the 30,000 plus T to Tibetan Mastiff class medium interstellar destroyers captured this time at a low price to help them temporarily replenish their fleet. Even though this would mean Zhao Chen would make less money, as a leader, one must consider the long-term perspective. Despite the elite and ferocious nature of the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships, the downside was that their numbers were too few. What would Zhao Chen do if there were important star systems and starports that needed garrisoning? He couldn't afford to divide his All-Dragon Legion. This was where the presence of fleets like the Imperial Princess Fleet and the Chu family fleet came in handy. They not only helped Zhao Chen consolidate his occupied territories, but could also assist the All-Dragon Legion in battles. For example, in situations where there were a large number of enemy interstellar fleets to surround, in case the All-Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships were insufficient, these fleets could provide reinforcement. Although the Imperial Princess Fleet has also experienced several battles, they have indeed fought tough battles. Moreover, even though they do not have T4 class interstellar battleships, they are equipped with a considerable number of our All-Dragon series interstellar battleships. Their combat strength is still quite formidable, and so far, they have lost less than 10,000 interstellar battleships, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen was pleased with the performance of the Imperial Princess Fleet during their first appearance. Assuming the Imperial Princess Fleet were equipped with a certain number of various types of T3 class interstellar battleships and even a dozen or so T4 class interstellar battleships, they could surpass the Chu family Legion fleet and become the strongest fleet force in the Starlight Empire after the All-Dragon Legion. Find a way to replenish the interstellar battleships lost by the Imperial Princess Fleet, ensuring that before the start of the second phase of the offensive, they are replenished to a total of 120,000 interstellar battleships. Additionally, arrange some T3 class interstellar battleships other than the T3 Judges class heavy interstellar missile destroyer, T3 Emperor class heavy interstellar battleship, and T3 Phoenix class heavy interstellar carrier for them, Zhao Chen said, adding, "Don't forget to have our princess sign and seal these deals. This is all owed to us. It will be paid back in the future." Zhao Chen emphasized the word paid back. Lilith nodded, understanding that the commander wanted to control Qin Shaolei and possibly even groom her into a puppet to ultimately control the Starlight Empire. Thinking about all this, Lilith's eyes sparkled. In just a few years, from a small All-Dragon fleet, they had developed into the formidable All-Dragon Legion they were now. They even had hopes of taking over the entire Starlight Empire. This man was truly powerful. "Have we completed the statistics of our losses?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith immediately came back to her senses and replied, "In this campaign, we lost a total of 570 interstellar battleships, including 5 T4 class interstellar battleships. Over 20,000 personnel were sacrificed, and battle expenses totaled 100 billion stellars. 100 billion stellars. Zhao Chen had burned through 100 billion stellars in just a few battles. Once this news spread, it would surely shock everyone. He was indeed waging war with money. Although Zhao Chen still had a strategic reserve of 100 billion stellars to avoid unnecessary losses and casualties and allow for fleet reorganization, the T4 Wisdom Starlight Jumper would need to be reset for cooldown, among other reasons. Zhao Chen couldn't sweep the central star domain of the Starlight Empire in one go. He would have to wait until the subsequent resource development caught up and then launch the second wave of attacks in mid-February. With just a month to go, Qin Ming probably wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Proceed according to our plan. Do not let our military operations affect the resource production and starship construction tasks in our territories. This must be emphasized to Annie. If she fails to complete the production tasks, I will see to it that she gets her butt slapped, Zhao Chen reminded. I will remind the various rear production and manufacturing departments. Lilith nodded. Can the interstellar battleships we lost in this campaign be replenished before mid-February? Zhao Chen inquired. No problem. I have already sent relevant construction tasks to Annie. The 500 lost interstellar battleships will definitely be replenished within 20 days. However, it may take some time for the Owl's 3rd Legion to complete the standard complement of 3,000 interstellar battleships, Lilith replied. So far, the All-Dragon Legion's 3 legions of fleet forces have only the 1st and 2nd Legions completed the standard complement of 3,000 interstellar battleships. There is still a shortfall in the number of interstellar battleships in the All-Dragon's 3rd Legion, which is why they didn't have the full 3,000 interstellar battleships during the ambush battle last time. Don't worry about that. This time the Prince Party lost more than 300,000 interstellar battleships. In just a month. Do you think Qin Ming can still cause a stir? Zhao Chen scoffed. If he weren't concerned about the heavy losses on his part, Zhao Chen could have directly led the Owl Dragon Legion to the Imperial Capital Star for a decisive battle. He was 100% sure he could conquer the Imperial Capital Star, but for that, his Owl Dragon Legion would also suffer heavy losses. Considering the pros and cons, the current plan is the most reasonable one. However, Zhao Chen never imagined that what would happen next would be beyond everyone's expectations. betaw.net. Qin Ming might not have the power to cause trouble, but there are those who want to cause trouble for Qin Ming. Galactic Calendar Year 3034, January 18th. Imperial Capital Star. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Imperial Capital Star system is filled with a complex mood. Logically speaking, today should be a joyous occasion as Qin Ming ascends to the throne, becoming the new emperor. However, not long ago, the Civil War was lost, with over 300,000 interstellar warships destroyed and 3 marshals killed. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the Imperial Party. It has also significantly affected the atmosphere of this ascension ceremony. Qin Ming himself may not be feeling particularly celebratory, as he decided to cut 2/3 of the ceremonial process after witnessing it. The Imperial Palace on the Imperial Capital Star is located on the highest peak of the planet, towering majestically atop the mountain. The top of the palace features a gigantic throne. At this moment, a ceremony is taking place here. Qin Ming, dressed in the new emperor's attire, is slowly approaching an elderly official. This elderly official is the most respected ceremonial officer of the Starlight Empire, responsible for presiding over this grand banquet. Next, after Qin Ming recites an oath, he will receive the scepter and crown symbolizing imperial power, officially becoming the emperor, the new emperor of the Starlight Empire. I, Qin Ming, of the royal bloodline, have received the mandate of imperial power during challenging times. I will lead the Starlight Empire out of adversity and restore its glory. Qin Ming places his hand over his chest and shouts towards the throne. Behind him, hundreds of officials are half kneeling, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. On one side, Princess Sin is already in tears, bearing both joy and sorrow. She has finally witnessed her son's ascension, but at the same time, she has lost another precious son. Qin Ming, Mother Empress believes in you. You will surely avenge your brother. Wait, at this moment, a voice interrupts the ceremony from the entrance of the Grand Hall. This abrupt voice disrupts the entire ceremony. All eyes turn towards the entrance, where Prince Yan enters with a faint smile. Amid the puzzled gazes, he walks past hundreds of officials and stands between Qin Ming and the ceremonial officer. Yan Prince looks at the scepter and crown in the officer's hands, then at the bewildered Qin Ming. Uncle Emperor, you! Qin Ming looks at Yan Prince in confusion. Do you think you are worthy of being emperor? Yan Prince raises his hand and delivers a slap directly across Qin Ming's face, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. This scene leaves everyone stunned. What do you mean? Qin Ming covers his swollen cheek, staring at Yan Prince in shock. Up to this point, he still hasn't comprehended what is happening. I'm saying you are not fit to be emperor. Yan Prince looks disdainfully at Qin Ming. I am a prince. I am not worthy of being emperor. But are you? Qin Ming points angrily at Yan Prince. Yan Prince sneers. You led nearly 400,000 interstellar warships to battle against 200,000 warships, only to come back with just a few remaining. You, this kind of waste. If you become the emperor of the Starlight Empire, it will bring disaster to the nation and the people. Seeing Yan Prince openly expose his weakness, Qin Ming, with a darkened face, rebukes, What are you up to? What am I up to? According to the royal rules, if the heir to the throne is incompetent, his right to succession can be revoked directly, and a legitimate heir from the royal family can be chosen. That way, I am the one who should truly sit on the throne. Yan Prince coldly looks at Qin Ming. Yan Prince, how dare you? Guards, take this traitor away. Qin Ming stands up, shouting. However, whether inside or outside the hall, there is no movement. Guards, guards, what are you all doing? Can't you hear me calling you? Qinming points at the palace guards, but those guards inside the hall seem not to have heard him. Seize the second prince, Yan Prince orders, and the palace guards act swiftly, pinning Qinming to the ground with a laser gun pointed at his head. Qinming looks at these guards in bewilderment. He realizes that this was all orchestrated by Yan Prince in advance. Where are the loyalists of the Crown Prince? Come protect the prince. Protect him. Qinming's desperate voice is now filled with fear. But the officials inside the hall remain unmoved. Some are calm, some panicked, some hesitant. Your Highness, save your strength. Yan Prince coldly looks at Qinming. Angered, Qinming stares at Yan Prince. You are arrogant. The territories of the Empire will not approve of your actions. You are trying to commit treason. Yan Prince squats in front of Qinming, shaking his head as he gazes at the man before him. Did you forget what I told you earlier? I will depose you, legitimately depose you, and no one will dare to say anything. Ha ha, depose me. Don't think I don't know. To depose the heir, there must be existing governors and marshals, at least 2/3 support. Qinming glares at Yan Prince in anger. You have a good memory. But currently, the northern Wind and Chu regions are in rebellion, which means there are fewer governors and 1 marshal. The 2 newly appointed marshals don't count. Additionally, Huang Jixiang is dead, so that's 3 less. In reality, there are only 6 regional governors and 6 imperial marshals. There are only 12 votes in total, meaning I only need 8 votes to depose you. Yan Prince stands up, looking at the people in the hall, and shouts, who supports the removal of the Crown Prince's right to succession. Governor of the Pegasus Constellation region supports the prince. Second prince, please step down. A governor steps forward. Governor of the Azure Moon region supports the prince. Governor of the Blue Star region supports the prince. Imperial Marshal Zhang Yan supports the prince. Imperial Marshal Lu Dafeng supports the prince. As each prestigious figure voices their support, Qinming's face becomes covered in sweat. The appearance of 2 people leaves him incredulous. Imperial Marshal Qin Longcheng supports the prince. Qin Longcheng steps forward, fists clenched. Qin Longcheng, you dare betray me. Qinming gazes at Qin Longcheng with disbelief and contempt. Governor of the Central Starlight region supports the marshal. Another unexpected individual walks out. It is a family member that Qinming thought was always on his side. 7 votes. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Yan Prince sneers. Then, his voice rises. Governor of the Snowy Swallow region supports stripping Prince Qinming of his right to succeed. At this moment, Qinming feels like the sky is falling. How could this be happening? Everyone agrees to abolish the status of the second Prince Qinming as the heir. But the country cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Currently, among the members of the Starlight Empire royal family, only I am the most suitable to take the throne and reorganize the Empire's order. Any objections? Prince Yan looked at everyone in the hall. As his gaze swept across the officials, they all bowed their heads. Then, someone made a move. They knelt down, shouting, "For the glory of the Starlight Empire, please let Prince Yan ascend to the throne." Once one person spoke, more and more echoed in agreement. "For the glory of the Starlight Empire, please let Prince Yan ascend to the throne." Gradually, everyone in the hall knelt down and chanted the same words. Prince Yan laughed heartily, looked at the court official, and snatched the scepter and crown impolitely, then walked towards the throne. Qinming watched this scene with anger and frustration, but was restrained by his guards, only able to curse continuously. "Xinjiao Ocean, you bastard. Damn it. Wah." A guard took out a gag and put it over Qinming's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Qinming could only watch helplessly as his uncle, whom he had trusted deeply and suspected of having a questionable relationship with his mother, now sat on the throne. If looks could kill, Qinming would have slaughtered his uncle 1,000 times over. Prince Yan, or Xinjiao Ocean, sat on the throne, placing the scepter on his lap and then raising the crown above his head. As Xinjiao Ocean gripped the scepter once more, he surveyed the people in the hall. Finally, after years of patience, he had finally claimed this position. Ha ha, brother, you were impressive, and father valued you highly. But I outlived you. When you were alive, I couldn't compete with you. But now that you're gone, your wife and children can't rival me. Long live the Emperor. May the stars shine upon your majesty. Many officials congratulated. This unexpected news would spread rapidly. Half a day later, in a small dark room, Qin was now hanging there, disheveled and with a head full of white hair that had appeared within half a day. His eyes vacant. He kept muttering, It's mine, all mine. At that moment, footsteps approached. Qin looked up and saw the person he now hated the most. Qin Ocean. I will kill you, I will kill you. Qin roared in fury. Qin Ocean silently regarded him. Nephew, why bother? This position was never stable for you. It's better to let me take over. Qin, with bloodshot eyes, interrogated, if you never intended to support me before, then why this drama instead of just seizing power directly? Qin Ocean sneered. No, I couldn't possibly commit fratricide. It could backfire on me if not careful. Moreover, at that time, I didn't have full control over all the powers in the Starlight Empire, like the Sun family, who are the most loyal watchdogs of the royal family and wouldn't easily switch sides. So I needed to wait until I could truly ascend, with enough strength to sway those stubborn forces. Also, with Chu Changhe in the picture, he would surely resist my taking over, gaining the upper hand in public opinion. So I needed a figurehead, and you were mine. To use you against Chu Changhe, exhaust your loyalists in our civil war, while we benefit. Clever, isn't it? Qin Ocean looked down on Qin with disdain. Unfortunately, you messed up everything by sending out 300,000 star warships, which had no real impact on Chu Changhe. If left unchecked, the situation would spiral out of control. Hence, I had no choice but to intervene. Qin suddenly realized he had been a pawn in his uncle's hands all along. Then he remembered something and stared at Qin Ocean. It was you who helped the Crown Prince party, but it was all because of my brother's assassination. If it weren't for his death, none of this would have happened. So, you're responsible for that. Qin Ocean smirked, placing a finger over his lips, indicating silence. The truth was evident without words. Qin suddenly chuckled, his gaze icy. You think seizing the throne gives you control over the whole empire? You haven't dealt with Chu Changhe, Zhao Chen, or the mess my sister created. Your throne is not stable. Qin Ocean coldly replied. You don't need to worry about these. Since I could send nearly 400,000 star warships with your help, I have other pawns. How could I dare to usurp now without your delay of half a year? I underestimate neither the All-Dragon Legion nor the strength of Zhao Chen, but dealing with them, I'm confident. Qin Ocean's eyes flashed with determination. He looked at Qin. Sadly, you won't see any of this. Qin trembled as he watched Qin Ocean, horrified. Without waiting for him to finish, Qin Ocean stepped forward and plunged a dagger into Qin chest, ending his life in fear and fury. After wiping the blood off his hands, Qin Ocean slowly left the room. It was then that he noticed a figure in a black cloak standing in the shadows outside the room. Doctor, your creation will soon be revealed to the world. I hope you won't disappoint me. Qin Ocean addressed the figure under the cloak. The figure's voice sounded strange, somewhat mechanical yet whispery. The Crown Prince was our experiment, and the All-Dragon Legion will be our true first prey. I will ensure the unification of the Starlight Empire, sweeping away all obstacles for you. Even in the future, we can bring the Divine Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation under your rule. The former Galactic Alliance will become your Midas Empire. Annual Mission 1. Assassinate the second Prince Qin Mission 1 completed. The second stage mission will be updated in 60 seconds. The unexpected mission alert startled Zhao Chen awake from his bed. He sat up, glanced at the time, realizing it was still his rest time, with the high-hanging moon and starry sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window by the bed. It had only been 3 hours since he fell asleep. But this sudden information was destined to keep Zhao Chen awake. Qinming is dead. What is going on? Qinming had narrowly evaded Zhao Chen's ambush before by chance. So how could he suddenly be dead now? Zhao Chen immediately contacted Lilith and asked her to come to his room to investigate everything related to Qinming. Lilith's schedule mirrored Zhao Chen's exactly, in order to coordinate with his work. Plus, Lilith's room was next to Zhao Chen's. So as soon as Zhao Chen got out of bed, Lilith knocked on the door and appeared before him. Her sheer black silk nightgown vaguely revealed her fair skin and proud peaks, swaying tail, and small wings, exuding a tempting aura. Commander, I have arranged for an investigation into Qinming and the situation in the Imperial Capital Star. According to the information we received before, Qinming was supposed to hold the succession ceremony today, becoming the Starshine Emperor. How could he possibly be dead at this time? Lilith was greatly surprised to hear about Qinming's possible death from Zhao Chen. I'm not entirely sure either. I heard some rumors through a few small channels. So, I need you to confirm everything on your end. Zhao Chen walked to the bathroom, separated by transparent glass, allowing Lilith to see Zhao Chen's body as he removed his nightshirt. Lilith swallowed and didn't know where to look for a moment. Her rational mind told her not to look, but a little devil in her heart controlled her eyes. As Zhao Chen changed his pants, Lilith couldn't help but complain about who designed the sink, conveniently blocking the crucial area. Lilith was lost in her thoughts when Zhao Chen emerged in casual attire. Lilith sighed inwardly. Just then, the communication channel on Lilith's side beeped, and she began attending to it. Zhao Chen walked to the window, murmured a few words, and the view outside the window changed from the moon and stars to grassland and blue sky. A robot came over and handed Zhao Chen a glass of water. As Zhao Chen drank, he observed Lilith's visibly changed expression. Any news? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith nodded, saying solemnly, according to our latest information, several hours ago, during the succession ceremony for Qinming in the Imperial Capital Star, a sudden incident occurred. Right now, the Imperial Capital Star is under control of Prince Yan Zitia, who has become the de facto Starshine Emperor. Prince Yan, Qin Zitia. This unexpected turn of events caught Zhao Chen off guard. Tell me more. What exactly happened? Zhao Chen sat on a chair. Lilith came forward, speaking while struggling to keep her eyes in check. Because Zhao Chen was only wearing a thin, casual outfit, it inadvertently highlighted certain details of his physique. As Lilith reported, her heart raced, and her tail behind her swayed uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lilith's professional skills were solid, allowing her to complete her report despite the distraction. At this moment, Zhao Chen was unaware of the impact his body had on women, especially a succubus. Qin Zitia betrayed Qinming and declared himself emperor. Several sector governors and 5-star marshals are supporting Qin Zitia, including some of Qinming's close confidants. Zhao Chen mused, feeling overwhelmed by the revelations. I didn't expect Qin Zitia to have developed so many forces in secret. The Azure Moon sector, Pegasus Constellation sector, and even the Central Star Domain and Azure Blue sectors that were once under Qinming's control, now siding with Qin Zitia. Is this Prince Yan playing deep, or is Prince Qin really that incompetent? Zhao Chen muttered. Based on current intelligence, the prince's faction no longer exists. Qin Zitia has gained the support of the majority of factions and is likely gearing up to face our offensive next, Lilith said. Raising his hand, Zhao Chen visualized the Starshine Empire's map. The Snow Swallow sector is Prince Yan's interstellar territory and naturally loyal to him. By the way, what about the Zissou sector that we haven't mentioned yet? What's their stance? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith replied, after this civil war ended, the Su family in Zissou declared that the family patriarch would be in seclusion for recuperation, and all Su family heirs retreated within the Zissou sector for various reasons, cutting off communication with the outside world. Qinming had originally invited the Su family, but they declined for various reasons. It seems the Su family is prepared to remain neutral. The Su family patriarch is a cunning old fox who won't come out easily to take sides. Although we achieved victory in the Civil War, if I try to win over the Su family, they might switch sides to support us. But I didn't expect Prince Yan to stir up trouble at this time. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Prince Yan must have some cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could he easily convince so many family forces to support him? Especially right after the Civil War ended. Isn't he worried about our retaliation? Lilith said. Indeed, Prince Yan has confidence. According to the information, after ascending, Prince Yan rearranged the battlefield deployments and directly mobilized 50 Legion fleets from the Snow Swallow sector, totaling 15,000 interstellar warships. He has also contacted the Sacred Radiance Empire and will be purchasing interstellar warships from them, offering a channel for various forces to buy. He guarantees they will defeat the rebel party, US and Governor Chu, then restructure the Starshine Empire. 15,000 interstellar warships. Support from the Sacred Radiance Empire. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, pondering for a moment. Relying solely on these cards, Qin Zitia shouldn't be challenging us directly. I sense he has more in store, and substantial at that. Considering the strength displayed by our Shadow Dragon Legion, discerning eyes can see not to provoke us easily. Qin Zitia dares to step forward at this juncture, indicating he believes he has the ability to match us. I even suspect that his delayed action until now, in light of the Crown Prince's assassination, might have been part of his plan. Then, what should we do in response? Lily asked. Zhao Chen shook his head. Currently, our front line is mainly divided into the borders of the Chu Star Domain, the Baifeng Star Domain, and the ongoing battlefield in the Baifeng Star Domain. However, we have just experienced a battle and are still in the rest period. Our resources for future battles have not been fully replenished yet, so it is not advisable to engage in large-scale interstellar battles. Besides continuing to dispatch interstellar reconnaissance ships to monitor the enemy's major fleet groups and starports, remind the Imperial Princess Fleet Group and the Chu Family Legion fleet currently fighting in the Baifeng Star Domain to slow down their previous battle plans and be cautious of the Prince of Yan. Lily nodded. I will inform those two immediately. If there are any other actions in the Imperial capital and from the Prince of Yan, inform me immediately. Zhao Chen reminded. Yes. All right. Nothing else for now. After you transmit this information, go rest. Zhao Chen waved his hand and sat by the window, looking out at the grassland scenery. It seemed Zhao Chen would not rest for a short time. Remember to rest, Lily said as she slowly exited the room, closing the door behind her. As she did, she felt a rush of heat from her nose. She took deep breaths. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned against the wall, feeling her heart racing. While she usually felt nothing looking at a commander in uniform, facing the commander's body directly had a remarkable impact on her. I should have a good dream tonight, Lily said to herself, supporting herself against the wall, her legs trembling as she returned to her room. Inside her room, Zhao Chen was contemplating the situation about Prince Qin Zhao Ocean. Since he dared to emerge at this time, he must have some cards up his sleeve. What ace does Che Zhao Ocean have that gives him confidence to battle my Eagle Dragon Legion? Zhao Chen pondered. The possibility of a large-scale interstellar battleship was unlikely since Qin Zhao Ocean could hide 50 Legion fleets and 150,000 interstellar warships was already his limit. He couldn't have more. A support from the Holy Bright Empire. Even if Qin Zhao Ocean had a connection with them, based on their previous Sacred War duel, the Holy Bright Empire could not directly interfere in the internal war of the Star Empire. The most likely possibilities were already considered by Zhao Chen, and he was left with two options. Firstly, Qin Zhao Ocean might have in his possession T5 level interstellar battleship technology, but Zhao Chen deemed it impossible. T5 level interstellar warships were not available in the entire galaxy, and their development required significant resources, making it unlikely for Qin Zhao Ocean to possess such technology. The other possibility was that Qin Zhao Ocean had a small but highly skilled interstellar legion with no more than 3,000 ships. This explanation would make sense for why Qin Zhao Ocean could confidently face the Eagle Dragon Legion, Zhao Chen's powerful force. This possibility is the highest, and I must be cautious, Zhao Chen muttered. Preventing this threat would require him to strengthen his own power. Building a T-5 combat-class interstellar warship was in Zhao Chen's plan, and he had the technology for it. However, the cost of 30 trillion star coins made Zhao Chen hesitate. Although his monthly production value was already 500 billion star coins, meeting the construction needs of a T-5 Dark King-class interstellar battleship would entail halting a considerable portion of his current production plans, affecting the development of the Eagle Dragon Legion. It will take time, at least until the second half of the year, to initiate the production plan for the T-5 Dark King-class interstellar battleship, and it may not be in service until next year. Zhao Chen reluctantly scratched his head. It seemed that relying on the T-5 Dark King-class interstellar battleship for assistance was a distant dream for now. I'll continue to strengthen the construction speed of the Eagle Dragon Legion. If 3 interstellar legions are not enough, then 5, 10. I don't believe that Qinzhao Ocean really has any extraordinary capabilities, Zhao Chen muttered. Qinzhao Ocean might have some secret cards, but they are unlikely to be overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to conceal his strength for so long, even deploying Qinming and the Prince Party as his stepping stones for advancement. Realizing these matters, Zhao Chen opened the system interface and saw the updated annual mission. Annual Mission 1. Death of Qinming completed. Mission 2. Control at least 4 star domains within the Star Empire. Progress. Chu Star Domain. By Feng Star Domain. Looking at the updated mission, Zhao Chen calculated that he only needed 2 more star domains to fulfill the objective. It's just 2 more, or more accurately, 1.5, Zhao Chen said as he opened the interstellar map of the Star Empire. Chu Star Domain and Bai Feng Star Domain were already under his control. The Initiate Blue Star Domain was still under contention, and if Qinzhao Ocean didn't intervene, it would eventually fall under their control. Therefore, Zhao Chen considered it as half. The next target would need to be adjacent to his domains. The star domains that bordered Zhao Chen's alliance were Zhisu Star Domain, Starlight Central Star Domain, and Azure Moon Star Domain. Analyzing the situation, Zhao Chen decided that Azure Moon Star Domain would be the best and strategic target for reinforcement. Attacking Azure Moon Star Domain. In a few days, Red-Eye and Shunjin, among others, must simulate a feasible battle plan against the Azure Moon Star Domain. This order is currently for discussion among us and must not be leaked before being officially confirmed, Zhao Chen commanded. After Qinzhao Ocean declared himself emperor, although the news swept through the entire Starlight Empire, the reaction was surprisingly not very intense. It was as if everyone was intentionally suppressing their emotions. Many family forces were waiting for the second outbreak of civil war, speculating what cards Qinzhao Ocean had to overthrow Qinming, the puppet, and defeat Zhao Chen. The progress in the Azure Star Domain was also very smooth. In just half a month, 2/3 of the territory in the Azure Star Domain had been controlled by the Imperial Princess Fleet and the Chu family army fleet. With the banner of the Little Princess, controlling these occupied areas was still quite smooth. Although it was unknown if the family forces in those areas were truly pleased, at least for now they seemed obedient. That was enough. After all, only absolute strength could make these family forces obediently submit and offer their so-called loyalty. Originally, it was thought that this calm would be shattered during the second phase of the offensive. But unexpectedly, Qinzhao Ocean struck first. The Beiyang group managed by Li Yaqi is doing well. In just half a month, they have already filled the vacancies in the Imperial Princess Fleet and Chu family fleet, Zhao Chen said with satisfaction. He was considering whether to hand over some of the technology of the T3 interstellar battleships to the Beiyang group, allowing them to produce these T3 interstellar battleships and supply them to the Imperial Princess Fleet and Chu family fleet. Just then, a video window popped up, revealing Lil's on the other side. Lily looked serious as she reported, "News has just come in from the front lines in the Azure Star Domain. Part of the Imperial Princess Fleet led by Zhao Ryumis lost contact an hour ago while resting at a starport in the southern part of the Azure Star domain. The elder sister lost contact. Could it be an enemy attack? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Where are our 3 Zhonglong legions currently positioned? What missions are they carrying out? The Zhonglong 1st Legion is stationed at the starport in the south of the Chu Star domain. The Zhonglong 2nd Legion is situated at the junction of the Baifeng Star domain and the Azure Star domain. The Zhonglong 3rd Legion is resting and training in the Zhonglong Star system with new batches of offline interstellar battleships that need to be integrated and trained, Lily answered. Do we have our own interstellar reconnaissance ships in the vicinity of the lost contact starport? There are 2, but they are also currently out of contact. Contact lost. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, knowing that even in the event of an attack, it wasn't normal to suddenly lose all communication. This was highly abnormal. Could this be Qin Zhao Ocean's hidden card? Regardless, with the senior sister under attack, Zhao Chen must go to their aid. Issue my command. Zhonglong 1st Legion and Zhonglong 2nd Legion are to immediately enter battle mode. Activate the accompanying T4 Wisdom Light class interstellar leap ships and prepare to leap to these 2 coordinates. Remember, leap in 3 separate stages, with the leap coordinates spaced apart, and at completing the leap, immediately report and share information on the area. The Green Hawk 3rd Legion will finish training and leap to the coordinates in 3 hours, using the T4 Wisdom Light class interstellar jump ships and await my orders. Zhao Chen issued consecutive commands. He must proceed with caution in the rescue mission. Otherwise, if this was a tactic by Qin Zhao Ocean to draw them out into a trap, rushing into rescue could potentially lead them into enemy hands. Commander, what about the Imperial Princess Fleet and Chu family fleet? Lily asked. Inform the remaining fleets of the Imperial Princess Fleet and Chu family fleet to stand by in their current positions and prepare for combat. Strengthen all defenses to their maximum. I will investigate the situation here first to understand what has happened. Zhao Chen said solemnly. Understood. Continuously keep in contact with the starport where Zhao Ruyu is located. Once contact is established, report back to me immediately. Zhao Chen instructed? Yes. Zhao Chen left his office and rushed to the bridge. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen appeared on the bridge. All departments on the bridge had already begun operations. Commander, all your commands have been relayed. Zhonglong 1st Legion can complete assembly and initiate interstellar jump within 10 minutes. The Zhonglong 2nd Legion's Red-Eye commander states that they can initiate interstellar jump within 15 minutes. The Zhonglong 3rd Legion's commander Shin Bing has begun assembling the fleet and can reach the target star sector within an hour. We have also contacted Princess Qin Xiaolei and Governor Chizhong, both of whom have stated they will follow our arrangements, but request immediate updates on any progress or news. Lily reported. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, looking at the interstellar sandbox of the Azure Star domain. There was a red dash line indicating the area where Zhao Ruyu was under attack. The starport was called Blue Crystal Starport, which was a semi-military starport ranked among the top 3 in the Azure Star domain. He asked with a furrowed brow. How many interstellar battleships of the Imperial Princess Fleet were stationed at this Blue Crystal Fortress before the attack? There were 30,000 interstellar battleships from the Imperial Princess Fleet stationed there. Lily pointed at the interstellar sandbox. To expedite the assimilation and control of the Azure Star domain, Commander Zhao Ruyu previously ordered the Imperial Princess Fleet to split into 4, and this was one of them. Zhao Chen was aware of the elder sister's arrangements, which were somewhat risky. However, he had a significant number of T3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships deployed between the Azure Star domain and the Central Star domain, closely monitoring Qin Zhao Ocean's every move. He believed he had minimized the risks, yet Qin Zhao Ocean still made a move. Before this, did the border T3 Silver Mouse class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships detect any enemy fleet movements? Zhao Chen asked with a furrowed brow. No, I have repeatedly inquired with those T3 Silver Mouse interstellar reconnaissance ships to confirm that no enemy fleets have crossed the border of the star sector and that the 15,000 newly added interstellar battleships within the central star domain remain at their base without any departures. Lily replied. The sudden appearance at the blue crystal starport and the attack on Zhao Ruyu seemed eerily familiar. Zhao Chen suddenly realized something. Interstellar jumping. Only this possibility could make sense. If Qinzhao Ocean possessed something similar to the T4 Wisdom Light-class interstellar leap ships or similar interstellar battleships or war machines with similar functions, his thoughts raced as he stood up abruptly, immediately informed Shen Bing that her Third Legion must cease all previous operational plans and stand by in the Zhonglong Star System. The entire Zhonglong Star System is to be placed on Level 1 readiness. The 5 outer resource star sectors and the reef star sector are also on Level 1 readiness. If Qinzhao Ocean truly had a killer edge similar to interstellar jumping, it wouldn't be surprising if he were to sneak attack their home base. Despite the uncertainty, Zhao Chen needed to be prepared for anything, but he must rescue Zhao Ruyu. Qinzhao Ocean. Zhao Chen's gaze was sharp. Undoubtedly, the pressure this guy brought was far greater than that of Qinming. The game of Starlight Empire was starting to get interesting. T4 Suzaku-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser. Bridge Zhao Chen looked as the first batch of 1,000 Zhonglong First Legion's interstellar warships completed their interstellar leap. Half a minute later, Zhao Chen looked towards Lilith. No response at all. None. Lilith shook her head seriously. The first batch of 1,000 interstellar warships had disappeared as if they had sunk into the depths of the ocean. Commander, would you and your flagship stay here for now? The situation is too strange. If your flagship goes there, just in case. Lilith looked worriedly at Zhao Chen. No, my eldest sister is there, and both the Zhonglong First Legion and the Zhonglong Second Legion are over there. And for the upcoming battle, I must find out what trump card Qinzhao Ocean has. Otherwise, we will be very passive. Follow the original plan and proceed with the remaining 2 batches of interstellar leaps. Zhao Chen said seriously. He knew his actions were risky, but he had no other choice given the current situation. Lilith took a deep breath and emphasized once again in the intelligence channel that after completing the interstellar leap, they must immediately enter combat mode. Ensuring the commander's flagship is the top priority. The second batch of Zhonglong First Legion interstellar warships is ready to perform the interstellar leap. Leap coordinates have been determined. Begin the interstellar leap. Lilith reported the current steps. Along with the T4 Wisdom-class interstellar leap ship shining brightly, the 1,000 interstellar warships disappeared. Huish Zhao Chen felt his consciousness returning to his body and immediately ordered, all interstellar warships, maintain battle formation. If any threatening enemies are detected, you may attack on your own. Release interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drones. Radar scanning the surrounding space. Immediately establish communication with other batches of interstellar warships, the Zhonglong Second Legion, the Blue Crystal Starport, and Governor Chu Xiao Leichen. Commands were issued one by one. 1,000 interstellar warships, centered around Zhao Chen's flagship, the interstellar missile ship, and the carrier starship, formed a battle formation. Report. No energy bodies detected around the fleet formation. Report. Interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drones have been released. No suspicious targets found for now. Report. The Starship communication network is being interfered with by unknown magnetic field, unable to conduct long-distance quantum communication. Attempts to contact the Imperial Princess Fleet Group failed. Attempts to contact the Zhonglong Galaxy failed. Attempts to contact the Chu Star Domain failed. Attempts to contact the Zhonglong Second Legion failed. Listening to the reports from the communications department on the bridge, Zhao Chen's brow gradually furrowed. Quantum communication interference. Is that why his elder sister couldn't contact the outside world? Zhao Chen knew some technology could block quantum communication, but its range was very limited, usually just the size of a planet at most. Yet now, it seemed that quantum communication in the entire Blue Crystal Galaxy, centered around the Blue Crystal Starport, was being blocked. Blocking quantum communication for an entire galaxy was something even Zhao Chen couldn't do with his current capabilities. Qinzhao Ocean. Did he have this kind of black technology? Report, we have established short-range communication contacts with several signals. Suddenly, the head of the communications department reported a message. Who did we establish contact with? Zhao Chen immediately asked. Direct those communication signals to me. There were 3 channels of communication received, but all of them were very fuzzy. One of them could be faintly heard intermittently. This is the Shanglong 1st Legion, 1st Brigade. We are under attack. Insect race. It's the insect race. This communication repeated continuously. It's the 1st Brigade. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Before departing, Zhao Chen had anticipated many situations, so he had arranged multiple plans. One of them was to continuously send messages through various communication channels in case contact couldn't be established. Zhao Chen brought up the interstellar sandbox, zoomed in on the blue crystal galaxy, and looked at several areas he had marked. Those areas were the interstellar leap positions he had arranged for the Shanglong 1st Legion and Shanglong 2nd Legion. The position of the 1st Brigade is approximately a 20-minute conventional flight from us. Issue orders to head towards the coordinates of the 1st Brigade, and send out our operational message, attempting to contact the 3rd Brigade as much as possible. Zhao Chen gave the command? Yes. Lilith began to execute the orders. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, listening to the communication just now. Under attack. Insect race. There is an insect race fleet here. But why would an insect race fleet appear here? At this moment, Zhao Chen felt as if there were a fog in front of him. He had initially thought it was a means of Qinzhou Ocean, but now it unexpectedly involved the insect race. Zhao Chen's interstellar fleet set sail and began to head towards the location where the 1st Brigade had reported being attacked. 15 minutes later, the front-line interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drone relayed the first message. Report, based on the images relayed back, the Shanglong 1st Brigade is suspected to be under attack by what appears to be an insect race fleet. The officer reported. Zhao Chen zoomed in on several important images. It could be seen that the Shanglong 1st Brigade had formed a defensive formation, with carrier starships, interstellar missile ships, and auxiliary interstellar warships in the middle. Relying on this defensive formation, although there were many enemy units around, the battle was still organized. According to our radar scans, the number of insect race starships in this area is suspected to be around 3,000. Lilith replied. 3,000. Zhao Chen frowned. Such a large fleet of insect race starships was equivalent to the emergence of a level for cosmic insect nest. But the scale seems a bit strange. Lilith pointed to the intelligence report, saying, among these 3,000 nest warships, 2,500 are T1 nest motherships, 500 are T2 nest motherships, and 50 are T3 nest motherships. There is no trace of T for nest motherships. According to past records of interstellar insect races, for a fleet of this scale, there would be at least 1 to 3 T for nest motherships. This is very strange. No T for nest motherships. Zhao Chen also noticed something was amiss. Insect race fleets had a hierarchical management structure, and for such a large fleet, there should be 1 or several T for nest motherships to control it. Otherwise, internal conflicts would likely occur. The current situation did not adhere to common sense. Let's not worry about that for now. Issue the command to prepare for battle. Eliminate the nest motherships in front of us and rendezvous with the 1st Brigade. In this battle, save on using the interstellar missiles. The current situation is unclear. We must prepare for the worst. Zhao Chen reminded? Yes. The starships of the 1st Brigade also noticed the arrival of friendly ships and began to break through in that direction, attempting to rendezvous with Zhao Chen. After this rendezvous, they could demonstrate a stronger combat capability. The difficulty of eliminating these insectoid fleets is not very high. After all, Zhao Chen had fought against the insectoid fleets several times in the past when the Owls Legion did not have many interstellar battleships. Now, Zhao Chen's fleet is composed entirely of T3 interstellar battleships, and even a considerable number of T4-class interstellar battleships. It's a whole new situation. The battle units released by the insectoid nest mothership, such as the T-1 Fly, T-2 Stinger, T-3 Self-Destruct Beetle, and T-3 Corrupted Dragon, can all be completely eliminated by the close-range firepower network composed of T-3 Tri-Rex-class interstellar assault escort and T-4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships, making it impossible for them to approach the Owl fleet. For the insect nest motherships that enter the firepower range, the remaining T-3 interstellar battleships can take the opportunity to destroy them. As for those at a distance, they can rely on the T-3 Adjudicator-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser to conduct long-range firepower strikes. Sometimes, the T-4 Vermilion-class medium interstellar cruiser can also charge into the insect swarm a few times alone. Under such an offensive, the 3,000 insect nest motherships are quickly eliminated. Zhao Chen also noticed something unusual about these insect nest motherships. In the hangar, several shuttles were dragging in a huge T-1 insect nest mothership head corpse. Zhao Chen stood on the wall corridor a few meters above the ground, overlooking the head corpse of the insect nest mothership in the warehouse. Although separated by several meters, Zhao Chen could still smell a sour odor. Below, several female researchers in protective suits were getting closer with various instruments. One of the female researchers began drilling holes in the head of the insect nest mothership with a tool resembling a drill. Green liquid sprayed out, intensifying the sour smell. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded from another researcher's probe device. Zhao Chen's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a dark object resembling a spider with many tentacle-like structures on its body, accompanied by mucus, crawled out of the hole drilled by the female researcher. It looked very appetizing. The strange steel spider was immediately immobilized by two female researchers holding weapons. One electrocuted it, rendering the steel spider motionless, while the other immediately bound its body to prevent movement. "What is this?" Lilith said in shock, covering her mouth and nose. "This might be the reason why the insectoid fleets are appearing here. It seems that Prince Yan really has a big secret hidden." Zhao Chen mused. "We will soon find out what this is. Send word to the fleet to take a 5-minute break, contact the other Owl fleets, and head towards the Blue Crystal Starport." Lilith relayed the commander's orders. Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Lilith entered the biological laboratory SETA inside the T-4 Vermilion-class medium interstellar cruiser. Although it was a combat-type interstellar battleship, its interior was equipped with necessary facilities for research experiments. Zhao Chen and Lilith looked at the bound steel spider on the other side of the glass window. A female researcher stepped out and saluted Zhao Chen immediately. "Commander, tell me, what exactly is this?" asked Zhao Chen. The researcher presented related data. Due to time and equipment limitations, we couldn't fully understand the structure and operation principles of this object, but we can roughly guess its functional role. It functions as an artificial brain used to control target organisms. Despite anticipating it, Zhao Chen still showed a surprised expression. Control target organisms. Isn't that equivalent to mind control technology in science fiction? Lilith said, somewhat terrified. The researcher shook her head. It's not that terrifying. Based on our preliminary findings, currently it likely has several limitations. First, its size cannot be made to small yet, which means it cannot enter the bodies of very small organisms. At the same time, it cannot control highly intelligent beings, such as our human race. If forced to interfere, it will cause its core to overload, effectively resulting in a shutdown. Also, from the preliminary analysis of the construction materials, many are rare materials, and the manufacturing requirements should be very high, making large-scale production infeasible. The technological level has already reached the late T4 level. After hearing this analysis, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. If such a thing could enter her mind and control her thoughts, it would be terrifying. Considering the current situation, it seemed that only large organisms like the insect nest motherships met these technological requirements. By controlling individual nest motherships, the combat units on them would naturally be under control too. So, these insect nest motherships are all being controlled. Lilith exclaimed. It seems so. Zhao Chen nodded. Qin Zhao Ocean. Does he have this capability? Lilith found it hard to believe. How could a prince within the Stellar Empire possess such advanced technology? Zhao Chen was also puzzled. If Qin Zhao Ocean had this technology earlier, he could have rebelled and proclaimed himself emperor. This meant that Qin Zhao Ocean likely acquired this technology recently, and it might not be very mature or abundant yet. Nevertheless, this black technology was terrifying. But how did Qin Zhao Ocean get hold of these insect nest motherships? Zhao Chen frowned. The interstellar insect races are not natives of this universe, but come from an unknown world. They only appear when unstable cosmic wormholes open, allowing insectoid fleets to emerge. Recalling the abnormal appearance of cosmic wormholes in the Stellar Empire recently, Zhao Chen couldn't help but have a thought. Could it be that Qin Zhao Ocean is behind all this? Being able to control the appearance of these cosmic wormholes is another terrifying black technology. Qin Zhao Ocean. This guy really has a lot of secrets. Gather more intact steel spiders like this one. When we return to the Owl Star system, arrange for researchers to conduct a detailed study on them, Zhao Chen ordered. The most important thing now was to deal with the Blue Crystal Starport. After a half-hour journey, during which Zhao Chen encountered the All First Legion's 3rd Detachment, who were also attacked by the insectoid fleets that suffered minimal losses, the 1st Legion was securely assembled. The Blue Crystal Starport appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Blue Crystal Star Harbor. Report. The 3rd defense line has been breached. The TO-11 fleet has been completely wiped out. Report. The 6th defense line has been recaptured. The TO-88 fleet has suffered over 80% casualties, with the fleet commander killed in action. Report. The 12th defense line is under heavy attack by a large swarm of bugs. The T-101 fleet is responsible for holding this area, and the T-103 and T-10 fleets have been deployed to provide support. One after another, the intelligence reports were being summarized in the command center of Blue Crystal Star Harbor. At this moment, Zhao Ryu was right here. She gave up commanding the battle on her flagship and chose to move her command center here, because this was a semi-military Star Harbor with a military command room, making it more suitable to command the battle here. Zhao Ryu looked at the interstellar sandbox in front of her, with Blue Crystal Star Harbor at the center, under attack from the bug fleet in a 360 full-scale assault with no blind spots. The number was incredibly large. If not for relying on this Star Harbor as a stronghold, along with the outstanding performance of the Dragonfly-class interstellar warships, Zhao Ryu felt that she might not have been able to hold on until now. 5 hours. It had been 5 hours since the attack began. Zhao Ryu wiped the sweat off her forehead. 5 hours ago, she didn't pay much attention to the appearance of the bug fleet, but soon wave after wave of bug fleets swarmed in, surrounding Blue Crystal Star Harbor. At the peak, the number even reached 100,000. What does 100,000 mean? It's a number of bug fleet that would only be seen if there were 30 level for cosmic bug nests. Not to mention that these numbers were present in the Blue Crystal Star system, or in any star domain of the Star Empire. It would pose an extreme threat. However, surprisingly, although there was a large number of bug fleet present, the number of T-4 ships were hardly visible. So far, only 3 T-4 ships had been detected. Among the 100,000 bug fleets, there were only 3 T-4 ships. This was abnormal. Way too abnormal. Or to say, the battle approach of the bug fleet before her revealed a strange aura. Nevertheless, Zhao Ryu could only do one thing at the moment, which was to hold on. Some might suggest attempting to break through, and Zhao Ryu's subordinates had proposed this idea as well. But as Zhao Ryu looked at the swarm of bugs surrounding Blue Crystal Star Harbor captured on the interstellar sandbox from inside out 3 layers deep, she already envisioned the outcome of a breakthrough. Her Imperial Princess fleet consisted of 30,000 interstellar warships would be devoured entirely from all sides under the siege of the myriad bug units. Therefore, the only viable option was to hold on. To wait for a miracle to happen. Report. Our strategic resources are depleting rapidly. There are just too many bugs. General Zhao, the combat resources we carry are only enough to sustain the current fight for another 5 hours of consumption. We must figure out a solution. Seeing the hopeful gazes of her subordinates, Zhao Ryu felt she had no other choice at the moment. With the combat resources they carried, under normal battle circumstances, it would be enough to sustain regular combat for 100 hours. But who could have anticipated they would encounter a bug fleet? Everyone knew that when facing a large number of bug fleets, the priority was to ensure an ample supply of ammunition. While individual bug fleet units were not very strong, their sheer number, including the tens of thousands of small bug units, meant that in battle against bug fleets, combat resources would be consumed at a rate far exceeding that of regular combat. The cannons of the interstellar warships on the defense line had almost never stopped firing. Some of the starship's cannons had exhausted what would normally be a year's worth of ammunition in just these 5 short hours of combat. No stopping, not even for a moment. Once the bug unit were in close proximity, everyone was very clear about the consequences. Hold on. Keep holding on. Continue trying to establish contact with the outside world. We must trust that our allies will discover that we are under attack and come to support us. Zhao Ryu clenched her fists, continuing to inspire morale. Report. Here are the new radar scan results. Due to the overwhelming number of bug units around us, the scanning range of the harbor's radar equipment has been reduced to 30% of its original coverage. The subordinate updated the radar data. The radar range was indeed restricted, but there was nothing else they could do, considering the overwhelming number of bug units. Zhao Ryu raised her head to look outside through the viewing window a few meters away. In the past, at this time, there would have been a star shining brightly in that direction, directly illuminating their star harbor. But now, due to the dense bug units, aside from the flames generated by combat, everything outside was pitch black. That sight, like a dark mountain pressing heavily on Zhao Ryu's heart. Zhao Ryu lowered her head, feeling heavy-hearted. Quick! Look over there! Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing at the distant sky. Simultaneously, a crew member exclaimed, "There's a dense explosion energy manifestation detected outside the 9th defense line. It's a series of interstellar missile bombardments. It's the Dragon Legion led by my brother. We are saved." Zhao Ryu exclaimed in excitement. She was familiar with this. This level of concentrated firepower bombardment could only be done by the Dragon Legion. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just then, amidst the continuous attempt to make outbound communications, a blurry voice came through the communication channel. Without waiting for the crew's report, Zhao Ryu immediately brought it in front of herself. Hiss, hiss, this is... Hiss, hiss, the dragon, the first. Please ... continue ... hiss, hiss, hold on ... standby ... Though it was unclear, the voice could be heard somewhat clearly, and it was a charismatic male voice. Zhao Ryu was extremely familiar with it. Furthermore, everyone knew that there was only one man in the Dragon Legion. That man was none other than her younger brother Zhao Chen. Zhao Ryu, in her somewhat weary state, sat down in her chair, revealing a slight smile. Looking back, this is the second time. Now, as the older sister, I have to rely on my younger brother for help. She had felt this sense of protection for the second time. She remembered the first time vividly, during their escape in the Azure Moon Star domain with the little Princess Qin Shaolei. They had been desperate at that time, but Zhao Chen had appeared as if a godsend, bringing them hope and ultimately saving them. This time, he had appeared once again. Initiate intrafleet communication for all ships. I need to address them, Zhao Ryu suddenly instructed. Intrafleet communication has been activated, the subordinate replied. Zhao Ryu looked at the communication interface in front of her, taking a deep breath. I am Zhao Chen, commander of the Dragon Legion, and the brother of your General Zhao. I am here to save you. Have you heard me? Hold on, everyone. Our journey does not end here. After scanning the insect fleet, the total number is over 100,000. Among them are 3 T4 Hive motherships. There are 90,000 T1 Hive motherships, 9,000 T2 Hive motherships, and over 1,000 T3 Hive motherships. They are currently besieging the Blue Crystal Star Harbor, reported Lilies. Zhao Chen looked at the massive insect fleet surrounding the Blue Crystal Star Harbor on the stellar map, and the number was truly overwhelming. 100,000. It's really hard to imagine how Qinzhou Ocean amassed so many Hive motherships. Instruct Baizu that the attack with the T3 Star missile carriers should be conducted in a staggered manner, ensuring that our star missiles can provide battlefield fire support when necessary, Zhao Chen said. There were too many insects, and suppressing them solely with the firepower of the star missile carriers would not achieve the same terrifying suppression in previous interstellar battles. If Baizu conducted a saturated firepower strike, there would be a considerable period of firepower shortage, leaving a vulnerability for the insect fleet to launch a fierce attack during that time. Without the firepower support of the star missiles on the front lines, significant losses could occur. Therefore, Zhao Chen changed the attack strategy of the star missile carriers. Implement the No. 1 Insect Warfare Plan, and do not underestimate the surrounding environment. Release all star reconnaissance aircraft to expand our surveillance range, Zhao Chen commanded. The 1st Legion of the Owl Dragon deployed 3,000 interstellar battleships in a formation. The formation clearly prioritized defense. Even the star battle cruisers and star cruisers abandoned their tactics of intermingled active attacks and instead remained on standby in the formation to provide support. The starfighters did not compete for stellar air supremacy against the insect fleet. It was a joke to compete with insects for stellar air supremacy. Even if Zhao Chen was extraordinary, he couldn't achieve it. The interstellar fighters, launched by the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carriers, were primarily responsible for joint defense missions to eliminate any insect units that breached the firepower network and threatened the Allied starships, reducing their damage. At the same time, the interstellar supply ships occupied pivotal positions within the formations. Zhao Chen, along with Charlotte, Chitu, and others, had discussed extensive operations against the insect race. Among the essential tasks was undoubtedly ensuring an adequate supply of firepower. Therefore, the work of the interstellar supply ships was crucial in promptly providing strategic supplies to the starships, enabling them to continue the battle. In this regard, the interstellar supply ships of the Owl Dragon Legion had an additional task during wartime: continuous supply. This meant supplying the starships with necessary resources while they were engaged in battle operations. Although this method might be less efficient and have security risks, it was the best approach to deal with the insect fleet. At that moment, the insect fleet, originally encircling the Blue Crystal Star Harbor, seemed to have detected the scent of blood, swarming towards the 1st Legion of the Owl Dragon like a pack of wolves. 3,000 interstellar battleships faced 100,000 Hive motherships and the swarms they carried, appearing as small stones before a black wave. All defense lines, open fire. Annihilate these pests. Zhao Chen stared at the battlefield on the stellar map. 2,000 T3 Triangular Dragon-class heavy interstellar escort cruisers and 600 T3 Badger-class interstellar heavy armored destroyers formed the first line of defense. The close-range guns created a net of firepower, destroying all insect combat units, turning them into fleeting explosions. The weapons modules of the T3 Badger-class interstellar heavy armored destroyers targeted certain Hive motherships and high-ranking insect units for firepower reinforcement. Behind these to combat-oriented starships, 30 T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleships positioned themselves at the forefront, their bow guns seeking out high-ranking Hive motherships to ensure that each shot could eliminate at least one T3 Hive mothership. The remaining starships provided auxiliary roles, commonly known as going wherever they were needed. The T4 Suzuku-class medium interstellar cruisers and T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort cruisers were arranged at the front line, relying on their strong firepower output and defensive capabilities to overcome the approaching insect swarm. As Zhao Chen watched the insect swarm getting closer to their defensive lines on the stellar map, a decreasing number beside the swarm indicated the current defense distance. Once this distance reached 0, it would be the worst-case scenario for the Owl Dragon Legion. Report: T4 Azure-eyed White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship No. 02 has identified a T4 Hive mothership within firing range. Requesting permission to fire. Lily suddenly reported. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows and opened a video window, looking at the young face on the other side. Huang Zhaoting, you and Zhu Zhaoxiao, classmates from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. Both of you specialize in the interstellar battleships, and your overall performance surpasses Zhu Zhaoxiao. However, do you know, from my perspective, you are far behind Zhu Zhaoxiao. Huang Zhaoting was stunned, not understanding why the commander was criticizing her at this moment. Zhu Zhaoxiao may have many flaws, but she has something you don't, the clear understanding of what she should be doing on the battlefield. For example, right now, she wouldn't stand there dumbfounded after identifying a target, questioning whether to fire. You are in command of the T4 Azure at White Dragon class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Not any other. You must have on-the-spot judgment. If you feel you can't do it, you can step down from your position as acting captain now. Zhao Chen added coldly, your inquiry has wasted 30 seconds of our time. Do you now know what you should be doing? Instruct the T4 Azure at White Tiger class heavy interstellar assault destroyer No. 02 to lock the 12 main guns on one direction for mutual cover fire. The huge bow artillery fired a silver-white beam straight at the T4 Hive mothership on the opposite side. The Owl Dragon Galaxy, Storm Citadel No. 1 port, is home to a massive starport. In the past, it was bustling with activity, with hundreds of interstellar warships coming and going. But today, not a single civilian interstellar warship is navigating the outer lanes. This T3 Storm Citadel class starport, built by the Owl Dragon Legion, is now at level 1 combat readiness. All non-essential travel is cancelled, and no non-Owl Dragon Legion interstellar warships are allowed to navigate within a certain radius. Any detected ships will be destroyed on sight. In this situation, the starport has fallen into an eerie calm. Nearby in a suspended area, some of the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion's interstellar warships are stationed, including the flagship of the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion. Captain Shen Bing sits in the captain's chair, looking very serious. In front of her are several communication windows. This is a meeting. Participants include Vice Commander Su Lan, Zhu Zizi, Medusa, Secretary Official Macy, and the ruler of the Owl Dragon Galaxy, John Hong. The Owl Dragon Galaxy is now at full level 1 combat readiness. Any unauthorized aircraft is prohibited from leaving the starport, space station, or planetary near orbit. At the same time, several key planets and resource planets are on combat readiness, with ground combat forces and defense weapons on a 24-hour standby. We have also assembled a fleet of 3,000 patrol ships. Although not as powerful as your Owl Dragon Legion, they are all T2 class interstellar warships decommissioned from the original Owl Dragon Legion. In case of any real threat, they can still play a role. Zhang Hong, the ruler of the galaxy, spoke up. Have we contacted the commander yet? Su Lan asked worriedly. Shen Bing shook her head. I have ordered continuous contact with the Owl Dragon 1st and 2nd Legions and the fleet led by Commander Da Ya, but so far we have received no news. It's been almost 10 hours since we lost contact with him. Hearing this, everyone present felt heavy-hearted. Commander Zhao Chen is crucial to them. While Zhao Chen may mostly act as a mascot, staying there, giving a few commands, and delegating work for them, as long as Zhao Chen is there, they have a sense of security and leadership. In any case, we must follow the orders given by the commander. In his absence, we must hold and defend the Owl Dragon Galaxy, as instructed. This is our home. We cannot afford any mistakes. Su Lan clenched his fists, resolutely speaking. Since Su Lan was brought here by Zhao Chen, she has grown to love the life here, seeing it as her second home. Moreover, this place was built by Zhao Chen himself, and she will not allow anyone to destroy what this man has created. Not allowed? Medusa watched this scene without saying much. Although she is now a high-ranking officer in the L-Dragon 3rd Legion, she still feels somewhat like an outsider. But she will fulfill her duties responsibly, because in Zhao Chen, she pinned her hopes for revenge. In the previous Holy War duel, Zhao Chen defeated the Legion of Holy Angels, further solidifying Medusa's belief that her choice was right. And this crisis in the L-Dragon galaxy might be her chance to truly earn Zhao Chen's trust. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in Shen Bing's bridge. What's happening? The women tensed up. Shen Bing's flagship is currently the command center of the L-Dragon galaxy, and any situation must be reported here immediately. Our T3 Silver Mouse class light stealth reconnaissance ships, responsible for patrols on the outskirts of the L-Dragon galaxy, just detected traces of multiple Hiver fleets. Shen Bing furrowed her brows and marked the positions of the Hiver fleets on the interstellar sand table, almost surrounding the L-Dragon galaxy. How many? Medusa inquired. Each fleet consists of about 1,000 hive mind motherships. We still need to continue surveillance to determine their exact combat strength. Currently, we have only discovered 5 fleets, all seemingly heading towards our L-Dragon galaxy. Though we don't know the full situation yet, it seems like it's time for us to go into battle. Shen Bing scanned the women with determination. Give the orders. The commander may be absent, but you are the highest authority here. Su Lan looked at Shen Bing. Taking a deep breath, Shen Bing could feel the weight on her shoulders. She focused on the interstellar sand table, quickly devising response plans and selecting the most suitable one. Our enemies lurk in the shadows, so we must focus on defense. We need to also closely monitor any messages from the commander. We will divide our L-Dragon 3rd Legion's 3,000 interstellar warships into 10 fleet units, each responsible for different Hiver fleets. Remember, our top priority is to protect important resource planets, inhabited planets, and ensure our own safety. Su Lan, Zhu Zizi, Medusa, the 3 of you will each lead the battles in these 3 directions. I grant you the highest command authority on the battlefield, and you can act independently in case of emergencies. Macy, you are now in charge of coordinating strategic resources, logistics, and intelligence across the L-Dragon galaxy. Ruler Zhang Hong, I need you to keep the main habitable planets and resource planets calm. Even in unfavorable circumstances, minimize losses. We cannot allow the commander to return and see a damaged L-Dragon galaxy. If that were to happen, I believe none of us will have the face to meet the commander. Shen Bing said sternly. Yes. The women responded unanimously. They are determined to protect the L-Dragon galaxy for Zhao Chen. In the first industrial zone of the L-Dragon galaxy, there are numerous interstellar industrial ships floating, and in the core area are the T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. Anne, the highest manager here, is not playing around as usual today. She sits solemnly at her position, handling the additional tasks that have come up. Cease all starship manufacturing projects that can be stopped, and focus all efforts on producing combat resources. Increase production efficiency, and said with seriousness, looking at her subordinates. One of the deputy general workers noticed Anne's unusual demeanor and cautiously asked, General, I heard that the commander is missing, and there are unidentified fleets outside the L-Dragon galaxy planning to attack. Are we in danger? Shouldn't we immediately evacuate to a safe place according to the wartime emergency plan? Hearing this, Anne's expression turned cold. I don't know where you got this information. I also don't care if you are usually slacking off. But in this critical moment, it is when we need to perform. If anyone is lazy or plays tricks at this time, get out of here now. I don't need such people here, no matter what happens outside. Even if enemy ships appear right in front of us, without my permission, the production line must not stop. Why yes, understood. After giving instructions, Anne opened a drawer and looked at the snacks inside. Normally, she would indulge in a few bags every day, but today she had no appetite. You big fool. Why don't you just stay home and be safe? Leave the danger to the people below. Otherwise, why have they been taking care of you for so long? If you don't come back soon, I'll go on strike. and showed a teeth-gritting expression. She is also scared and afraid, but she knows what she must do at this moment. Multiple insectoid fleets have appeared on the border of the Owl Dragon Galaxy. It is clear that these insectoid fleets are all heading towards important strategic locations. For example, one of the insectoid fleets is rushing towards the planet where the dwarf clan led by Zhao Chen is located. They don't have much interest in other planets they pass by, at most just releasing some insectoid spores before leaving without looking back. However, Shenbing naturally cannot allow these insectoid fleets to threaten the safety of the dwarf planet, as it is home to some of Zhao Chen's most important interstellar craftsmen. In the development of the Owl Dragon Galaxy, over 90% of the interstellar dwarves are working at various industrial facilities under the Owl Dragon Legion. Qualified female dwarves will board interstellar industrial ships. The rest of the dwarves will be assigned to industrial zones on the planets to produce related industrial products or some less important components on the starships. Target insectoid fleet detected. 1,000 ships. No T for insect nest mothership. No direct attacks on surrounding planets. Just some insectoid spores, or insectoid combat units deployed. Reported the subordinate to Shenbing. End the battle as soon as possible, but do not take it lightly. Although we only have 300 interstellar warships, I do not allow any of our warships to be damaged. Understood. Execute the third set of combat plans against the insectoids. Shenbing issued the order to battle. The interstellar warships she carried took up battle positions, facing 1,000 insectoid fleet with 300 Owl Dragon interstellar warships. Despite appearing to be at a numerical disadvantage, Shenbing held the initiative in the direct battle situation. After all, these 300 warships are all T3 class interstellar warships. Meanwhile, on some nearby inhabited planets, a battle was also underway. Most city streets were devoid of people, appearing like ghost towns. Dozens of shelters were built underground several meters deep. Everyone listen to your assigned numbers and proceed to the designated rest area. Do not move around aimlessly. Do not cause chaos. Obey orders. Implement emergency evacuation policies now. If anyone violates the relevant policies, the highest penalty may result in expulsion from the Owl Dragon Galaxy. The broadcast voice repeated continuously in the narrow passages. Residents formed orderly queues heading towards their designated areas. These areas were essentially large dormitories. Although they were large, the environment was decent. Curtains were provided for sleeping. Bathing and meals were arranged within a 5-minute walk, but it had to be done at specific times. With so many people in the shelter, chaos would ensue without these rules. Though living conditions may not be as comfortable as on the surface, basic needs were met with no problems. Suddenly, a huge tremor came from above, dust falling from the ceiling. Some children were frightened and even started crying. It's okay. Everything will be fine. The Lord will protect us. A mother reassured her crying child while holding him. The explosion signified the ongoing battle on the surface. Looking at the city above the shelter, a building had collapsed. Meanwhile, countless insectoid spores were raining down from the sky, while ground defenses were continuously firing, creating a barrage of bullets that kept most spores in the air, resembling a sky full of fireworks. However, some spores still managed to land on the ground, even in the city itself. One of the large spores was falling right at the location of the collapsed building. Black Knight and 991. What the hell is going on? That's your responsibility zone, and you failed to intercept that insectoid spore. The reprimanding voice came through the communication channel as a T-to Black Knight class light interstellar combat mech targeted the insectoid spore on the collapsed building. The spore burst open, revealing a giant creature several stories high, accompanied by many ant-like insectoid creatures. The intact city walls extended defense turrets that targeted and eliminated the ant-like creatures. However, the city turrets had little effect on the giant insectoid creature, as its external armor deflected their attacks. The Black Knight pilot hastily explained upon hearing the team leader's reprimand, "Captain, there were several up there over my head just now. I don't want to hear your excuses. Securing the city is your responsibility. Our team was assigned to protect the main city area, and if other teams find out about this, we'll be a laughing stock. I'm telling you, the damages to that building will come out of your paycheck. If there are further damages, you'll be out of a job." The team leader's scolding abruptly ended. The Black Knight pilot looked troubled, knowing his team leader was strict and unlikely to carry out the punishments. At most, his salary might be halved for the next 6 months, with extra training required. However, feeling ashamed for causing embarrassment to his team in front of others, he felt a heavy weight in his stomach. As the giant insectoid creature approached, it had already damaged many public facilities and transportation equipment on its path. The pilot, frustrated, picked up the mech cannon and opened fire on the creature. Simultaneously, 5 missiles launched from the mech hit the creature's body directly. With a big hole blown in its head, the creature lost its life, collapsing onto a nearby park. Seeing this, the pilot rushed over and carefully placed the creature on the road, relieved to have saved the intact park. Observing the falling meteorites above, he didn't dare let his guard down. Although they couldn't join the Owl Dragon Legion as mech pilots, at least they could protect their cities on the planet where they lived. Similar scenarios were playing out in various cities on planets affected by the insectoids. Mech fighters, ground defenses, city defense systems, interstellar aircraft, and more were all mobilized. Luckily, there were no insect nest motherships arriving on these planets, only these lower-level insectoid units, which they were able to handle. Report: Vice Commander Sue Lan's defense zone has encountered 5 Chitter Hive fleets, totaling 5,000 Chitter Hive interstellar warships. Based on their flight trajectory, it seems they are attempting to invade the military-restricted zone of the Owl Dragon Galaxy, which is the area where interstellar industrial ships are gathered. Secretary Maxie communicated with Shen Bing through video communication at this time. Maxie is also a succubus, one of the few good succubus secretaries trained by Lila. Shen Bing looked at the positions of the Chitter Hive fleets on the interstellar sandbox and their flight paths. It can be observed that there is a blue halo between their current position and their destination. Shen Bing's lips curled slightly as he said calmly, "It's fine. Senior Sister Sue Lan knows what to do." The progress in various local battlefields is going quite smoothly, with the war damage rate of each small fleet not exceeding 5%, and battle consumption being controlled as much as possible. Furthermore, the factories under Director Annie's command are working on shifting production capacity towards manufacturing combat resources. Given the current situation, as long as excessively large Chitter Hive fleets do not appear, we still have the situation under control, Secretary Maxie said. "That's good, but let's not be complacent. Our nerves must remain tense until the commander returns," Shen Bing said sternly. "Understood. ... The focus shifted to Sue Lan's battlefield. Having just eliminated a Chitter Nest mothership fleet of 1,000 ships, Sue Lan received intelligence that another 5,000 Chitter Hive ships had appeared on her side. 5,000 ships. That's quite a lot of pressure, and our interstellar warships in this went through a battle, so the combat supplies on board need to be replenished. Otherwise, it will be difficult to sustain large-scale combat with 5,000 Chitter Hive warships in the next wave. If combat resource supply falls behind, our fleet will suffer extensive losses." Sue Lan's subordinate looked at Vice Commander Sue Lan. Sue Lan glanced at the interstellar sandbox with no hint of worry, and she directly stated, "All interstellar warships, aside from the interstellar cruisers, must return for restocking and resupply at Storm Fortress No. 3. The interstellar cruisers will form a decoy team to lure the Chitter Hive fleets towards Storm Fortress No. 3. If all goes according to plan, we can engage the enemy at Storm Fortress No. 3. Even if the Chitter Hive fleets do not go to Storm Fortress No. 3, their ultimate destination is our interstellar industrial ship fleet, which will require them to make a detour. This detour time is enough for our fleet to restock and resupply." Having understood Sue Lan's arrangement, the subordinate immediately set out to execute the orders. Next, Sue Lan's 300 interstellar warships were divided in half. 10 T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleships and 1 T-4 Vermilion-class medium interstellar cruiser stayed behind, while the rest of the interstellar warships returned. Sulan's flagship was the T-4 Vermilion-class medium interstellar cruiser, and she led the 10 T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruisers to continue forward. She soon saw the vast swarm of Chitter Hive ships ahead. Faced with the massive Chitter Hive fleet, Sulan remained unfazed. Change course, stern facing the Chitter Hive fleet. Continuously harass and attract these Chitter Hive ships, Sulan ordered? Yes. While regular interstellar warships might not outrun Chitter Hive fleets, the T-3 Blizzard and T-4 Vermilion ships Sulan brought were known for their speed. Although lacking in firepower, harassing these Chitter Hive fleets using hit-and-run tactics was entirely feasible. The Chitter Hive fleets showed no intention of deterring, and soon the 5 Chitter Hive fleets merged, forming a massive swarm of 5,000 Chitter Hive ships relentlessly chasing Shenbing. Several hours later, a huge blue starport appeared in front of the swarm of Chitter Hive ships. T-3 Storm Fortress-class large starport. This was a starport specifically constructed by Zhao Chen in the past, a military-grade starport. So far, 10 had been completed. 6 were located in the Owl Dragon Galaxy, guarding the 6 directions of the Owl Dragon Galaxy like deities. 1 was in the Lion King Galaxy of the Reef Starfield, protecting the Stargate there. Another was in the Molten Galaxy, ensuring the safety and smooth operation of resource production. 2 were located in the Outer 5 Stars region and 3 Stars region respectively. Both were bordering areas between the Holy Radiant Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, with obvious strategic purposes. But I digress. Commander Sulan, this is Storm Fortress No. 3. Channel 17 has been cleared, and C-17, 01 to C-17 30ths is ready for your arrival. The harbor is prepared for you, always ready for resupply. Storm Fortress No. 3 will enter combat readiness level 1. Please advise. The image of the starport leader appeared in front of Sulan. 11 interstellar warships enter the harbor for restocking and resupply. Storm Fortress No. 3 and my interstellar fleet will implement Plan 5 to fight the Chitter Hive, Sulan stated. Understood. Sulan's 11 interstellar warships entered the channel and then entered the docks, waiting for replenishment and restocking. Fang Susu, the commander of the starport command room, looked at the data scanned by the starport radar and could see a dense signal of Chitter Hive units heading directly towards the starport. Star Shield modules are ready, can be deployed at any time. 10,000 T-3 Blizzard interstellar drones are in combat readiness. 300 T-3 Phoenix-class interstellar fighters are in combat readiness. Subordinates continuously reported various situations. At the same time, if one were to look at the starport from the outside, they would notice that what seemed like an ordinary starport had multiple thick gates dropped in the entrance areas, designed to protect the internal passage and docks, only to be opened with command room permission. At the same time, on the surface of the starport, turrets, defense cannons, and other defensive weapons extended and aimed at the swarm of Chitter Hive ships ahead, ready to open fire. Additionally, there were even 10 weapons equivalent to T-3 interstellar battleships' main guns on the starport's surface. This was a military fortress. Furthermore, more than 200 interstellar warships that Sulan had previously evacuated were waiting on the rear side of Storm Fortress No. 3, ready to enter the battlefield when the time came. Report, the Chitter Nest Mothercraft deployed Chitter Hive units are entering the firing range of the close defense cannons. A subordinate shouted, all weapons, except the main guns, open fire. Deploy interstellar drones and fighters. Star Shield, open in the frontal battlefield to defend against the Chitter Nest Mothercraft's plasma cannon attacks. Fang Susu gave the command. In an instant, the Storm Fortress began its first battle since completion, with a torrent of terrifying firepower unleashed. Laser beams, projectiles, beams, missiles, and various weapons were displayed in a dazzling array. Additionally, 100 surface star shields appeared outside the starport, which could control the direction they expanded in. Although unable to provide full defense against the starport, it was more than enough for the current situation. All ships, lock onto those chitter nest mothercraft. When launching the attack, prioritize destroying those chitter nest mothercraft. Su Lan issued instructions. While the Chitter Hive fleets engaged Storm Fortress head-on, her interstellar warships executed the decapitation attack. This was their tactic? The Blue Crystal Star Harbor report. Our remaining combat resources are at 30%. The damage rate of interstellar battleships exceeds 50%. With only 10,000 interstellar battleships in good combat condition, the rest of the interstellar battleships are somewhat damaged. The Owl Dragon Legion is still fiercely battling with the insect fleet. According to our current observations, the Owl Dragon Legion has lost more than 300 interstellar battleships. The number of annihilated insect nest motherships is 30,000, including a T4 insect nest mothership. Currently, there are over 60,000 remaining insect nest motherships. Up to now, the Owl Dragon Legion has not experienced the fall of T4 level interstellar battleships. The subordinate reported various combat situations to Commander Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu stared at the battle situation on the interstellar sandbox. The Owl Dragon Legion's battle has been going on for over 5 hours. The Owl Dragon Legion's defensive formation has changed from a single-direction defense to a four-sided defense. Due to the massive insect fleet, a surround structure has been formed around the Owl Dragon Legion's defensive formation. However, upon careful observation of the past few hours of battle, it can be noticed that the Owl Dragon Legion has been constantly moving while fighting. The interstellar battleships are maneuvering around the Blue Crystal Star Harbor at an average speed of 100 knots, having now completed almost half a circle. Zhao Ruyu quickly understood the meaning behind this style of combat. There are several main reasons for this behavior. First, it can avoid the threat posed by too many insect nest motherships, insect carcasses, and wreckage of interstellar battleships on the battlefield by moving in battle. Second, during movement, some interstellar battleships on the periphery with poor hull conditions can retreat into the formation, allowing other friendly ships to take over their combat positions. Third, naturally preventing the insect fleet from forming an impenetrable encirclement. Even though the Owl Dragon Legion appears surrounded, the strength of the enclosure is uneven. Most of the insect nest fleets are concentrated in one direction, while the other side's insect fleet is scarce. The reason for this is that the Owl Dragon Legion has been continuously moving. But if we continue like this, consuming our combat resources to a certain extent, the Owl Dragon Legion will experience significant losses no matter how strong we are. The number of insects is simply too great. Zhao Ruyu expressed her concern. 100,000 insect nest motherships, it's an extremely massive number. While the Owl Dragon Legion cannot be eliminated for now, with the weakening firepower of the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships, the balance of this battle will naturally shift. Additionally, Zhao Ruyu has another unsettling feeling. She senses that the insect fleet before her seems to be deliberately engaging in this attrition-style warfare, as if waiting for something. This makes Zhao Ruyu uneasy. Time passes slowly. Zhao Ruyu is very worried about the situation of the Owl Dragon Legion, but now she is also overwhelmed with her own concerns. Warning, warning, warning. Detected a powerful energy fluctuation in the distance. Suddenly, the radar officer of the Star Harbor shouted in fear. Due to the appearance of the Owl Dragon Legion, the blockade of the Blue Crystal Star Harbor has weakened significantly, and the range detected by the Star Harbor radar has returned to normal levels. This surpasses the radar equipment carried by interstellar battleships and can detect a wider range. Zhao Ruyu immediately brought up the scanning image on her screen. At the edge of the radar device, there appeared a massive bright spot that was moving at an astonishing speed. That direction is where the Owl Dragon Legion is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the insect fleet. Not good. Notify the Owl Dragon Legion immediately, Zhao Ruyu exclaimed. At the same time she conveyed this message, the Owl Dragon Legion had also noticed the anomaly. A huge green comet was hurtling towards them. Some of the insect nest motherships and insect units that couldn't evade in time were even melted by this comet. It was evident that the green comet was specifically targeting the interstellar missile ship formation at the center of the Owl Dragon Legion. In this region of defense, the Saint Knight-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship O-2 immediately initiated emergency defensive measures. This is the Saint Knight O-2 ship. I'm Captain Wu Chunner, initiating emergency defense plan. All nearby ships, please cooperate. All interstellar missiles, fire at all, intercept and block enemy attacks on the way. 30 active T4. Saint Knight-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships of the 1st Legion of the Owl Dragon initiated the Saint Knight Starshield Matrix module, creating a huge light screen around the Owl Dragon's 1st Legion. This defense mode would not typically be used against the insect fleet due to cost effectiveness, but was necessary in this sudden situation. Besides the Saint Knight O-2 ship, any nearby interstellar escort ships that could free themselves were doing their utmost to assist in defense. The attacks of the interstellar missiles and the close-range guns hit the advancing green comet. The explosions of these interstellar missiles could moderate the intensity of the enemy attacks. Bang! Wu Chunner felt the tremor of the ship under her, even though the attack was still at a distance from the interstellar battleship. The impact resonated through her ship. The Saint Knight O-2. Warning. The enemy's attack has extremely strong penetration. Our Starshield Matrix may not intercept it and is about to be breached. The officer in charge of observing the Starshield Matrix nervously reported. Wu Chunner looked at the simulated data graph of the Starshield Matrix, noticing a red dot on the circular dome, indicating the energy of the Starshield was very unstable in that area where the green comet struck. In 60 seconds, the Starshield energy in this area will be breached, and the enemy attack will strike our ship. But right now, we could still avoid it in time, suggested the officer. Wu Chunner fell silent for a moment, then gave the order, shift the ship's direction towards the incoming attack. What? When they heard this command, many officers on the bridge were dumbfounded. This meant they had to take the attack head-on. Relay my command. Start the abandoned ship procedure. All non-essential personnel on board must evacuate using escape pods immediately, Wu Chunner said. Captain, the officer hesitated. The older officer next to her held her and pointed to the attack route of the green comet on the interstellar sandbox. If we evade, this attack will pass over us and hit the interstellar missile ship behind us. So, Captain, we have to use our starship to absorb this attack head-on, explained the older officer. The officer understood the implication, and the tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the older officer. Because the older officer was an essential crew member who must remain on the interstellar battleship till the last minute. Hurry to the escape pods. There's no time left, urged the older officer. The officer, bearing the pain, saluted the older officer and Wu Chunner, then entered the escape pod. This is the duty of our interstellar escort ships. Wu Chunner stood tall and proud as she stared at the green comet getting larger outside the window. Report. Saint Knight O-2 ship destroyed. Captain sacrificed. 20% of personnel on board sacrificed. Remaining personnel timely abandoned ship. Interstellar medical ships are rescuing survivors. Lily reported. Zhao Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on a window showing the farthest T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, which captured the image of the attacker, a huge and terrifying creature. Even the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship would seem insignificant before it. It was a beast from the abyss, a T5. Insect Nest mothership. A massive figure slowly emerged from the pitch-black void of space. At a glance, one might mistake it for a peculiarly shaped planet. Zhao Chen gazed at the image, and if it weren't for the fact that the T3 Silver, Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship was quite far away, the capturing equipment wouldn't have been able to contain this terrifying behemoth. Although there were no records of a T5 Nest mothership in either the Galactic Alliance or the Starlight Empire, the size and ferocious visage of this creature led Zhao Chen to immediately think of the T5 Nest mothership. Only this identity matched the colossal creature before them. The front half of its massive body resembled a giant whale crocodile, while its back half looked like a squid. There were numerous caves on its body, housing a large number of insect units, essentially a moving insect world. Even on its dorsal abdomen, Many Nest motherships were attached, mostly T1 and T2 class. At its peak, there was a shiny green nozzle, likely its primary attack weapon, a biological plasma cannon. The powerful attack just now should have been launched by it. Commander, because there has never been a record in Galactic Alliance history of a T5 Nest mothership. There is no information on it. It has no name, Lily said worryingly. Wait, have the reconnaissance ship zoom in on those areas. Zhao Chen keenly noticed some details and pointed at certain images in the footage. Lily relayed the commander's request, and soon the detailed images of the requested areas were displayed. Zhao Chen saw large areas of damage and destruction, giving off a feeling akin to ruins. No, this cannot be classified as a T5 Nest mothership. I checked its bioenergy wave intensity. Although it surpasses the T4 Leviathan-class Nest mothership, if it were truly a T5, the values should be different, Zhao Chen questioned. While he had not seen a T5 Nest mothership before, he owned a T5 interstellar battleship, and based on performance benchmarks, the current Nest mothership did not meet T5 biological technology standards. Lily nodded in understanding, and more research data was presented before them. Based on our observations, this pseudo-T5 Nest mothership is emitting a magnetic field that has interfered with long-distance quantum communications, but short-range communication is still possible, Lily explained. It seems that this is a gift prepared by Qinzhou Ocean for us. First, attracting us with the blue crystal starport, then consuming us with numerous Nest motherships, until the time is right, using this ultimate weapon to annihilate us, Zhao Chen analyzed. Lily recalled the recent events and sighed. Thank goodness it's not a true T5 Nest mothership. If it were, our interstellar missile ships may have already been hit. The casualties would be. Lily struggled to imagine the subsequent chain reaction that would ensue, putting the Owl Dragon Legion in a dire situation. We must thank Captain Huang Ziting of the Holy Knight Ota too. If it weren't for her actions, we might have lost at least a third of our interstellar missile ships, Zhao Chen added. Lily nodded. Issue the command to prepare for an attack on this pseudo-T5 Nest mothership. If we don't destroy it and let it continue long-range attacks, no matter how many holy knights we have, we won't be able to defend, Zhao Chen said solemnly. The pseudo-T5 Nest mothership's biological superplasma cannon had a range beyond that of their interstellar missiles. If they didn't eliminate it, it would be a looming threat over the Owl Dragon First Legion? Yes. Formulating battle plans, arranging assault fleets, deploying interstellar missile firepower support, Lily began directing the staff department to create viable action plans in the shortest time possible. However, each plan would come with significant losses and costs. Reviewing each proposed plan, Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. Even the best plan would entail the loss of at least 1,000 interstellar battleships, a third of their forces. It might be the best choice, but with the remaining interstellar battleships, could Zhao Chen withstand attacks from other insect fleets? This was another question to consider. Commander, Captain Huang Zhaoting of Kingyan Beilong O to request to execute the operation against the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership, Lily reported. Leviathan King-class was the code name Zhao Chen had given to the pseudo-T5 Nest mothership. It was one of several target names prepared by the Galactic Alliance beforehand, and Zhao Chen chose the most fitting one. Zhao Chen clenched his fist. Sacrifices had to be made when necessary. Issue my command. Execute Operation Number 3. Captain Huang Zhaoting will lead the attack plan, and we will provide remote assistance. At the same time, contact the Blue Crystal Starport. We need to prepare for a forced breakout, Zhao Chen said sternly. Initially, he hadn't planned to forcefully break out, which would undoubtedly incur massive losses. Without the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership, he could have resolved the crisis with minimal casualties. But now, the appearance of the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership disrupted all equilibrium. Understood. Lily prepared to execute the orders. However, at the next moment, Zhao Chen suddenly stopped her. Wait. Lily was stunned as she saw Zhao Chen staring at the live feed from the silver, rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. In the feed, The Leviathan King-class Nest mothership was under attack. Intense firepower bombardment transformed the sparkles and dots of light into vast explosions. Simultaneously, a squadron of interstellar battleships emerged from the darkness. They were T-3 Mirage Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers. It was the Owl Dragon's Second Legion. A sudden attack of 60 T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers erupted, although it did not manage to slay the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership. However, due to the targeted area being a pre-existing wound on the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership, it still caused significant casualties. The surrounding Nest motherships and swarms of creatures around the Leviathan King-class Nest motherships swiftly swarmed towards the 60 T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers. Retreat. Evacuate to the safe zone at full speed. Zhao Wan'er, on her flagship, gazed at the colossal creature before her, feeling fearful inside, but remained calm as she issued orders. After serving long-term on the T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers, following her brother into the Owl Dragon Legion, she had developed a resilient mental toughness. Even in the face of fear, she did not display any signs on her face. Wan'er, good job. Leave it to us next. A video window opened, revealing the Owl Dragon's Second Legion commander, Red Eyes. As the 60 T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers retreated, the female officers on the bridge could see interstellar missiles passing by outside, resembling being amidst a meteor shower. Zhao Wan'er knew that this was a saturation interstellar missile bombardment carried out by the 50 T-3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships of the Owl Dragon's Second Legion. Over 1 million interstellar missiles were attacking the target behind their stealth bombers. Without looking, Zhao Wan'er knew what scenario was unfolding behind their interstellar stealth bombers. At that moment, a video window synchronized on the Owl Dragon's Second Legion's command channel. It was Zhao Chen. Commander? Bro, Commander. Red Eyes and Zhao Wan'er stood straight and shouted in unison. What is the current situation of your Second Legion? Zhao Chen straightforwardly inquired. Red Eyes briefly explained the situation. The Owl Dragon's Second Legion was currently far off at the jump coordinates, and the unfortunate part was that all three of their escort units encountered the insect fleet, further encountering them on their rush. Though it didn't cause significant losses to the Second Legion, it did delay their arrival until recently. However, Red Eyes did not easily reveal the Second Legion's presence and instead dispatched the T-3 Silver Rat-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships for reconnaissance. Just before the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership appeared, Red Eyes discovered its presence. Halting that shot was already impossible, so Red Eyes had to continue hiding and plan how to deal with the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership. Ultimately, Red Eyes devised a three-step battle plan. The first step involved Zhao Wan'er leading 60 T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers to stealthily approach, pinpointing the most suitable area for attack. Considering the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership's massive size, conducting a blanket strike would not be effective. Soon, Zhao Wan'er identified a target area for attack. It was a ruined wall room in location on the left side of the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership, with weaker biological armor showing signs of late repairs. So, Zhao Wan'er took the initiative to expand this wound area at close range. The second step involved the interstellar missile ships conducting saturation firepower strikes on this wound area, further bombarding it with firepower. This was the current step. Well done, Zhao Chen praised after listening, satisfied as he looked at Zhao Wan'er. His little sister had indeed grown a lot within the Owl Dragon Legion. He had some initial concerns when appointing her as the vice commander of the Owl Dragon Second Legion, fearing if she could handle the responsibilities. Now, it seemed he had underestimated his sister. Sensing her brother's gaze, Zhao Wan'er proudly raised her head. Suddenly, she thought of something and anxiously asked, "How is elder sister doing now?" Elder sister is currently still in the Blue Crystal Star Harbor. Our First Legion arrived just in time, drawing most of the insect fleet's attention, so the pressure on elder sister's side went high. But if this battle continues to intensify, it might be a different story, Zhao Chen said solemnly. As he spoke, he gazed at the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership continually under attack, the pivotal focus now being on this Leviathan King-class nest mothership. The interstellar missile attack had lasted nearly 5 minutes, with an overwhelming number of interstellar missiles. The bombing effect was substantial. The colossal body of the Leviathan King-class nest mothership even showed signs of shifting. Especially at the attacked position, a massive pit was blasted open, hundreds of times larger than the original area. It was as if a whale had been bitten a large chunk by another giant beast, showcasing a cross-section of its internal biological structure. Now's the time. Fire. Red Eyes clenched her fist and ordered sternly. On the flagship of the Owl Dragon's 2nd Legion, Red Eyes, unlike Zhao Chen's T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser, was on the latest T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Due to Red Eye's different status from Zhao Chen, she could charge into battle on the interstellar battleship without worries. If it were Zhao Chen, there would be many objections, concerned for his safety. That's why Zhao Chen's current flagship always remained a T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser, which could escape danger quickly. At that moment, Red Eyes was giving orders on her flagship, the Blue-Eyed White Dragon No. 3 ship. The ship's bow cannon, a powerful T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship cannon, had already gathered its silver-white light particle beams and launched at that moment. A massive silver-white light pillar pierced through the dust from the recent interstellar missile bombardment, directly hitting the Leviathan King-class nest mothership's wound. The impact generated an immense force. Even Zhao Chen, at a distance, could see a shockwave dispersing the dust, forming a gigantic donut. Zhao Chen held his breath, fixedly observing the silver-white light pillar. The outcome of this battle depended on this one chance, whether they could heavily damage or even slay the Leviathan King-class nest mothership. If not, his Owl Dragon Legion would pay a hefty price in the upcoming battles. Zhao Chen was confident. He firmly believed in his Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. As the opponent was not a genuine T5 nest mothership, but merely a puppet, this battle was crucial. Report: Insect Lord No. 1 has come under attack, with severe damage to certain areas of the ship, causing control to decrease to 60%. In a dimly lit room, there were only several glowing electronic displays and some staff members. The screens displayed scenes from the battlefield in the Blue Crystal Galaxy, including the attack on the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership. Counterattack. Command the swarm to counterattack. We must annihilate the Owl Dragon Legion here. Qin Zhaoshan clenched his fists and shouted, "No, Your Majesty, we should retreat now." A figure in black robes stood nearby, speaking in a mechanical tone. "Retreat? No. We have finally formulated this plan, successfully lured the Owl Dragon Legion into a trap. This is the opportunity we have worked so hard to seize. How can we let them go so easily?" Qin Zhaoshan angrily questioned. The figure in black robes responded, "However, if we continue fighting like this, even if we ultimately win, this Insect Lord No. 1 might lose its combat capabilities completely." Qin Zhaoshan looked at the figure in black robes. "We still have 2 more. With those 2 remaining, we can control the entire Starshine Empire." The figure in black robes continued, "Your Majesty, the control experiments for Insect Lord No. 2 and Insect Lord No. 3 are still in progress, and it would be difficult to build up their combat power in a short time. So, once we lose Insect Lord No. 1, we will be at a disadvantage for a long time. In addition, as you can see, our current war casualties, if we continue the battle, of the 100,000 swarms we dispatched, perhaps less than 30% will remain, or even fewer. Not to mention our current production efficiency of Insect Core No. 1, with a monthly output of less than 3,000 modules. If we suffer too much loss in this battle, we will be at a disadvantage. Do not forget, in addition to the Owl Dragon Legion, there are also the Vigilant Chu Family Legion and the Imperial Princess Fleet, as well as the Holy Radiance Empire. Even though we are currently in a cooperative relationship with the Holy Radiance Empire, but after this battle, the Holy Radiance Empire will know of our trump card. If they find out that our mechanical insect fleet has suffered such significant losses, do you think they will miss the chance to eliminate us? There are no permanent friends in this world, especially not a weak friend. After listening to the figure in black robes, Qin Zhao Ocean tightened his fist, staring at the starships of the Owl Dragon Legion on the screen. In a deep voice he said, "But I am worried about the threat this Owl Dragon Legion poses to us. Their growth rate is truly too fast." The figure in black robes responded, "Please, rest assured, Your Majesty. My insect core number 2 is about to be successfully developed. Then our success rate in controlling the insect nest mothership will greatly increase. By then, we will go back to that world to find more T5 insect nest mothership corpses. Once we can gather a certain number of T5 insect nest mothership corpses, then we may even be able to capture a T5 insect nest mothership, possessing a truly T5 level insect nest mothership. By then, no matter the Owl Dragon Legion, the Starshine Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire the Warhammer Interstellar Republic, they will all yield under your feet." With that, the figure in black robes knelt on one knee, showing respect to Qin Zhao Ocean. Qin Zhao Ocean took a deep breath, helping the figure in black robes to stand up. "Doctor, I trust you. I will proceed according to your plan. Now, I am the Emperor of the Starshine Empire, and I will gather the strength of the whole country to cooperate with you. Doctor, any requests you have I will fulfill. I have designated several star systems in the Snow Swallow domain specifically for you to cultivate our mechanical insect fleet." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations," said the figure in black robes. "Report. The insect fleet is evacuating the battlefield. Report. The insect fleet engaged in battle at the Blue Crystal Star Harbor is also evacuating the battlefield." Hearing this, Zhao Chen looked at the star map, where swarms of insects were converging towards the damaged Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership-like locus. After the T for Blue Eyes, White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship number 3 had completed its attack. Although it appeared to cause serious damage to the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership, it was not fatal. Just as Zhao Chen was preparing to take a risky combat plan, unexpectedly the insect fleet initiated a retreat. Previously, the insect fleet emerging from the cosmic insect hole had no concept of retreat. They fought until the end, hunting all visible creatures. The current situation indicated that these insect fleets were under someone else's control. "Commander, the insect fleet is retreating. Should we pursue?" Lily asked. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. "Order the 2nd Legion of the Owl Dragon to pursue for a while, but remember not to engage in prolonged combat. Ensure your own safety first. After the 2nd Legion of the Owl Dragon finish the pursuit, deploy the Silver, Red Class Light Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship to track their movements at all times and report everything to me. In addition, send out the interstellar warships to collect some special insect nest motherships. Investigate what means the other side used to complete interstellar transitory activities and appear here." "Yes." Lily conveyed the commander's orders. Sitting on the captain's chair, Zhao Chen finally relaxed his body, which had been tense. He knew that this crisis had been successfully overcome this time. It seemed that Qin Zhao Ocean, behind the scenes of the insect fleet, was unwilling to suffer too many losses in this battle. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to retreat. Zhao Chen covered his eyes with his hands, reflecting on the nearly a day of battle process. He felt a great threat from the insect fleet, far surpassing the previous civil war with the Prince Party. Because in the civil war with the Prince Party, Zhao Chen knew the ceiling of the Prince Party, and he was confident that he could defeat them. But if the opponent was related to the insect race, this alien world creature, which has not been fully investigated so far, and its powerful biological technology, since there are T5 insect nest motherships, could there be T6, T7 insect nest motherships? All the fear comes from the unknown. Also, that powerful control technology. How did Qin Zhao Ocean develop it? Does he have other forces behind him? I don't even have a chance to rest. Just when I thought I had dealt with Qinming, now Chen Zhaocean emerges. Zhao Chen sighed. However, Zhao Chen also thought of a solution. When he returns, he will increase the production capacity of interstellar warships and go on a shipbuilding spree. All fear comes from lack of firepower. This sentence is also correct. Another sentence Zhao Chen also highly agreed with. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. In the midst of Blue Crystal Star Harbor, a T-3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship slowly sailed out towards the resting grounds of the Raven Dragon Legion. As it approached a T-4 Vermilion Phoenix-class medium interstellar cruiser, a shuttle was deployed. At the same time, several shuttles were also launched from nearby interstellar battleships, entering the hangar of the T-4 Vermilion Phoenix-class cruiser. Inside the meeting room of the T-4 Vermilion Phoenix, Zhao Ryu walked in. The next moment, a figure pounced on her, sandwiching her head between two peaks. Sister. Zhao Ryu looked at Zhao Wanner with a worried expression, feeling warm inside. She looked towards the main seat of the meeting room, where Zhao Chen was smiling at her. All right, you're all grown up now. You're at least the deputy commander of an interstellar army. Pay attention to your demeanor, Zhao Ryu reminded her younger sister. When she heard that the Raven Dragon Legion was divided into 3 fleet legions, she knew that her sister held the position of Deputy Legion Commander. To be honest, she was worried about her younger sister holding such an important position. However, seeing the battlefield scene she had just witnessed, the stealth interstellar bombardment actions, she realized her sister had already grown up. Her strength was enough to handle her current responsibilities, no longer the little girl in need of protection in her eyes. After all, now she also needed to watch over her 2 younger siblings. What's the matter with being all grown up? I'm still your little sister after all. Zhao Wanner stuck out her tongue. Now that both Zhao Ryu and Zhao Wanner had their own responsibilities, they rarely had the chance to meet outside of their leisure times when they communicated through communication devices. You rascal! Zhao Ryu looked helplessly at her sister, then turned apologetically towards the people gathered around the conference table. Besides Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner, there were Lily, Chidong, and the secretary of the 2nd Army Legion, Betsy, waiting there. Zhao Chen joked, "You guys carry on, we're not in a hurry." Zhao Ryu rolled her eyes and struggled to get Zhao Wanner to sit properly in a chair. Zhao Chen could see that Zhao Wanner was releasing her inner pressure. Facing the Leviathan King-class Nest mothership earlier, her lack of fear was probably a front. Zhao Chen estimated that even he would not dare to say he was not afraid in the presence of that terrifying beast. Sister, how was the situation with your fleet losses? Zhao Chen questioned straightforwardly. Hearing this, Zhao Ruyu's eyes dimmed slightly as she spoke. In this battle, we were unexpectedly attacked by a swarm fleet, resulting in significant losses. If it weren't for the interstellar battleships you provided and the support from Blue Crystal Star Harbor, we wouldn't have been able to hold on. Who would have thought there were 100,000 swarm here? So far, out of our original 30,000 interstellar battleships, less than 10,000 remain, with most of them varying degrees of damage. It's estimated that they'll need repairs when we return to the shipyard. In terms of casualties, we've lost over 7 million interstellar warriors. Hearing Zhao Ryu recount these losses, it was within Zhao Chen's expectations. Although equipped with Zhao Chen's Raven-class interstellar battleships and relevant escape equipment, the consciousness of escape wasn't as strong in other interstellar fleets, including that of his eldest sister. In the academies, the focus was mainly on heroism and sacrifice. However, in the Raven Legion, Zhao Chen emphasized not sacrificing needlessly. When it was time to abandon ship, do so decisively. When it was time to escape, then escape. Therefore, even if an interstellar battleship in Zhao Chen's Raven Legion was destroyed, the survival rate of the crew was very high. What about you? You must have suffered significant losses in order to rescue us this time, right? Zhao Ryu looked towards Zhao Chen, feeling somewhat guilty. Zhao Chen looked to Lily beside him, and she spoke. In this battle, the losses of the Raven 1st and 2nd Legions totaled nearly 1,000 interstellar battleships, with a casualty rate close to 20%. The main issue was with strategic resources consumed, amounting to over 50 billion stellar coins in just a day. Zhao Chen covered his face. 50 billion stellar coins. They had been accumulating combat resources for the next stage of attack. And now this. Zhao Chen had just expended another 50 billion stellar coins. However, this expenditure was worthwhile. Without sending out those 50 billion coins, the losses of the two Raven Legions could have been not just 1,000 ships, but 3,000 or more. We also lost 3 T-4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships, Lily added. Red Eyes, Zhao Wanner, and the others felt a heavy atmosphere settle among them. 3 T-4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships. During the First Civil War, the Raven Legion probably did not suffer such significant losses. The suddenness of this battle was truly unexpected, combined with the combat style of the Swarm fleet. Considering this scenario, their performance was already commendable. Alright, everyone, don't be disheartened. Although we paid a price, at least we won this battle, and we saw what cards Qinzhao Ocean is holding. With this knowledge, we won't be at a disadvantage in the upcoming battles. Zhao Chen addressed the group of women. They all nodded. Zhao Ryu spoke solemnly. Qinzhao Ocean, this Yanzong prince has kept things well hidden, not only taking Qin Ming's position by force, but now also utilizing this kind of technological control over the Swarm fleet. It's hard to imagine if you haven't experienced it firsthand. Isn't Qinzhao Ocean concerned that this technology he holds might backfire on him? Will others accept it? After all, this involves the Swarm. In the records of various empires in the Galactic Alliance, there were hardly any compliments for the Swarm. Zhao Chen intervened. That's one thing. Although I don't know how Qinzhao Ocean accomplished all of this. But as long as he can control this killing tool, his followers won't dare to stir up trouble. Whether it's the Swarm fleet or the Beast Tribe fleet, as long as it is under his control, it becomes his weapon to intimidate others. Those who don't obey, Qinzhao Ocean will take care of them. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Chen continued, I've deviated too much from the main topic. Let's talk about important matters. We narrowly escaped this battle, but our losses were not small, especially in terms of combat resources. The Raven First Legion is left with less than 20%, and the Raven Second Legion has less than 50% remaining. So, I suggest that the Imperial Princess Fleet group led by Big Sister temporarily postpone the offensive in the North Wine Star region. After communication is restored, we can immediately contact Princess to discuss the results of this event and modify the original battle plan. Alright. As soon as communication is back, I will contact Her Highness. Zhao Wanner nodded. The threat posed by the Swarm fleet controlled by Qinzhao Ocean was significant, and they couldn't act recklessly. At that moment, Lily's communication device flashed, indicating she had received a message. She looked to the commander and reported, long-range quantum communication has been restored. It's news from the Raven Star system. When Qinzhao Ocean targeted us, he also made a move against the Raven Star system. Grandpa, is there still no news from Zhao Chen's side? In a video window, Chu Zhuan anxiously asked this question. Chu Changhe opened his mouth but still didn't speak. Chu Zhuan understood what her grandfather meant. She lightly bit her lip and then, allegedly said, I will lead the army to the Azure Blue Star region to find Zhao Chen. No, before Zhao Chen left, he specifically instructed us, whether it's our Chu family legion, the North Wine Legion, or the Imperial Princess Fleet, none are allowed to leave their designated defense areas. No one knows what schemes Qinzhao Ocean, that fellow, is plotting in secret. Chu Changhe interrupted. Chu Zhuan argued, if Zhao Chen hasn't contacted us now, it means he's in danger. He has helped us many times. Even in this civil war, if it weren't for his Shadow Dragon Legion stepping forward, our Chu family wouldn't be where we are today. Even if you don't allow me to take the Chu family fleet to find him, fine, I'll go on my own. Even if I have to pilot a shuttle myself, I will go. Watching his granddaughter's emotionally charged expression, Chu Changhe sighed inwardly. He knew his granddaughter's character, and since it was her decision, no amount of persuasion would work, unless he detained her now. But even if he did, she would find a way to escape and find Zhao Chen. Report, there's a message from the Shadow Dragon Legion. Suddenly, a communications soldier shouted. At that moment, Chu Changhe looked at this young soldier and felt strangely fond of him. Quick, connect me, Chu Changhe ordered, looking at his granddaughter. You see, there's news from the Shadow Dragon Legion. I told you, that kid is lucky. He'll be fine. Enough chatter. Let's see what the situation is. Chu Zhuan rolled her eyes and urged her grandfather. Right now, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Zhao Chen. Especially when she heard that Zhao Chen had lost contact, she felt as if she had lost half her life. Seeing her granddaughter in this state, Chu Changhe could only shake his head and remark, having a lover and forgetting about Grandpa. Don't go on, or next time, when you fall asleep, I'll shave off all your beard. Chu Zhuan threatened unceremoniously. This time, Chu Changhe immediately became honest, because this lady had really done such a thing before, and at the time, his subordinates had to suppress their laughter. He had ordered everyone to shave off their beards. Returning to the topic, the communication with the Shadow Dragon Legion was established. Zhao Chen appeared in the video window. Zhao Chen. Chu Zhuan couldn't help but call out Zhao Chen's name, her ears even turning red when he saw her. Chu Changhe looked at the young couple and thought, this is it. Can't you be a bit more proactive? He understood that Zhao Chen was a tough straight guy, and his granddaughter was thin-skinned and stubborn. In this situation, he realized it wouldn't be easy for him to have a grandson-in-law. It seemed he needed to figure something out. Chu Zhuan is also here. How are the defenses in your areas? Has Qin Zhao Ocean caused any trouble for you? Zhao Chen inquired. What's the matter with you? Suddenly losing contact, causing Zhuan. We all too worrying. I heard an unidentified fleet force attack the Shadow Dragon star system. What's going on? Chu Changhe asked. Zhao Chen recounted the events to Chu Changhe and Chu Zhuan, including the insect race fleet and the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership. The situation is more or less like this. It seems this isn't an action targeting our Imperial Princess fleet, but a bait. I am the big fish that Qin Zhao Ocean wants to catch, but his fishing rod isn't firm. He almost got himself in trouble. The situation in the Shadow Dragon star system is now basically stable, with no major losses. Zhao Chen said. Qin Zhao Ocean actually has the technology to control the insect nest mothership, and a Quays IT-5 level Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership. No wonder this kid dared to kill Qinming and claim himself emperor. It seems these are his trump cards. Chu Changhe frowned, saying, now, it seems attacking the Imperial Capital Star won't be a simple matter. Moreover, Qin Zhao Ocean has many other unknowns, like the long-range troop deployment method similar to your T4 Light Intelligence class interstellar leap ship. If we don't understand these, and concentrate all our forces on the front, what if Qin Zhao Ocean surprises us? Even if we use your T4 Light Intelligence class interstellar leap ship to directly attack the Imperial Capital Star, but we don't know how many insect warships Qin Zhao Ocean has. You predicted around 200,000. You slain many, but there could still be over 100,000. What if? What if Qin Zhao Ocean still has more? And the Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership you severely damaged. That's a Quays IT-5 insect nest mothership. What if there's a second and third one? If we act rashly, we could end up playing into the enemy's hands. Chu Changhe is very cautious, but what he said makes sense. They dared to confront Qinming head-on because they knew how much Qinming had. But Qin Zhao Ocean, besides what he has shown now, who knows what other trump cards he holds? Intergalactic war is a high-stakes game, and a game that cannot be lost. Chu Changhe dared not be careless. Zhao Chen nodded. I understand your point. This is part of my thinking as well. In this situation, we cannot act recklessly, but we cannot do nothing either. So, my proposal is for us to engage in localized warfare under our control, continuously testing how many trump cards Qin Zhao Ocean has. During this time, I can continue to expand my Shadow Dragon Legion and prepare more combat resources. Chu Changhe nodded, sharing the same idea. He found himself increasingly admiring Zhao Chen. If it were possible, he would even suspect Zhao Chen was his lost grandson. I agree with your plans, but I have one request. Go on. I hope you can allow Chuzhuan to join your Shadow Dragon Legion and learn by your side. Sailor Chuzhuan, reporting to the commanding officer. Chuzhuan changed into the standard uniform of the Owl Dragon Legion, standing up right in front of Zhao Chen. She wore a black form-fitting top, black stockings, and leather boots, exuding a confident demeanor. The uniform had the emblem of the Owl Dragon Legion on the chest, representing one of the current designs of the Legion. With the growth of the Owl Dragon Legion, many regulations were constantly being refined. For example, in terms of uniforms, there were dozens of sets for the Legion. Depending on their roles, personnel were equipped with uniforms of different colors. Ordinary sailors primarily wore white, department heads wore blue, and command staff on the bridge wore black with gold trim. In addition, starfighter pilots, mech pilots, hangar personnel, etc., all had their own standard uniforms. Furthermore, each branch of the military had at least 3 similar designs of uniforms. This variety aimed to meet the needs of the sailors and easily distinguish between different departments and branches of the military. Chuzhuan, with her exquisite figure, looked impeccable in both the uniforms of the Chu family Legion and the current All Dragon Legion uniforms. Zhao Chen, looking at the beauty in front of him, couldn't help but feel a shadow of a mischievous old man laughing behind him. Your grandfather had it good when you were with the Chu family Legion. Why did you have to come to the Owl Dragon Legion? Zhao Chen chuckled helplessly. Initially, when Chuzhuan was first proposed to join, Zhao Chen had actually refused. Because of Chuzhuan's abilities, learn from Zhao Chen. Ridiculous. Learn how to be a lazy boss with Zhao Chen. What, are you rejecting me? Chuzhuan asked. What are you talking about? Originally, you were starting as the deputy commander in the Chu family Legion. What can you do in this little place of mine? Zhao Chen shrugged. Squinting at Zhao Chen sitting in the captain's chair, Chuzhuan said, Little place. This little place has hundreds of T4 starships. Can defeat the Angel Legion, can produce over 1,000 starships monthly to supply to major star domains. Can have a monthly production value exceeding 5 billion star coins, can destroy tens of thousands of enemy starships with thousands of our own starships in the first battle of the Star Brilliance War. Alright, since this is a little place, I'll tell my grandfather to appoint you as the deputy commander in the Chu family Legion. I'll step down and be your assistant. How about that? Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. Why was Chuzhuan, this girl, becoming so eloquent now? Is she trying to poach him now? Ahem. Let's get back to business. What position do you want to hold here? Seeing that persuasion had no effect, Zhao Chen didn't say more. After all, he knew that Chuzhuan would eventually return to the Chu family. As for concerns about Chuzhuan spying, besides a few T4 starships still under construction and Zhao Chen's own systems, there weren't many secrets related to the Chu family. These things could be disclosed. Additionally, only Zhao Chen possessed a complete set of starship technology blueprints within the Owl Dragon Legion, which was accessible to only a few authorized personnel, not exceeding 3. Chuzhuan was even less likely to have access, as wandering around inside starships wouldn't make her understand the technology for many years. Chuzhuan herself was talented, having honed her skills in the Chu family. Currently needing more manpower, Chuzhuan might indeed help with many things. I can be your secretary, Chuzhuan confidently suggested. Lily, who was working nearby, was stunned, with an expression of bewilderment. This woman wanted to take over her job. After the insectoid attack, Zhao Chen held the first video conference for the Four Square Alliance. The main members were Chu Changhe, Governor Baifeng Jukai, Princess Qin Xiaolei, Zhao Ruyu, Zhao Chen, Lily, and Chuzhuan. Chu Changhe, with a look of control, saw Chuzhuan standing behind Zhao Chen in the video window. Chuzhuan was indeed serving as Zhao Chen's secretary, but it didn't mean that Lily wasn't needed anymore. Lily's position was irreplaceable, yet it didn't hinder Zhao Chen from having more secretaries. With the expansion of the Owl Dragon Legion, Lily's workload had increased, prompting Zhao Chen to consider establishing a new department. Seizing this opportunity, the command department was officially established. Lily served as the chief secretary, with all fleet secretaries placed under this department. Moreover, Lily could train suitable future secretaries and share her workload. Currently, the department had nearly 100 employees, with more expected in the future. Chu Zhuan's current role was to assist Lily's work. In this meeting, following Zhao Chen's strategic plan, they decided to temporarily halt the attack on the imperial capital. Each fleet would defend its front lines while establishing a local battlefield in the Azure Blue Star Field. The purpose of this battle was not complete occupation, but to surround the weak and strike the strong, to draw out more of Qin Zhao Ocean's cards in the field. Additionally, Zhao Chen had another plan for the Owl Dragon Legion to open a second battlefield to force Qin Zhao Ocean to reveal more. There was also the matter of thwarting any possible covert relationship between the Sacred Radiance Empire and Qin Zhao Ocean. The specific plan was to be formulated by the Owl Dragon Legion since Zhao Chen was already overwhelmed with other tasks. This could only be done by Zhao Chen himself. Yeah, if you have any interstellar procurement plans in the future, you can contact me directly. I can instruct the Northern Goose Group to provide you with supplies at the best prices. If there are no immediate financial resources, other forms of payments can be arranged, Zhao Chen added, focusing on doing business since nothing was more critical than making money. The originally relaxed atmosphere of the Starlight Empire was quickly shattered by the sudden outbreak of this battle. No one had expected such a fierce battle to erupt in the Blue Crystal Galaxy, especially with the assassin's Guando displayed by Qin Zhao Ocean during the operation. It shook the upper echelons of the Starlight Empire. When the battle in the Blue Crystal Galaxy ended, the fleet of the mechanical insect race did not conceal their whereabouts, but boldly sailed in the region still under Qin Zhao Ocean's control within the Blue Crystal Galaxy. The spectacular scene of nearly 50,000 insect nest motherships, along with associated insect swarms, was a sight to behold. Many interstellar media agencies, either under instruction or acting on their own initiative, risked getting close to these insect fleet images. These footage quickly spread within the Starlight Empire. Ultimately, these insect fleets split into several groups, occupying strategic planets, and the troops stationed on these planets received orders to retreat, handing over control to the insect fleets. Throughout this process, the obedience of these insect fleets was as if they were domesticated pets in Qin Zhao Ocean's backyard, causing no harm to any planets or interstellar spacecraft. From the looks of it, our propaganda is doing quite well, remarked Qin Zhao Ocean, observing the discussion on the interstellar network. Most of the trending topics were related to the insect fleets, with the rest covering reports of the battle in the Blue Crystal Galaxy. Reports on the battle in the Blue Crystal Galaxy were presented in two different styles. One suggested both sides suffered losses, with the Empire's Princess fleet being the biggest casualty. The other leaned toward Qin Zhao Ocean's insect fleet having the advantage, decimating a significant number of Owl Dragon Legion starships and launching attacks on the Owl Dragon Galaxy, inflicting substantial losses. Discussions about the Owl Dragon Galaxy were mostly speculative due to its mysterious nature in recent years. Adventurers attempting to enter were often charged with crimes like illegal entry and sentenced 2 years of mining and refining. Your Majesty, following your request, our promotion of the insect fleet is currently positive, which helps the public accept the fleet's existence. The effect so far has been favorable, Marshal Qin Longcheng reported to Qin Zhao Ocean. Previously Qin Zhao Ocean's eyes and ears planted near Qinming, Qin Longcheng had now become Qin Zhao Ocean's right-hand man since the mission's completion. Excellent. In the future, as we expand our conquests, the insect fleet will be an indispensable force. I know there will be many who question the fleet, even criticize our containment of the insects. Longcheng, you should know what to do, Qin Zhao Ocean said, squinting at Qin Longcheng. Understood? Your Majesty. Very well, you may go. After Qin Longcheng left, a video window appeared in front of Qin Zhao Ocean. Doctor, how are things on your end? Has our insect sovereign One been severely damaged? Shinjiao Ocean inquired. The doctor's image appeared, and his mechanical voice resounded once more. There is a significant wound on the body of insect Sovereigno. 1. Due to it being a corpse, its original self-healing capabilities are mostly lost, so it's challenging to rely on its own recovery. I will figure out ways to use other methods to repair these wounds and restore insect Sovereigno one's combat capabilities as much as possible. Additionally, the insect fleet requires a large amount of battlefield supplies. The battlefield supplies provided on those stationed planets are sufficient for the fleet to maintain for half a month. Shinjiao Ocean frowned slightly as he considered the issue of battlefield supplies for the insect fleet. I understand. I will figure out a way to transfer more battlefield supplies within a week. But remember, this cannot be exposed. Otherwise, the image we've painstakingly crafted for the insect fleet will be jeopardized. Rest assured, around the planets where we are stationed, I have arranged numerous patrolling insect nest motherships to ensure that no one learns about what has happened here. Nobody is better at cleaning up than insects. Even after we leave, there will be nothing left behind here. Understood. That will be all for now. I have many matters to attend to here. I anticipate Zhejiang and Zhaochen may cause some disruptions. So, you must be prepared for battle at all times. Those insects capable of creating wormholes, you need to prepare more of them. This strategic weapon is crucial. Certainly, Your Majesty. The communication ended. The doctor turned to look at the planet that had been transformed within just a few days, suitable for the insect colonies to live. Additionally, starships dragging old warehouses continued to land on the planet. When those starships departed, the old warehouses slowly opened, revealing a scene that would terrify any onlooker. Inside were cages piled with an abundance of corpses. There were corpses of wild beasts and humans. If one had a keen sense of smell, the stench could likely be detected from a distance. However, this smell was simply a delicacy for the insect colonies living there. This was the battlefield supply the doctor had mentioned. On a planet in the Owl Dragon Galaxy, Zhao Chen hovered above the city in a shuttle, surveying the city recently ravaged by War City with several areas filled with insect corpses. Lord, this is one of the most severely damaged planets in the Owl Dragon Galaxy's recent attack. Over 700 combat personnel and over 30,000 civilians were sacrificed, along with 300 T Black Knights. Deputy Governor Zhang Hong reported the losses from the defensive battle to Zhao Chen. If we include the other planets, this defense battle cost us nearly 10,000 combat personnel, over 1.5 million civilians, and 6,000 T Black Knights. Zhang Hong finished, looking at Zhao Chen. She noted a hidden fury in Zhao Chen's gaze, as if he were a wrathful judge. Zhang Hong hurriedly added, in the scheme of things, these losses are minimal, considering the Owl Dragon Galaxy's population surpassing 2 billion, facing over 30,000 insect nest motherships. Even though they only deployed populations of insects, the losses are quite optimistic since most of the civilians sacrificed failed to heed warnings and evacuate to shelters promptly. In another galaxy, it could have been a veritable hell on Earth. I'm not blaming you, you've done well. Following this defense battle, compensation has been provided to sacrificed combat personnel as per regulations, with commendations for exceptional performance. Arrangements for housing repairs are to be made promptly to ensure basic living needs. Zhao Chen spoke, his gaze sharp. If one's home is attacked, even if only a few glass panes are shattered, it indicates our insufficient strength. Such incidents can never happen again. I will not allow anyone to act recklessly in our homeland. Shinjiao Ocean will pay the price. The Owl Dragon Galaxy, designated as Military Zone 021, is a military restricted area that requires top-level permission from the Owl Dragon Legion to enter. It is one of the highest classified areas within the Owl Dragon Legion. Even the Owl Dragon officers who enter here do not know what exactly happens in this area. They are only responsible for transporting necessary supplies in and out, without the authority to know the specifics of the items being transported. Lily reported to Zhao Chen by his side. "Commander, the orders have been issued.